Chapter 501 The Iron Buddha reappears. In Huazhou, Li Gudu and Jin Wushu left a cavalry station to ensure that Li Gudu was firmly in the hands of the Jin soldiers. Then, they led Taifu to southward and launched a pincer attack on the Han army with Wanyan Zhongwang. A few days ago, a Song army general led 300 cavalrymen across the Yellow River to conduct reconnaissance on the ice. He killed hundreds of Jin soldiers along the way. He worked hard to figure out the deployment of the Jin soldiers, and supported the Song army in Kaifeng to detect the enemy's situation. However, the current Song army general found that he could no longer return to the north of the Yellow River. Li Gudu originally had only 3,000 gold soldiers, but this time Jin Wushu directly left 7,000 gold soldiers, making a total of 10,000 gold soldiers. This group of strengthened golden soldiers, the first level arms are equivalent to the third level arms, and the actual combat power of the third level arms is equivalent to the fifth level arms. The 10,000 Jin soldiers guarding the ferry can no longer be captured by the 300 Song cavalry. 10,000 golden soldiers use bows and crossbows to launch a volley, which will take away at least 100 cavalry, and then use the human sea tactic to directly drown the remaining hundreds of cavalry. Why did the Jin soldiers suddenly increase their troops to Li Gudu? Are they planning to return to the north? The generals of the Song army were blocked south of the Yellow River by the soldiers and horses left by Jin Wushu, and were unable to return to the north of the Yellow River for a while. 2 Song army cavalry brought a Jin soldier prisoner to their general. Sir, the prisoners captured alive by our brothers confess that the rebel army has recaptured Bianjing, and the Jin soldiers have occupied Li Gudu and are preparing to escape north. The Song army general was relieved. That's it, the Song army cavalry asked. Sir, what should we do next? The general of the Song army saw that after Jin Wushu occupied Li Gudu, he led his troops to the nearby mountains and forests. So he said, follow this group of Jin soldiers. He has already seen that Jin Wushu's Iron Buddha is the most elite cavalry in the Jin kingdom, and it is also a high-level heavy cavalry that is expensive to build. After Jin Wushu was sure that Li Gudu was infallible, he led Taifu to back. In the eyes of the Song generals, Jin Wushu must have some intentions when he left Li Gudu. One day later, part of the pursuing Han army fell into an ambush by the Jin soldiers. Wanyan Zhongwang personally beat the drum and commanded the Jin soldiers to annihilate part of the Han army. It's over this time. Huan, Sun Jian, and Su Fengyan, 3 princes, went hand in hand and fell into a bitter battle facing the Jin soldiers, who appeared from all directions. A fierce general from the Dayuan kingdom followed Huan and tore an infantryman from the Jin kingdom into 2 halves. He was extremely fierce. Despite such generals, Huan still faces life and death threats. Arrows rained down from the sky, and the Jurchen archers equipped with heavy arrows broke through the armor of the Western Region's Guards army and killed hundreds of Western Region's Guardsmen. The battle flags were broken. Shields were filled with arrow feathers, and corpses were scattered everywhere. The Jin kingdom's high-ranking light cavalry, Guazima, appeared on both wings, kicking up sand and dust. A dense rain of arrows fell, and the troops of the Western Region Protectorate were killed and injured again. Jianmi, the general of Dawan Kingdom, held up his shield to block the rain of arrows from the Jin soldiers for Huan. Su Fengyan gritted his teeth and ordered the Xiliang legions to form a square formation and throw javelins at the attacking Jin cavalry and infantry. Hundreds of sharp javelins fell, nailing hundreds of golden soldiers to the ground, forming a field of javelins. The Xiliang infantry are somewhat similar to the Roman legions. They have shields, spears, and javelins. Their folk customs are fierce, and their combat effectiveness is not weak at all. Disciple, come with me to kill the enemy! Wang Taijin took Ma Chao and went to join the battle. Both men were fierce generals, and both used spears as weapons. 2 war horses suddenly came out of the battle, and the golden soldiers attacking the Xiliang army were caught off guard. Wang Yanzhong's iron spear had already swept over, and a row of golden soldiers fell to the ground, and their shields were broken. Ma Chao rode his war horse and trampled over the fallen Jin soldiers. His spear was like a storm, killing the 2 oncoming cavalrymen. A Jin general was furious when he saw young Ma Chao killing his subordinates, so he slapped his horse and came to kill Ma Chao. Jin Jiang held a hammer in both hands and hit Ma Chao with all his strength. As long as this hammer hits Ma Chao, the blunt weapon damage is enough to kill Ma Chao. This is a pseudo-king level golden general. With Ma Chao's current strength, he may be killed on the spot. 100 Jin iron spear came through the air and hit the general. The general was dismounted and rolled off his horse. Wang Yanzhang pulled out his spare iron gun, galloped over, fired another shot, killed the pseudo-king level Gene General, and then pulled out the iron gun inserted into the Gene General's body. The two iron spears were in Wang Yanzhang's hands, majestic and sweeping, one to the left and the other to the right. All the golden soldiers hit were broken. Ma Chao couldn't help but be shocked when he saw how terrifying Wang Yanzhang was at his peak. At the same time, he longed that one day he could reach Wang Yanzhang's level. A crippled horse cavalryman swung his saber in the diagonal ground and slashed at him. "Drink!" Sun Tzu shouted loudly, and knocked the cavalryman off his horse with one shot. Another cavalryman on horseback galloped over, wanting to kill Sun Tzu. The sharp sword was chopped down, and the body of the cavalryman was missing. Zhou Tai carried a big sword and served as Sun Tzu's guard loyally. Shaoli Guangwarong shot more than 20 arrows in a row, almost hitting the target 100 times. And the golden soldiers fell down in response to the string. Dong Ping rushed into the golden soldiers with 2 spears and charged recklessly. Like Wang Yanzhang now, he held the spear with both hands. Although his strength is lower than that of Wang Yanzhang, who holds a 100 Gene iron gun, he is still powerful in killing ordinary golden soldiers. "Hold on until reinforcements arrive." Sun Jian killed a golden general and fought bloody battles. The Jin army and the Han army fought on a plain south of Legudu. Thousands of soldiers on both sides died in battle. Wang Yanzhang and Ma Chao fell into battle and killed hundreds of golden soldiers, causing the morale of the golden soldiers to drop. A Jurchen warrior, who was as big as an iron tower, arrived and knocked down a Shiliang cavalryman and his horse with one punch. Several Shiliang cavalry collided and stabbed the Jin General Pucha Shiji with their spears. Pucha Shiji grabbed the spear and threw the Shiliang cavalry on horseback away. Its strength is unimaginable. Boom! Pucha Shiji punched again, killing the Shiliang cavalry as a high-level heavy cavalry head-on. The heavy Shiliang iron weapon crashed to the ground, and the warhorse lost its breath. Pucha Shiji saw Wang Yanzhang and Ma Chao killing the Jin soldiers among the Han army. So he got on his horse, armed with hundreds of arrows at his waist, leaped on his horse with a spear, and charged towards Wang Yanzhang. The Shiliang cavalry along the way is not its first enemy. "This manpower is immense. Disciple, please step back." Wang Yanzhang noticed the pseudo-holy general who slaughtered the Shiliang cavalry, and knew that Ma Chao's current military force was no match for Pucha Shiji. So he had no choice but to come to fight in person. Pucha Shiji was originally a fierce general of the Jin kingdom. He could kill a wild bull with one punch. After his strength +5, he was already a pseudo-holy level warrior. The spear thrust was even more powerful than Wang Yanzhang. Wang Yanzhang used an iron spear against Pucha Shiji's spear. The opponent's spear was also made of fine iron. The two iron spears collided violently, making the ears of the surrounding Jin soldiers and Shiliang cavalry ring. It was extremely harsh. The power of this man! Wang Yanzhang once fought against Lu Bu, and could fight Lu Bu for many rounds. But the strengthened Pucha Shiji's brute strength has reached an incredible level. Imagine Dian Wei's force +5. Except for the fact that his characteristics have not changed. The strength of this fierce general from the Jin kingdom is close to that of the overlord. The only difference is his saint-level characteristics. Wang Yanzhang had blue veins protruding from his forehead, wielding his iron spear, and fought against Pucha Shiji. His tiger's mouth was almost broken, and the opponent looked like a giant humanoid beast. The fierce general of the Jin kingdom who can suppress Wang Taijian. Is he a false saint? Su Fengnian couldn't help but get anxious when he saw that Wang Yanzhang was in a tough fight and probably couldn't last for many rounds. If Wang Yanzhang, a fierce general, is lost, he will not be able to stop the Guanzhong Legion's offensive after returning to the main world. Wanyan Zongwang looked down at the entire battlefield from a high place. The Jin soldiers were devouring the pursuing Han army, and the fierce General Pucha Shiji was desperately held back by Wang Yanzhang. Wang Bolong, a fierce Han general, saw that Wang Yanzhang had some strength, and said to Wanyan Zongwang, "Please let the last general go into battle, and take his head in 20 rounds." Wanyan Zongwang said, "Wushu's Iron Buddha is coming soon. You are the pioneer of Iron Buddha, and break the enemy's formation." Wang Bolong replied, "Yes." Wanyan Zongwang was very satisfied with this pseudo-holy general whose military strength was even higher than that of Pucha Shiji. With a bang, the two iron guns collided again. Wang Yanzhang's horse seemed unable to withstand the impact and let out a mournful cry. Wang Yanzhang was unable to defeat the pseudo-saint level warrior by himself. His internal organs and blood were churning, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. A stream of light came, and Pucha Shiji used his iron spear to knock away the hidden arrow. Shuerengui galloped on his horse and fired several arrows to rescue Wang Yanzhang. Behind Xuergui, a group of Tang Dynasty archers in white robes hunted, bent their bows and shot arrows. Hundreds of golden soldiers were killed by random arrows, with Xuerengui's archery skills as cover. Wang Yanzhang fought back, and the two of them stopped a pseudo-holy general. Su Fengyan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chu Tian's cavalry arriving. Not only Chu Tian, but other Han princes along the way also arrived. Tongjue's Beifu army was all dressed in white, holding bows and crossbows, and shot the golden soldiers. The Beifu army was led by Xie Xian, a disciple of the Xie family in the Eastern Jin dynasty, and Lu Laoji was the vanguard general. The troops were in good order and came to rescue sworn brother Sun Jian. If Chu Tian's white-robed army is white cavalry, then the Beifu army is white infantry, invincible in any direction. Lu Lao, the vanguard general of the Beifu army, beheaded a Jin general in his formation. He held up the Jin general's head and roared, which greatly boosted the morale of the Beifu army. Muka led a team of vine armor soldiers to rescue Huan. The vine armor soldiers were invulnerable. The golden soldiers did not know the weakness of the vine armor soldiers, and were killed by the vine armor soldiers. Huan was fighting with the Jin soldiers, and was surrounded by several Jin soldiers. Several poisonous arrows shot at the Jin soldiers and killed them. Muk extended a helping hand to him. Why does the future king of kings in Central Asia need someone to rescue him? Huan touched the tip of his nose. If these golden soldiers hadn't been strengthened, I wouldn't have brought the main force from the western regions here. The Han army's reinforcements arrived, and the situation greatly improved. However, on the periphery of the battlefield, Jin Wushu led more than 3,000 iron pagodas to quietly approach. The iron pagoda is covered in iron armor, with only a pair of eyes exposed, holding a heavy carbine, and a hammer between the saddles. Wanyan Zongwang sent the pseudo-sage General Wang Bolong to serve as the vanguard of Tiefu II, the pseudo-holy level warrior plus more than 3,000 iron pagodas. This is an extremely sharp butcher knife, enough to destroy all enemies in front of you. Jin Wushu twisted his neck, put on his iron bag, and held a golden bird axe in his right hand. He tightened his grip on the horse's belly. Iron Buddha! Attack! War Eagle soared in the sky, making hawk sounds. The two sides who were fighting fiercely on the battlefield noticed that the ground was shaking slightly, and the dull and dense sound of horse hooves seemed to come from a distance, getting closer and closer. All the princes fighting on the battlefield noticed that the danger was approaching. Su Fengyan had been in command of the cavalry for a long time. He knew what happened when the heavy cavalry charged, and his face turned pale. He looked around and couldn't find Chu Tian except Xuergui. Where is Chu Zimu? On the horizon, Jin Wushu raised his battle axe high, and the steel torrent composed of iron pagodas stirred up sand and dust and swept towards the Han army. Chapter 502, Fighting Iron Buddha with Heavy Steps. Iron Pagoda! All the Han princes were on guard against this elite cavalry of the Jin kingdom. At this time, Jin Wushu's Iron Buddha was finally dispatched. 3,000 tall war horses formed a cone-shaped formation, like a city wall, and charged at the Han army. Jin Wushu ordered Wang Bolong, a pseudo-saint level warrior, to serve as the vanguard general. Only a pair of eyes were exposed in the iron pocket. The strong muscles of the war horse burst out with powerful impact. The entire heavy cavalry unit made the ground tremble. The Jin infantry in front moved to both sides to allow the terrifying Tiefu II to defeat the Han army's defense line head-on. The Xiliang army was attacked by Tiefu II, and Su Fengyan gritted his teeth. He had a premonition that if the iron stupa hit him head-on, his army would be completely wiped out. The soldiers of the Xiliang Legion took out their javelins and looked nervously at the approaching Iron Buddha II. The divine arm bows were opened one by one, and the Xiliang army, Jiangdong army, and the arriving Beifu army formed a cross-shooting range. A group of Han princes knew that there was Tiefu II in the Jin kingdom, so they made preparations and advanced to defend Tiefu II. The divine arm bow can break through the Iron Buddha's defense within a certain distance, and use the crossbowmen of the three legions to carry out cross strikes. The Xiliang Legion was also equipped with sharp javelins to break armor. The Iron Buddha is approaching. The earth is shaking. Dense divine arm bows are shooting at the Iron Buddha, and tens of thousands of crossbow arrows are covering the Iron Buddha. The arrows fell and hit the Iron Pagoda's armor, making the sound of iron clashing. A few Iron Pagodas fell from their horses, but the cavalry at the rear was still mighty. The black steel torrent said nothing, but was like black clouds pressing down on the city. Extremely oppressive. Jin Wushu ignored the incoming crossbow arrows. His armor was so sophisticated that ordinary crossbow arrows could not penetrate it. The distance is too far, and the first volley from the god's arm bow will be difficult to break through. The 3 Han army regiments divided the divine arm bows into 3 rows. The first row fired first, but only a handful of damage was done to the Iron Buddha II, and they were not even able to break through the Iron Buddha II's defense. The Iron Buddha II is getting closer and closer. The Shiliang infantry holds javelins in their hands, and there are also a small number of Chong warriors among them. The second row of divine arm bows began to fire fiercely, and more iron pagodas fell to the ground. The third row of divine arm bows were ready. The Shiliang soldiers clenched the javelins in their hands and charged up their strength. Axe team, step forward! Su Fengnian was equipped with a batch of long axes collected from Kaifeng and asked a group of Shiliang heavy infantry to hold large axes and chop off horse legs. Jin Wushu was also in the front army, and he could already see the shield pattern of the Shiliang heavy infantry. From the Shiliang military formation, black shadows were thrown into the air, and then fell like hail. The sharp javelin fell, and an Iron Buddha cavalry was shot by the javelin. The Iron Buddha cavalry was penetrated by the javelin and stuck in the Iron Buddha cavalry. The javelins knocked the Iron Buddha cavalry off their horses. The third row of divine arm bows fired, and thousands of crossbows fired. The Iron Buddha finally suffered a large number of casualties. Jin Wushu swung his golden bird axe and tried his best to drive away the incoming javelin, but his arms were a little numb. This throwing weapon has a shorter range than a bow and arrow, but is extremely capable of breaking armor, maybe after being hit by a few arrows. A military general can still be alive and kicking into battle to kill the enemy, but a military general with a javelin stuck in his body will be disabled even if he is not dead. Su Fengnian Shiliang Legion was generally equipped with 2 or 3 javelins. One round of javelins broke through the defenses, and the heavy infantry formed a dense phalanx of spears to withstand the impact of the Iron Buddha II. Wang Bolong swung his sword, cut off the spear in front, rushed into the Shiliang army, and killed several people with one sword. The opponent has a pseudo-holy general, and there are very few people here who can stop him. Su Fengnian could not help but grit his teeth when he saw a Jin general with armor comparable to an iron tower killing all the troops in Shiliang. Lu Bu and Yang Dian are on another battlefield, while Wang Tijiang and Shuaren Gui are dealing with the Jurchen general. No one is the opponent of this pseudo-sage level general of the Jin kingdom. Jin Wushu then broke into the Shiliang army, and his pseudo-emperor level force allowed him to easily kill the soldiers of the Shiliang army. The Shiliang army is crumbling. Destroy this legion! Jin Wushu shouted loudly. Chop down the golden bird axe, and kill the Shiliang soldier. Wang Bolong has killed hundreds of Shiliang soldiers, and is unstoppable. The blood on the horse's armor is stained red. Like a butcher, wherever he goes, there is a bloody storm. If Su Fengnian Shiliang Legion had not been so loyal to him, an ordinary legion would have already disintegrated due to the collapse of morale. An arrow was shot, and the flying General Li Guang galloped and shot arrows one after another. Wang Bolong used his knife to split the incoming arrows, but Li Guang's arrows could not hurt him at all. Lu Laoji led a group of Beifu troops to attack Taifutu. Tonke sent Lu Laoji, a fierce general of the Beifu army, to support Su Fengnian. Once Su Fengnian's entire army was wiped out, the legions of the remaining Han princes would also be massacred by Taifutu, and the consequences would be more serious than the Shiliang legion's encounter with Taifutu. Wang Defa, a lord from Jiazhou, sent Li Dinghua, Wudigu, go kill that general. The Naman Lord Muk sent an unusually tall military commander. This military commander is over 2 meters tall. He is like a giant among all the soldiers, and can look down on all the soldiers. Wutugu is the leader of the southern barbarian Tingjiao army, dragging a giant axe. He and Li Guang, Lu Laoji, Li Dinghua and other fierce generals besieged the strengthened Wang Bolong. Wang Bolong struck with his sword, and Lu Laoji almost lost his weapon. Lu Laoji stared at Wang Bolong, who had only one pair of eyes exposed, as if facing a formidable enemy. The gap between him and the pseudo-holy generals is too big. Wang Bolong struck again, but Lu Laoji's spear completely missed, and he was almost killed by the sword. Sun Jian personally held the ancient ingot sword to support Lu Laoji. Bang! With just one move, Sun Jian's wrist went numb, and the ancient ingot sword was already unstable. Li Guang shot an arrow and relieved Sun Jian and Lu Laoji at the same time. Wutugu dragged the giant axe towards him, and the battle axe roared. But Wang Bolong blocked it, and the axe blade slashed towards Wang Bolong's hands. Wang Bolong got angry and pressed the giant axe under his sword. Nan Ning attacked Li Dingwu with a spear, and Sun Jian and Lu Laoji took the opportunity to regain their strength and fight back. It takes several fierce generals to join forces to stop Wang Bolong. Taifutu broke through the square formation of the Shiliang army. After the iron hoof passed by, the Shiliang sergeant fell to the ground. The Jin soldiers in the rear followed Taifutu and advanced, breaking Shiliang's phalanx. "My lord, the Jin cavalry is coming fiercely. Retreat quickly." A Shiliang general protected Su Fingyan from the soldiers at Taifutu. The Taifutu is covered in iron armor. The Taifutu in the front row holds a carbine and attacks, while the Taifutu on both sides use hammers to kill the Shiliang soldiers along the way. Hammer blows, no matter shield or armor, can hardly withstand the impact of blunt objects. Wan in Zonwang stood on a high place, overlooking the entire battlefield, and witnessed Taifutu defeat the Shiliang army. He was very satisfied with Taifutu's performance. Jin Wushu broke into the Han army formation alone and charged. When all the generals were attracted by Wang Bolong, Jin Wushu led Taifutu to defeat the Shiliang army, and then attacked the Western Region army and the Southern Barbarian army. The infantry of the Jin army followed Taifutu, and the Kaizi horses swept the formation on both wings, constantly throwing rain of arrows at the Han army. The overall military situation of the Han army retreated backwards. The Western Region cavalry and the Southern Barbarian Tingjia army are about to attack the Iron Buddha II that defeated the Shiliang army. With just the two of us, we may not be able to stop the Iron Buddha. Huan and Muku were in the same camp. They were fighting side by side at this time. The two legions joined forces, including the elite Tingjia army of the Southern Barbarians. However, they were not so confident in front of the Iron Buddha. Taifutu is a high-level heavy cavalry. At this time, the attribute explosion should have reached the level of 9th level cavalry. The 9th level cavalry is very terrifying in front of any infantry type. If I brought over armored war elephants, I might be able to defeat the Iron Buddha. But it's a pity. Myuk actually brought dozens of war elephants to the Battle of Jinkong. Copy. However, the movement speed of the war elephants was too slow. They were still in Kaifeng City at this time, and could not be used to pursue the golden soldiers. The iron armored war elephant is a 9th level unit, and its defensive power is even better than that of the Iron Buddha. Therefore, in Myuk's view, the iron armored war elephant has the potential to defeat the Iron Buddha. Huan said, "Even if you bring the armored war elephants, Iron Buddha II will not attack the war elephant phalanx head-on. This time we are in big trouble." Under the command of two people, the shield-holding heavy infantry of the western regions and the Tingjia army formed a square formation, and once again used the divine arm bow to shoot fiercely at Iron Buddha II. The speed of Taifutu has been blocked by the Shiliang army, and the charging speed has slowed down. Under the fire of the god's arm bow, dozens of war horses and Taifutu cavalry fell to the ground with a roar. The power of the god's arm bow is not small, but it requires soldiers to use their feet to load the crossbow arrows, and the loading speed is slow. It can only take 3 arrows before the battle, and the Iron Pagoda has been killed. Wang Bolong was delayed by the generals of the Han army, and Jin Wushu, the fierce general at the front of Taifutu, swung his golden bird axe and killed the 2 vine-armored soldiers in front of the square formation. The rattan armor, originally soaked in oil and extremely tough, was vulnerable to Jin Wushu's axe. The vine armor of a vine armor soldier was cut into 2 pieces directly by the axe. Jin Wushu dragged the blood-red axe and led Taifutu to tear a passage among the rattan-armored soldiers. The Iron Pagoda dug into the vine-armored army, and the heavy carbine shot from top to bottom, stabbing the vine-armored soldiers in front to death. The Iron Pagoda in the rear was replaced with a hammer or saber, and charged all the way. Use the axe and chop off the horse's legs. One knew that the weak point of Iron Pagoda was the lack of horse legs protected by iron armor. As long as the Iron Pagoda loses its mobility, it will become a heavy but heavy ironkin with strong defense. One has a group of heavy infantry equipped with axes, who use a life-threatening method to specifically attack the legs of horses. A heavy infantryman used an axe to cut off the legs of a war horse. The horse flipped over, and the Iron Buddha cavalry fell heavily to the ground. The heavy armor hit the ground, making them dizzy. More heavy infantry were trampled by horse hooves. In order to resist the Iron Buddha, they had to sacrifice their lives. Jin Wushu's axe killed 2 heavy infantrymen from the western regions, who were trying to chop off the horse's legs, and then killed Huan and Myuk all the way. Myuk's face was a little pale. "It's a pity that my fierce General Wu Tu Gu went to attack Jin Bing's pseudo-holy general. Otherwise, With Wu Tubu's force, he might be defeated. Don't be afraid. I also have a Dewan general here with a strength of over 90. Although his strength is not particularly high, he is considered the number one in Dewan state in terms of strength. Huan said Jianmi, a general he had conquered in Dayuan, to block Jin Wushu. Jin Wushu was blocked by a strange-looking general, and he was a little surprised. The kingdom of Dewan belongs to the Central Asian civilization, and Central Asia also has a group of generals with more than 90 martial arts. They fight very bravely, working hard for Huan, and risking their lives to fight Jin Wushu. But the situation is still unfavorable to the Han army, because Taifutu is still making breakthroughs. The Tingjiao army is defeated. Muk not only felt sorry for his high-level soldiers, but also panicked about the critical situation. If Taifutu continues to break through, the Han army will collapse across the board. The 3,000 iron pagodas were too deadly for the Han army. The terrain south of the Yellow River is flat. Although there are rivers, mountains, forests and swamps, it is still suitable for large-scale cavalry charges. My Western Region army will also be defeated. Huan had already dispatched axe-wielding heavy infantrymen from the western regions, including some Lulan soldiers, who specialized in chopping the horseshoes of the Iron Buddha too, causing 200 to 300 cavalry casualties to the Iron Buddha, while his Western Region Legion was killed and wounded 2,000 to 3,000 people. The number of the Western Region Legion is less than 10,000, and it has been severely damaged at this time. If Taifutu is allowed to break through, the Western Region Legion will be pierced. The Jin infantry from the rear has arrived. Once the legion is penetrated, the Jin infantry will cover up and harvest from the rear, and there will be a lot of casualties. Yin Jia is ordered to come to support. Just when the Western Region army was about to be defeated, Lu Yi led Yin Jia to arrive. Yin Jia arrived late, not intending to sit back and watch the friendly troops suffer heavy losses, but to temporarily replace them with bulky Song Dynasty infantry armor and heavy long axes. The Unitan, lords, can change their equipment, even if the infantry is equipped according to the cavalry and crossbow units. There is no problem, but the power it can exert is limited. What Yin Jia put on was the most cumbersome equipment: the infantry armor plus the long axe, and the divine arm bow. This combination is extremely cumbersome. When encountering Mongolian cavalry or Jin Guizi horses on the prairie, they will be exhausted by the opponent. In the end, they will be defeated due to lack of physical strength and abandon their helmets and armor. But under certain circumstances, the combination of Yin Jia at this time is the nemesis of heavy cavalry. Even if it faces Shang Taifutu, it is still capable of fighting. Seeing the fully armed Yin Jia, Huan and Muk breathed an inexplicable sigh of relief. There are only about 2,000 Yin Jia, all of whom are infantry. The first 3 rows of Yin Jia hold long infantry spears. The 2 rows of Yin Jia at the back hold long axes, and the ones further back are Yin Jia equipped with divine arm bows. Behind Yin Jia, there are also long archers from the Shisheng battalion. They can shoot upwards and form a multi-directional strike with the divine arm bow. Wait until the enemy cavalry comes within 50 steps before shooting. Lu Yi patiently waited for the opportunity. The power of all bow and crossbow weapons and equipment decreases as the shooting distance increases due to air friction. In Lu Yi's opinion, shooting from too far away is just a waste of the shooting opportunity of the god's arm bow. The Taifutu was blocked by 3 legions, and its speed and strength were reduced. The Taifutu was forced to stop and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Han infantry and cavalry. Jin Wushu was blocked by Dewan General Jianmi, and Taifutu was allowed to break through the formation under the leadership of his deputy. However, Taifutu discovered that the Han infantry blocking the road was better equipped and had long axes that gave Taifutu a headache. Fire the arrow! After Taifutu accelerated for the 3rd time, Taifutu was less than 50 steps away from the Yinjia phalanx. Chapter 503 Chu Tian's beheading action. The crossbows of hundreds of divine arm bows were triggered, and the crossbow arrows shot out. Boom! The Taifutu cavalry at the front was hit by an arrow and fell to the ground. The archer of the Shisheng battalion behind Yin Jia used all his strength to draw the bowstring, and used armor-piercing arrows with powerful armor-breaking capabilities, throwing a hail of arrows. The fierce rain of arrows fell and collided with the armor, making a clanging sound. Many of the armor-piercing arrows penetrated the Iron Pagoda's armor, turning the Iron Pagoda into a hedgehog. Lu Yi's simple tactic of waiting until Taifutu came into close range before firing arrows caused a lot of casualties to Taifutu. After Yin Jia shot the crossbow of the divine arm bow, he no longer wasted time loading the crossbow. Instead, He threw the divine arm bow on the ground, picked up the prepared spear or battle axe from the ground, and thickened the spear phalanx. The spears in the front row collided with the iron pagoda's carbine. One iron pagoda was penetrated by the spear and died from the impact of the heavy infantry square. Yin Jia, who was holding a long axe, avoided the collision of the war horse, dodged to the side, and used the long axe to chop the horse's legs. More than a dozen war horses suffered. The horses lost their front hoofs and fell to the ground. The Iron Buddha cavalry fell forward, and what greeted them was a tomahawk or a hammer. In order to deal with these iron barrels, Chu Tian brought in many heavy weapons from the cold weapon era from the Song army's arsenal in Kaifeng, or blunt weapons, specially used to break armor. Blunt weapons can rely on impact force to hammer down the iron pagoda cavalry covered in iron armor through the armor, with an axe or a hammer. Even if the heavy armor will not break, the soldiers covered in the armor will not be able to withstand such a terrible impact and will often break their sternum and die. The archers of the Shisheng battalion commander at the rear took arrows from their quivers and shot them mechanically. The Yin Jia in front blocked the Iron Buddha II's attack for them, while the long archers of the Shisheng battalion could shoot the Iron Buddha II at a distance of 30 or even 20 steps. Even if Yin Jia is generally equipped with divine arm bows, it cannot replace the status of longbowman. The longbowman's rate of fire is faster, and at close range, the time it takes to aim is not very long. The Shisheng battalion kept taking arrows, drawing their bows and shooting, turning the iron pagoda into an iron hedgehog. The Yin Jia in front severely damaged Tiefu II because of their heavy infantry armor and heavy weapons. If Tiefu II had initially dealt with Li Yi's Yin Jia and Shisheng battalions, it might have been able to use its powerful heavy cavalry charge to destroy Li Yi's phalanx in one fell swoop. However, Tiefu II had been killed a lot by javelins, rattan armor soldiers, and Western region tomahawk soldiers. The two Jin Kingdom generals were dragged back, and their high momentum dropped, and they could no longer break through Li Yi's phalanx. Su Fengnian, Huan, Muek and others who retreated and fought with the Jin infantry and crossbowmen were overjoyed to see that the terrifying Tiefu II's offensive momentum was finally contained. As long as the Iron Buddha Tower of the Jin Kingdom is blocked, the Han army can organize a counterattack. Almost everyone among the Han princes present has experienced hundreds of battles, especially the Third National War, which involved hundreds of thousands of soldiers and millions of soldiers and horses. At this time, in Huazhou and Jinbing, a battle is not a panic. When they saw hope of a counterattack, they immediately began preparations. But where is Chu Zimu? Su Fengnian gathered the remaining Xiliang soldiers and fought with the Jin infantry and Guizi cavalry following Tiefu Tuesday. He still did not see Chu Tian himself. Chu Tian's subordinates, Xuerengui, Li Guang, Lu Yi and others, had already appeared. But Chu Tian also had two female military generals from the west who never came to support. If Yin Jia entered the battlefield late to replace infantry armor, battle axes, divine arm bows and other equipment, then what was Chu Tian doing? Based on Su Fengnian's understanding of Chu Tian led the cavalry in raids many times and did not look like a coward. In fact, at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, none of the princes who really dared to do big things was a coward. They all dared to personally lead troops and horses to attack the enemy. Liu Bei, Cao Cao, Sun Jian, Sun Ce, Ma Teng, Ma Chao, Gongsun Zan, Yuan Shao, and others all have records of rushing to the front. Su Fengnian didn't think Chu Tian would give up at this time, so he only sent a few subordinates to join the battle. Xuerengui and Wang Yanzhang joined forces to defeat the Jurchen strongman Pucha Shiji. They had a square-shaped painted halberd and 100 Jin iron spear. The two cooperated with each other and fought hard to kill him, and then besieged Wang Bolong with the others. Pucha Shiji's martial arts has reached the pseudo-sage level, and he is extremely powerful. The iron spear in his hand is not as sophisticated as Wang Yanzhang's marksmanship, but his brute force is superior to Wang Yanzhang's, making Wang Yanzhang dare not confront him head-on. Fang Tian's painted halberd roared into the wind in Xuerengui's hands. When Pucha Shiji was about to kill Wang Yanzhang, he provided support, forcing Pucha Shiji to return to defense. He is known for his strength, but his marksmanship may not be exquisite. It can kill him! Xuerengui and Wang Yanzhang briefly discussed a few words and took turns attacking Pucha Shiji, hoping to exhaust his physical strength. The Han army and the Jin soldiers fell into a stalemate. After the Iron Buddha II lost its momentum, they fought in a melee with Yin Jia. They, riding on their war horses, became the targets of the God Arm Bao and the Shisheng battalion. However, Overall, the battlefield was still favorable to the Jin soldiers, because a heavy armored force from Taifu destroyed the main force of the 3 legions of the Han army. Wanyan Zhongwang looked down at the entire battlefield. The Jin soldiers were encroaching on the Han army. This was a tragic battle. The ambush of the Jin soldiers may not be that successful, because they only ambushed the vanguard of the Han army. The cunning princes of the Han army divided all the armies into the front army, the middle army, and the rear army. Even if the front army was ambushed, the middle army, and the rear army, the army can also provide timely support to relieve the encircled former army. After the Iron Buddha destroyed 3 legions of the Han army, the Jin soldiers had the upper hand, coupled with the system's 100% bonus. If nothing unexpected happens, Wanyan Zhongwang will be the winner in this battle, and can go back and explain to the Emperor of Jin. Or, they could reattack Kaifeng and demand that Kaifeng surrender, and cede territory as compensation. At this time, a small team was quietly approaching the hillside where Wanyan Zhongwang, the coach of the Jingui East Route Army, was located. Chu Tian personally held a spear and led the Xuanjia army and the Knights of the Round Table to dismount, intending to give Wanyan Zhongwang a critical attack from the rear. Beside Chu Tian were Joan of Arc and King Arthur, who was responsible for the force of the raid. There are only 400 people in this team, but they are all 9th level soldiers, and their individual combat capabilities are extremely strong. At the same time, there is King Arthur, who has 97 strength, but is equipped with the Holy Sword. The Knights of the Round Table added by her will have stronger individual combat power. The Xuanjia army received Chuqian's bonus. Joan of Arc provides a morale bonus. Before the beheading operation begins, it will boost morale, allowing the morale of this team to reach its peak, and then kill Wanyan Zhongwang in one fell swoop. Killing a Jin State Generalissimo is an honor no less than killing the Jin State Emperor. The Emperor of the Jin Kingdom did not necessarily have the 2 Jin Kingdom marshals Wanyan Zhongwang and Wanyan Zhonghan who could fight. Even Jin Wushu was just a younger brother in front of the 2 Jin Kingdom marshals. Joan of Arc followed Chu Tian closely. Chu Tian has noticed that there is something strange about Joan of Arc. She seems to think that she is Hua Mulan and has entered the role of Hua Mulan. According to psychological theory, her positioning of herself seemed to be confused. Chu Tian had no time to take care of Joan of Arc's emotions. The top priority was to kill Marshal Wanyan Zhongwang of the Jin Kingdom's East Route Army and relieve the Han army. Joan of Arc said, "According to War Eagle's distant observation, the information it provided is that there are thousands of soldiers and horses around the enemy coach. The information provided by War Eagle is very rough, and the number of people may reach 10,000, as expected of the coach of Jin Gue. Even under such circumstances, he still maintains a high degree of vigilance. Maybe this is the reserve team he left behind." Chu Tian secretly marched towards the place where Wanyan Zhongwang was, constantly weighing the success rate of the beheading tactic in his mind. Wanyan Zhongwang was very careful and left 10,000 people to protect him and serve as a reserve force to be used when the war situation was unfavorable. Chu Tian only has 400 dismounted cavalry in his hands, and only one chance to behead them. If they fail, they will be surrounded by enemy soldiers 25 times their size, even if they are 9th level soldiers, facing a group of golden soldiers that look like wolves and tigers. And with Wanyan Zhongwang's bonus, they will most likely be wiped out. This is an adventure, and the bet is the lives of Chu Tian himself, 2 generals, and 400 9th level soldiers. The opportunity to kill Wanyan Zhongwang was right in front of him. To be honest, Chu Tian was unwilling to give up such a rare opportunity. Killing Wanyan Zhongwang was equivalent to wiping out the Jin Kingdom's 30,000 to 50,000 troops at once. This beheading operation is extremely dangerous. If you don't succeed, you may be forced to take risks. Chu Tian summoned Joan of Arc and King Arthur Artoria to inform them of the dangers of this operation. Joan of Arc will always follow the Lord. Joan of Arc was the first to take the oath. Chu Tian shook his head. She seemed to be a completely different person since she was asked to replace Hua Mulan during the last national war. King Arthur also swore, "I swear to you in the name of a knight that my sword will be with you." The heroes of the West are indeed a bit strange. Chu Tian couldn't help but think of Ekaterina, who also had some psychological problems. People of the same kind flock together, and things divide into groups. Chu Tian doesn't understand why he is such a normal person, but there are a group of weirdos gathered around him. After a brief explanation, Chu Tian decided to give it a go and carry out the beheading of Jingui East Route Army coach Wanyan Zhongwang according to the original plan. Wanyan Zhongwang was using flags to direct the Jin soldiers to encircle and annihilate the Han army. As one of the top commanders of the Jin kingdom, Wanyan Zhongwang commanded 100,000 Jin soldiers, which was no problem. Under the command of Wanyan Zhongwang, the Jin soldiers gradually encroached on the Han army. The Han army was in a bitter battle. The key to breaking the situation became Chu Tian, who never showed up on the battlefield. War Eagle! Wanyan Zhongwang has experienced many battles, and is extremely sensitive to danger. He saw a black war eagle circling not far away, and passing by from time to time. He couldn't help but frown, and had a bad feeling in his heart. This kind of war eagle is used by the Han army to detect the enemy's situation. The war eagle has discovered Wanyan Zhongwang's location. They might send a team of soldiers to attack me. Come here and reinforce the defense. Wanyan Zhongwang was not afraid. When he realized that the Han army might behead him, he immediately dispatched reserve troops to protect the safety of his commander. Once the coach is beheaded, it is normal for the entire army to be defeated. When Wanyan Zhongwang was mobilizing the reserve team, a dismounted cavalry force of 400 people launched an assault on Wanyan Zhongwang's reserve team. Wanyan Zhongwang has many scouts and guards deployed around him, so he could only attack by force. The Xuanjia army cavalry fired arrows and killed a group of patrolling golden soldiers. The Knights of the Round Table, equipped with plate armor, led by King Arthur, attacked head-on. A golden general swung his mace and smashed it at the oncoming King Arthur. Even if a stone is hit by a mace, it will break. King Arthur blocked with his holy sword, and then counterattacked. The golden general's head rolled down, and his burly body collapsed. The Knights of the Round Table followed their king and chopped down all the golden soldiers they saw along the way. Don't be greedy for war. Kill the enemy general quickly. Chu Tian stabbed to death a golden soldier who was slashing at him with a sword, and urged the Knights of the Round Table to attack the hillside. Chu Tian's commonly used combat concept is the word quick. In the world of martial arts, there is no speed that cannot be defeated. In ancient wars, this combat concept was called soldiers are more valuable and faster. And in modern times, it is called blitzkrieg. The Jin soldiers at the foot of the mountain had no time to react, and were killed by a commando of 400 men. Chu Tian led 2 generals and 400 elite soldiers straight to Wanyan Zhongwang on the hillside. Wanyan Zhongwang wanted to command a large-scale golden army. In order to obtain sufficient vision, he chose to be at a high place and became the target of Chu Tian's beheading tactics. Kill! Chu Tian's eyes were red. This beheading tactic was quite risky. If it failed, he would be surrounded by 10,000 golden soldiers. Joan of Arc followed Chu Tian and used the holy flag to kill the enemy. The blood splashed on the flag, but it was unable to dye this imperial weapon red. Joan of Arc's martial arts is not low, at least much higher than the current Chu Tian. She temporarily serves as Chu Tian's bodyguard and stabs the golden soldiers who come to kill her. This elite team attacked quickly, and General Jin already organized infantry and crossbowmen to defend on the hillside. Quick! Chu Tian knew that the other party was not mediocre. When Wanyan Zhongwang fully reacted and made proper arrangements, Chu Tian would be annihilated. The golden soldiers' archers and crossbowmen stood high on the mountain road, shooting arrows at Chu Tian's group. The Knights of the Round Table didn't even raise their shields, but relied on the defensive power of their plate armor to forcefully rush forward and chop down the golden crossbowmen. The Xuanjia army cavalry also followed suit, giving up defense and attacking with all their might, catching the Jin soldiers off guard. Report: there is an enemy attacking this place. The attack is fierce. A Jinbing general reported to the coach Wanyan Zhongwang. Arrange the divine arm archers to ambush in the forest on the left and right, and listen to my orders. Wanyan Zhongwang was accompanied by several more powerful guards and set up an ambush, so he was not very panicked. When Chu Tian led people to kill Wanyan Zhongwang, a small group of Song army cavalry quietly approached the hillside where Wanyan Zhongwang was located, and found that the Jin soldiers at the foot of the mountain had become a mess and were heading up the hillside for reinforcements. The Song army cavalry said, "General, someone seems to have killed you. What should we do?" The general of the Song army saw the 10,000 Jin soldiers getting restless. He thought for a moment and finally said, "The Jin soldiers are ferocious. You should share life and death with the country. This is a good opportunity to kill the leader of the Jin kingdom. How can you let it pass?" The 300 Song army cavalry hesitated for a while, and finally said in unison, "I am willing to fight to the death with the general." Chapter 504, Killing Jin Shui. Boom! A golden general and several golden soldiers flew out and hit the rocks, wailing all over the place. Chu Tian held a red tassel gun and the gun swept out like a dragon, killing 2 golden soldiers. Chu Tian's own strength is close to 80, so it is not that difficult to deal with low-level golden soldiers. However, Chu Tian also discovered that low-level golden soldiers were tougher than ordinary low-level soldiers. Their abilities had been systematically strengthened. If they were not careful, they might be surrounded by this group of golden soldiers and die in battle. Joan of Arc followed Chu Tian and had killed more than a dozen golden soldiers one after another. There was a trace of blood on her blonde hair. The plate armor of the 9th level Knights of the Round Table was dripping with blood. They rushed to the front, cut off the spears of the golden soldiers with their knight swords, and killed the golden soldiers. Chu Tian personally led this elite unit to launch a beheading operation against Wanyan Zhongwang, the coach of the East Root army of the Jin dynasty. Intending to take Wanyan Zhongwang's head in one fell swoop, they have broken through to the hillside, and Jinghua coach Wanyan Zhongwang is blocked on the hillside and cannot escape. The flag of the Jin army was erected on the hillside, and Wanyan Zhongwang was still using the flag to direct the Jin army to encircle the Han army. The holy sword fell, and a golden general was killed by King Arthur in less than 10 rounds. The number of golden soldiers who fell along the way was no less than 1,000. Chu Tian's raiding force also paid a price of dozens of people, and the number was reduced. Wanyan Zhongwang's 10,000 soldiers have been systematically strengthened. The lowest combat strength soldiers are equivalent to the 3rd level troops in the main world. When the number increases, they will also have a certain degree of lethality against the 9th level troops. When Chu Tian saw the commander-in-chief of the Jin kingdom, as long as he killed Wanyan Zhongwang and then cut down the commander-in-chief, the morale of the Jin army would drop significantly, and they would collapse without a fight. Subordinates, go and test it! When Chu Tian was about to personally lead his troops to kill Wanyan Zhongwang who invaded the Song dynasty, King Arthur stopped Chu Tian and led the Knights of the Round Table to attack. Wanyan Zhongwang held a spear in his right hand and stood on the spot. In this battle, Wanyan Zhongwang's military force was +5, and his military force entered the level of a pseudo-king level general. Beside Wanyan Zhongwang, there were 1 pseudo-king level and 3 pseudo-king level armed guards. They were either holding horses, maces, long knives, or pumpkins and iron hammers. Wanyan Zhongwang had already learned from the defeated defenders that an elite Han army squad had taken advantage of the melee between the two sides on the main battlefield to come for a sneak attack. All in all, Wanyan Zhongwang put himself in a dangerous situation, which was already a mistake. However, if Chu Tian wants to kill him, it depends on whether Chu Tian has that kind of strength. Wanyan Zhongwang deployed 8,000 soldiers at the foot of the mountain and 2,000 soldiers on the mountain. Soldiers from the foot of the mountain continued to come for reinforcements, and there were 1,000 gold soldiers beside him. Among these thousands of gold soldiers, there were Wanyan Zhongwang, who was very powerful in his own right, as well as several guards who were very powerful in their own right, and a group of golden soldiers and crossbowmen equipped with the Song army's divine arm bows. Wanyan Zhongwang looked at the approaching Han army squad with murderous intent in his eyes. His pupils shrank, because the ones rushing to the front were a group of blonde and blue-eyed knights. For Jin soldiers, it is rare for them to see a unit with this kind of appearance and equipment. Behind the Knights of the Round Table was a group of black armored cavalry. They held their sharp tang knives high and slashed all the way. Their combat power was not weaker than that of the dismounted Iron Buddha. Wanyan Zhongwang's eyes were focused on Chu Tian again. This military commander actually dared to carry out a beheading operation among thousands of troops with a small team of several hundred people. It was really audacious. Kill him! Chu Tian ignored Wanyan Zhongwang's inner activities at this time. He knew that every time he delayed for a period of time, he would be in more danger. There are 8,000 gold soldiers at the foot of the mountain. Unless Chu Tian can carry Wanyan Zhongwang's head down the mountain, he will be surrounded by 8,000 golden soldiers on the mountain and his entire army will be annihilated. Go and guard the mountain road. Chu Tian then assigned 100 black armor cavalry to guard the mountain road to prevent the Jin soldiers at the foot of the mountain from supporting Wanyan Zhongwang. There is a battle between hunter and prey on the hillside. As for who is the hunter and who is the prey, it depends on who is stronger. After detaching 100 dismounted black armor cavalry to stop the Jin soldiers' reinforcements on a narrow mountain road, Chu Tian led the remaining black armor cavalry to use archery to support King Arthur and her Knights of the Round Table. In front of Wanyan Zhongwang, a group of Jurchen heavy infantry formed a shield formation to protect Wanyan Zhongwang. The arrow feathers of the Xuanjia army cavalry hit the shield. Even if they occasionally penetrated the shield, the lethality was greatly reduced. King Arthur, and the Knights of the Round Table have arrived. Ambush! Rise! Wanyan Zongwang was also a ruthless man who used himself as bait to set up an ambush. In the bushes on both sides, a team of golden crossbowmen stood up and used the Song dynasty's divine arm bow to shoot King Arthur and her Knights of the Round Table. Hundreds of crossbow arrows were fired flatly, hitting the Knights of the Round Table on the outside. One of the crossbow arrows penetrated the helmet of a Knight of the Round Table, killing him. Seeing that his men were killed in battle, King Arthur swung his sword to knock away the incoming crossbow arrows, and fought in front of the shield formation. She slashed down with the sword in both hands, and the sharp holy sword cut the shield into 2 pieces. The Jurchen heavy infantry holding the shield was killed immediately. After a Jurchen heavy infantry was killed, Wanyan Zongwang, who was hiding behind the shield formation, had an expressionless face and waved the spear in his hand. For guards came with various weapons to attack King Arthur. Among the 4 Jin Kingdom guards, there is also a pseudo-emperor level general. The Jin Kingdom's crossbowmen were loading crossbows. Chu Tian knew that the crossbowmen were a huge threat, so he led 200 Xuanjiao army cavalry to attack the Jin Kingdom's crossbowmen. After the Xuanjiao army cavalry dismounted, they turned into temporary heavy infantry. Although their combat effectiveness was weakened, they were still very ferocious compared to ordinary heavy infantry. The crossbowmen of the Jin Kingdom had no choice but to be slaughtered in front of the Xuanjiao army cavalry. Chu Tian alone can kill 3 golden soldiers and crossbowmen. In this battle of Jingkong, each prince carried a small number of troops and horses. After several battles with the Jin soldiers, each suffered losses, and the number of troops was even smaller. Even Chu Tian had to personally go into battle to kill the Jin soldiers. Suddenly, hundreds of arrows were shot in the direction of Chu Tian, and one of them contained a lot of power. Chu Tian pulled out his sword, slashed forward, and deflected the rain of arrows. Joan of Arc stood in front of Chu Tian. Her holy flag swept past, easily sweeping away dozens of arrows. The battle flag can still be used like this. Chu Tian couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw that Joan of Arc's battle flag easily defused the opponent's arrow rain attack. A group of Shiran archers with wolf skins wrapped around their waists emerged from the woods. They shot arrows at the Xuanjiao army cavalry. Their power was second only to the divine arm bow, but they had a higher rate of fire, posing a threat to Chu Tian's Xuanjiao army cavalry. Not small. Moreover, this group of Shi People's archers is also commanded by a golden general, who provides bonuses to the Shi People's archers. It must be killed. When King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table were locked in a bitter battle with Wanyan Zongwang, Chu Tian realized the threat of this group of archers and wanted to get rid of them quickly. So Chu Tian led 200 Xuanjiao army cavalry and fought fiercely with the Jin generals and Shiran archers in the woods. After Chu Tian's troops reached hundreds of thousands, they rarely fell into such small-scale battles. The 2 sides fought to the death. Either the other side's general was killed by Chu Tian, or Chu Tian was shot by the other side's general. There was no second choice. General Jin seemed to have noticed that Chu Tian was the leader of this Han army, so he shot an arrow at Chu Tian. The holy flag blocked the incoming arrows, and Joan of Arc always protected Chu Tian and did not let Chu Tian get hurt. The Xuanjiao army cavalry fought hand-to-hand with the Shiran tribe's archers. The Tang sword collided with the opponent's scimitar, and the blades rubbed with cold light. After all, the Xuanjiao army cavalry's equipment and force were superior, and they killed Shiran's bows and arrows one after another. With 200 people, he defeated the opponent's 500 crossbowmen. Wanyan Zongwang found that he was a little overconfident. He did not expect that the hundreds of Han troops who attacked him were all 9th level troops. This armored force was regarded as a trump card by Chu Tian in the Battle of Kaifeng City, and was not easily put into use. At this time, it was used to carry out beheading operations, catching Wanyan Zongwang by surprise. Wan Yancheng, commander of the Shi 6th Root Army of the Jin Kingdom, turned pale when he discovered that Chu Tian, Joan of Arc, and 200 Xuanjiao army cavalry easily slaughtered the Shi people archers he commanded. Wan Yancheng knew that he was no match for Chu Tian and Joan of Arc, so he wanted to escape. Joan of Arc threw the holy flag in her hand hard. The holy flag made a sound of breaking through the air, penetrated Wan Yancheng's chest, and killed Wan Yancheng, the Shiliu Root Army commander of the Jin Kingdom. Ding! Your generals killed General Wan Yancheng, the commander-in-chief of the Shi 6th Root Army of the Kingdom of Jin, and earned 10,000 points. Killed another general from the Jin Kingdom. In the battle with the Jin soldiers, Chu Tian had killed no less than 7 or 8 Jin generals. many of whom were unknown. Chu Tian didn't know this Wang Yancheng either, but he could command the Shi people's tribal troops in the Jin Kingdom, so his status in the Jin Kingdom should not be low. Joan of Arc pulled out the holy flag, and the fleur-de-lis pattern on the flag fluttered. When Chu Tian turned around, King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table were in a bitter fight. Wanyan Zhongwang is one of the 2 current coaches of the Jin Kingdom. He has a guard composed of many brave men with good martial arts, and several Jin generals following him, obeying his orders at any time, just like Chu Tian, who usually brings Dian Wei with him, and occasionally the 4 tigers of the Northern Army. Wanyan Zhongwang also has a group of such guards. 1 pseudo-king level and 3 pseudo-king level guards besieged King Arthur, and Wanyan Zhongwang personally held a gun and led the guards to kill the Knights of the Round Table. The Knight's sword of the Knights of the Round Table blocked Wanyan Zhongwang's spear. Wanyan Zhongwang's guards swarmed up, brandished their maces, and smashed the Knights of the Round Table's heads. The Knight of the Round Table was in shock and was penetrated by Wanyan Zhongwang's gun. The blade of the gun penetrated the plate armor, and a shocking bloody hole appeared in the originally strong plate armor. King Arthur wanted to save the Knights of the Round Table, but she was surrounded by 4 guards and had no time to take care of herself. In addition to being a weapon for attacking, the sword in the lake is also a weapon that increases blocking and physical recovery. King Arthur faced the attacks of 4 guards alone without falling behind. "Are you sure you can kill him?" Chu Tian asked Joan of Arc. Although King Arthur blocked the attack of the 4 guards, she was unable to escape for a while, and could only place her hope on Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc's real strength should be over 90. After all, she is the representative hero of France, and her attributes are not much different. Joan of Arc seemed to want to prove that she was worthy of existence, and immediately killed Wanyan Zhongwang. "Go and help Jean." Chu Tian divided the 200 black armor cavalry into 2 teams. One team went to help Joan of Arc, and the other team followed Chu Tian to clean up the golden soldiers. In a general level battle, it would be better if Chu Tian did not stir up trouble, but instead cleaned up the surrounding golden soldiers. Wanyan Zhongwang's spear is like a cherry whirling, killing another Knight of the Round Table. The tenacity of the Knights of the Round Table exceeded Wanyan Zhongwang's imagination. Even a pseudo-king level military commander would have to expend a lot of effort when killing the Knights of the Round Table. A black shadow came through the sky, and a golden soldier guard blocked Wanyan Zhongwang's fatal blow. The holy flag killed the guard. Wanyan Zhongwang felt the crisis. A female general holding the holy flag had wild eyes, as if she wanted to kill Wanyan Zhongwang as soon as possible and then go back to claim credit. This feeling made Wanyan Zhongwang very uneasy. Joan of Arc once again activated her ability to boost morale. Whether it was the Knights of the Round Table or the Black Armor Cavalry, they fell into a frenzy, waving their weapons faster and slashing like crazy. The pressure on the Jin Kingdom guards and a group of Jin soldiers increased suddenly, and Joan of Arc herself, in order to claim credit from Chu Tian, devoted all her strength to attack Wanyan Zhongwang. The holy flag turned into a deadly weapon in her hands, carrying strong wind and attacking Wanyan Zhongwang. Wanyan Zhongwang is not a fierce general, but more of a commander-in-chief. His characteristics are related to commander-in-chief. With the system enhancement, his strength has only exceeded 90. In the face of the real strength of Joan of Arc, he keeps moving backward. Joan of Arc's offensive became more fierce, and the holy flag had already pierced Wanyan Zhongwang's shoulder armor, leaving a bloody mark on Wanyan Zhongwang's body. Wanyan Zhongwang found that he had completely underestimated the strength of the Han army. This Han army that carried out the beheading operation had 2 generals with high strength, both of whom were 9th level soldiers. Wanyan Zhongwang's pseudo-holy generals and Taifutu were assigned to Jin Wushu to attack the main force of the Han army, so he lacked enough strength around him. King Arthur held back 4 powerful guards by himself, different from the enhanced golden generals. The generals and soldiers under Chu Tian's command have real combat power and more powerful characteristics. Joan of Arc pressed forward step by step, waving the holy flag and knocking away Wanyan Zhongwang's spear. Wanyan Zhongwang was forced into a desperate situation. The ordinary soldiers in his guard were killed by the Xuanjia cavalry led by Chu Tian. No one could save him. Although Chu Tian's personal force is not very good, he can bring huge bonuses to the Black Armor Cavalry. At the same time, he also has an army-wide aura bonus to the Knights of the Round Table, allowing the Knights of the Round Table's individual combat power to rise again. It can be said that with Chu Tian here, the combat effectiveness of this elite team that implements beheading tactics has reached a higher level. This is why Chu Tian insisted on leading the team himself. It is difficult for other generals to give such a huge bonus to a team of several hundred people. Die! Joan of Arc fell into a frenzy. The holy flag roared. And regardless of guarding Yin Zhongwang's attack, she stabbed Wan Yin Zhongwang with all her strength. You're crazy! Wan Yin Zhongwang's pupils dilated, and he discovered that Joan of Arc not only inspired the allies, but even himself lost his mind. The holy flag penetrates Wan Yin Zhongwang's chest. Chapter 505 Yufei. Ding! Your general killed Wan Yin Zhongwang, the commander-in-chief of the Jin Kingdom's East Route Army, and earned 30,000 points. Chu Tian, who was clearing out the Jin soldiers, suddenly received a reminder from the system, and his mind went blank. Wan Yin Zhongwang, the coach of Jin Guodong Route Army, actually died. When the Jin soldiers went south twice, they were basically led by two Jin generals, Wan Yin Zhongwang and Wan Yin Zhonghan. And now, one of the coaches, Wan Yin Zhongwang, the second son of Wan Yin Aguda, the founding emperor of the Jin Kingdom, climbed many mountains and encountered a tiger, and was killed in the Song dynasty. The morale of the surrounding golden soldiers dropped because their leader was killed. Lord, we have killed Wan Yin Zhongwang. The person who killed Wan Yin Zhongwang for Chu Tian was Joan of Arc, who had served Chu Tian for 3 years. Joan of Arc's shoulder was stabbed by a spear, and her shoulder armor was stained red with blood. She almost hugged the wound and came to report to Chu Tian. Miracle Doctor! Chu Tian subconsciously came to see the miracle Doctor Hua Tuo. But the next moment, he thought that the miracle Doctor Hua Tuo was staying behind with Song Huizong and Iron Eagle Scout, waiting for news from the front, and did not follow him to carry out the beheading operation. Chu Tian had no choice but to help him take off his armor. Joan of Arc was only wearing the inner lining. Chu Tian took out the golden sword medicine, directly tore open the clothes on his shoulders, and then stopped the bleeding. The bright red blood was in sharp contrast to the hillside covered with thin snow. Fortunately, and Lord, after the general is injured, he recovers quickly, and the blood condenses quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Tian took off his cloak and covered Joan of Arc's wounds. There is no need to fight so hard. Your life is more important than Wan Yin Zhongwang. Joan of Arc couldn't help but be deeply moved. But Chu Tian really thought so. One can imagine which one is more important than a dead Wan Yin Zhongwang compared to a living Joan of Arc. Now that he has successfully killed Wan Yin Zhongwang, the coach of Jin Kingdom, Chu Tian is not willing to stay here for a moment longer, but wants to escape as soon as possible. The Jin soldiers at the foot of the mountain were still giving reinforcements continuously. The 100 Xuanjia army cavalry sent by Chu Tian to guard the mountain road suffered most of their casualties under the continuous attack of the Jin soldiers, and they were no longer able to hold the mountain road. After Chu Tian ordered the retreat, King Arthur took advantage of the wavering morale of the Jin soldiers to kill a pseudo-king-level Jin general, and then fought and retreated with the Knights of the Round Table. Chu Tian protected the injured Joan of Arc and used the black armor cavalry to clear the way. King Arthur and her Knights of the Round Table, who were originally the vanguard, cut off the rear. Before leaving, Chu Tian also cut off the flag of the Jin Kingdom with a sword, and ordered people to carry Wan Yin Zhongwang's head to threaten the Jin soldiers who came to kill him. When the Jin soldiers saw the head of their coach Wan Yin Zhongwang, they were all frightened and their morale dropped drastically. The Xuanjia army cavalry took the opportunity to charge and kill, slashing with Tang Dao, and they were as powerful as a bamboo. Kill them and avenge the second prince! Among the golden generals, some finally reacted, and soon they turned from fear to anger. The success of the Han army's beheading tactic means that this time the large-scale battle between the Jin soldiers and the Han army will be won by the Han army. In order to retaliate against Chu Tian, the golden soldiers on the mountain and the golden soldiers at the foot of the mountain surrounded Chu Tian's team. Even if they cannot undo the outcome of the battle, they will still kill Chu Tian and his party to vent their anger. Chu Tian underestimated the Jin Bing's anger and the Jurchen's fears and restrained system. Each Jurchen general has his own troops and horses, and each of them has jurisdiction over 300 households. 7 to 10 households are considered a fierce security. These headquarters soldiers and horses directly obey the orders of Mengan or Mook. After Wan Yin Zhongwang was killed in battle, the remaining Jurchen generals led their own troops to attack Chu Tian and his party, hoping to avenge Wan Yin Zhongwang. One by one, the black armor cavalry and the Knights of the Round Table were killed under the siege of the golden soldiers all over the mountains and plains. Chu Tian's armor was hit by 2 arrows, but it was not fatal. Although Joan of Arc was injured, she still participated in the battle and fought bloody. For the 3rd time, she used her morale-boosting ability to forcibly boost the morale of the Black Armor Cavalry and the Knights of the Round Table. The eyes of the Black Armor Cavalry and the Knights of the Round Table were red, like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, cutting through thorns and thorns, killing hundreds of golden soldiers. On both sides of the mountain road, golden soldiers were littered with corpses. Chu Tian and his group were furious with the killing, and the Jin soldiers were also furious with the killing. The two soldiers fought to the death. Wanyan Zonwang left 10,000 soldiers and horses to protect himself. So far in the battle, 3,000 gold soldiers have been killed or injured. Wanyan Zonwang and Wanyan Chang were killed in battle. Chu Tian led the 9th level dismounted cavalry to attack, totaling 400 people. So far, only more than 100 people have survived. The casualties on both sides were extremely heavy, and the soldiers and horses of each side fought with all their strength. When Chu Tian reached the bottom of the mountain, only a few dozen people were still alive. They were panting. Joan of Arc held the battle flag and leaned against Chu Tian. She was seriously injured and the wound cracked again. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect this beheading operation to be so dangerous. You will have no chance to return to France in the future." Chu Tian saw red-eyed golden soldiers from all directions and knew how dangerous the beheading operation was. If the beheading tactic was so easy to succeed, then every time there was a war, you would only need to send out fierce generals to take the heads of enemy generals. However, the beheading tactic was quite dangerous. With so few people sent, it was difficult for them to defeat the four with 2 fists, and they died under siege. If there are many people sent, it will be easy to alert the enemy. France. Joan of Arc felt like she was in another world, and she seemed to have forgotten that place. She only lived in France for a few months, and lived in the Eastern Han dynasty for 3 years. She had no one to turn to when she returned to France. Maybe it would be good to die in battle like this. With the Lord, Joan of Arc holds the holy flag and can still fight. The golden soldiers attacked again. Chu Tian, Joan of Arc, King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, and the Black Armor Cavalry were engaged in a trap beast fight. They fought desperately and killed hundreds of golden soldiers again. The number of golden soldiers who died under their swords was close to 4,000. With a force of 400 men, he destroyed the golden soldiers 10 times his own size. Although this record was extremely impressive, Chu Tian and the others were trapped by the Jin soldiers, and the danger was not lifted. If he is defeated and dies, this beheading operation will fail in vain. Suddenly, a group of Song army cavalry ambushing nearby rushed out, led by a general, and their spears were like thunderbolts, cutting a bloody path among the golden soldiers all over the mountains and plains. The golden soldiers along the way are not his enemies in one round. Behind this Song general, 300 Song cavalrymen marched forward bravely, stabbing the Jin soldiers, blocking them to death with their carbines. Chu Tian's eyes lit up as he was surrounded by several golden soldiers. This Song army cavalry is completely different from the Song army Chu Tian has seen in terms of combat strength and morale. It turns out that among the Song army, there are also brave men who are good at fighting. The Song army in Kaifeng City was almost all a bunch of losers. Even the personal soldiers of Yao Yozhong and Zhang Shai were only relatively good and did not make Chu Tian feel like an elite division. This Song army cavalry was not large in number, but they were brave. They even killed Jin soldiers not long ago, dared to attack 6,000 gold soldiers with 300 cavalry, which shows his courage. The person commanding this small group of cavalry is not comparable to Zhao Go or his ilk, but a rising young general of the Song army. Reinforcements have arrived. Wanyan Zonwang is dead. Wipe out all the enemy forces. Chu Tian took the opportunity to boost morale, regarded the Song army's cavalry as reinforcements, and trumpeted the death of the Jin soldiers' coach. The remaining Jin soldiers were finally shaken, and the Jin soldiers began to collapse. Chu Tian and the dozens of surviving soldiers went out with all their strength to hunt down the golden soldiers. The army was defeated like a mountain. At this point, the morale of the 6,000-strong Jin soldiers has hit rock bottom. Even if there are still a few generals who want to avenge their commander, they are unable to control their respective tribes. Lord. Joan of Arc was seriously injured and fell into a coma, and was hugged by Chu Tian. Chu Tian checked her breathing, and luckily Joan of Arc was still alive. King Arthur stood on his sword, gasping for air, forming a white mist. She was also injured in this battle, but the injury was far less serious than that of Joan of Arc. Behind him are the scattered Knights of the Round Table. 150 Knights of the Round Table followed King Arthur in the war. This time, in less than a year, Only 34 knights of the Round Table were still alive. The Jin soldiers were still defeated. But Chu Tian had ordered to stop the pursuit. It's not that Chu Tian doesn't want to expand the victory, but it's just that he can't catch up anymore. His generals and soldiers were completely exhausted. The durability of the Tang swords of the Xuanjia army cavalry was exhausted, and they cut directly to the curled blades. On the main battlefield, the Han army was fighting fiercely with the Jin soldiers, and the defensive range gradually shrank due to the aggressiveness of the Jin soldiers. All the Han princes participating in the war realized that the Jin soldiers were commanded by a powerful commander and were besieging the Han army in an orderly manner, hoping to annihilate the main force of the Han army here. However, the Han army did not have enough troops if they wanted to revitalize the main battlefield. The key to breaking the situation was not within the game, but outside it. The Han princes located within the situation were unable to break the situation. The accident happened after Wanyan Zhongwang was killed, and the balance of the war began to shift from the Jin army to the Han army. The bonus of the golden soldiers comes from the system and the generals of the kingdom of Jin. Among the East Route army, the Jin general with the highest bonus to gold soldiers is the coach Wanyan Zhongwang. At the same time, only Wanyan Zhongwang at his peak can provide bonuses for 100,000 gold soldiers and command 100,000 gold soldiers to attack. When generals such as Wanyan Zhongwang and Deputy General Wan Yanchang were defeated by Chu Tian's beheading tactics, the Jin soldiers lost Wanyan Zhongwang's bonus and their combat power declined. Various Jin army generals, who were on the main battlefield, temporarily took over from Wanyan Zhongwang to command the troops and horses. Their combat strength was uneven, and they could not see the commander's flag. People were panicked and their morale dropped sharply. The substantial drop in morale is very fatal, and offsets 100% of the attributes added by the system to the golden soldiers. Why did the golden soldiers become weak? The Namman Lord Miuk led a team of vine-armored soldiers to push back the golden soldiers. She personally killed a golden soldier with her sword and found that the golden soldiers' combat power had seriously declined. When the 3,000 Iron Buddhas charged, the morale and attributes of the golden soldiers on the East Road were at their peak, and their momentum was like a rainbow, with the potential to sweep all the Han armies. But now, the morale and attributes of the golden soldiers had declined. Although there is still a 100% bonus from the system, the actual combat power has been reduced by half, and the offensive and defensive positions have changed. Jin Wushu wielded his golden bird axe and killed a Western region cavalryman. He found that the morale of Iron Buddha was declining rapidly. He specifically provides bonuses for the Iron Buddha, so the attributes of his Iron Buddha will not be reduced due to the death of Wanyan Zhongwang. However, the death of the coach will have an impact on the morale of the entire army. In other words, Taifutu's morale was low, and its actual combat effectiveness was affected. Not only the morale of the golden soldiers, but most of the golden generals seem to have been poured cold water on them, and their fighting spirit receded. Jin Wushu subconsciously looked at the position of the coach Wanyan Zhongwang and found that the commander's flag had disappeared. There was no one to command the 100,000 gold soldiers, and the group was leaderless. The death of the commander in battle is a taboo among military strategists. Second brother. Jin Wushu's scalp was numb, but he did not expect that Wanyan Zhongwang was killed when he was about to win, causing the Jin soldiers to face a major defeat. All troops, listen to my order and retreat 30 miles. As the fourth son of the founding emperor Wanyanaguda, Jin Wushu had great prestige among the golden soldiers. He sent out cavalry to try to take over 100,000 golden soldiers, regardless of whether the various golden generals are willing to obey his orders or not. If the commander dies in battle, this battle cannot be fought because the morale of the military has been shaken. For Jin Wushu, the top priority was to withdraw his troops, reduce losses, revitalize the army, and wait for opportunities to counterattack. Jin Wushu turned the tide when hundreds of thousands of Jin soldiers were in danger. Because the Jin kingdom was on the rise, the various Jin generals had no intention of betraying, so they followed Jin Wushu's orders and retreated. The morale of the Jin soldiers is declining. Counterattack across the board. Each of the princes of the Han army had experienced hundreds of battles. After discovering that the morale of the Jin soldiers dropped sharply, they naturally would not miss the opportunity to beat the drowned dog and led their respective troops to pursue them. Taifutu severely damaged 3 legions of the Han army. The 3 princes Sufingyan, Huan, and Myuk hated Taifutu the most, and followed behind Taifutu to kill him. The Shiliang soldiers pulled out their javelins from the ground and threw them after the Iron Buddha. The Western region's cavalry galloped, swinging hammers with both hands, and smashed into the Iron Buddha. The rattan armored soldiers, armed with rattan shields and spears, poked at the Iron Buddha. Jin Wushu's losses in this battle were also extremely heavy. Only 1,000 of his more than 3,000 iron pagodas survived. Wang Bolong! Pucha Shiji! Retreat! Jin Wushu took over the 100,000 gold soldiers instead of his brother, and ordered the generals to retreat. Tiafu too was hit hard. And Kaizima probably suffered a lot of losses after a big battle. Jin Wushu had fewer and fewer trump cards. And he had to protect a group of golden generals, including 2 pseudo-holy level generals. The Jin Kingdom's East Route Army was severely damaged. But the West Route Army was not necessarily. I haven't failed yet. Jin Wushu's eyes were filled with anger. He served as a deputy general under Wanyan Zongwang, and had a deep relationship with Wanyan Zongwang. Wanyan Zongwang was his teacher and role model in leading troops in war. However, Wanyan Zongwang was killed in Huazhou in the Song dynasty. Let's fight another day. The pseudo-holy general Wang Bolong repelled the attacks of several Han generals with one strike and walked away. Generals such as Sun Jian, Li Dinghua, Lu Laoji, and Wu Tuge personally fought against Wang Bolong and knew how terrifying the pseudo-holy generals were. If Wu Tugu's force is +5, he can also become a pseudo-holy level warrior. Xueragui and Wang Taijian joined forces to attack the fierce Jurchen general Pucha Shiji. Pucha Shiji's physical strength had been exhausted, and when he was about to kill Pucha Shiji, a sword light struck from the ground. Xueragui entered the state and subconsciously waved Fang Tian's painted halberd to block, blocking Wang Bolong's sword. When the sword fell, Xuerangui's horse whined and fell to the ground, unable to withstand the force. Pucha Shiji took the opportunity to leave with Wang Bolong. This is the power of a saint. Xuerangui couldn't help but be envious. If his force could be increased by 5 points, he estimated that he could sweep thousands of armies by himself. The generals of the Song army killed the scattered Jin soldiers and ensured that this group of Jin soldiers would not quickly reorganize their offensive before returning to join Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked at the Song army general and found that there was some admiration in the Song army general's eyes. The general of the Song army had excellent riding skills. He turned over and dismounted at will, and the iron plates on his body collided and made a sound. With hundreds of people, you dare to kill the coach of the kingdom of Jin. This courage is admirable. He is truly a man. Who are you? I am under the leadership of left-wing Dr. Lu Hao, and will be promoted to Yupeng. Chapter 506 Yufei's Idol. Yufei. This is the wild Yufei. Chu Tian was a little excited. He didn't expect to see Yufei here, who was just a subordinate of Lu Hao, the military wing doctor. Chu Tian still vaguely remembers. The river is red. 30 years of fame and dust. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Driving a long car. Crossing the gap in Helan Mountain. The ambition is to eat the meat of Huns when they are hungry, and to drink the blood of Huns when they are thirsty. Be from scratch. Clean up the old mountains and rivers. Overturn K. How heroic this is. It's a pity that many heroes always end up miserable. At this time, Yufei was only 24 years old, even younger than Chu Tian. He was considered a low-level officer in the Song army. He led 300 cavalry south to investigate the enemy's situation south of the Yellow River. However, what Chu Tian couldn't bear to tell Yufei was that if the Han princes had not joined forces to regain Kaifeng and expel the Jin soldiers, then Yufei's investigation would have been useless. Yufei's role in the Battle of Jingkong was just a mid to low-level officer of Lu Haojuan. The information he obtained through investigation would not have the slightest impact on the decision-making of Zhao Go, the general of the world's soldiers and horses behind him. Zhao Go had neither the ability nor the desire to save Kaifeng. Of course, as far as the Battle of Jingkong is concerned, the result is good. Kaifeng was recaptured, and Marshal Wanyan Zongwang of the Jin Kingdom's East Route Army and Marshal Wanyanchang of the Shiliu Route Army were killed. Ding! Yufei's favorability towards you has been increased by 30, and the current favorability is 80. The favorability will determine your probability of recruiting the general after the epic battle. The higher the favorability with the general, the easier it will be to recruit with the random recruitment order. Come to the general. Chu Tian originally planned to build up a relationship with Yufei to see if he could abduct Yufei, but he suddenly received a reminder from the system. I see. Chu Tian suddenly understood why he recruited Wei Qing after the Battle of Maobei. In the Battle of Maobei, Chu Tian gained Wei Qing's favor, but had never met Hu Tubing. So the probability of recruiting Wei Qing was greater than the probability of recruiting Hu Tubing. Of course, the higher the probability, it does not mean it will definitely happen, since there is a favorability setting. It is unrealistic to take Yu Fei directly from the dungeon, because Yu Fei is one of the main rewards of the dungeon. I don't know what to call this, General. Young Yu Fei had great respect for Chu Tian. In the eyes of Yu Fei, who only had 300 cavalry, now less than 200 cavalry, Chu Tian, who had thousands of soldiers and horses, had a much higher status than him. Moreover, Chu Tian also had the military exploits of recapturing Kaifeng, killing the Jin Kingdom's coach Wan Yin Zhongwang, and killing the Jin Kingdom's 6th Route Army commander Wan Yancheng, which fascinated Yu Fei even more. It can be said that although Yu Fei unintentionally rescued Chu Tian's behavior directly touched Yu Fei's heart. Chu Tian did something that Yu Fei was not capable of doing. Lack of ability does not mean that one's own conditions are insufficient. It may also be that external conditions are insufficient. Now Yu Fei can command no more than 300 cavalry. After the battle with the Jin soldiers, there were less than 200 cavalry left. The Iron Pagoda crushed them past, and the 300 Song Army light cavalry were not enough for the 3,000 Iron Pagoda to fill their teeth. Therefore, personal ability is important. But without external conditions, nothing can be done. Chu Tian was thinking a little too far. In the short term, it felt unexpectedly good to become the idol of young Yu Fei. In order to increase Yu Fei's favorability, and then increase the probability of getting Yu Fei after the dungeon ends, Chu Tian said, "Although the Golden Army is defeated, the centipede insect is still alive. We should take advantage of the victory to pursue it. Go straight to Huanglong Mansion, and have a drink with you." Sure enough, Chu Tian's words hit the heart of young Yu Fei. What a direct journey to Huanglong Mansion. Ding! Yu Fei's favorability towards you has increased by 1. And the current favorability is 81. Is this okay? Chu Tian thought to himself. It seems that he will say more sexy things in the future. Go straight to Huanglong Mansion, and have a drink with all the gentlemen. This sentence was said by the middle-aged Yu Fei after he defeated Jin Wushu in Juxian town. Therefore, when Chu Tian said it in advance, the young Yu Fei naturally recognized this value very much. After the Jin soldiers were defeated, they would probably join up with the West Route Army at Legudu according to their original plan, and cross the Yellow River to escape north before the Ice Age of the Yellow River passed. Therefore, the Jin soldiers could be driven to Legudu. Annihilate them. Chu Tian was still dissatisfied with the points gained and planned to drive the remnants of the East Route Army and the West Route Army to Legudu, where he and another Han army would encircle and annihilate the main force of the Jin army. No wonder there are about 10,000 golden soldiers stationed at Legudu. Yu Fei already fully understood why the Jin soldiers deployed heavy troops at Legudu. It turned out that they were being chased by the Han army. The Jin soldiers did not dare to guarantee that they could defeat the Han army with 100% certainty, so they prepared a retreat for themselves in advance. And now, the escape route comes in handy. If Wan Yin Zhongwang had a spirit in heaven, his heart would definitely be complicated and unspeakable. There would be no way out. But he had already died in battle. Yu Fei, you have few troops and no talents to use. Why don't you follow me and go to Legudu with me to stop the Jin soldiers? I'll lend you a few thousand steps to ride on, so that you can use your talents. Serve the country with loyalty. In order to increase Yu Fei's favorability, Chu Tian tried to recruit Yu Fei into his army. In this way, other Han princes will not be able to contact Yu Fei, and their probability of recruiting Yu Fei after the Battle of Jinkong will be greatly reduced. Yu Fei hesitated. I am Lu Hao's general. Without the order of the imperial court, I should not change my ways. It doesn't matter, because your majesty is in the army. I request your majesty's oral instructions to temporarily transfer you to my command. We will wait until the Jin soldiers are defeated. How can we refuse when the national crisis is at hand? Chu Tian was secretly glad that he had brought Song Huizong here, a Song version of holding the emperor hostage to order the princes. Who dares to disobey orders given to the Song troops along the way in the name of Song Huizong and Song Qinzong? Even Zhao Go, the general of the world's soldiers and horses, who is currently hesitant about his name, must be obedient in front of his father and brother. Yu Fei looked a little surprised. His Majesty actually led the army to personally drive out the Jin soldiers? Exactly. Chu Tian did not explain that Song Huizong and Song Qinzong were forced to conquer personally. Otherwise, Chu Tian was afraid that Yu Fei would fall out with him. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world, let alone a loyal person like you. Don't hesitate. Otherwise the Jin soldiers will flee north and cause endless disasters. Yu Fei obeys your order. Yu Fei saw that Chu Tian could directly meet the emperor and ask the emperor to issue oral instructions. He believed that Chu Tian's position was far above his own, so he treated him as a subordinate. After turning Yu Fei over, Chu Tian carried the unconscious Joan of Arc and went to join the Iron Eagle scouts, who stayed behind, as well as the miracle Dr. Hua Tuo and Song Huizong. Joan of Arc was unconscious. Her eyelashes were trembling, and her breathing was still steady. On the main battlefield, the generals Lu Yi, Xuerengui, and Li Guang sent by Chu Tian were assisting other Han princes in clearing the battlefield, and they were also searching for loot among the trophies left by the Jin soldiers. The most valuable ones were the war horses and the horse armor from Iron Buddha II. And then there were the gold, silver, and weapons that fell from the Jin soldiers. The Battle of Jinkong was similar to the Battle of Mabe. The Jin soldiers would not surrender, so there was no talk of taking prisoners. In addition to gaining a lot of points by killing Wanyan Zonwang and Wanyan Chang, Li also gained a lot of points for Chu Tian by blocking the Jin soldiers' Iron Buddha on the main battlefield. Li Yi's Yanjia soldiers were equipped with infantry armor, battle axes, and super long spears, which caused a lot of casualties to Taifutu. But at the same time, Taifutu actually severely damaged Yanjia. After the storming of Yeqing and the Battle of Huazhou, Li Yi's Yanjia was destroyed in name only, which shows how terrifying Taifutu is. The only loss that was relatively small was the Shisheng battalion standing in the rear. Xuerengui, Li Guang and other generals fought hard against the pseudo-holy generals, but were exhausted. After chasing the Jin soldiers for 10 miles, they were worried that the Jin soldiers would set up an ambush again, so they did not continue the pursuit, but consolidated the victory. All the Han princes suffered extremely heavy losses in this battle. While killing and injuring the golden soldiers, they also paid a heavy price. The Iron Buddha has not yet reached the 9th level. If they are already at the 9th level, then after strengthening, they will reach the 10th level. All the Han princes were frightened for a while. They can only hope that the next epic battle or national war will not encounter NPC troops that have been strengthened to the 10th level. After all, the Iron Pagoda that had been strengthened to the 9th level had already made a group of Han princes want to die by virtue of its numerical advantage. At present, only a handful of Han princes have 9th level troops, and some 9th level troops may not be useful. Kiki, thanks to you this time. Otherwise I might have been killed by Iron Buddha. Huan did not bring Huizubing, Chen Tang, Wang Xuanzi and other generals, so he suffered a big loss in front of Taifu Tuesday. Fortunately, Myuk, the lord of the southern barbarians, came to support him. You'd better restrain your arrogance. Also, when will you marry me? When Myuk faced Huan, his fiery personality was fully exposed. Huan was immediately frightened. Wait until I drive the Mongolian cavalry out of my sphere of influence. Okay, it seems you don't intend to take responsibility? Wu Tu-gu, kill him for me. The fierce Nanman General Wu Tu-gu dragged his axe to chase Huan. In the eyes of other lords, the two lords were just flirting. Su Fengyan, the lord of Longxi, suffered a greater loss and his face was solemn. Before Liangzhou was completely unified, it was suppressed by the Guanzhong army of Zhejiang Laoqin. In this battle of Jinkong, the 10,000 Xiliang soldiers he brought were attacked by Taifutu, and most of them were killed or injured. The young Ma Chao suffered 5 wounds in this battle, and was almost killed. When Wang Yanzhang learned that the apprentice he had taken in his hometown was injured, he couldn't help being furious. He hated Jin Bing, and threatened to destroy Jin Bing. Tong Kai and Sun Jian's Beifu army and Jiangdong army suffered heavy losses, and Sun Tzu was also injured in the battle. To be precise, most of the people were injured in this tragic battle, but the extent of the injuries varied from mild to severe. Never engage in battles with 9th Order cavalry on plain terrain in the future. Tong Kai remembered this truth. The cavalry is very scary in the plain terrain, unless there are enough heavy infantry to compete with the heavy cavalry, or a horse trap is set up in advance. Attacking the heavy cavalry head-on is simply asking for death. Huma remained silent, with only one general, Zhao Shi, by his side. Along with Chu Tian was Zhang Dao, a prince of Hanzhong. His peasant army of King Chuang suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Jin soldiers. As for Wang Defa, the lord from Jiazhou, he was also silent. Chu Tian, who had never appeared on the battlefield, arrived with Yu Fei. All the princes present stood up and said, I have killed Wanyan Zonwang, the coach of the Jin kingdom. The Jin soldiers have not been completely annihilated. Let's continue the pursuit. These princes were all relieved. No wonder the Jin soldiers and Han troops suddenly became disorganized, and their morale dropped in the middle of the battle. It turned out that Wanyan Zhongwang, one of the two major commanders of the Jin kingdom, was killed. We have lost a lot of soldiers and horses. When we get to Huazhou, we will have a decisive battle with the Jin soldiers. I don't know if we can win. Su Fengnian lost confidence in the decisive battle with Jin Bing. If the fight continues, all the troops he brought will be wiped out. Zongza's troops are about to arrive. His Song army is a new force and has a certain fighting capacity. The Jin soldiers have lost a leader, and they have no intention of a decisive battle. We will win. Chu Tian encouraged the Han army to pursue him. The Jin soldiers severely injured us. We must avenge this. Huan firmly stands in the same camp as Chu Tian. In the end, all the Han princes decided to continue their march and join forces with another Han army at Legudu, forcing the Jin army to fight to a decisive battle. The Jin army lost a coach, and the morale of the East Route army had no time to recover. This was indeed a good opportunity. To the northeast of Legudu, Zongza led the Song army to quickly go south and merged with another Han army. Zongza originally had few troops, but when the nearby Song army heard that Kaifeng had been recaptured and the Jin soldiers fled north, they all responded to Zongza's call and joined forces with Zongza. Zongza's Song army numbered 50,000. If we can stop the Jin soldiers at Legudu, there is no need to chase them north of the Yellow River. Speed up the march. The two princes, Lao Qin and Ming Guan, received reinforcements from Zongzai, restored their morale, and quickly marched to Legudu to join Chu Tian and his party. Zongza was shocked when he saw the Han army after a bloody battle. He thought he could defeat the Jin soldiers, so he followed the Han army. Jin Wushu fled to Legudu, but the morale of the Jin soldiers on the East Road was still low. From the other direction, the Jin soldiers led by Wanyan Zhonghan, the coach of the West Route army, arrived and joined Jin Wushu. The two groups of Jin soldiers combined still numbered more than 100,000 people. Wanyan Zhongwang, Wanyan Chang and others were killed in battle, which dealt a huge blow to the morale of the Jin soldiers. Quickly cross the Yellow River and go north to Xiangzhou. Wanyan Zhonghan saw that his companions died in the battle and was unwilling to continue the decisive battle with the Han army, so he planned to flee north. The enemy has arrived. The Jin soldiers lined up beside the Yellow River, and some soldiers and horses crossed the Yellow River on the ice. At this time, two groups of Han troops and Zongza's defenders were chasing after them. Formation! Wanyan Zhonghan and Jin Wushu urgently summoned all their troops. Jin Wushu dragged the golden bird axe, and he could already see the flags of the Han army emerging from the horizon. Two mighty Han armies, and the flags of the Song army. Chapter 507 Battle of the Three Armies. Finally caught up with Jin Bing. At Legudu, two Han armies, one Song army, and two Jin soldiers met. 300,000 soldiers and horses from both sides gathered here, and it was completely dark. Only a few of the Jin soldiers and horses had time to cross the Yellow River north. As for the other soldiers and horses, they remained south of the Yellow River. The main force of the Jin army had to respond. Otherwise, they would be annihilated south of the Yellow River. This time, Wanyan Zhonghan, Jin Wushu and others will stay here. Chu Tian rode a Dewan horse and went to war with many generals. Chu Tian borrowed a group of soldiers from the Han princes and gave them to Yu Fei to command, so that Yu Fei could participate in the battle. Yu Fei's old enemy Jin Wushu also succeeded his brother Wanyan Zhongwang at this time and became one of the core figures of the Jin army. The Eastern Route army only had 1,000 cavalry left in the Iron Pagoda, while the West Route army still had 2,000 iron pagodas. Together, the two sides made up for 3,000 iron pagodas. 3,000 iron pagodas are enough to pose a fatal threat to the Han and Song armies. Fortunately, among the 3,000 iron pagodas, 1,000 iron pagodas were affected by the negative effects of the death of their leader, so their morale dropped and their combat effectiveness was reduced. The West Route army retained a lot of strength in the battle with the Han army. Wanyan Zhonghan became the top commander of the Jin army in the Battle of Legudu. Jiujiang Laoqin, Mingguan and other Han princes also retained a lot of strength and came to join Chu Tian and others. Zongza of the Song army led 50,000 volunteers to join the battle as reinforcements. Among the 50,000 Song troops, only about 10,000 soldiers had the ability to fight the Jin soldiers. The role of the remaining 40,000 Song troops was more to build momentum or attract the attention of the Jin soldiers. The young Yu Fei held a gun, and there were about 10,000 Han troops behind him. This was Chu Tian's trust in him, and he borrowed soldiers from other princes who did not bring strong generals. Yu Fei's military force is actually very high. In the early stage, He was a general known for his military force. 3 armies attacked the more than 100,000 gold soldiers besieged in Ligudu, and launched the final battle of annihilation in the Battle of Jinkong. I didn't expect that there would be a day like this where the main force of the Jin soldiers could be trapped here. The veteran General Zongzi led more than 20 Song generals to the line, standing on horseback with swords drawn, looking down upon the more than 100,000 gold soldiers who were besieged in Ligudu. He never dreamed that it would be possible to recapture Kaifeng and annihilate the Jin kingdom's elite in the Song dynasty in one fell swoop. At its peak, the Jin kingdom had a strong fighting capacity, except for the declining Yang family generals. The other 3 generals of the northern Song dynasty suffered heavy losses from the Jin kingdom's troops. Many general disciples were killed in battles with the Jin kingdom's army. But now, most of the main forces of the Jin kingdom gathered at Ligudu and wanted to flee north, but were caught up in time by the Han and Song armies. This time, the Han army and the Song army are on the offensive. Once the Jin soldiers cannot resist, the Jin soldiers will be completely wiped out here. There are not many Jurchen elites in the Jin kingdom. If the main force is wiped out, it will basically shake the foundation of the Jin kingdom. Thinking of this, Zongzi couldn't help crying. Sirs, the last elites of the Jin kingdom are ahead of us. If they are annihilated, the Jin soldiers will not go south again within 30 years. I hope you will fight to the death. Zongzi encouraged morale before the battle began. This was also part of his ability, and the morale of the Song army was boosted. Zongzi thought too ideally. The Jin soldiers still had part of their main force in Guangzhou. Based on the problems accumulated in the northern Song dynasty, even if the Jin soldiers only retained part of their main force, they would make a comeback soon. Moreover, the Mongolian tribes in Mabe are rising. Zhejiang Lao Qin couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Zongzi boosting his morale. There are too many hidden dangers left by the northern Song dynasty, and the nomadic civilization in the north will never be able to solve them before entering the industrial age. We are just trying to gain points in this battle, aren't we? Mingguan's idea was simpler and more direct than Zongzi's. For the princes of the Han Empire, enough points could be obtained by annihilating the main force of the Jin soldiers. I didn't expect it would be Yu Fei. If he were allowed to command the infantry in the western regions, and Wu Zubing commanded the cavalry, perhaps the threat from the Mongol Empire would be reduced. When handed over the command of his western region army to Yu Fei, he did not bring any famous generals, so it would be better to give them to Yu Fei, so that the soldiers could unleash more powerful combat power. But Huan also knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain Yu Fei. 3 groups of soldiers and horses have surrounded Ligudu's Jin soldiers. The 2 camps are facing each other, and their flags cover the sky. Wanyan Zonghan, Wanyan Yinshuk, Jin Wushu and other clan generals commanded various Jin soldiers to confront the Han and Song armies on the opposite side. Their inner linings soaked with sweat. They went south many times and finally encountered a major setback. 1 commander and half of the troops were killed in the Song dynasty. If defeated here, most of the Jin kingdom's main force will be wiped out. A last-ditch fight. No one is allowed to take a step back. The Jin soldiers dispatched a war team to strictly supervise all Ming and Mook, preparing to face the Han and Song armies head-on. Wu, the Han cavalry and Song cavalry blew the horns of attack, and the Black Han army and Song army began to march towards the Jin army's position. Qin Rui's knight wears a strong sword. Guan Ning's cavalry holds a 3-eyed fire blunderbuss, and the Euphorbia knight holds a giant shield. Zongzi's Song army, wearing infantry armor and holding divine arm bows, pressed towards the Jin soldiers step by step. The Song army rarely took the initiative to attack, let alone such an annihilation battle on a scale of hundreds of thousands of people. Along the way to Chutian, the archers of the Shisheng battalion carried quivers on their backs. The number of arrows in the quivers was insufficient. They were ready to step forward and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Jin soldiers at any time. After many battles, the Jin Bing's arrows were probably consumed quite a lot, so Chu Tian was not afraid of the Jin Bing's arrow rain. Except for Zongzi's Song army, the Han army and the Jin army probably all relied on hand-to-hand combat to win. Kill! The Qin Ruishi, Song dynasty heavy infantry, Yinjia, Tingjia soldiers, and other infantrymen in the front row quickened their pace and stepped forward to fight. Fire the arrow! The divine arm archers, shooting battalion and other crossbow units release a few crossbow arrows to kill the golden soldiers on the opposite side. The Song army, which usually lacks morale, has sufficient crossbow arrows, so in this battle it can also cause considerable casualties to the Jin soldiers who lack arrows. The war eagle soared in the sky, overlooking the brutal melee fighting below from a high altitude. The hand-to-hand combat between the two sides has reached fever pitch. This is a battle of life and death. Soldiers were killed every moment, and the bodies of fallen soldiers on both sides piled up into mountains. Yu Fei led a group of infantry and cavalry from the western regions to rush to the front. Spears thrust out one after another, stained with red tassels. The infantry and cavalry of the western regions with Yu Fei's bonus were more ferocious than when Huan was the general, cutting down the golden soldiers at the front. Li Guang commanded the Shisheng battalion to launch missiles at the Jin soldiers and harvest their lives. Every general is working hard. Even if he is injured, he must continue to attack. Only by attacking can you win. The veteran Zongzi, with his gray beard and hair, was still at the forefront. He slashed with a long sword and cut an oncoming golden soldier into two pieces. The Jin soldiers were splattered with blood. Zongzi did not even look back, but continued to attack the Jin soldiers' camp, trying to inflict heavy damage on the main force of the Jin soldiers. He rarely had such an opportunity. When he saw the hope of annihilating the main force of the Jin soldiers, he couldn't help but move forward bravely. Protect the general! The general of the Song army saw that Zongzi's beard and hair were gray, but he still moved forward unflinchingly. After being inspired, he hurried forward to protect Zongzi. The Song army loaded the divine arm bound mechanically, and then fired. The troops on both sides are so densely packed on the battlefield that you can shoot the golden soldiers without deliberately aiming. Pucha Shiji, a fierce general of the Jin kingdom, was so powerful that he jumped on his horse with his spear raised. All the Han and Song infantry who dared to approach him were killed by him with his iron spear. A Song general stabbed him with a spear, but Pucha Shiji caught him with one hand. With a little force, the whole general was thrown away. The surrounding Han and Song armies couldn't help but be horrified. Pucha Shiji killed more than 200 soldiers, and 2 Song generals one after another. He was unstoppable. I let you escape last time, but I will definitely kill you this time. In white robe hunting, Xuerengui and Wang Yanzheng joined hands again to fight Pucha Shiji. A pseudo-sage, Fong Tian drew his halberd through the air and fought with Pucha Shiji's iron spear. Wang Yanzheng, holding an iron spear in each hand, attacked Pucha Shiji from both sides. You have so much brute strength, but your marksmanship is average. Wang Yanzheng saw that Pucha Shiji also used iron guns as weapons, and his fighting spirit was high. However, in his eyes, Pucha Shiji's marksmanship did not match his pseudo-holy level force. Pucha Shiji faced the attacks of 2 peak emperor-level generals at the same time, and they were evenly matched for a while. Suffer death! A general flew over, the Fong Tian painted halberd in his hand dancing wildly with gods and ghosts, killing all the golden soldiers in his way. Lu Bu had a battle with Pucha Shiji in Kaifeng City, and he and Yang Dian were able to defeat a pseudo-holy general. At this time, seeing Xuerengui trying to kill the second pseudo-holy general, he was very unwilling, so he galloped away. Come and take Pucha Shiji's head. By killing Pucha Shiji, his status in the Guanzhong army of Zhejiang Laoqin will be even higher. What Pucha Shiji faced was a joint attack by 3 powerful generals at the pinnacle of imperial-level military generals. 2 square-shaped painted halberds and 200 Jin iron guns roared. Pucha Shiji felt as if he was in a violent storm. There are shadows of Fong Tian's painted halberds and iron spears in all directions. The sharp halberd blades and spear blades can easily tear apart armor. Pucha Shiji, who was in the middle of the offensive, roared repeatedly, but was ruthlessly suppressed by 3 fierce generals. His armor gradually cracked, and he might be killed at any time. Pucha Shiji himself is only an emperor-level reckless general at best, in front of 3 generals whose real combat power is higher than him. Even if his strength is increased by 5 points, he will still be in a tough fight. Another pseudo-saint-level fierce general, Wang Bolong, killed 500 Han and Song troops in the battle, and countless souls died under his sword. After his force was strengthened, he approached the overlord Xiangyu. Ordinary Han generals and Song generals came forward to fight with him, but they were often killed with a single sword. The Han army noticed this man, and all the princes sent their fierce generals to besiege Wang Bolong. Chutian sent King Arthur, and only 34 knights of the Round Table. Nyuk sent the fierce General Wutugu of the Tingjiao army. Zhejiao Laoqin sent Yang Dian, and Mingwan sent Chang Yuchen. More than 10 fierce generals will attack Wang Bolong. To deal with the pseudo-holy generals, you can only kill them with sheer numbers. The fierce battle continued, and the number of casualties on both sides was rising rapidly. The Jin soldiers' Gwizi horses also entered the battle, fighting with the cavalry of the Han army and the Song army. Among the Golden soldiers, there is still one last ace unit that has not been used. Jin Bing's East Route Army and West Route Army merged, and the number of Tiafu-2 increased to 3,000. With Jin Wushu as the main general, Jin Wushu clenched the golden bird axe in his hand. This iron pagoda was the Jin Bing's last hope. The battle between the two sides has entered such a tragic stage. Either you die or I live. If the Jin soldiers cannot win, then the female main force will suffer heavy losses, and will not be able to go south again for at least the next 10 years. Jin Wushu was filled with unwillingness. Obviously the Jin kingdom was in a period of rising national power, while the Song dynasty was suffering from internal and external troubles. So there was no reason for it to fail. Jin Wushu took a deep breath and put on his iron pocket. Iron Buddha! Follow me to attack the enemy's formation! The last 3,000 iron pagodas entered the battle. The iron hoofs clank, kicking up sand, dust and snow. This may be the last charge of the Iron Buddha. The heavy cavalry charge formation, which was as dense as a city wall, formed black lines, from line to surface, so majestic that it felt like the earth was shaking. Jin Wushu rose and fell with the galloping horses, and the battle axe was shaking. If they are defeated this time, all the iron pagodas that were built with great difficulty will be killed. 3,000 iron pagodas took the lead in attacking Zongza's Song army. The Song army's heavy infantry formed a dense phalanx of spears. Behind the heavy infantry, there were crossbowmen with a proportion of between 60% and 80%. They were equipped with divine arm bows and fired volleys at the Iron Buddha too. A crossbow arrow hit Jin Wushu's breastplate, and the impact caused the crossbow shaft to break instantly. The goggles only had a dent. Shooting from such a long distance will cause very little damage to the Iron Buddha. Jin Wushu raised his golden bird axe. The mighty Taifu braved the rain of arrows shot from the divine arm bow and slammed into the Song army. The golden bird axe slashed down and killed a Song army general on the spot. Hold them off! There were many bloody generals among Zongza's Song army. They knew that if their formation was broken by Tiafu, the 50,000 Song army would collapse. The Song army was dominated by crossbowmen. The crossbowmen in the rear lacked the protection of infantry armor and spearmen and would be massacred on the Tiafu road, resulting in heavy casualties. The infantry and spearmen of the Song army burst out with powerful combat effectiveness and fought with the Jin soldiers. In this battle, they showed no signs of weakness, because this time they had the upper hand, and the Jin soldiers were the ones being surrounded and annihilated. Jin Wushu discovered that the morale of Zongza's Song army was higher than that of the general Song army. If it were an ordinary Song army, Taifu could defeat it with one charge. One soldier is raging, and the general is raging in a nest. The Lord will have a huge impact on a legion. The golden bird axe killed the Song soldiers one after another. Jin Wushu caught a glimpse of the Song state veteran Zongza, who was fighting hard. So he led Taifu to attack Zongza in the direction of Zongza, hoping to kill Zongza, which greatly reduced the morale of the Song army. Zongza's Song army showed rare courage, but in the face of the strengthened Tiafu, the Song army, which lacked experience in dealing with Tiafu, still suffered a disastrous defeat. Taifu formed small teams and attacked the Song army's formation in turn, attacking the Song army's formation 15 times in a cycle. It was not until the Song army's formation wavered that Taifu marched straight in. The Song army had rarely seen the Jurchen's relentless fighting style. Normally, the heavy cavalry would retreat after a few attacks, but the Jurchen's charge must overwhelm the opponent's military formation before giving up. Chapter 508. The main force of the Jin army is destroyed. General, the enemy is fierce. Retreat quickly! Seeing that Taifu had defeated the 50,000 Song army, Zongza's generals massacred the crossbowmen in the rear. Moreover, Taifu targeted Zongza and wanted to kill the Song army leader. So they quickly urged Zongza, retreat. How could 50,000 infantry and crossbowmen be defeated by 3,000 cavalry? Zongza's formation killed a Jin Gwizi horse cavalry, and he frowned when he found that the Song army's formation was defeated by the tenacious Taifu's repeated attacks. Even the high-level troops of the Han army lost several legions in the face of the strengthened Tiafu, while the reinforcements of the Song army, which were mainly low-level troops, appeared even more vulnerable. Jin Wushu saw that Zongza lacked strong generals, so he and a few guards took the lead, killing the Song soldiers along the way and taking Zongza directly. Zongza is a tenacious general who resisted the Jin dynasty. If the Song dynasty loses this veteran general, the situation of the Jin dynasty will be more favorable in the future. Jin Wushu led 3,000 iron pagodas, broke through the formation of 50,000 Song troops, and swung his golden bird axe to kill Zongzi. Zongzi responded to the enemy with a broadsword, but the broadsword was blown away by Jin Wushu's axe. Jin Wushu's fierce eyes stared at Zongzi, and the golden bird axe struck again. This time he wanted to kill Zongzi. A long spear came, knocked away the golden bird axe, and stopped Jin Wushu for Zongzi. A young Song general stood up with his spear drawn, but Jin Wushu was blocked by him and could not kill Zongzi. "Who are you?" Jin Wushu slashed with his axe one after another, but all of them were blocked by the opponent, who seemed to be able to do it with ease. "Song General Yu Fei." Yu Fei faced off against his old enemy Jin Wushu for the first time. The spear was like a dragon, covering Jin Wushu. The spear blade collided with the iron pieces of Jin Wushu's armor from time to time, making Jin Wushu frightened. He thought there were no strong generals around Zongzi, but he didn't expect that there was a strong man like Yu Fei. Yu Fei also brought Huan's Western Region Legion. The heavy infantry of the Western regions put on infantry armor and fought hand-to-hand with the iron-butted two trapped in the Song army's formation. Although the 50,000 Song army was defeated by Taifutu, the sea of 50,000 people seriously affected Taifutu's breakthrough speed, causing Taifutu's speed to decrease. Taifutu had to stand down and use carbines, sabers, and hammers to fight fiercely with the Song soldiers and the heavy infantry of the Western regions. In this war, all generals and soldiers went to the battlefield. If they were not worried that the death of Song Huizong and Song Qinzong would lead to the failure of the Jingkong campaign, Chu Tian and other Han princes might have put on armor for the two emperors and let them hold spears to fight the Jin soldiers. Although the old Zhao family became the royal family through Qin Xiao's soldiers, Zhao Kuangyin was always a military commander at the forefront. If Zhao Kuangyin knew that his two juniors were so mediocre, he would definitely be angry to death. Song Huizong, Song Qinzong, Chu Tian and other princes were watching the battle from high places. Chu Tian and other princes were also responsible for commanding the entire battlefield, while Song Huizong and Song Qinzong personally led the expedition, which brought bonuses to the Song army. Zongzi's Song army performed tenaciously in this battle. In addition to the vigorous fighting of the coach Zongzi, it was also related to the personal expedition of the two emperors. The war turned out to be so tragic. Alas, one general's success can lead to the destruction of thousands of bones. If the relationship between Song and Jin is the same as the relationship with Liao, and the Chanyuan alliance is signed, 100 years of peace and prosperity will be achieved. The two emperors were frightened when they saw the tragic battle. It was rare for them to see tens of thousands of soldiers killed in front of their eyes. The original Chanyuan alliance between Song and Liao was only won because of Song Jinzong's personal conquest, and it was quite humiliating. If you don't show your powerful side, don't imagine that the Jin dynasty will choose to live in peace with Song. Chu Tian sneered at the idea of the two emperors. The foundation of peace is based on the possession of strong force. Otherwise the other party can tear up the alliance at any time. "I'm going to break the formation." Mingwan's force was not low. Seeing that the battle between the two sides was in a stalemate, he personally held a gun and jumped on his horse, leading the reserve team of the Liaodong army into the Jin soldiers' camp. According to Mingwan, his martial strength has reached 90, making him one of the players with the highest martial arts in the Eastern Han dynasty, equivalent to Hua Xiong's level. Mingwan led a group of cavalry and charged all the way, stabbing dozens of golden soldiers to death. It was unstoppable. What a lunatic! Chu Tian thought that taking the risk to kill Wanyan Zongwang was a crazy move, but he didn't expect that Mingwan would dare to attack Jin Bing head-on. Among the Han princes, there were quite a few who dared to charge into battle. The stronger you are, the more you can inspire your tribe, and you are often invincible. The weaker you are, even if you are huddled in a strong fortress, you will become a prisoner of your subordinates. Song Huizong and Song Qinzong looked at each other, feeling ashamed of themselves. Compared with the people in Mingwan, they were simply too weak. The battle between the two sides started in the early morning, and even the Jin soldiers and Song soldiers north of the Yellow River could hear shouts of killing. Jin Wushu's Taifutu was trapped among 50,000 Song troops, and Yu Fei supported Zongzi's Song army. Therefore, there was no threat from Taifutu, and the overall situation on the battlefield was favorable to the Han and Song troops. Die! The battle between Shuergui, Lu Bu, Wang Yanzhang and the Jurchen general Pu Cha Shiji intensified, and all four generals fell into madness. The pseudo-sage Pucha Shiji fell into a rage. And Xuerengui, Lu Bu, and Wang Yanzheng were also furious and started fighting. After hundreds of rounds, Pucha Shiji was already scarred. Lu Bu's accumulated anger exploded at this moment. Fang Tian's painted halberd was like a ghost dancing in his hand. And he fiercely attacked Pucha Shiji, with Xuerengui and Wang Yanzheng constantly raiding the formation. Pucha Shiji's physical strength has dropped significantly. The violent Lu Bu Fang Tian's painted halberd thrust out crazily, and black shadows swept over him. Pucha Shiji was unable to block it, and was killed by Lu Bu's formation. Pucha Shiji's burly body fell from the horse, and fell to the ground. Lu Bu was panting, while carrying Fang Tian's painted halberd stained with blood. The combat power of the pseudo-holy general is terrifying. If Xuerengui and Wang Yanzheng hadn't attacked Pucha Shiji at the same time, Lu Bu might have been killed by Pucha Shiji. No matter what, another pseudo-holy general of Jin Bing was killed. Last time I took away the military exploits of a pseudo-holy general, and I will give them to you this time. Xuerengui held Fang Tian's painted halberd in his right hand and rode towards Wang Bolong, the most powerful man in the Jin kingdom. Wang Bolong faced the attack of more than 10 fierce generals of the Han army and did not fall behind, which made Xuerengui high in fighting spirit. You mean you gave this to me? Lu Bu was furious and went after Xuerengui. Xuerengui returned his halberd to fight with Lu Bu, and the two Han generals, who also used Fang Tian's painted halberd as a weapon, fought fiercely. The surrounding Jin soldiers were affected by two fierce generals of the Han army, resulting in dozens of casualties. It is not appropriate to have internal strife at this time. Wang Yanzheng's iron spear was placed in front of the two men, separating Xuerengui and Lu Bu. Xuerengui and Lu Bu both disliked each other. Xuerengui at his peak was not afraid of Lu Bu. Even if Lu Bu wanted to fight, he was willing to accompany him. Wang Bolong was fighting with more than a dozen fierce generals of the Han army. The fierce generals of the Han army were no match for Wang Bolong, so they chose a wheeled battle. Yang Dian, Sun Jian, King Arthur, Chan Yuchen, Wu Tugu and other generals took turns fighting Wang Bolong, consuming Wang Bolong's physical strength. Facing the wheeled battle of the Han army, Wang Bolong gritted his teeth and had no choice but to fight to the death. The Jin soldiers have been fighting until now, and most of the fierce generals and commanders have been killed. He has no choice but to rely on his own personal force to defeat many Han generals and buy time for the Jin soldiers. Suddenly, Wang Bolong felt the sudden murderous intention. The three Bao heroes used longbows at the same time, aiming at Wang Bolong. Xuerengui, Lu Bu, and Li Guang are all Bao heroes who are good at using bows and arrows, and the one with the lowest strength is 97. When Wang Bolong fought with a group of Han generals, Xuerengui and Lu Bu, who finally had their hands free after killing Pucha Shiji, teamed up with Li Guang and planned to kill Wang Bolong with bows and arrows. The three arrows were shot out in no particular order, chasing the stars and the moon towards Wang Bolong. Wang Bolong slashed with his broadsword, knocking 3 arrows away, and struck Sun Jian with another strike. Its force has broken through the panel, which is unbelievable. However, Xuerengui, Lu Bu, and Li Guang once again bowed like strings, and 3 streams of light shot out of the sky. At the same time, he was attacked by a group of Emperor-level and King-level fierce generals. Only in the dungeon, Wang Bolong was treated like this. A group of fierce generals came forward to attack fiercely. Wang Bolong defeated one of them with one sword, but his physical strength was rapidly depleted. An arrow shot through his shoulder armor and disappeared into his body. Ah! Wang Bolong roared and slashed with all his strength, knocking the protruding axe away. The giant-like bony arm strength was amazing, but he didn't expect Wang Bolong to be able to defeat him with one strike. The second arrow came and hit Wang Bolong in the abdomen. King Arthur took advantage of Wang Bolong's injury and stabbed Wang Bolong in the shoulder with his holy sword. Yang Dian hit Wang Bolong on the back with a gun. Wang Bolong was severely injured and vomited blood. The angry Wang Bolong held the sword with both hands and swept around, while at the same time knocking back the weapons of all the fierce generals of the Han army around him, bursting out with powerful combat power. Sun Jian's face was pale. He had never seen such a terrifying general before. This was also the first time he had seen a force close to the holy level. 4 more arrows came and hit Wang Bolong. The 7th arrow penetrated Wang Bolong's throat. Li Guang put down the long bow in his hand, knowing that Wang Bolong had been shot. Under the siege of more than a dozen Han generals, only 3 Emperor-level generals, who were extremely good at archery, were able to kill Wang Bolong. The terror of the pseudo-holy generals was evident. Ding! Your general kills the pseudo-holy warrior Wang Bolong, and you get 10,000 points. Chu Tian received the reminder from the system, and he and Lao Qin looked at each other. It was estimated that Lao Qin had received the reminder from Lu Bu to kill Pu Cha Shiji. The three pseudo-holy generals of the Jin kingdom were killed by Shuer and Gue, Lu Bu, and Li Guang respectively, and the situation had completely tilted towards the Han army. More than a dozen Han generals were able to escape. Each of them was equivalent to a 1,000-man team, enough to severely damage the Jin soldiers. The Jin soldiers were defeated and retreated towards the Yellow River. The Han army and the Song army launched a massive counterattack to expel the Jin soldiers. Young Jin Wushu fought with young Yu Fei, but was defeated and fled in panic with Tiefu Tu. Yu Fei realized that Jin Wushu would be a big trouble, so he raised his gun and chased him. Several Iron Buddha cavalrymen swung their iron hammers, hitting Yu Fei on the left and right. Yu Fei used the spear in his hand to block the hammers coming from the left and right at the same time, and fell into the Iron Pagoda without fear. After the Iron Pagoda lost its charge formation, the scattered Iron Pagodas posed little threat to Yu Fei. Yu Fei shot an Iron Pagoda off his horse with one shot. Jin Wushu was no match for Yu Fei, so he hurriedly stepped on the ice and fled to the north of the Yellow River. Yu Fei kept chasing after him, stabbing Tiefu Tu under his horse from time to time. The entire battlefield was in chaos, but there was no doubt that the Jin soldiers were being routed, while the Han and Song armies were pursuing them. Wanyan Zonghan, the second coach of the Jin kingdom, saw that the situation was over and that there was no way to recover, so he led his troops to flee north. As for the Jin army, it is only as much as they can escape. The Han army and the Song army were already killing each other like crazy, trying to expand the results as much as possible. Xie Xian commanded the Beifu army in white and silver armor to attack the Jin soldiers fiercely. The Beifu army armed with a ringshou sword fought fiercely, killing the Jin soldiers along the way. The fierce general Lu Laoji held a spear in his hand. After a number of pseudo-holy and pseudo-emperor generals from the Jin kingdom were killed in battle, there were not many people who could stop the most powerful general of the Beifu army. The Jin soldiers fell like mountains, and the defeated Jin soldiers rushed to the north bank of the Yellow River to escape. The remaining coach of the kingdom of Jin, Wanyan Zonghan, was in an extremely embarrassed state. If it weren't for the guards, who swore to protect him to the death, Wanyan Zonghan might have been killed. He looked back and saw countless golden soldiers dying in battle by the Yellow River, including countless golden generals, and he couldn't help feeling very sad. Two groups of Jin soldiers went south with the intention of destroying the northern Song dynasty, plundering property, and occupying territory. As a result, almost all the soldiers and horses of the two groups were killed. There are still troops from Wanyan Qin and Wanyan Lushi in the Guangzhong area. Our Jin kingdom still has a chance to make a comeback. Although Wanyan Zonghan was embarrassed, he thought that Taiyuan Prefecture, Shinding Prefecture, Yinyun 16 prefectures, and other places were within the control of the Jin kingdom. There was still a main force surviving, and the Jin kingdom still had a chance to make a comeback. When Song Huizong and Song Qinzong saw that the Han army and the Song army had annihilated the main force of the Jin soldiers here, and a group of Jin generals led their respective troops to cross the river and fled in a hurry, they couldn't help but sigh. As expected of heavenly soldiers and generals, they can actually defeat these vicious barbarians. The threat of the Golden Man is not over yet. Chu Tian knew that this was just a copy, even if it was real history. As long as a small number of Jurchens fled north, it would not be something that the late Northern Song dynasty could handle. You generals, you have made great contributions to the country this time. I wonder what reward you should give them. Song Qinzong and Song Huizong discussed in private. The two emperors had no rewards to offer. Official position? Heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals do not care about official positions in the mortal world. Money? This group of generals had already looted the increasingly impoverished treasury, and after the partition, they didn't think enough was enough. The sophisticated weapons were also taken away by a group of heavenly soldiers and generals. The two emperors suddenly frowned. Maybe they can marry the emperor's concubine to their leader. If they marry the general, they can't just sit back and watch if the country and the country are in trouble in the future. Right. Song Huizong came up with a bad idea. Song Qinzong looked at a group of Han princes. Among them, Jiuzhou Lao Qin was already old and probably had no interest in the emperor, and Mingguan went to kill the enemy. So only the general, who claimed to be Chu Zima, could carry out the marriage. when the Han army, the Song army, and the Jin army fought to the death at Legudu in Huazhou. A group of Song soldiers came from the direction of Damingfu. After hearing that Kaifeng had been recovered, Zhao Go, the general of the army of Daming Prefecture, finally led the reinforcements gathered in Daming Prefecture southward. Chapter 509 The Battle of Wits in the Main World. In the main world, in Taiyuan City, Bingzhou, Guard Li Mu tried to release the old, young, women and children in the city to reduce the food pressure in the city. The commander of the siege of Taiyuan City, Zhao Long's most trusted general Yang Su, refused and drove the old, young, women and children back to the city. Taiyuan City has run out of food and grass. According to the unwritten rules among players, the war between the two sides will not go to the point of cannibalism. When food and grass are cut off, they will either surrender or break out. Hu Ma went to join the battle, but Li Mu followed Hu Ma's instructions and chose the latter. At night, Li Mu led the Taiyuan City defenders to break through Yang Su's encirclement and fled to Monan via Yan'an. The next day, Yang Su, the general left behind by Zhao Long, occupied Taiyuan City, wiped out the remaining Huma forces in Taiyuan County, and replaced them all with his cronies. At this point, the Bingzhou Huma force existed in name only. Hu Ma participated in the battle for the Hebei region many times and had two famous generals in the Warring States period. However, he still lacked strategy and was eliminated by Zhao Long by one move. The first commander-in-chief of the Sui dynasty, Yang Su, was responsible for pacifying Bingzhou. He took charge of Taiyuan County, and his reputation reached its peak. The fierce general Shi Sui was driven by Yang Su and served as Yang Su's bodyguard. The commander of the Montenegro army, Zhang Yan, and many generals of the Montenegro army want to see you. Ask them to come see me. Yang Su entered the lord's mansion in Taiyuan City and took possession of Huma's large amount of wealth. Soon, the powerful Black Mountain Army Zhang Yan and other members of the Black Mountain Army came to see Yang Su. Zhang Yan is also a fierce general. He has been in the Taihang Mountains for many years, but he has never been wiped out. However, under the continuous attacks of Zhao Long, Shi Sui, and Han Qinhu, Zhang Yan was once captured alive by Shi Sui and had become loyal to Zhao Long. Zhao Long ordered him to take charge of the Black Mountain Army and jointly attack the counties in Bingzhou. Behind Zhang Yan are a group of Montenegrin army generals with a strength ranging from 60 to 90. They have all kinds of fancy nicknames, such as Zhang Baiqi, Zhang Fian, Zhang Legong, and Li Damu. This group of Montenegro generals did not even dare to breathe in front of the pair of generals Yang Su and Shi Sui. Shi Sui was a member of the 5 Tiger Generals, and he captured Zhang Yan alive, which frightened the Black Mountain Army. Zhang Yan asked, "Where is my lord? My lord is currently fighting in other places, according to the agreement between my lord and General Zhang. After occupying Bingzhou, General Zhang will be appointed as the prefect of Shandong County, and he will never break his promise. As for the other generals, each will receive a reward." After Zhao Long left, Yang Su temporarily assumed Zhao Long's role to appease the Black Mountain Army. Among the peasant armies of the late Han Dynasty, the Black Mountain Army numbered 100,000 and was quite capable of fighting. Zhang Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed when she saw that Yang Su, the commander Zhao Long had left behind, had granted him the position of prefect of Shandong County as promised. The other generals of the Montenegrin army were also appointed, and their loyalty increased for a while. However, if you want to secure your positions as county governor, county magistrate, general, and school captain, there is one more thing you need to do. Yang Su's words changed, and the generals of the Montenegrin army, including Zhang Yan, fell silent. Zhang Yan took the initiative to ask, "What's the matter?" Yang Su said, "Yi City has been besieged for a long time. In just a month or two, when the food and grass are exhausted, it will fall like Taiyuan City. Therefore, Yi City must be saved." Zhang Yan and the generals of the Montenegrin army looked at each other. They also knew that Yeqing had been besieged for a long time by Yanzhou Muchu Zimu and Shuzhou Mu Xiao Liang, and was about to be broken. If Zhao Long's power perishes, all their previous efforts will be in vain, and all their official positions will be in vain. Now we have troops and horses from Yuzhou, Bingzhou, and Jizhou, which are enough to break the siege of Yi City. Now we are recruiting 100,000 soldiers and horses from Yuzhou, 100,000 soldiers from Bingzhou, 100,000 troops from Heishan, and 100,000 soldiers from Jizhou. A total of 400,000 troops are going south. Together with Liu Bei's army, we will rescue Yi City. Our army has many generals and a strong momentum, and we will make some plans to rescue Yi City. We are sure of it. Please do not guarantee your loyalty. Yang Su stood high and spoke firmly, as if he could easily break the siege of Yiqing, making everyone in the Black Mountain army believe in him. Zhang Yin asked, "Don't know when to send troops?" An army of 400,000 was assembled in Taiyuan. As soon as the Lord returned, he immediately went south, passing through Fukuxing, and quickly defeated the enemy troops attacking Yi City. As long as Yi City was defended and Hebei was consolidated, even if Chu Zimu had thousands of troops, it would be difficult to capture him. We are the land of 3 states. Zhang Yan takes the order. The general of the Montenegrin army went down to rectify his troops. The troops of Yuzhou, Bingzhou, and even Jizhou quickly assembled with Taiyuan City as the center. As an imperial commander, Yang Su's ability to mobilize troops, horses, and supplies was astonishing. He also subdued a group of Bingzhou generals to prepare to break the siege of Yiqing. If he successfully lifts the siege of Yiqing by the legions from the south of the Yellow River, then Chutian will face the powerful forces of Yuzhou, Jizhou, and Bingzhou, almost equivalent to Yuan Shao in the Battle of Guandu. Xiao Liang, who was responsible for the siege of Yiqing, was under tremendous pressure, and she was also frantically dispatching legions to Yiqing. The situation between the two sides is similar to an arms race, competing to see who has more troops, more food and grass, and a stronger foundation. Pingyuan County and Qinghe Kingdom surrendered to their ally Wang Meng. Wang Meng's speed is so fast. It seems that Liu Bei has long wanted to annex Tianqi. There are 9 counties in Jizhou, and Liu Bei now occupies 4. The rest are owned by Zhao Long. Among the princes in Hebei, only Zhao Long and Liu Bei is here. Xiao Liang did not expect that Tianqi would be killed in the Jingkong rebellion, and the 2 counties belonging to Tianqi, Pingyuan County and Qinghe Kingdom, given by Zhao Long in order to win over Tianqi, became ownerless lands. After realizing that Tianqi was killed, Xiao Liang immediately sent people to Pingyuan to win over the local defenders. However, Liu Bei had already intended to annex Tianqi. Su Qin, the lobbyist in Pingyuan, received from Liu Bei's entry into Yuzhou, persuaded Tian Dan to surrender to Liu Bei. As the representative figure of the strategist, Su Qin has little lobbying effect on the players, because the players are not easily affected by Su Qin's ability. But the NPC is extremely easy to be persuaded by the strategist. Xiao Liang was even more wary of Liu Bei's power. Liu Bei's perseverance is probably more terrifying than all the local princes and players. He sent strategists early to win over the talents of Jizhou. Every special talent has its own special role, and Su Qin, the representative figure of the political strategist, is no exception. I don't know how many talents Liu Bei has secretly attracted. He is really a terrifying figure. No, with Liu Bei's ability alone, he should not be able to do this. It should be Chen Shi, the player behind Liu Bei, who mainly plans for him. Wang Meng and Su Qin is the enforcer. Xiao Liang deduced the internal division of labor among Liu Bei's forces based on recent events. If Liu Bei is just an NPC prince, then there is nothing to fear. However, if Liu Bei has a player strategist behind him, his potential is much stronger than ordinary local princes. Liu Bei was able to endure humiliation and bear the burden and start a comeback with just 1 county. Just like his performance in Xinya. During his tenure as the shepherd of Yuzhou, Liu Bei recruited a group of talents from Yuzhou, including heroes from other dynasties recruited by various lords of Yuzhou in the early stages, including the strategist Su Qin. Regarding this, the Chutian forces were also aware of this. However, the biggest enemy that Chutian's forces currently face is Zhao Long. Zhao Long's threat outweighs Liu Bei's hidden secrets. Maybe Liu Bei is the biggest beneficiary among the princes of Hebei. Is it possible? Mulan. Map. Xiao Liang suddenly thought of a possibility. Hua Mulan took the map and spread it out on the desk. This map of 13 states marked the various forces and military strength, and they were intertwined. The Chutian forces conducted investigations on various forces and had the ambition to annex the 13 states. I think I understand Liu Bei's strategic intentions. Only strangers have such crazy ideas. Xiao Liang carefully scanned the princes, who still existed in the entire Eastern Han dynasty. Tianqi was killed in battle. Huma's power existed in name only, and there were fewer and fewer princes in the entire Eastern Han dynasty. Hua Mulan was puzzled. Sister Xia, What exactly does Liu Bei want to do? He is waiting for the opportunity. No matter Xiaolong wins or loses, he is the winner. Chen Shi is indeed a qualified strategist. He not only helped Liu Bei gain a foothold in the fierce struggle for hegemony in Hebei, but also the potential of his power is growing. Huge. Xiao Liang has completely seen through Chen Shi and Liu Bei's plan. Hua Mulan still didn't understand. No matter you win or lose, you are always the winner? Is there such a thing in the world? If Xiaolong wins, Liu Bei can go south and capture Qizhou. If Xiaolong loses, he will flee to the south. With his current team, it will be easy to make a comeback. Xiao Liang couldn't help but think of Liu Bei during the Xinye period. In Cao Cao's crusade against Jingzhou, Liu Bei failed and annexed part of Jingzhou's troops. In the Battle of Chibi, Sun Quan won, and Liu Bei occupied part of Jingzhou's territory. So he was still the winner. Liu Bei is extremely capable of taking advantage of situations. This time, Chen Shi probably wants to make full use of Liu Bei's ability to make a gorgeous comeback. The south? Where will he flee to the south? Hua Mulan looked at the map. In the south, there were only 4 states, Yangzhou, Jingzhou, Yizhou, and Jiaozhou. All of them were already occupied by princes. It would be extremely difficult for Liu Bei to get involved. 9 times out of 10. Yes. While Xiao Liang was discussing with Hua Mulan, Li Xiaoning came in and reported to Xiao Liang. Sir, the soldiers you recruited have arrived in Yiqing. In addition, there are 100,000 new soldiers recruited from various states and counties. Counselor Su Ziyuan came to see me and claimed that he could take Yiqing within 10 days. Su Yu? Let him come in and see me. Soon. An anxious Su Yu arrived, looking nervous. Su Ziyuan. What's the matter? Xiao Liang knew that Su Yu was also a capable strategist, and he was familiar with Hebei. So he had to rely on Su Yu to conquer Hebei this time. Su Yu said anxiously, I heard that Taiyuan City has been captured by the Jizhou army, and Zhao Long's army is about to go south. Our army is in danger. I have heard about the fall of Taiyuan City. Does Su Ziyuan have a plan? Xiao Liang didn't seem to be in a hurry. Su Yu said, I am acquainted with many people from aristocratic families in the city. Now Yiqing is flooded. The food and grass are running out, and people are panicked. As long as I repair a few letters and let people shoot into the city, there will be fear within 10 days. Then, open the door and dedicate the city. In less than 10 days. As expected of Su Ziyuan. But we cannot capture Yiqing so quickly. Why is this? Su Yu had a certain degree of confidence in his influence. He originally wanted to use his connections in Yiqing to open the gates of Yiqing and welcome the army into the city. However, in Xiao Liang's opinion, it seemed that he only needed to surround Yiqing. I will explain the details to Ziyuan later. If there is nothing else, Ziyuan can go down. Xiao Liang was not yet relieved about Su Yu and did not elaborate. Su Yu couldn't help but feel angry when his proposal was rejected. Chu Tian asked a group of women to besiege Yiqing. In Su Yu's opinion, it was already ridiculous. Xiao Liang couldn't listen to his proposal, which made Su Yu even more dissatisfied. Cao Cao personally wore armor and carried a spear, and led a group of tiger and leopard cavalry to patrol the outskirts of Yiqing. During the Battle of Jingkong, Wang Ming, Guan Yu, Hu Luguang and others once tried to rescue Yiqing, but were repelled by Cao Cao, Wei Qing and others. Now that Wei Qing is missing, he can only rely on Cao Cao, Zhou Yafu, and Chen Qingji to take charge of the overall situation, which can barely block the combination of Wang Ming, Guan Yu, Hu Luguang and others. Cao Cao saw that Su Yu was unhappy, so he came over to ask, how can my lord hand over military and political power to a woman just because he favors her? Since ancient times, beauties have brought misfortune. Isn't it a joke? Su Yu told Cao Cao his plan to capture Yiqing, and Cao Cao laughed. Why is Amma laughing? My laughter is far away from yours. The general is not in a hurry, and the counselor is in a hurry. It's not that she doesn't want to capture Yi City. It's just that the time to capture Yi City should be just right. If Ziyuan had a way to capture Yi City as soon as possible a few months ago, of course she would have adopted it. But now is not the time. How could the siege party be unwilling to capture the city as soon as possible? As a counselor, Su Yu gradually became relieved after doubts and Cao Cao's guidance. Oh my god. Since you know what the general is thinking, why don't you discuss it with me and let me think hard for a while? Hey, you didn't ask me how I should answer you. After Cao Cao put aside the burden of being a monarch, He became brothers with Su Yu again. Anyway, both of them are working, so there is no need to plot against each other. Gao Yin, Shen Pei, Han Qinhu and others were in Yeqing and realized that Yeqing would soon be lost. Food and grass can only last for a month. If there are no reinforcements within a month, we can only try to get out of the city. How many can escape? But how many? Gao Yin followed the instructions left by Zhao Long and pointed out to everyone the fact that Yeqing was about to fall. No matter how strong the city is, no matter how capable the defender is, it cannot be defended without food. In Liangzhou, Hanyang County, Councillor Jia Su summoned generals such as Wang Jian, Su Huang, Meng Wu, Li Ju, and Guosi in the name of Lao Qin. Jia Su ordered. The next day, General Wang Jian, General Su Huang, and General Meng Wu divided their troops into 3 groups to attack Longxi. Generals Li Ju and Guosi then advanced. Li Ju asked, Longxi has many fortresses and castles, and the people want it. Our previous 2 attacks on Longxi ended in failure. Why are we attacking Longxi again this time? Jia Su said, just follow the order. Our army will win this time. Here. Li Ju and Guosi were also very convinced of Jia Su, because Zhou Lao Qin attaches great importance to Jia Su. Jia Su is now the 2nd-ranking figure in the Guangzhou army. At the same time, Jia Su was from Luwei County, Liangzhou, so he was well known among the Xiliang army and could convince the public. Soon everyone left and gathered troops to attack Longxi. Jia Su left his general Wang Jian alone. Commander, I am just as confused as Li Ju and Guosi. Why did the 2 previous attacks on Longxi fail? But this time the Lord is not here. The strategist organized a 3rd offensive against Longxi? Could it be that this is what the Lord left behind before he left? The command? Exactly. What are the odds? The most prestigious lord in Longxi, Su Fengyan, is not around. As long as he is lured with benefits, Longxi will collapse without a fight. Excellent military advisor. When Wang Jian faced Jia Su, he was also afraid of Jia Su. Jia Su was planning to alienate Liangzhou, and it was estimated that Longxi County, the most tenacious resistance in Liangzhou, would collapse this time. In the face of interests, even brothers will turn against each other. Chapter 510 Shao Go of the Southern Song Dynasty. On the battlefield of the Battle of Jingkong, the decisive battle between the Han army, the Song army, and the Jin army had come to an end. The battlefield was littered with corpses, which shocked Song Huizong and Song Qinzong. In this battle, the casualties on both sides combined totaled 100,000. Some of the Jin soldiers fled to the north of the Yellow River, fleeing all the way and being unable to catch up. The Han and Song armies exhausted their strength due to the stubborn resistance of the Jin soldiers. The kingdom of Jin was at its peak, and its soldiers fought desperately in order to annihilate the main force of the kingdom of Jin. The Han and Song armies suffered extremely heavy casualties. Any civilization or country is extremely difficult to deal with when its national power is on the rise. The Jin kingdom at its peak and the northern Song dynasty at the end of its period are naturally different. The Jin kingdom at its peak could compete with the northern Song dynasty led by Zhao Kuangyin at the beginning of the founding of the country. No more chasing. Zhoujian Lao Qin counted his troops and horses, and found that more than half of the 10,000 Guangzhou regiments were lost in the Battle of Jingkong. The losses of the other Han princes were at least 50%. Among the soldiers brought by Chu Tian, there were only about 29ths of the round table left. And Li Yi's Yanjia almost lost its organization. Even the main general, Joan of Arc, was seriously injured. The situation of other princes will only be worse than that of Chu Tian and Lao Qin, if they continue to pursue the Jin kingdom's sphere of influence and anger the Jin kingdom emperor, who will personally lead the expedition. Then they will face the whole nation of the Jin kingdom. Chu Tian, Lao Qin and others thought that it was good to fight to this point. 300,000 Jin soldiers attacked Kaifeng Mansion, but only tens of thousands escaped. After a bloody battle, Mingguan returned, his armor stained red with blood. Among all the princes, Mingguan was the one who dared to fight his best. It is said that he led the cavalry to attack the military formation of Koryo many times, and Koryo was frightened by it. This is a powerful enemy. Chu Tian was secretly on guard against Mingguan. Chu Tian himself was a cavalry commander, while Mingguan was more like a fierce cavalry general, good at running and assaulting. Mingguan threw the head of a golden general on the ground. The bloody scene made the 2 emperors Huizong and Qinzong of the Song dynasty subconsciously take a few steps back. This is the head of Wan Yinzonghan, the coach of the Jin kingdom. He fled to the north of the Yellow River. But I caught up with him and killed him. Ming Guan seemed to have done something ordinary. The second Jin Gua coach died in battle. In this battle, except for Jin Wushu who escaped, almost all the clan commanders of the One In family were wiped out. He is truly a heavenly soldier and a heavenly general. Song Huizong and Song Qinzong had numb scalps. This group of heavenly soldiers and generals beheaded enemy generals as if they were commonplace. If the Jin soldiers are wolves, then these Han princes are hunters. Clean the battlefield and then take charge. Chu Tian planned to extort another reward from Song Huizong and Song Qinzong before the Battle of Jingkong was over. Zongzi, a veteran general of the Song dynasty, stood on the battlefield. His armor stained red by the blood of the Jin soldiers, and even his gray beard was stained with blood. Behind him, the surviving Song army soldiers crawled out of the blood sea of corpses, looked around, and found that all the remaining Jin soldiers had fled north. They actually won a large-scale battle that determined the fate of the country and annihilated most of the main force of the Jin soldiers. One day, we will definitely hit Yin Yun. Zongzi was greatly inspired by his victory in this battle. Not only Zongzi, but also the soldiers of the Song army led by Zongzi. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they became veterans who fought hard against the main force of the Jin army. Zongzi took off his iron pocket, revealing his gray hair, and came to see the saint. Song Huizong and Song Qinzong comforted Zongzi, who came to King Qin, and issued oral instructions on the spot to promote Zongzi and Yufei. Of course, Song Huizong and Song Qinzong are still under the surveillance of a group of heavenly soldiers and generals. Zongzi's soldiers and horses were no match for the Han princes, and they could not recapture the two emperors. The two superstitious emperors believed deeply in the claim of the Han princes that they were heavenly soldiers and generals. Otherwise, how could the Han princes defeat the ferocious Jin soldiers? Now even if the princes of the Han army wanted to let the two emperors go, the two emperors were not necessarily willing to leave. Instead, they would try to win over this group of heavenly soldiers and generals, so that they could help each other in the future and protect the Song dynasty. The Han princes began to clean up the battlefield and capture the horses and armor of the Jin soldiers. The general principle of cleaning the battlefield is that whoever grabs something belongs to him. Han military princes generally have unwritten rules. In the main world, they will not eat people or massacre cities. When they are in the same camp in epic battles or national wars, they will not easily engage in internal strife. Otherwise they will be criticized by thousands of people. Almost every prince received a batch of trophies. Chu Tian checked the ranking list. He killed many generals of the Jin kingdom. One of them, Wanyan Zongwang, the head coach of the Jin kingdom, brought him 30,000 points. Two pseudo-holy generals and Wan Yanchang, the Shiliu army commander of the Jin kingdom, each had 10,000 points. Integral. Just by killing 4 heroes of the Golden Kingdom, there are a total of 60,000 points. In addition to the 4 main Jin heroes, there were also some other Jin military generals, as well as the Taifuta killed and other pseudo-emperor and pseudo-king level Jin military generals. First place, I just want to farm well, with 154,000 points. The second place was a small soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty, with 135,000 points. The third place, Jiujiang Laoqin, has 131,000 points. Fourth place, Tong Ke, has 111,000 points. Fifth place, Yang Zhulang, has 109,000 points. As for Zhao Long and others, they received limited points because they were destroyed by Iron Buddha. In general, all the princes can only bring 10,000 soldiers at most, and the gap is not as obvious as during the national war. However, Chu Tian's power has several important heads, and the points still rank first. There is a large army coming from the northeast. An Iron Eagle scout urgently reported to Chu Tian. Prepare for battle. All the Han princes, including Chu Tian, were immediately on alert. At this time, the Jin soldiers were defeated, and the Han army's physical strength was generally exhausted. If there was another battle, they would be completely defeated. At this time, even Song Huizong and Song Qinzong were all alarmed. They looked uneasily to the northeast, where Puyang and Daming Mansion were located. Under everyone's gaze, flags appeared from the horizon, and troops with different armors and flags were overwhelming. Veteran Zongzi was the first to react. This should be the reinforcements of the Generalissimo of the world's soldiers and horses. Zongzi's words made all the Han princes react. Well, reinforcements from Emperor Zhao Go of the southern Song dynasty have finally arrived. However, Zhao Guo's army arrived late. The battle between the three armies was over. When Zhao Guo came over, he could no longer catch up with Rahu. This Song army was composed of rebels from all over the country. They were jealous of the trophies that could be seen everywhere on the battlefield. Some Song troops actually stepped forward to grab the trophies. Chu Tian, Lao Qin, Ming Guan and others frowned. The main force in this battle was the Han army, followed by Zongza's 50,000 Song army, who sacrificed their lives for victory. However, Zhao Guo's Song army did not even catch up with the battle. So why should they divide the spoils? Kill all those who dare to steal our trophies! A group of Han princes reached a consensus almost at the same time. This group of Han princes killed many Song soldiers in Kaifeng City. They really went crazy. No matter if they were Jin soldiers or Song soldiers. As long as they didn't follow the rules, they would kill them all. Lu Bu showed no mercy. Fang Tian painted his halberd and killed dozens of Song troops in a row, frightening the Song troops brought by Zhao Guo. Xuerengui lifted up a Song army general with one hand, but the latter did not even have the strength to resist. Xuerengui threw him lightly, knocking down several Song army soldiers. Li Guan was even more irritable than Xuerengui, so he pulled out his Huanshou knife and started to chop. Because of the strength of the Han army, the Song army brought by Zhao Guo finally did not dare to go out and snatch the spoils. They could only watch helplessly as the Han army and the Song army brought by Zongza divided the spoils. Only the winner is entitled to eat meat. Whether the loser can drink soup depends on the winner's mood. Chu Tian once again instilled the idea of the weak and the strong into the two Song emperors. The law of the jungle applies not only to forces, but also to friendly forces. Zhao Guo's Song troops came from all over the country, and there were some rogues among them. So military discipline was loose. They were taught a lesson by the Han army, and then they calmed down a little. Zhao Guo came to meet his father and brother. When the three met, they cried hypocritically. According to Chu Tian, if this is true history, when Chu Tian and his group of Eastern Han princes leave, these three people will definitely fight for power. The result is likely that the surviving Jin soldiers will go south and destroy the Song dynasty again. At the end of a dynasty, coupled with the struggle for power, there is no way to recover. Ding! The Battle of Jinkong is over. You can choose to return to the main world within 15 days. After 15 days, the dungeon will be forced to end. Ding! You are not allowed to loot the people and officials of the Song dynasty. And you are not allowed to kill the Song emperor. Otherwise you will be judged to have failed by the system. Ding! We can't take away the people in Kaifeng City. The system prompt sounded. However, Chu Tian and his party did not plan to return to the main world so soon. They wanted to extort another sum of money from the two Song emperors. Although the system stipulates that one cannot plunder one's own civilized people, it should not be a problem to use blackmail to plunder a little money from the civil servants and royal relatives of the Song dynasty. There is also a batch of weapons they have hoarded in Kaifeng City, which can be taken away directly. Zhao Guo met the two emperors, and he keenly discovered that the two emperors were under house arrest by the heavenly soldiers and generals. Zhao Guo himself did not want to believe what the heavenly soldiers and generals said, so he was very wary of Chu Tian and his party, and realized that he could no longer stay with the two emperors. However, it was too late, and a group of princes from Chu Tian took the opportunity to put Zhao Guo under house arrest, firmly controlling the three most powerful people in the Song dynasty, so as to blackmail the civil and military officials. Song Qinzong had no choice but to issue an oral order to let Song General Zongza temporarily serve as the general marshal of the world's troops and horses to replace Zhao Guo. It is estimated that Song Qinzong was also happy to relieve Zhao Guo of his military power. He was very wary of his younger brother taking over military power. It's a pity that I couldn't kill Jin Wushu. Yu Fei was very sorry to see Jin Wushu escape and report back to Chu Tian. Jin Wushu was a general who was good at escaping. He was trapped in Huangshendang for 48 days by Han Shizhong and managed to escape. Despite repeated defeats, Jin Wushu was not captured or killed. His ability to escape is far better than his ability to lead. Ding! Yu Fei's favorability towards you has increased by 4, and his current favorability is 85. Chu Tian and his party took the two Song emperors and Zhao Guo hostage and returned to Kaifeng. Behind them were the battle-experienced Han army and the mighty Song army. Although the veteran Zongza was doubtful about Chu Tian and others' kidnapping of Emperor Song, Chu Tian and others promised him that Emperor Song would be released within half a month. So Zongza did not make an attack. After all, if Chu Tian and his party had not appeared, Emperor Song would have become a prisoner of the Jin soldiers. Even General Song could not bear such humiliation. Kaifeng City heard that the two majesties returned in triumph after their personal expedition, and shouted long life at Zuanwoman Mountain. Yao Yozhong, Zhang Shai and other Song generals, who defended Kaifeng City, burst into tears. Their majesty finally came to his senses. Most of the main force of the Jin soldiers were annihilated, and the foundation of Jin rule was shaken. The Jin soldiers would not go south for a few years, and the Song dynasty could enjoy a few more years of stability. Too many things have happened in the past few years. The Song Jiang uprising and the Fanghua uprising happened one after another. Song Huizong failed to conquer the Liao kingdom twice. The Jin soldiers went south twice. The soldiers of the northern Song dynasty were exhausted from the war and suffered. The civil and military officials of Kaifeng City wanted to welcome the two majesties back to the palace, but they were rejected by the Han princes. This group of princes, who claimed to be heavenly soldiers and generals, want to get a batch of extra rewards. Such a request seems reasonable, because in order to annihilate the main force of the Jin army, the Han princes suffered more than half casualties. However, the treasury of Kaifeng City has been looted, and the tax revenue from various places has not yet been transported due to the siege of Kaifeng City. It is difficult to use public money to reward the Han princes. At this time, Song Huizong and Song Qinzong proposed to raise hundreds of thousands of incense money from officials and civilians to thank the heavenly soldiers and generals. Hundreds of thousands taels is a large amount. It divided equally among the princes. It would be equivalent to each prince having only tens of thousands taels of silver, which the princes may not necessarily be able to afford. Of course, although tens of thousands taels of silver is not too much, Chu Tian still wants to win it. The territory of Chu Tian had a larger population than that of the northern Song dynasty, and the economy was prosperous. The wars occurred outside the territory, so it was really better than Song Huizong and Song Qinzong, who had experienced two large-scale peasant uprisings, two conquests of the Liao dynasty, and two Jin soldiers going south, countless times richer. The Fanghua uprising alone greatly consumed the national power of the Song dynasty. In the Jin army's attack on Taiyuan, the Song dynasty's hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses suffered heavy casualties. The generals suffered heavy casualties, and countless military supplies were spent. At least the war launched by Chu Tian can basically be won, and military expenditures can be made up for through war dividends. The Song army failed in most battles in the last 10 years of the northern Song dynasty, and ceding territory and paying compensation would only make them poorer and poorer. Kaifeng City raised hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Worried that the heavenly soldiers and generals were still not satisfied, Song Qinzong planned to convert the emperor's concubine into gold and silver as a reward for the generals, and at the same time win over the generals to work for the Zhao family of the Song dynasty. Chu Tian was surprised by Song Qinzong's unbridled ideas. In Song Qinzong's opinion, sending a group of women out would not cause much loss, different from dedicating them to the Jin soldiers. Song Qinzong believed that the heavenly soldiers and generals should be relatively enlightened and civilized people, so he only gave the imperial concubines, who had not left the palace, to the generals, and recruited the generals as consorts. DG is the princess of the Song dynasty. The imperial concubines who could get married at this time were the daughters of Song Huizong and the sisters of Song Qinzong. All the princes looked at each other in confusion, faced with Song Qinzong's generous reward. They didn't know whether to accept it or not. Mingwan muttered, "If you don't want it, you don't want it for nothing." The other princes of the Eastern Han dynasty also nodded. They also wanted to see what the legendary Emperor Ji looked like. Chapter 511 Emperor Rufu. Chu Tian and Song Qinzong were playing chess in the military camp, waiting for the officials of Kaifeng Mansion to collect incense money. At the same time, they gathered the Han troops who stayed in Kaifeng, collected weapons, armor, and war horses, and prepared to return to the main world. Song Qinzong was good at art and had superb chess skills, but Chu Tian was no match for him. However, Song Qinzong was worried that Chu Tian would become angry and chop him into pieces, so he deliberately lost to Chu Tian. Within 3 days, the Kaifeng Mansion raised 500,000 taels of silver and redeemed the two emperors and Kong Wang Zhao Go from the heavenly soldiers and generals. At the same time, Kaifeng Mansion also sent several emperor concubines to deduct the incense money donated to the heavenly soldiers and generals. Originally, the Kaifeng Mansion wanted to use more women to redeem the emperor, but the princes of the Han Empire refused. They were not Jin soldiers. As a powerful prince in the Han Empire, Chu Tian had an imperial concubine assigned to his camp. This empress is only about 17 years old. She wears a long skirt and a pear blossom with tears in her eyes. The maid serving the emperor said, "Your Highness, your Majesty has betrothed you to the general in heaven. This is a blessing you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. If you shed tears all day long, the general will be angry and will no longer bless you." In the Song dynasty, if the Jin soldiers go south again, who can resist the Jin soldiers? Because of the words of the palace maid, the emperor of the Song dynasty stopped crying and wiped the tears on her face with her sleeves. But I heard that these heavens will return to heaven. One day in heaven. 1,000 years in the world. I will never see you again. No more father and brother. Oh, Your Highness, this is fate. Now the whole city of Kaifeng is spreading rumors that the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals saved Bianjing and the Song dynasty. So much so that the maids in the palace also believe in the legend of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, thinking that the heavenly generals will soon return to heaven. So marrying the heavenly generals will it is to go to heaven with the general. However, it was the joint decision of Song Huizong and Song Qinzong to betroth the emperor's concubine to the young general who saved the Song dynasty in order to protect the Song dynasty for thousands of years. As the imperial concubines of the feudal dynasty, they could only go with the flow and had no way to resist. The civil servants of the Song dynasty were also willing to send the emperors and concubines into the pit of fire. Anyway, they were not their daughters. The concubine was sent to Chu Tian's camp and couldn't help but be happy when she saw her brother Song Qinzong playing chess with Chu Tian. However, when she saw Chu Tian with murderous intent, she couldn't help being afraid and didn't dare to move forward. Rufu, from now on, you will follow this great general and wish our Song dynasty a long-lasting prosperity. Song Qinzong saw the arrival of his sister, who had not left the cabinet. So he introduced her to Chu Tian so that Chu Tian could release him back. Because Chu Tian and others are about to return to the main world, they will no longer lock the 2 emperors in the dark room. But in the eyes of Song Huizong and Song Qinzong, they thought that the generals were satisfied with the emperor. Chu Tian looked up and down at the arriving Emperor Rufu. Emperor Rufu is the oldest among the imperial concubines who have not left the imperial palace, and is only 17 years old. I have to say that the genes of the old Xiao family are good. At least there is nothing picky about their appearance. No wonder Jin Bing kidnapped these imperial concubines, and even did not let go of the imperial concubines who had already left the palace. Chu Tian and his party were already relatively gentle, but Song Huizong and Song Qinzong took the initiative to send the emperor's concubine who had not left the palace to the camp. Emperor Rufu was a little afraid of meeting Chu Tian's eyes, but she couldn't help but look at the legendary general with her peripheral vision. The legendary heavenly general is no different from an ordinary man. That is, he is a little more handsome, a little more capable, and has an invisible murderous aura. Because Song Qinzong betrothed Emperor Rufu to himself, Chu Tian could actually see the face of Emperor Rufu. Name, Zhao Yuan, Emperor Rufu. Talent, Special Talent Princess. Identity, the 10th daughter of Song Huizong Zhao Ji. Age 17. Loyalty 70. Status, healthy. Commander 10, maximum 11. Force 6, maximum 10. Intelligence 67, maximum 72. Politics 57, maximum 60. Charm 92. Phasiality, unlucky. Favorability 50. Characteristic 1, Emperor G, SS level trait. Territory blessing value plus 5. Increased probability of giving birth to good-looking offspring. Territory population birth rate plus 0.1%. Characteristic 2, bad fate, negative characteristics. Poor personal luck. This commander-in-chief in force. Probably because there are too many women around Chu Tian who can lead troops to fight. Chu Tian is most concerned about whether Emperor Rufu can lead troops into battle. With Rufu Diji's poor command and force values, if she were to lead troops, she would most likely become a prisoner of the enemy. However, Rufu Diji's characteristic, Emperor G, is very practical for a force. The Emperor G characteristic can increase the blessing value of the force. Blessing value is a hidden data that is directly related to harvests, natural disasters, diseases, and even the birth rate. If Emperor Rufu is brought back to the Eastern Han Dynasty, the probability of auspicious events for Chu Tian forces will increase, and the probability of natural and man-made disasters will decrease, which will be a huge improvement for the entire force. Maybe other emperor concubines have the same effect, and other princes probably won't let go of Song Huizong's daughters easily. This was set over by Emperor Huizong of the Song Dynasty on his own initiative. It is no wonder that the various Han princes were sent here. General Chu Tian, I won't disturb your leisure time. Song Qinzong thought that Chu Tian fell in love with Emperor Rufu. He knew that it was time to leave and let his sister find a good home. Come here. Send Emperor Rufu to the camp and ask her to take care of Jin. Chu Tian directly used Emperor Rufu as a maid in this battle of Jin Kong. Except for Joan of Arc and King Arthur, Chu Tian did not bring any other women, because the quota of 10,000 people was very tight and dangerous. The women's army was generally not called upon. When Joan of Arc was injured, there was a shortage of maids. This time Song Qinzong sent Emperor Rufu, who could be used as a maid to take care of Joan of Arc. Dot! Emperor Rufu's clear eyes widened. She, a princess, had become someone else's maid. Chu Tian disagreed. As Li Shimon's sister, Li Xiaoning worked under Xiao Liang. Song Qinzong was heartbroken. His sister actually wanted to serve others. Song Qinzong couldn't understand the idea that heavenly soldiers and generals were different from ordinary people. Just like Chu Tian couldn't understand Song Huizong and Song Qinzong's tendency to give away their daughters and younger sisters. Song Qinzong did not dare to accuse Chu Tian. When an ordinary person becomes a consort, he will protect the emperor in every possible way, for fear that the emperor will blame him. But are the generals mortals? Perhaps in their eyes, DG was just a mortal, not much different from the women in the market. After figuring this out, Song Qinzong remained silent. Your Majesty, let's continue playing chess. Chu Tian's intention is still not over. Although Emperor Rufu did make Chu Tian's eyes shine, Chu Tian was not a person who thought with his lower body. And there were many women around him who were no less good than Emperor Rufu. This is probably the result of being in the midst of blessings and not knowing the blessings. Song Qinzong felt uneasy. Why was this general interested in him more than his sister? Could it be that this general had a habit of long yang? Song Qinzong was trembling. But he obviously thought too much. Princess Rufu was taken to Joan of Arc's tent. Joan of Arc is woken up, but she is still unable to move around. When she saw a frail girl arriving, she couldn't help but be wary. With the power of the Rufu Emperor, Joan of Arc can fight 100 of them. So naturally she is not prepared to prevent the Rufu Emperor from attacking. Joan of Arc was more worried about her own status. Princess Rufu has a delicate body, which makes me feel pity for her. She is different from a group of female generals like Joan of Arc who fight and kill. According to Joan of Arc's thinking, this kind of woman is easiest to capture the Lord's favor. As a princess of the Song dynasty, Emperor Rufu had never served anyone else. Now she was forced to work as a maid. She couldn't help but feel confused when she thought about her possible treatment in the future. But thinking that she was protecting the people of the Song dynasty, Emperor Rufu mustered up her courage, puffed up her chest, went to boil water, and followed the palace maid's instructions to learn how to serve others. Because it was Chu Tian's order, the palace maid did not dare to help Emperor Rufu in order not to offend the general, but only gave guidance. Seeing the clumsy performance of Emperor Rufu, Joan of Arc felt inexplicably distressed. For Joan of Arc, who was born as a girl in the French countryside, setting up a stove to boil water was naturally an easy task, even easier than going into battle to kill the enemy. But for Emperor Rufu, who is usually pampered and a real rich lady, it is not easy to engage in these trivial matters. Emperor Rufu. When Fang Xianling saw that Chu Tian had taken in poor Emperor Rufu, she thought Chu Tian was interested in her. Emperor Rufu was a very pitiful person in history. She was kidnapped to the kingdom of Jin and had a bad fate. Chu Tian took her in because he was probably worried that Jin Bing would go south again. The Northern Song dynasty court did not even have the ability to protect the Emperor Ji. In order to help the Lord win the beauty's heart, Fang Xianling believed that it was necessary to step forward. You should thank our Lord for resolving the siege of Bianjing by the Jin soldiers. Otherwise, the Jin soldiers would have captured the inner city, and you would have been taken to Bianjing by the Jin soldiers. In the desolate north, becoming a slave to the barbarians, the consequences can be imagined. Emperor Rufu's face turned pale when she heard Fang Xuanling's words. As the empress of the Song dynasty, she had been exposed to music, chess, calligraphy and painting since she was a child, so she naturally understood some truths. According to Fang Xianling, if Chu Tian and his party had not intervened to rescue the siege, the entire royal family of the Song dynasty, except Zhao Go who was raising troops outside, would have been captured by the Jin soldiers. Once captured by the Jin soldiers, the fate of these imperial concubines will be extremely miserable. At least Chu Tian is still a reasonable person and will not treat him as a slave. Perhaps Now is the best ending. If you serve our Lord well, and satisfy our Lord, maybe your life will be easier in the future. Even no worse than in the palace. I get it. Emperor Rufu's words were weak, and she clenched her fists. She seemed to be mentally prepared. Before being sent to Chu Tian's camp, the old palace maid had already told her how to please a man, including some bed matters. In ancient times, 17 years old had not yet left the government, which was already a long time. It was time to know these things, except for the incense money that DG used as 10,000 taels of silver. The rest of the incense money was also sent to the Han army camp one after another. The Han princes are about to return to the main world. After Chu Tian played chess with Song Qinzong, he came to check on Joan of Arc's injury. When Joan of Arc was fighting with Wanyan Zhongwang, she did not hesitate to get injured in order to kill Wanyan Zhongwang as soon as possible. Joan of Arc was injured while performing a meritorious service, so Chu Tian thought it was necessary to come to express condolences. Princess Rufu was working hard to cook for Joan of Arc, holding a bamboo tube in her little hand and blowing air into the stove, while her fair face was blackened by the thick smoke. Not only are the movements clumsy, but they are also causing trouble for themselves. Why is this DG so cute? Chu Tian found that he was surrounded by a group of weirdos. I am probably the most normal one among this group of people. Just leave these things to the cook. Chu Tian interrupted Princess Zhao's hard but clumsy attempt. If Joan of Arc ate the rice she cooked, her condition might not worsen immediately. Chu Tian's sudden appearance made Emperor Rufu stand up immediately like a frightened deer. Master Tianjiang, these are also things that a maid should do. A maid does not have to do everything. She only needs to complete the master's instructions. Chu Tian needs to train Rufu Diji well, so that she can get into the role as soon as possible. But Chu Tian didn't have time. He wanted to enter the camp to visit Joan of Arc, but the corner of his clothes was grabbed by Princess Rufu. Is something wrong? The maids in the palace told me to serve well. Serve! Emperor Rufu was extremely embarrassed and pitiful. Serve the Lord Tianjiang, as long as the Lord has needs. Needs! Yuan can be at any time. At any time. That. From now on, you can call me Lord, not Lord General. Chu Tian knew that everyone in Kaifeng City regarded him as one of the heavenly soldiers and generals. It had to be said that this title was extremely awkward. There was a hint of doubt in Emperor Rufu's eyes. Lord, soon you will go to heaven. In the past few days, you have said goodbye to your father and brother. After Chu Tian learned that Emperor Rufu had the ability to pray for blessings, he naturally would not let her go. He would abduct her to the main world no matter what. As for how to deal with her in the future, let's talk about it separately. Sure enough, he could no longer see his father and brother. Emperor Rufu's eyes were dim. She would soon leave her hometown and go to a world unknown to her. Chu Tian strode into Joan of Arc's tent. The cute Emperor Rufu suddenly reacted. No! Miss Joan of Arc told me not to let anyone in during this period. As expected, in the tent, Joan of Arc was stunned on the spot with her face as red as a cloth. Chu Tian was also stunned, because Joan of Arc was changing clothes and wiping his wounds. Why isn't Jean here? Rufu, do you know where the girl Jean you took care of is? Chu Tian reacted immediately, pretended that nothing happened, and walked out calmly. Joan of Arc was extremely desperate at this time, and her head was blank. She could see from Chu Tian's slightly greedy eyes that Chu Tian had clearly seen everything. What should I do now? I am no longer pure. God, please forgive me. Joan of Arc was at a loss. She is a saint. Emperor Rufu was outside and saw Chu Tian coming out calmly. Is nothing wrong? Chu Tian muttered that he did not expect Joan of Arc's figure to be quite good, but he replied superficially. Nothing happened. Chapter 512 1 slap per person. It's time to return to school. The princes of the Eastern Han dynasty received hundreds of thousands of taels of silver raised by Kaifeng Prefecture. But they knew that Kaifeng Prefecture could no longer donate more. If this continued, they would become targets of attack by the people of Kaifeng Prefecture. After all, the incense money that Kaifeng Mansion gave to the Han army came from the civilians of Kaifeng City, and the wool came from the sheep. The compensation the Han army received this time included gold, silver, weapons, and armor from the Song Empire, as well as captured Jin war horses, weapons, and several empresses with special abilities, which could be considered to make up for the losses. Kaifeng Mansion also searched for drawings, one architectural drawing for each Han prince. As compensation, the princes of the Han army felt the sincerity of Kaifeng Mansion. When the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty proposed to release the two Song emperors and Zhao Go at Xianhua Gate in Kaifeng City. The civil servants of Kaifeng Mansion were overjoyed. The heavenly soldiers and generals held the two Song emperors hostage for a long time. And finally they were willing to release them. A group of civil servants from Kaifeng Prefecture gathered at Xianhua Gate. There were hundreds of them. They wanted to show up to welcome the two Song emperors and make their presence felt. After the two Song emperors regain power in the future, maybe they could get special promotion. Zonza, Zhang Shai, Yao Yozhong, Yu Fei and other war generals, regardless of their high or low official positions, were grateful to the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty. When the outer city of Kaifeng was breached by the Jin soldiers, the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty descended from the sky, defeated the Jin soldiers, lifted the siege of Kaifeng City by the Jin soldiers, went out of the city to pursue the Jin soldiers, fought a deadly battle with the main force of the Jin soldiers in Huazhou, and finally annihilated the main force of the Jin soldiers. Finally, the behavior of the Eastern Han dynasty princes, who hijacked the emperor, was considered by this group of war-fighting generals as encouraging His Majesty to conquer personally. Therefore, Zonza, Yu Fei, Yao Yozhong, Zhang Shai and others not only had no objections, but believed that the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty had done what they wanted to do, but did not dare to do. Any Song minister who kidnaps the emperor will most likely be settled by the Queen of Autumn and criticized by thousands of people. But the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty were different. The princes of the Eastern Han dynasty did not belong to the Song dynasty ministers. They claimed to be heavenly soldiers and generals, ignoring the distinction between monarch and ministers. The most important thing is that the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty walked away without taking any responsibility. If killing two Song emperors would not have led to the failure of the Jingkong campaign, perhaps the Eastern Han princes would have sharpened their swords against the Song emperor. Yu Fei will follow the example of heaven, serve the country, go straight to Huanglong, and drink with all the soldiers. Yu Fei learned that Chu Tian was about to return to heaven, held Chu Tian's hand, and regarded Chu Tian as an example to learn from. Chu Tian discovered that Yu Fei's favorability level had reached 90, and he would probably become his general in the main world. As for the memory of the Battle of Jingkong, it is naturally gone. Several emperors and concubines were saying goodbye to Emperor Huizong and Emperor Qinzong of Song dynasty. Each pear blossom was in tears, which was touching. In order to appease the heavenly generals, Song Huizong dedicated several of his daughters, who had not left the palace, to the heavenly generals. We are apart now, and we will never see each other again. It's extremely shameful that I was thanked for my help but had nothing to repay. Yao Yuzhong was rescued by Chu Tian at the beginning, and he felt guilty for Chu Tian's survival, and his favorability towards Chu Tian skyrocketed. Chu Tian actually didn't want Yao Yuzhong to have a better impression of him, because doing so would dilute the probability of recruiting Yu Fei. Bastard. If I die, I can go to heaven to meet you. It's really Zhang Shai's luck. Zhang Shai also held hands and cried. Chu Tian killed the magic stick with Jing, helped Zhang Shai avenge the death of his eldest son in battle, and lifted the siege of Kaifeng City by the Jin soldiers. He was a great favor to Zhang Shai, and Zhang Shai's favorability towards Chu Tian was also 90. Above. Too much. Chu Tian found that he had a group of admirers among the Song generals. The favorability of each Song general was above 80, even reaching an astonishing 90. These Song generals will dilute the probability of recruiting Yu Fei. It seems that I can't be a good person in the future. Chu Tian was helpless about being admired among the Song army. Being too popular was not a good thing. My heavenly soldiers and generals, please go in peace. I have ordered painters to draw your portraits, build Taoist temples for you, and have Taoist priests pray for you day and night. Song Qinzong expressed his gratitude to Chu Tian and his party on behalf of the Song court. Do not build Taoist temples, which wastes people and money. The reason why the Fanhua uprising broke out in the Song dynasty was a warning of God's anger. Is it possible that your majesty still doesn't know how to repent? Chu Tian pretended to be a magic stick and deceive Song Qinzong, Huizong of the Song dynasty, who was in power during the Fanhua uprising. Changed his expression. It turns out that Fanhua was an envoy sent by God to warn me. But I couldn't understand what God meant. I really deserve to die. I will definitely have someone build a Taoist temple for Fanhua. Song Huizong thought that Chu Tian had just said not long ago that he could not continue to waste people and money. So he quickly shut up. If he continues to anger God, the Song dynasty will perish. Father and brother, Yuan bids you farewell forever. Emperor Rufus said goodbye to Song Huizong and Song Qinzong. Song Huizong's eyes turned red when he thought that he would never see his daughter again.
Chu Zimu, come here. I have something to discuss with you.
Jiujiang, Lao Qin, Mingwan, Tong Ke and other princes discussed with Chu Tian privately. Chu Tian looked a little strange, hesitated for a while, and finally agreed. More than a dozen Han princes pulled DG away and surrounded Song Huizong, Song Qinzong, and Zhao Go. These three were the three emperors of the northern Song dynasty and the southern Song dynasty respectively. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The princes of the Han army went up, and one of them gave them a slap in the face. Song Huizong, Song Qinzong and Zhao Go were all stunned for a while. Their cheeks were hot, and then pain came from their red cheeks, and tears flowed down unsatisfactorily. The three emperors were actually beaten to tears by a group of fierce Han princes. More than a dozen Han princes gave the three Song emperors a slap in the face. And then, they were completely relieved. Although the three of them cannot take full responsibility for the cowardice of the northern and southern Song dynasties. As emperors, they must bear part of the responsibility. So slapping them is not excessive. Several Song dynasty emperors and concubines were completely stunned because of the sudden change, while a group of Song dynasty civil servants and military generals, as well as the Song army, and the people of Kaifeng City were all silent. In other words, they had no time to react. Two emperors and a royal family member were beaten to tears by the heavenly soldiers and generals.
Why are you doing this?
Although Zhongzi, Zhang Shai, Yao Yozhong and others are grateful to Chu Tian and his party, it does not mean that they can remain indifferent when Chu Tian and others insult their emperor. The Song army and the people of Kaifeng City had nothing to do with themselves and were not so excited.
Quiet! This is God's punishment and warning to the two majesties for their neglect of duty. If the two majesties and you no longer want to reform and seek strength, but seek peace, the Song dynasty will surely perish and all living beings will be in ruins. After your death, you will also die. You will be thrown into the underworld and suffer eternal torture.
Since he had already pretended to be a magic stick, Chu Tian simply pretended to be a magic stick to the end, showing that it was not his group who wanted to beat Emperor Song. But God wanted Chu Tian and his group to come down to earth and wake up Emperor Song. Song Huizong and Song Qinzong had no doubt that Chu Tian and his party were heavenly soldiers and generals. They thought that Chu Tian and others were conveying the will of heaven. If they were hit in the head, they couldn't help but shout,
I am ashamed of the common people and have caused the loss of life. Well done. The emperors all said this. In order to help the two emperors, a group of civil servants and generals from the Song dynasty said, Well done. Long live. The Song army and the people of Kaifeng City didn't know what was going on. So they just followed the mountain and shouted, Long live the mountain.
He is truly a general sent by God.
Emperor Rufu was also convinced.
Where is Master Sun? The Tongji Pretty Counselor who recommended Celestial Master Guojing?
The Han princes are about to return to the main world, so they are liquidating. Tongji Pretty Counselor Sun Fu was superstitious about the magic stick Guojing, which caused the outer city of Kaifeng to be attacked by Jin soldiers, and he had a certain responsibility for the Battle of Jingkong.
You credulously believed in ghosts and gods, and appointed the villain Guojing, so that the golden soldiers destroyed the city. If it were not for our real heavenly soldiers and generals descending to earth, Bianjing would have been a purgatory on earth. It should be noted that many people will be helped by the right way, and few will be helped by the wrong way. This time, there are some wrong ways. God helps us, and there won't be a second time in the future. From now on, the Song dynasty can only rely on its own soldiers.
Do you know? When Sun Fu came out, the Han princes slapped the old guy hard.
Thank you, God. Well done. Well done.
Sun Fu was extremely superstitious about ghosts and gods. When the heavenly soldiers and generals beat him and enjoyed emperor-like treatment, instead of getting angry, he hugged his red and swollen cheeks and thanked the heavenly soldiers and generals again and again. Why is this old guy so happy after being beaten? The princes of the Eastern Han dynasty seemed not very satisfied.
Where is Qin Hui?
Wen suddenly remembered Qin Hui, an important figure at the turn of the Northern Song dynasty and the Southern Song dynasty.
Qin Hui?
The civil servants and generals of the Song dynasty looked around and soon pushed out a middle-aged civil servant. The man smiled bitterly and said,
I am Qin Hui, the censor.
At this time, Qin Hui's official position was not as unattainable as it was in the Southern Song dynasty. and many people present had much higher qualifications than Qin Shi. Qin Hui was still a main war faction in the northern Song dynasty. After being captured by the Jin soldiers and taken to the Jin kingdom, he fled back to the southern Song dynasty. He claimed to the southern Song dynasty court that he took advantage of the Jin soldiers' unpreparedness and took his family south to submit to the new court. Later, Qin Hui became the main peace faction in the southern Song dynasty, and his status became higher and higher. He helped Xiao Guo solve the hidden danger of Yufei and declared himself a vassal of the Jin kingdom. Many people in later generations believe that Qin Hui was an undercover agent deliberately released by the Jin kingdom to the southern Song dynasty to control the southern Song dynasty. If this statement is true, then the kingdom of Jin is indeed superb in using time. Some people also think that Xiao Guo himself wanted to get rid of Yufei, make peace with the kingdom of Jin, and then use Qin Hui's sword to kill Yufei. Chu Tian didn't know what the truth was. Qin Hui in the Battle of Jinkong couldn't be said to be a treacherous minister, because he had not been captured by the Jin soldiers and was a main combatant. However, since the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty even beat Xiao Guo, they would not let Qin Hui go. After Qin Hui came out, the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty each slapped Qin Hui. Cool! Unlike Sun Fu, who was overjoyed, Qin Hui, who had not done anything bad yet, said aggrievedly, "I have always been careful and never made any mistakes. Why are you generals? You need to swear an oath to serve the country with loyalty and not to make peace with the kingdom of Jin. Otherwise you will suffer in purgatory forever in the future." Without saying a word, Chu Tian beat Qin Hui and then reasoned with him. In fact, it is not to be reasonable, but to force him to always stand in the camp of the main militant faction. The Lord General conveys God's will. How dare Qin Hui disobey? The sun is silent, and his strange power confuses the gods. Qin Hui was also a little afraid of the consequences. If he really suffered in the underworld forever after death, no one would dare to make a mistake easily. Several princes of the Eastern Han dynasty discussed privately. Do you think this will be useful? Anyway, it's just a copy. We don't expect Xiao Guo and Qin Hui to reflect on it. We're happy and that's it. Indeed, the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty were indeed very relieved now. And all those who deserved to be beaten were beaten. There's another guy to beat. Who? Zhang Bangchang, the pseudo-emperor of Chu. I almost forgot about this guy. When the Han princes began to settle accounts, someone mentioned Zhang Bangchang, the puppet emperor of Chu. Zhang Bangchang, Dazian minister, is a representative figure of the Zhuhe faction. If it were not for the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty, after the Jin soldiers broke through Kaifeng, they would have robbed the two Song emperors, and then supported Zhang Bangchang as the emperor of the Chu kingdom, and disintegrated the Song kingdom. So the angry princes of the Eastern Han dynasty summoned Zhang Bangchang and beat him severely. This time, it was no longer a slap, but a fist directly. Only by beating up all those who deserve to be beaten can the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty truly relieve their anger. Many civil servants believed that it was a punishment from God, and they could not fight back after being beaten. A military attaché with a lower status than the civil servants saw the civil servants, who were usually superior, being beaten, and many people chose to stand by and watch. Even when the emperor was beaten, he said the beating was good. When other civil servants were beaten, they did not dare to say anything. It's time for us to get out of here. Chu Tian looked at a group of ministers with bruises and swollen faces and clapped his hands with satisfaction. A group of Han princes, Han generals, and soldiers all lined up outside Kaifeng City, preparing to withdraw from the Jinkong battle dungeon. There was an architectural drawing in Chu Tian's arms, which was obtained by blackmailing the officials of Kaifeng City. This building is called Jinyu, and is a famous palace during the Huizong period of the Song dynasty. In order to build the largest garden in the Song dynasty, a flower and stone guide was launched to search for exotic flowers and stones from all over the world. It encompasses the beauty of the world and hides the victory of the past and present. This is a marvelous building for pleasure. The famous Fanhua peasant uprising is directly related to Huashi Gang. Chu Tian had long heard a saying that spectacles harm the country. Of course, wonders in the real world are harmful to the country. But in Lords, they bring certain bonuses to the territory. So whether to build Jinyu Garden, you must carefully consider the gains and costs. Leaving the Battle of Jinkong, almost all the Han princes chose to withdraw from the Jinkong battle dungeon. Emperor Rufu realized that she would never see Song Huizong and Song Qinzong again, and said goodbye to them with tears. Yu Fei's favorability score was still rising. and it was already 90 before Chu Tian left. Xuerengui, Li Guang, Joan of Arc, King Arthur, Lu Yi, Fong Xianling, and others followed Chu Tian. Joan of Arc no longer dared to look directly at Chu Tian, but instead seemed to have done something wrong. The scene in front of him changed, and Chu Tian returned to Xia City in the main world. Emperor Rufu, who was still saying goodbye to Song Huizong and Song Qinzong, found herself in the heavenly court in an instant, and this place seemed not much different from Bianjing. Is this the heaven? Emperor Rufu found that she seemed to have been deceived. The so-called heavenly court and Bianjing were almost the same. If there is a difference between Tianting and Bianjing, it should be that Xia City is relatively peaceful and has no war. Chapter 513 Super Generous Rewards. Finally back to Xia City. Chu Tian returned to the Lord's mansion and immediately started to deal with the matters he should deal with, especially paying attention to the Yeqing battlefield. He has only left Yeqing for a while, and the situation in Yeqing should not deteriorate rapidly. Taiyuan County has run out of food and grass and has been captured by Zhao Long's General Yang Su. Zhang Yan, the leader of the Black Mountain Army, was captured by Shi Wanshui a few years ago and has pledged allegiance to Zhao Long. As soon as Chu Tian came back, he received the unexpected news. Zhao Long and the Black Mountain Army were once enemies. Later, the relationship between the two parties eased. Chu Tian concluded that Zhao Long had probably conquered the Black Mountain Army. Otherwise, with the style of the Black Mountain Army, they would not easily send troops to fight against the princes, who were stronger than them. As for the depletion of food and grass in Taiyuan County, Huma informed him of this in advance, so Chu Tian actually knew about it, and it would not have much impact on Chu Tian's Hebei strategy. Huma had delayed Zhao Long enough and helped Chu Tian enough. Next, it depends on the decisive battle between Chu Tian and Zhao Long in Jizhou, who can decide Hebei in one battle. If Chu Tian wins, Zhao Long's power will basically collapse. But if Chu Tian loses, the Northern Expedition Army will have to retreat and return to the south of the Yellow River. This is a decisive battle between the princes of the Central Plains and the princes of Hebei. It would be easy to deal with Zhao Long alone, but it would be uncomfortable to have Liu Bei in the middle. Miss Xia asked for the battle arrangements to be sent over. When Chu Tian returned to the Lord's mansion, he received the combat deployment of the legion besieging Yeqing. This time is a decisive battle between the two sides. The scale will be unprecedented. It is conceivable that the troops of 6 to 7 states will be gathered. The battle in Yuo only involved the strength of 3 states. Such a deployment is somewhat dangerous, but it is a tactic to end the war quickly. Follow this deployment. I have to get to Yeqing as soon as possible. Chu Tian agreed to the tactical deployment of the legions besieging Yeqing. The two sides are completely competing for wits and courage to see who is more ruthless. If Chu Tian wants to rush to Yeqing at this time, he needs to use the teleportation array to reach Piyang, and then cross the Yellow River north. At this time, the Yellow River has been frozen, and the speed northward is not slow. Despite this, he may arrive at Yeqing 1 step slower than Zhao Long. When Chu Tian returned to his house, he found a girl taking care of 2 children. Seeing Chu Tian's arrival, the girl timidly said, "Lord, Sister Xia asked me to come and take care of you. I wonder if it's okay. You can arrange for this Miss Xiao to be placed on your behalf." Chu Tian casually ordered the girl to go down and hand over the Rufu Emperor Ji, who was about the same age. Emperor Rufu is just a vase. Chu Tian people can enshrine it properly and provide a blessing value bonus to the territory. Supporting one person can provide 5 blessing points for the entire force, and can also increase the birth rate, which is too cost-effective for Chu Tian. The girl said, "Yes." Chu Tian nodded. This girl is none other than Duchan, one of the 4 beauties of ancient China who has been teaching Xiao Liang how to dance. At first, Chu Tian was a little surprised to know that Duchan was living in exile in Xia City. During the Dongzhuo Rebellion, Duchan was sent to Xia City for refuge by her adoptive father after being reminded by someone else. As a result, Wang Yun was trapped in Chang'an, but his adopted daughter Duchan arrived in Xiaxing. Duchan had no source of income, so she was recommended by Yufeng and came to Han Yuefu to make a name for herself. Only then did she get a salary. Chu Tian can also see Duchan's attributes. Duchan is a special talent. Because he Ren's words to Wang Yun changed her destiny. She has not had any interaction with Lu Bu yet. Name, Duchan. Age 16. Commander, 15, 20, Force, 10, 15, Intelligence, 80, 83, Politics, 65, 70, Charm, 97, 99. Occupation, legendary dancer, when resident in Jaya Fangxi or brothel. The income of Jaya Fangxi or brothel plus 100%. Characteristic 1, Close Moon SS level trait. Attractiveness to men plus 30%. Success rate of honey trap greatly increased. Upper limit of morale of all legions of the force plus 3. Characteristic 2, Special Dance S level trait. The probability of the territory attracting special talents is greatly increased when the same type of traits are superimposed. The effect decreases. Characteristic 3, Yui Qiao S level trait. Territorial cultural influence plus 5%. When the same kind of traits are superimposed, the effect will decrease. Chu Tian saw this special ability for the first time. Du Chan's special ability, Closing the Moon, has the effect of plus 3 to the upper limit of the morale of the Force Legion. The upper limit of the morale of a legion is 100. Due to the influence of Du Chan's ability, Closing Moon, the upper limit of the legion's morale becomes 103. The morale ceiling has a subtle impact on the outcome of the war. A legion with full morale and a cap of 103 fights against a legion with full morale and a cap of 100. Assuming other conditions are the same. The legion with a morale cap of 103 will persist until the end. Therefore, the existence of Du Chan has greatly improved the combat capabilities of each legion. When the various bonuses are added up, the impact is quite large. All in all, Du Chan, like Rofu DG, is a top-notch base that is very useful to the territory. Chu Tian doesn't mind using a little of the salary from the Lord's Mansion to support them. One person has a bonus to culture and legion, and one person has a bonus to blessing value, metaphysics, and population. It is said that if you collect all 4 beauties, you can complete the 4 beauties achievement mission and get rewards. Completing the mission does not mean that the person must be admitted to the Lord's Mansion. As long as you work in a department under the Lord's Mansion, you can also see the attributes, which is regarded as the allegiance of special talents. When Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan went to war, Xiao Liang asked Yu Chan to take care of the 2 children. Now that there is another Emperor Rufu, the originally quiet Lord's Mansion is a bit lively. And Chu Tian, who is used to a peaceful life, can't help but have a headache. Ding! The 4th epic battle of Jing Kong is over. Your camp has won. The points you earned in this battle are doubled. Ding! Because you participated in the Battle of Jing Kong, you get a random recruitment order. At the same time, you get the additional reward of being the first in points. If the hero has a special unit, you will get 1/10 of the troop strength, and the average level it's level 60. Ding! You get the additional reward of ranking first in points. When you use the first random recruitment order, you can get 2 additional heroes close to you. The quality is variable. Ding! As a reward for ranking first in points, you will receive a random recruitment order for civil servants and generals from the Song Dynasty. The quality is uncertain. Ding! You are rewarded for ranking first in points and a copy of the Northern Song Dynasty treasure along the river during the Qingming Festival. Ding! You are rewarded for ranking first in points and a Song Dynasty special talent recruitment order. Ding! You get the reward for ranking first in points. And you get the SS level characteristic 4 great inventions of black powder, which you can use yourself or give as a reward to others. Ding! You get the reward for ranking first in points and get the 8th level cultural building drawing in Tian Academy. Chu Tian was shocked by a series of system prompts. The harvest this time is definitely a lot, and it can even be said to be very exaggerated. In this epic battle, Chu Tian gained a total of 154,000 points. The Song Army Camp won, and Chu Tian's points were doubled, which was 308,000 points. The super generous reward for first place, plus the points reward, is enough to satisfy Chu Tian. The gold and silver property Chu Tian obtained from Kaifeng and Jin Bing was worth hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. He also kidnapped Emperor Rufu and obtained a Song Dynasty garden drawing, Jinyu, which was considered a worthwhile trip. The rewards of other princes may be a little worse than those of the first place, but I guess it won't be much different, because my points are almost the same as those of the 2nd and 3rd place. The soldiers brought by each prince were all 10,000, and the number of golden soldiers killed and wounded should not differ by 3 or 4 times. The rewards for 2nd and 3rd place will definitely not be comparable to those for 1st place, and the next step will depend on luck. Chu Tian counted the harvest and found that he could recruit a total of 4 civil servants and generals and 1 special talent. It can be deduced that the 2nd and 3rd place may recruit 3 civil servants and generals, or 2 civil servants and generals, and so on, for civil servants and a special talent. 2 of which are bound to the first random military commander. This was the first time Chu Tian saw such a recruitment method. This is equivalent to recruiting Mo Xie and sending generals, recruiting Yang Yi and sending Yang Yanzhao, recruiting Liu Bei and sending Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. That's probably the idea. In addition to talents, the rewards also include an SS-level characteristic, an 8th-level architectural drawing, and a treasure. It seemed like a very simple epic battle, but it was not simple at all. The 6,000 iron pagodas severely damaged most of the Han princes. If you are not careful, the Han princes will fail. Therefore, the rewards this time are also quite generous, and a large number of new civil servants and military officers will emerge. There are more than a dozen princes in the Eastern Han dynasty, and each prince recruits 2 civil servants and generals on average. So the total number must be more than that of Chu Tian. Please don't compare the protagonist alone with all the people combined. Speaking of individual princes, only Chu Tian had the opportunity to recruit 4 civil servants and generals. There are many more props on Chu Tian's desk, but the 2 random recruitment orders that concern Chu Tian most are the ones that concern him the most. One of the random recruitment orders is for every prince participating in the war, and there is another random recruitment order, which is the reward for first place. As for the second and third place, Chu Tian is not sure. But what is certain is that there will be no 4th place and after. Although it is a random recruitment order, since it can be used as the main reward of the epic battle, there is a high probability that it will be king level, emperor level, saint level, civil servants and generals. In other words, there will be at least 10 king level, emperor level, and even unprecedented holy level generals in the Eastern Han dynasty. Because Chu Tian was eager to go to the Yecheng battlefield. This time Chu Tian did not bathe and burn incense as before, but directly checked the rewards. The first one is the treasure. Along the river during the Qingming festival. Written by the Northern Song dynasty painter Zhang Ziduan, a native of Langia. Along the river during the Qingming festival is undoubtedly an almost perfect work of art. And in the world of lords, along the river during the Qingming festival can bring special effects to the city where it is stored. Name, along the river during Qingming festival, Northern Song dynasty. Grade, king level treasure. Effect, the cultural and commercial prosperity of the main city plus 10%. Public sentiment and public security tend to be stable. Description, there are more than 500 people, more than 50 livestock, and more than 20 vehicles and boats painted in the whole volume. Ding! The SS level achievement top 10 famous paintings has been opened. If you collect 10 famous paintings, you can get special rewards. Chu Tian briefly glanced at the properties of along the river during the Qingming festival, which were mainly used to improve the prosperity of the main city. In the long run, the role of treasure is greater than that of a certain talent. People will die, but as long as treasures are properly preserved, they will always protect the territory. It seems that it will be necessary to seize the treasures of other civilizations in the future. Chu Tian had the idea of treasures from other civilizations. The British and French forces burned the old summer palace and plundered many treasures. Not to mention that in Lord, some special treasures have special bonuses. Keep it as a family heirloom in the future. The number of Chu Tian's heirlooms is increasing. After careful inventory, there are essential art of Qi-Men, Wei Gongzi's art of war, a picture of along the river at Qingming festival, and Mo Xie, a general with weapons. Each of these treasures has its own function. Essential art of Qi-Men can increase grain production. Wei Gongzi's art of war can slightly strengthen a legion. Along the river during the Qingming festival can increase the prosperity of the main city. And General Mo Xie can foresee dangers in a small area. These have become Chu Tian's treasures. Chu Tian also planned to force Cao Cao to summarize the new Book of Mengde as soon as possible. Li Ke to summarize the Book of Laws as soon as possible. Chen Kun to summarize the Law of Wei as soon as possible, and Hua Tuo's Jin Nong book, all of which were kept as treasures. Ahem. Chu Tian found that he had thought too far. Then, there are 2 architectural drawings, including the 8th level, Yingtian Academy, and the 9th level garden building, Jianyu, both of which are cultural buildings. Among them, the garden building, Jianyu, is special and has more ornamental value, while Yingtian Academy was the Imperial Academy of Nanjing in the Song dynasty, almost equivalent to the status of the Imperial College in the Han dynasty. Yan Shu, who wrote, "The flowers fell helplessly." Officials of the Northern Song dynasty. Deja Vu Yan returns, and Fan Zhongyan both joined Yingtian Academy. Chutian is concerned about the bonus that Ingtian Academy will bring after its completion. Name, Ingtian Academy, Northern Song Dynasty. Grade, 8th grade building. Effect, the probability of Academy disciples obtaining excellent characteristics is increased. The cultural prosperity of the county is plus 30%. Description, the world is prosperous because of this. Restrictions, can only be established in Shankyu. Ingtian Academy had special restrictions, and could only be built in Shankyu, which was located in the Liang Kingdom of Yuzhou in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Chu Tian was not disgusted with this restriction. There is already an imperial college in Xiaocheng. If Ingtian Academy is also established in Xiaocheng, then its functions will conflict with Ingtian Academy. It would be better to establish Taishui in Shuzhou and Ingtian Academy in Yuzhou to avoid internal friction. The bonus of Ingtian Academy is also very simple. It will increase the cultural prosperity of Liang State in Yuzhou and form a scholarly atmosphere. In particular, the probability of obtaining excellent characteristics will be increased, which will attract a large number of talents to study. The bonus is brought by the treasure along the river during the Qingming festival, and the special building, Ingtian Academy, are not small. However, the bonuses must be viewed in the long term to be effective. In the short term, the most valuable ones are 2 random recruitment orders. Chu Tian used one of the random recruitment orders. The favorability between me and Yufei is 90, while the favorability between other princes and Yufei is only 50. How could Yufei belong to me? Chu Tian used the first random recruitment order without hesitation. The 2 civil servants and generals rewarded for the first place are related to the generals recruited by the first random recruitment order, which is equivalent to recruiting 1 and getting 2 free. And the first place has exclusive benefits. As for the second and third place, it's just a move and a getaway. Ding! You have recruited the Emperor-level Commander Yufei. Ding! You get the additional reward of ranking first in points. And you recruit the Yu family army's King-level General Zhang Xian and King-level General Niu Gao. Chu Tian stood up excitedly. Yufei was finally here. Moreover, the additional reward for first place is 2 generals from the Yu family army. Now Chu Tian can directly establish the Yu family army. Chapter 514 Yu family army. The Yu family army in Lord is divided into 12 armies, namely the front, rear, left, right, and middle 5 armies. The Beiwei army, the core force, the Tabai army reconnaissance, the selected front army, the Xingjia army, the enemy breaking army, and the Yui army spies. The 7th Navy army. Only when the corresponding generals are recruited can the corresponding troops be recruited. Zhang Xian was in charge of the former army. Niu Gao was in charge of the left army. And Yufei personally commanded the Beiwei army. In other words, the Yu family army has now grown to a quarter. Chu Tian had already met Yufei when he was young. At this time, Yufei was a little older than Chu Tian. He was about 30 years old and already had the air of a commander. He was no longer a young general in the Battle of Jingkong. The more mature he is, the closer Yufei is to his peak. Behind Yufei, there were 2 burly generals, both of whom had a strength of over 90. Chu Tian couldn't wait to check Yufei's ability. Name Yufei. Talent, Emperor-level Commander, Foot type / Bow type / Riding type. Level 50. Identity, King Yi of the Southern Song Dynasty. Loyalty, 95. Commander, 96, maximum 98. Force, 95, maximum 97. Intelligence, 78, upper limit 84. Politics, 47, maximum 55. Charm, 100. Character, loyalty. Favorability, 90. Characteristic 1, it is easy to shake the mountain, but it is difficult to shake the Yu family army, SSS level exclusive characteristic. Yu family army attack power plus 35%. Defense power plus 35%. Formation maintenance plus 20%. Morale before battle plus 20%. Non-Yu family army applicable effect is halved. Characteristic 2, Martial Saint, SSS level personal trait. When charging into formation / dueling. Personal attack power plus 50%. Blocking ability plus 20%. Enemy morale reduction rate plus 15%. Easy to fear. Characteristic 3, Wu Mu, SS level army aura. All attributes of all Song Dynasty troops on the battlefield plus 10%. Combat morale plus 15%. Up to 3 army auras applicable to 1 battlefield. Characteristic 4, Managing the army, characteristics of S-level troops. Morale decline rate minus 50%. Troops are less likely to fall into chaos when encountering unfavorable situations such as ambushes. fire attacks, water attacks, sieges, etc. Special arms, Yuejia Army Beiwei Army, 8th level heavy cavalry. Upper limit of 8,000. Special equipment, Lichuan gun, Emperor level exclusive weapon. Asterisk setting, the Beiwei Army and Taifutu are both 8th level heavy cavalry. Because the upper limit of the Beiwei Army is 8,000. If it is a 9th level cavalry, the value of more than 1,000 black armor cavalry, and more than 100 knights of the round table will decrease. Of course, there is no doubt that the Beiwei Army commanded by Yu Fei can defeat Jin Wushu's Taifutu. Because Yu Fei is more capable. Yu Fei is undoubtedly a well-rounded general, who can command 3 types of arms. He has both military and military skills. He has legion characteristics, an army aura, personal characteristics, and military management effects. He is not easily affected by negative effects. A very qualified and loyal commander, with a very high favorability rating, and so comprehensive that there is no room for criticism. In addition to Yu Fei, there are 2 other generals of Yu Fei, Zhang Xian and Liu Gao. Both of them were killed by Song Ting in an unwarranted incident because of their close relationship with Yu Fei. Name Zhang Xian. Talent, King level general, foot type / riding type. Level 50. Identity, former military commander of the Yu family army. Loyalty 90. Commander, 87, maximum 90. Force, 90, maximum 93. Intelligence, 75, maximum 77. Politics, 47, maximum 50. Charm 80. Phasiality, brave. Characteristic 1, prestige, S-level trait. Unit attack power plus 15%. Combat morale plus 20%. Enemy troops are prone to fear, confusion, and flight. Feature 2, Yu family army, S-level characteristic. When commanding the Yu family army, unit attack power plus 12%. Defense power plus 12%. Special arms, Yuejia Army Qinjuan, 12,000 people. 3 series of arms. 5th level. Zhang Xian, like Yu Fei, is relatively versatile and has a total of 12,000 special units. Then there is Liu Gao. Liu Gao's military force is higher, refer to the history of the Song dynasty, and his commander is relatively low. Name Liu Gao. Talent, King level general, Bao / riding type. Level 50. Identity, commander of the Yu family armies Wujuan. Loyalty 90. Commander, 75, maximum 79. Force, 92, maximum 95. Intelligence, 60, maximum 68. Politics, 47, maximum 50. Charm 80. Character reckless. Feature 1, formation breaking, S-level feature. Personal attack power plus 20%. When attacking the enemy formation, the morale of your own troops plus 15%. Attack power plus 5%. Feature 2, Yu family army, S-level characteristic. When commanding the Yu family army, unit attack power plus 12%. Defense power plus 12%. Special arms, Yuejia Army's Army, 12,000 people. 3 series of arms. 5th level. The size of the Yu family army was too large. Chu Tian estimated that the total number of the 12 Yu family army troops exceeded 100,000. The current legion under Chu Tian's command only has a maximum strength of 40,000 to 50,000 people. 1 legion of the PQ family army is equivalent to 2 to 3 normal legions. And they are all special arms. The 12 armies of the Yu family army were divided into strong and weak ones. The weak ones were the 5th level normal legions, while the most powerful ones were Yu Fei's 8,000 Beiwei army, which were 8th level heavy cavalry. 8,000 8th order heavy cavalry is quite terrifying. Chu Tian's Tiger army is also at the 8th level, with an upper limit of only 3,000. As for Yu Qigong's 9th level black armor army, the upper limit is only 400 people. Adding Yu Fei, Zhang Xian, and Liu Gao together, the upper limit of the Yu family army is 32,000, which is almost the size of an ordinary army of Chu Tian forces. Chu Tian did not want a legion to be named after a certain general, such as the Yu family army or the Chao family army, which would easily become an intricate military aristocratic group. Judging from the loyalty setting, Yu Fei, the first-generation general, would definitely not betray. But Chu Tian had to consider whether the second and third-generation generals of a legion would threaten the rule. Therefore, the main legions of the Chu Tian forces are named after numbers such as Invincible, Offensive, White Robe, etc., in order to be able to change their commanders at any time. If the legions are named after Yu Fei, Cao Cao and others, it will be easy to form a warlord force with legions as units. Of course, after the army commander is appointed, Chu Tian will not interfere much with his specific command. Sometimes, corps commanders are even exchanged to achieve certain strategic goals. The Yu family army was renamed by Chu Tian as the Beiwei Army, named after the 8,000 Beiwei Army at its core. It is estimated that it will take a lot of time to recruit the Yu family army. In the Battle of Hebei, the Beiwei army will probably be useless. Ding! As an additional reward for the first place, the recruited Imperial heroes have special arms and can get 1/10 of the troops. Please select the birthplace of the arms. If it weren't for the system reminder, Chu Tian almost forgot that there was an additional reward for first place. The upper limit of Yufei's Beiwei army is 8,000. 1/10 of it is 800 Beiwei army. It feels good to get 800 Beiwei troops for free without paying any price. 800 Wei troops were placed in the cavalry camp. Chu Tian arranged 800 Beiwei army cavalry with an average level of 60 veterans at the place where the Xiaocheng cavalry was stationed, and took them to Yecheng later. After recruiting 3 generals at once, Chu Tian focused on the second recruitment order. General Yu. You and the 2 generals go to the camp and get familiar with the situation. Chu Tian asked 2 petty officials to take Yufei, Zhang Xian, and Yo Gao to familiarize themselves with the camp in Xia City and the 800 Beiwei army cavalry obtained by the commander. 800 Wei army cavalrymen, fully armed and level 60 veterans, can be sent directly to the Yecheng battlefield. Chu Tian used the second recruitment order directly. This one is a random recruitment order for civil servants and generals from the Song dynasty. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of the imperial civil servant Yu Yunwen. Yu Yunwen? This is a famous figure in the southern Song dynasty. Moreover, Yu Yunwen is not only a famous prime minister, but also a qualified military strategist. In the Battle of Kaishiji, Yu Yunwen, as the supervisor, defeated the 150,000 Jin army commanded by Emperor Wan Yinliang of the Jin dynasty, with a force of 18,000, when the morale of the Song army was low. Wang Meng and Zhuge Liang are somewhat similar. Chu Tian looked at the civil servant in front of him, and found it hard to believe that a civil servant had such courage. Name Yu Yunwen. Talent, Emperor-level civil servants. King-level commanders, crossbow system/water system. Level 50. Identity, Prime Ministers of the Southern Song Dynasty. Envoy of Sichuan Xuanfu. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 90, maximum 93. Force, 35, maximum 40. Intelligence, 85, maximum 87. Politics, 94, maximum 96. Charm, 92. Phaseality, calm. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, become a prime minister and become a general, SS level trait. When serving as a civilian official, the administrative efficiency of the department will be plus 40%, making it easy to discover talents. When serving as a military general, all attributes of the Legion will be plus 15%. Feature 2, boost military morale, S level feature. Legion morale plus 60%. Can only be used once a month. Characteristic 3, Navy Commander, S level characteristic. When commanding the Navy, Navy attack power plus 15%. Fire attack damage plus 15%. Special unit, Southern Song Dynasty Death-defying Navy, maximum 18,000. 5th level Navy. From the Battle of Kaishiji. Chu Tian rarely saw such a comprehensive figure, who could serve as a civil servant, a military general, and command the Navy. One person can be used as 3 persons. The ability to invigorate the morale of the army can restore the morale of the army by 60% at a time. In other words, if a legion is defeated, its morale can basically be restored directly. Although it is only an S-class feature, this feature is quite practical. However, it is really difficult to clearly define the positioning of these comprehensive talents. He is capable of leading troops and administering administration. Chu Tian's naval talents include Zheng Zhilong, Su Sheng, and Yu Yunwen, and the strength of the Fubo Legion has increased. Currently, the Fubo Corps is still deployed on Jeju Island, and poor Zheng Zhilong is raising horses. The cost of raising horses in Jeju Island is much lower than that in Suzhou, because Jeju Island has a small population. Raising horses does not require much arable land. At the same time, Jeju Island's geographical location and climate are suitable for raising horses. For the time being, you will help manage Suzhou's internal affairs and manage the logistics of the Fubo Corps. Chu Tian couldn't give Yu Yunwen a good position for a while, so he could only let him have multiple positions. On the one hand, he managed Suzhou with Sang Hongyang and Zhang Hong, and on the other hand, He let Yu Yunwen join the Fubo army. With Chu Tian's economic conditions, Yu Yunwen could also start recruiting his own troops to prepare for future conquests in Japan and the south. Yu Yunwen was also led by officials from the Lord's Mansion and met with Sang Hongnong, chief finance minister of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, Zhang Hong, one of the two Zhangs in Jiandong, and Jia Sixi, author of Qi Min Yaoshu, 3 civil servants who stayed in Xia City for recruitment opportunities, 2 emperor level and 2 king level, can form 2 legions, 1 land legion and 1 navy legion. Chu Tian also has a special talent recruitment order from the Song dynasty. This special talent recruitment order can recruit special talents from the Song dynasty. Special talents include poets from the Northern Song dynasty. Some poets themselves are military commanders or civil servants, so they are not simply special talents. For example, Fan Zhongyan was a special talent, a civil servant, and a commander-in-chief. There is also Su Shi, who is both a special talent and a civil servant. Xian Qiji was a poet, and he could also be a military commander. The Song dynasty suffered military losses, but there was no shortage of civil servants and generals. At the same time, the economy, culture, and even science and technology were prosperous. This is the strange thing about the Song dynasty. There were many scientific and technological talents in the Song dynasty, and movable type printing was also popular in the Song dynasty. Chu Tian used the special talent recruitment order. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of a special talent, the famous Northern Song dynasty architect Li Jie. Li Jie? Chu Tian really had never heard of this person. Ding! You have obtained the first book in China that discusses construction engineering in detail. The Imperial Treasure. Construction method. Dot! Chu Tian was initially indifferent, but when he heard the system prompt, he was stunned. Li Jie, an architect in the Northern Song dynasty, actually brought his own Imperial Treasure, building methods, which is equivalent to Jia Sixi in the Northern Wei dynasty, who brought his own agricultural book, Essential Techniques of Qi Min. It's just that one is a representative of the peasant family of hundreds of schools of thought, and the other is a representative of the Mahas family of hundreds of schools of thought, because there is a 10th level building in Chu Tian's territory, Jixia Academy. Therefore, when Song architect Li Jie is recruited, Jixia Academy will also receive additional bonuses. Thinking of this, Chu Tian, who didn't know Li Jie originally, looked at Li Jie with a different look. He was a big boss of the Mo family. Moism is different from Confucianism. Moism pays attention to practicality. So the Imperial Treasure, building methods, brought by Li Jie must be related to construction projects. And it is obvious that it will improve the territory. Soon Li Jie handed over his treasure, construction method, to Chu Tian. And Chu Tian had an extra book in his hand. Unexpectedly, his collection was getting more and more. Chu Tian planned to build a special treasure house to enshrine all these treasures and set up guards to protect them. Chu Tian looked through the properties of building French style and found that, as expected, its properties were related to buildings and war fortifications. Chapter 515 Black Powder. Create French style. Chu Tian took the Imperial Treasure that Li Jie brought with him. Name, Creating French Style, Northern Song Dynasty. Grade, Imperial Treasure. Effect 1, the construction speed of civil buildings in all forces is plus 5%. The construction cost is minus 5%. And the maximum durability of the building is plus 5%. Effect 2, military building construction speed plus 20%. Construction cost minus 10%. Building durability limit plus 10%. Description, the book has 36 volumes, 357 chapters, and 3,555 items. It is the official architectural design and construction specification book of the Northern Song dynasty. These are 2 very simple effects, but their effects are quite characteristic of Moism. They don't have many bells and whistles, and are extremely practical. If Chu Tian's power construction expenditure, including private sector, is 100 million taels of silver every year, then the construction cost is minus 5%, which is equivalent to an annual saving of 5 million taels of silver. Finance comes from increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. Saving expenses is also a way to increase fiscal revenue. Construction method increases the construction speed and durability limit of military fortifications, making them more practical in war. The fortress that originally took 10 days to build can now be completed in 8 days, making it stronger. The Mahas school should be regarded as the technological school in the world of Lord. Science and technology are primary productive forces among the hundreds of schools of thought. Chu Tian had a high favorability towards the Mahes family and the Nong family. They are all doers. After Chu Tian unceremoniously accepted the building method, he looked at Li Jie's ability. According to the Chinese classification of various schools of thought, Li Jie can be classified as a representative figure of the Mahes school. Li Jie, a general in the Northern Song dynasty, was in charge of the maintenance of palaces, city walls, bridges, and boats and carriages. He was also the author of Building Methods. Name Li Jie. Talent, special talent, legendary civil architect. Identity, Northern Song dynasty general supervisor. Commander, 50, Force, 50, Intelligence, 80, Politics, 85, Charm 80. Feature 1, Civil Engineering Expert, SS level feature. When personally presiding over the construction of a building. The building construction time minus 20%. Construction cost minus 20%. Building durability limit plus 20%. Characteristic 2, General Supervisor, S level trait. Craftsmen who follow Li Jie to build buildings can gain more experience, and it is easier to acquire civil engineering traits. Chu Tian was also impressed by Li Jie's ability. To sum up briefly, this man built buildings very quickly. Secondly, the apprentices who followed him could grow up very quickly. As long as Li Jie is here, Chu Tian's forces will be able to add a group of capable senior craftsmen within 3 to 5 years. Thinking of this, Chu Tian felt that Li Jie was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. The boss of the Mo family is terrifying. I don't know how far the Mahist ancestors bonus will reach. The arrival of Li Jie made up for the lack of Mahist talents in Jixia Academy. Each additional representative of the Mahist family can trigger the effect of the 10th level Jixia Academy. 100 schools of thought contest Mojia will increase the efficiency and decrease the cost of building cities, buildings, and siege equipment, weapons, and armor. You work in Gongchao. After you become familiar with Gongzhou's situation, you will take charge of civil construction. Chu Tian planned to guide Li Jie towards the Ministry of Industry. If you are called king or emperor in the future, then you must consider changing Gongchao into Gongbu and Hutsao into Hubu. These talents are all preparing for the future. Here, Li Jie seemed like an honest man. Civil architects, who are dedicated to their work, are usually very low-key. Now there are people from Moism, farmers, legalists, Confucians, and military strategists. Chu Tian next looked at the final characteristic rewards. This is an SS level feature. For great inventions of black powder. Chu Tian originally thought that this was a production type feature, but he did not expect that this turned out to be a military feature. The 4 great inventions of ancient China were papermaking, the compass, gunpowder, and printing. Gunpowder mainly refers to black powder, and its frequent uses are military, as well as firecrackers. Name, black powder, for great inventions. Grade, SS level. Origin, it is said that the study of gunpowder began with the ancient Taoist alchemy. Effect, the quality of black powder increases, and the lethality of firearms and firearms arms increases by 30%. A very simple feature, specially used to increase firearm units. The firearms arm is a very rare arm. The only force in Chu Tian is Xiao Liang's. Yongla Shinji Camp. Chu Tian directly gave his eldest wife this characteristic to strengthen the ability of the Shinji battalion. After all, apart from her, other firearms units would not be able to play the corresponding role. Currently, Xiao Liang has the firearm characteristic 3-stage strike, which increases the fire rate of the fire portal gun and matchlock units by 25%, and also has the firearm characteristic black powder, which increases the lethality of firearms by 30%. Then the Shinji battalion will become a very terrifying unit. The Shinji battalion is between the 7th and 9th levels. The Shinji battalion equipped with matchlock guns is an 8th level special unit. The firearms arm has 2 advantages. One is armor breaking. Lead bullets can penetrate most armors. The other is causing the opponent's personnel and horses to be frightened and causing chaos. After using this reward, Chu Tian had 308,000 points left. Speaking of the firearms branch of the Shinji battalion, the matchlock guns and black powder of the Chu Tian forces came from overseas trade. If you cannot rely on your own efforts, sooner or later it will be a hidden danger. Chu Tian looked through the list of items that points could be exchanged for, and found that the items exchanged this time actually included the construction drawings of the matchlock workshop and the black powder workshop, which were only level 6 buildings. However, these 2 drawings are very rare. Chu Tian saw these 2 construction drawings for the first time among the previous exchange lists. Name, Matchlock Workshop. Effect, can produce matchlock guns, grade platinum. Only firearms can be used. Basic output, 100 pieces/month. Completion reward, intermediate matchlock craftsman ×2. Low-level matchlock craftsman ×8. Points required, 100,000. The black powder workshop is similar to the matchlock workshop and can produce a batch of black powder every month. As a game that focuses on cold weapons, Lords has very strict controls on firearms. Except for balancing a few civilizations that lack heroes, such as the United States, other civilizations have a limited number of firearms available. The matchlock workshop requires 100,000 points, and the black powder requires 100,000 points, for a total of 200,000 points. It's really expensive. Chu Tian saw that the points required for 2 level 6 buildings were really horribly expensive. If you miss this opportunity, I don't know if these 2 drawings will be available for exchange items next time. Moreover, the points required for each redeemed item may not be the same. The points required for redemption may be higher next time. Among Chu Tian's servants, there is actually a small group of Turkish musketeers and United States militiamen who can be equipped with matchlock guns. In order to be self-reliant, Chu Tian changed 2 drawings. For the remaining points, Chu Tian exchanged a blueprint for manufacturing Song Burinjia, platinum level, which can recruit 7th level Song heavy infantry for Muguying, and an 8th level infantry battalion blueprint, which can recruit 8th level heavy infantry Tiger Guards for Dianwei. There are a lot of items that can be redeemed this time, and the points are really not enough. Chu Tian thought that 300,000 points was already a lot, but when it was actually redeemed, it was never enough. After all, people are greedy, and Chu Tian was no exception. Chu Tian gave the 4 drawings to the engineer or the armor workshop. Li Jie, a civil engineer from the northern Song dynasty, came in handy and asked him to supervise the construction of a matchlock workshop, a black powder workshop, and an 8th level infantry battalion. It would take 1 or 2 years to accumulate a stock of firearms, during which time matchlock guns would also be purchased from Tanegashima in Japan. We are heading to the Hebei battlefield. After Chu Tian finished handling all the rewards, he took a short rest and headed to Yecheng with several generals who had returned from the National War battlefield. Also going to Yecheng at the same time were the military generals Yufei, Zhang Xian, Niu Gao, and 800 heavy cavalrymen carrying the Wei army. This time, Chu Tian directly spent tens of thousands of taels of silver to transport the 800 heavy cavalry of the Wei army and the main force that survived the Battle of Jingkong to Puyang, and then headed north. In the military camp, 800 Beiwei sergeants stood, with an average level of 60, and a chilling air. The chilling aura shows that this Beiwei army is an elite division. Army, Beiwei army. Level, 8th level heavy cavalry. Basic attack power, 35. Basic defense power, 30. Comprehensive speed, 13. Skills, special heavy cavalry charge. Advanced cavalry shooting. Bloody combat, and melee combat. Attack power plus 15%. Morale plus 15%. Blocking ability plus 15%. Characteristics, invincible. When you face /Yuyan/Yang Zixing serves as the leader. Attack power plus 3. Melee damage plus 10%. Military pay, 18 taels/month. Recruitment conditions, at least 1 platinum level heavy cavalry war horse. At least 2 pack horses. Platinum level long swords. Gold level horn bows. And gold level cavalry crossbows. Bei Weijuan's hand-to-hand combat ability is extremely strong. When fighting the enemy in close combat, he can explode with powerful combat power. With such a new force joining the battlefield in Hebei, the results are unpredictable. When Chu Tian was mobilizing troops, Zhao Long returned to Taiyuan. At this time, Yang Su, the first commander-in-chief of the Sui dynasty, had already commanded the Jizhou, Yulou, Bingzhou, and Heishan allied forces south without authorization. Yang Su really knows me. Let the infantry go south in advance. I only need to ride on horseback to catch up. In this way, Chu Zima can be caught off guard. After Zhao Long used the recruitment order, he immediately led the cavalry from Taiyuan County to chase Yang Su. Liu Bei returned to Handan, and Wang Ming and Su Qin met with him. It's a pity that God predicted that Sun Bin and Tianji will not be mine. When Liu Bei saw Wang Ming and Su Qin, he couldn't help but regret when they mentioned the loss of Sun Bin and Tianji. Wang Ming said, "My lord, don't worry. We have a measured advance and retreat. At this time, we should raise 100,000 troops to join Zhao Long and break the siege of Yi City. I have accumulated talents from Jizhou and Yuzhou, and I will be able to accomplish something great." Liu Bei wandered around Hebei for several years, moving from Zhongshan Kingdom to Yuzhou, and then to Bohai County. Under the control of the foreign military advisors, his team was expanding. Brother, we won't fail this time. Zhang Fei was carefree and high in fighting spirit. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and others were gearing up. Next may be a decisive battle to decide the ownership of Hebei. Generals such as Wang Ming, Hu Luwang, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei went south with troops recruited from Jizhou and Yuzhou. In Liaodong City, Mingguan sent people to summon Sun Bin, intending to make him surrender. He made private deals with Jiujiang Laoqin. In the end, Jiujiu Laoqin gave Sun Bin to Mingguan in order to maintain the unbreakable alliance with Mingguan, while Jiujiang Laoqin wanted to take away Tianji and 3 Qigui generals. Chang Yuchen came in with a strange look on his face. My lord, Sun Bin is missing. Mingguan stood up. His 1.9-meter tall body was even taller than Chang Yuchen's. Didn't Sun Bin be taken to Liaodong by us? According to the soldiers guarding Sun Bin managed to escape. What is Sun Bin thinking? Where is he now? Mingguan's face was gloomy. Sun Bin apparently managed to deceive the soldiers guarding him and disappeared. On the outskirts of Yi City, this city is easily accessible, but the legions from the Central Plains have never meant to capture Yi City. The garrison in the city was about to run out of food and fodder. Gao Jiong, Shen Pei, and Han Qin, who stood on the city wall, looking at the army outside the city. There were more and more troops outside the city, with no end in sight. Gao Jiong and Shen Pei discovered that the enemy troops surrounding Yeqing were being mobilized. My lord and Yang Su will lead their troops south to support us. This war will be decisive in Hebei. Liu Bei alone cannot save us. Gao Qiao put his hands behind his hands and looked in the direction of Fukushing. Only Zhao Long has the ability to break the siege of Yeqing. Call Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun to come and obey your orders. Xiao Lian was accompanied by Li Xiaoning and Hua Mulan. Zhao Yun and Chen Qingji in white robes got off their horses and asked for orders from Xiao Liang. If Chu Tian is the lord, then Xiao Liang can be called the mistress. With temporary command of the 400,000 troops, Chu Tian assembled in Hebei, with additional troops sent midway. You too. This is it. The lord has agreed to the deployment, but you may die in this battle. Xiao Liang handed over important tasks to Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun. Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun looked at each other. Regardless of life and death, we are willing to go. Xiao Liang nodded. If you win this battle, both of you will get the first achievement. As you command? Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun went down to make arrangements. Xiao Liang summoned Cao Cao, Zhou Yafu, Dian Wei, Yu Qigong, and the flying general Mu Guiying, who had been transferred from the south. Xiao Liang said, we will fight Zhao Long's army at Fukuxing, and be the first to defeat Zhao Long's army. As for Liu Bei, it is up to the Lord to intercept him. Cao Cao was surprised. Zhao Long and Yang Su are coming with great force. Cao Cao believed that Zhao Long should be left to Chu Tian to deal with. Xiao Liang replied, my lord has returned in a hurry, and may not be familiar with our deployment. South of the Zhang River, we only need to defend, while Fukuxing needs to attack. Cao Cao asked again, where is Wei Qing? General Wei Qing. He is elsewhere at the moment. Cao Cao doubted whether he could block the army of Zhao Long, Yang Su and others. If the generals led by Chu Tian were on the defensive and relied on Zhang Shui, it would indeed be easier to defend. Go down and prepare. The next day, we go to Fukuxing to set up a formation and confront Zhao Long head-on. Ding! You have obtained SS-level characteristic black powder. After Xiao Liang completed the deployment, he suddenly received a notification from the system. 3 consecutive strikes plus black powder. 2 properties. This time I am more confident. Xiao Liang led his special force Shinji Battalion and went to Fukuxing with an army of 200,000 to intercept Zhao Long. 100,000 troops guarded the Zhang River to block Liu Bei, and 100,000 troops besieged Yeqing and defended Liyang. Chapter 516 Barbarians. A big storm is brewing. There is still no whereabouts of Sun Bin. None. Strictly control the teleportation array. Once Sun Bin is discovered, he will be kept. Even if he cannot be used for his own use, he cannot be allowed to leave. Mingguan ordered the city gates and teleportation array of Liaodong City to be blocked. After Chang Yuchen went down, Mingguan felt a little depressed and took out the recruitment order. The second place has a random order and a close general. The recruitment order was consumed, and a general appeared in front of Mingguan. Mingguan's expression changed. It's you. Wushu pays homage to the Lord.
Jin Wushu held a golden bird axe and swallowed thousands of miles like a tiger. Ming Guan was silent. The value of Jin Wushu was Tiefu too. Jin Wushu himself was the second best.
Half of the kingdom of Goryeo has been captured. We have dispatched some troops to attack Yuzhou. You follow Li Chongliang.
In Mobei, Genghis Khan Temujin ended the epic campaign assigned to him by the system related to the Mongol Empire. In this epic battle, Temujin also suffered a lot. The Jin Kingdom's cavalry attribute bonus is 100%, which makes even Temujin uncomfortable, especially among the Jin soldiers. There was a general who defeated tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry with hundreds of cavalry, and Temujin was almost killed.
Good man. If you are born again one day, let me get it.
Temujin didn't care about being nearly killed, so he crushed a token and summoned a general. A Jin Kingdom military general saluted respectfully.
Monk Wan Yanchen. Pay your respects to the great Khan. It is indeed you. From now on, your Zhongxia army, and the other generals will be used by me.
There was no doubt in Temujin's tone. Given the bad relationship between Mongolia and the Jin Kingdom, Monk Wan Yanchen would not defect to Mongolia. But the initial loyalty of the generals obtained through the recruitment order was no problem.
Great Khan, all the populations, cattle and sheep of the Tianshan tribes, Monan tribes, Mobei tribes, and Siberian tribes have been counted. Iron ore and coal mines have been discovered in Mobei, and craftsmen have been arranged to mine them and forge weapons.
A Roman with blonde hair and blue eyes was wearing Mongolian clothing, followed by two Mongolian household chiefs who were monitoring him. Crassus, one of the 4 giants of Rome, has been captured in Mobei for a year to serve Temujin. Temujin exchanged the weapons manufacturing blueprints and asked Crassus to make arrangements. Another civil servant Yelichukai said,
Great Khan, according to the reports from Monan spies, the princes of the Central Plains are fighting. Maybe this is it.
Temujin stretched out his hand to interrupt Yelichukai. He already knew what Yelichukai meant.
No lord in Mobei or Siberia is our opponent, and only the western region and Monan have some resistance. In the Hatao Plain, we want to. I didn't expect him to be a general from the kingdom of Jin.
Zheojiang Laoqin thought he would get a general from the Song Kingdom, but it turned out to be a general from the Jin Kingdom.
But now that Wan Zhongwang is here, it should be easier to deal with Shiliang even if it's just Guizima.
Zheojiang Laoqin led a group of cavalry to join Wang Jian and Jia Su in Longxi. With a bang, Su Fingyan smashed the ceramic into pieces, and veins popped out on his forehead.
How dare Han Sui and those others betray me?
Wang Yanzhong, Ma Chao, Li Hu, Yang Shiho, the commander of Holyang, Yinqiang Ziedu, and other generals followed Su Fingyan in silence. Several brothers who fought with Su Fingyan in Liangzhou were seduced and alienated by Jia Su and betrayed Su Fingyan. Even Ma Teng, as a puppet, did not dare to say a word. A little girl followed Ma Teng. She felt the tense atmosphere and remained silent. She looked at the people present with her clear eyes and nervously clenched the corners of her father's clothes. Yang Shiho said,
My lord, there are still 2 or 3 counties in the north of Liangzhou, which are owned by us and can be resisted. From now on, let me catch them and kill them with 1,000 cuts.
Su Fingyan led a group of generals and left Longxi, where the war was raging. The strongest fortresses are often breached from within. Wang Jian's Qin Rui soldiers destroyed Didao in Longxi County, accompanied by 3 Longxi lords, who were eager to claim credit from Jia Su. Jia Su stroked the goat's beard.
Don't be anxious. You 3. From now on, you will be the prefects of Lingxi County, Hanyang County, and Jincheng County. You will be granted the title of general and consolidate the 3 assistants.
Jia Su glanced at these 3 people. There were more than 40 nobles in Longxi. These 3 people were not doing well.
Zongzi, why isn't it Yu Fei? No, you should be glad that it's not Zhang Shai or Yao Yozhong.
Yang Shilang returned to Jingzhou and obtained Zongzi, which was considered acceptable. In the western region, when returned to the protectorate, the chief bookkeeper, Wang Xuanzi, reported,
My lord, we have successfully bribed spies from the Mongolian Empire and infiltrated them. According to the spies' reports, Subutai and Muhwali have returned. The Mongol Empire also conducted epic battles. Their epic battles should be similar to those of the Eastern Han Dynasty. What generals did Temujin get?
Huan has begun to contact the Mongol Empire. The Mongol Empire was dominated by Temujin's family, so Temujin's status in the Mongol Empire was similar to Chuqian's status in the Eastern Han Dynasty. The generals obtained by other lords of the Mongol Empire were all conquered by Temujin. Huan deduced that the epic battles in which Mongolia participated were basically concentrated in the battles between Mongolia and the Jin Kingdom and Xixia, the Mongolian Western Expedition, and the war between Mongolia and the rebel armies such as Zhu Yuanzhang. In other words, Mongolia may have obtained a number of generals from several epic battles.
Intensify our efforts to penetrate Mongolia. Although I alone cannot stop them, I can obtain corresponding intelligence.
Huan sent hundreds of spies to infiltrate the Subutai and Mawali legions north of the Tian Shan Mountains. If these spies are discovered, they will be killed immediately. To the north of the Tian Shan Mountains, the Mongolian cavalry occupied a city in the Wusun Kingdom. Subutai and Mawali, the two Mongol Empire commanders, summoned the captains of 10,000 and thousands, as well as the Wusun nobles who surrendered to the Mongolian Empire. Because of the Third National War, the population of the Mongol Empire expanded. So population was no longer a special restriction.
The Great Khan sent me to capture the Hetao, and the Tian Shan Mountains will be handed over to you. There is a general named Witsubing in Tian Shan. His cavalry will do a lot of damage to us, but I can block him. The storm is brewing on the grassland, and soon the great conquest will begin.
Subutai, Mu Huali, and others tore into the roasted whole sheep. Among them, a Wusun noble who surrendered to Mongolia remained silent, but was a little horrified in his heart. He seemed to have learned some news. The Mongol Empire not only covets the Hetao area, but is also preparing for a great conquest. He must inform Huan, the Western region governor who conquered the Wusun Kingdom, as soon as possible. If Huan knows this information, he can respond immediately.
But before that, we need to clean up the betrayers. Someone betrayed us.
Subutai's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he stood up. All the captains of thousands, and Wusun nobles in the Mongol Empire were all awe-inspiring. Subutai drew his sword and killed a Wusun nobleman on the spot. His blood splashed onto the bonfire and made a crackling sound. The heart of the Wusun noble, who wanted to convey the news to Huan, almost stopped. The person Subutai killed was a Mongolian beside him. Not him. Subutai glanced at everyone present.
I don't want to see anyone else tipping off the Western Region Protectorate. Otherwise, he and his family will be trampled to death by thousands of horses.
Everyone is afraid. The surviving Wusun detectives were sweating profusely. Although Huan sent different spies to the Mongol Empire out of caution, and they did not know each other's identities, Subutai still found one of them. Now if I want to convey information to the Western Region Protectorate, I really have to tie my head to my belt. In the distant Ukrainian prairie, the Goth Alaric I raised a sword inlaid with gems, and led the Gothic soldiers, who appeared in the Black Sea area to attack a town. The ferocious Goths filled the mountains and fields, lapping at the towns like a tidal wave. The town guard saw the densely packed barbarians wearing Gothic armor, and sent out cavalry.
Quick! Report to the Lord. There are barbarians attacking the town. We need 10,000 reinforcements. No, 100,000.
Behind the Goths, there were also Hungarian cavalry active. In North America, a Mayan priest held a wooden staff and spoke to a group of tribal warriors who were kneeling below. The voice echoed in the valley.
This is the order of the gods. Drive away outsiders.
In South America, leopard warriors shuttle through the rainforest, hunting enemies as if they were hunting common prey in the rainforest. In their eyes, human life is not much different from livestock. On the seas of northern Europe, Viking warships began to move frequently. In the Volga River Valley, Mongolian cavalry throws rain of arrows at Cossack cavalry. A great storm is brewing that is sweeping the entire world. Grand Duchy of Moscow, St. Petersburg. Catherine came back to see her son for the first time after defeating the Teutonic Knights in the epic Battle of Lake Chud. The child was only a few months old and clenched his fists. Adjutant Sophia received intelligence from the Volga River Ranch and reported to Catherine.
Your Majesty, according to the reaction of the Cossacks living in the Volga River, a group of Mongolian cavalry appeared near the Volga River, and a fight broke out with the Cossack cavalry. The small-scale battle resulted in dozens of casualties. The Cossack cavalry did not know the details of the opponent, so they did not act rashly.
Yekaterina frowned.
Impossible. The Mongolian Empire is separated from us by the Protectorate of the Western Regions and the Seljuk Empire. How could it appear on the Volga River?
Sophia said.
Perhaps they took a detour from the bitter cold land in the north to the Volga River. Sophia, this doesn't make sense. Conquest should be done step by step. Even the Western Region Protectorate and the Seljuk Empire in Central Asia have not been eliminated. The Mongolian cavalry coming to the Volga River will only distract their strength.
Catherine held the little prince in her arms and realized that something was wrong. The Mongolian cavalry that appeared in the Volga River did not seem to come from the Mongol Empire in Mobay, but seemed to appear suddenly.
Send out scouts immediately to investigate them.
After all, Ekaterina is a heroic figure. After realizing that something was not quite right, she immediately deployed scouts to investigate.
Yes.
Sophia followed the order and went down to make arrangements. Ekaterina looked out the window. St. Petersburg was covered with heavy snow, and the sky was gloomy, as if a blizzard was brewing. France, the city of Paris, where lords from France, Germany, and England gathered. Although the three families have a lot of grievances, they realize that the danger is approaching.
According to the confessions of the lords of civilizations such as the Kingdom of Sweden, some Viking pirates have lost control. They don't know the specific reasons. Not only that, there are traces of barbarians in the Ukrainian grasslands, the Black Sea, and the Volga River basin. There are also undercurrents surging in various tribes in America, and they are very dissatisfied with the civilization established by aliens.
The three great lords, Louis, France, Hohenzollern, Germany, and God bless you, England, exchanged information with each other. This is no longer a crisis for a certain civilization. The entire West may be destroyed. And this danger began to emerge after each civilization ended its internal epic battles.
Things are not that simple. You should contact Rome or Macedonia. Macedonia should be the first to bear the brunt. Barbarians may pass by the Danube. The Teutonic Knights should be able to stop it. Right. I was defeated by Catherine of St. Petersburg at the Battle of Lake Chud. The Teutonic Knights also suffered losses. If the barbarians are strengthened by the system,
they may not be able to resist. Don't forget that if the Holy Roman Empire is defeated by the barbarians, you will also suffer.
The German Hohenzollern frowned when he saw that the other two lords wanted to make the Holy Roman Empire the shield of Europe. There are hundreds of princes in the German civilized area, and he has finally unified part of the territory. If France and England allow Germany to resist the barbarians alone, Germany may suffer heavy losses.
We in England need to defend ourselves against Viking barbarian invasions. Rome considers us France barbarians.
The two lords expressed their inability to do anything. In Central Asia, in the Khorasan region in the eastern part of the Persian Empire, Parthian Empire, a group of cavalry appeared, and the Persian defenders fled upon hearing the news. The news reached the imperial city of the Persian Empire. Ardashir, the first lord of the Persian Empire, learned the news and fell into deep thought.
According to the intelligence description, this cavalry attacking the city in the Khorasan area is very similar to the cavalry of the Mongolian Empire. How could the Mongolian cavalry appear in the Khorasan region? We are separated from the Mongolian Empire by Central Asia, and there is still a small part of the territory of the Han Empire.
All Persian civil servants and generals remained silent. Ardashir of the Persian Empire was even more incomprehensible. The Mongolian cavalry seemed to appear suddenly.
Sir, the cavalry battalion can now recruit the Holy Meteor Cavalry and the Undead Army Cavalry. Immediately select qualified soldiers and conduct training. Something is wrong about this matter. Send scouts to the Khorasan area for investigation.
Ardashir didn't know what changes had occurred in the main world, but there was nothing wrong with increasing the strength of the Persian Empire. In the Han Empire, some princes also discovered something was wrong. The Shan Yu, Naman, Shichiang, Xianbei, Wuhuan and other tribes seemed to be uneasy.
This is how the same thing.
The Naman Lord Nyuk returned to the Nanzhong area of Izhou and found that in addition to Wutugu and other Naman generals who were loyal to her, the Naman tribes deep in the mountains and forests began to loot nearby villages under her rule. Chapter 517 Monan, Mongolia,
Wei Qing.
In the Monan Prairie, the White Horse General Gong Sun Zan led a group of White Horse followers to fight a group of Mongolian cavalry, and was defeated. A Mongol Empire general held a horned bow and crossed the Yangtze River with 100 steps. The Mongolian cavalry was divided into two cavalry groups on the left and right, trying to surround Gong Sun Zan, who, Gong Sun Zan was holding his injured shoulder, panting, and there were only a few hundred Bema each sewn around him. The Mongol Empire was far from comparable to the Wuhuan tribe, and its cavalry tactics had reached the pinnacle of the cold weapon era.
General, the Mongolian cavalry is forming an encirclement, and we may be captured.
Bema Yitsong valued loyalty and followed Gong Sun Zan to the end. Gong Sun Zan looked to the left and right, and saw the Mongolian cavalry galloping. And indeed, they were forming an encirclement. If this continues, once the Mongolian cavalry is surrounded, Gonsun Zan's white horse cavalry of several hundred people will be doomed. His sworn brother, Prince Yen, had reminded Gonsun Zan more than once about the terror of the Mongolian cavalry. But Gonsun Zan didn't care. When he discovered a herd of wild horses, he clashed with a group of Mongolian cavalry over the horses. As a result, a military general from the Mongol Empire defeated it. The two sides are not opponents on the same level. However, only Gonsun Zan's white horse, Yi Song, could escape after the failure. This group of cavalry seems to be faster. Gonsun Zan discovered the terror of the Mongolian cavalry that was detoring from the left and right. And they were faster. The attribute of speed may not play a significant role in the Central Plains. But on the prairie, fast speed can often play a decisive role. The Mongolian cavalry general who defeated and pursued Gonsun Zan bent his bow like a full moon and shot, and killed the white horse Yi Song cavalry one after another. One by one, the white horse Yi Song died under his bow and arrow. After all, Gonsun Zan had some abilities, which made the Mongolian general somewhat wary. As long as Gonsun Zan is captured or killed, the power of the Monin lords can be weakened. Capture him alive, and serve our empire. The Mongolian generals urged the Mongolian cavalry to make detours on the left and right, and were unwilling to let go of the white horse General Gonsun Zan. The two cavalrymen chased each other on the grasslands of Monin and shot at each other. The cavalrymen kept falling off their horses. As a 6th level light cavalry, the white horse Yi Song is not inferior to the ordinary Mongolian cavalry, and is even stronger than the ordinary Mongolian cavalry. However, Gonsun Zan's bonus is not as high as the bonus of the Mongol Empire's commander. Gonsun Zan was considered a general in the Monin Lords Alliance, but he could not be called a handsome man. The two sides chased for 30 miles, and Gonsun Zan and the remaining Bema Yi Song were about to be overtaken by the other side. Suddenly, on the southern horizon, a cavalry force appeared, led by a general wearing a bronze mask, disheveled hair, and holding a long sword in his right hand. This cavalry group consisted of about 3,000 cavalry, and Gonsun Zan had hundreds of white horse followers. However, the Mongolian generals who pursued Gonsun Zan only had more than 1,000 Mongolian cavalry left. Stop! The Mongolian general stretched out his hand to stop the Mongolian cavalry from advancing, and looked at the approaching Han cavalry. Behind Gonsun Zan's reinforcements, there are still many cavalrymen. Out of caution, the Mongolian generals are still waiting and watching. Good brother, thank you for sending troops to rescue me this time. Otherwise, I would have been captured by the Mongolian cavalry. Gonsun Zan, who was dripping with blood, couldn't help but shout that he was lucky to survive the disaster. Prince Yen frowned. Gonsun Zan did not listen to his advice, and sent troops to fight with the Mongol Empire's cavalry without authorization, which resulted in the loss of this new force of Bema Yi. The Mongol Empire relied on Mobe, and could not feed so many people, so it sent people to Monin, the western regions, and Siberia. The Mongolian cavalry in Monin were time bombs, and no one from the Monin lords dared to go up and detonate them. The Monin lords are waiting for the Central Plains lords to decide the winner. Otherwise, the Mongol Empire will be detonated in advance by Gonsun Zan, who sends troops without authorization, and the consequences will be disastrous. Prince Yan's scalp went numb when he thought of the torrent of Mongolian cavalry moving south quickly, splitting up the troops and making circuitous movements, with overwhelming momentum. Fortunately, it seems that the other side is not ready for a full-scale war yet, so there has been no movement. I didn't expect this group of cavalry from Mabe to be quite capable. Gonsun Zan also knew that he was reckless and ashamed of his adopted brother. Di Qing, who was wearing a mask, followed Prince Yen, glaring at the Mongolian general across from him with sharp eyes, and his sword was ready to fight with him at any time. The Mongol general on the opposite side can destroy Gonsun Zan's white horse Yi Kong. He is not an ordinary general. He is probably one of the top commanders in the Mongol Empire. Prince Yen also noticed the Mongolian general who defeated Gonsun Zan, and asked someone to shout to him. You should be the supreme commander of the Mongolian Empire in Monin. One of the 4 mastiffs. The arrow of Mongolia. Zibi. The Mongolian general did not answer silently, which was regarded as acquiescence to this fact. This guy is a royal commander. Prince Yen was not very willing to be Zibi's enemy. Zibi and Subutai were both one of the 4 fierce dogs under Genghis Khan Temujin, and the main generals of the Mongolian expedition. Zibi and Subutai joined forces and almost swept through Central Asia, West Asia, and Eastern Europe. According to Temujin, wherever the four mastiffs go, they break solid rocks, break through cliffs, and cross deep waters. Temujin has obviously made a good arrangement. Subutai and Mawali are in Tian Shan, while Zibi is temporarily in Monan. Every large tribe is guarded by a royal commander. If it were Wei Qing and Huitzubing, they could still challenge him. But Gong Sunzan would have to die if he went to attack Zibi. Only those who don't know are fearless. Because Prince Yan knew this, he repeatedly reminded Gong Sunzan not to fight against the Mongolian cavalry easily. Prince Yan's palms were sweating. He didn't know whether Gong Sunzan's failure in attacking Zibi would trigger the Monan War in advance. Better not. Prince Yan is still waiting for the opportunity to start the war in advance. And the Monan Lord's alliance has no chance of winning. It seemed that Zibi was not yet ready for war with the Han Empire. So he led more than 1,000 Mongolian cavalry and slowly retreated backwards. Prince Yan and Gong Sunzan had more than 3,000 troops together. But they did not dare to pursue him. Luring the enemy deep into the enemy's territory is a common tactic used by the Mongolian cavalry. If you go forward to chase them, there will most likely be an ambush. Even the Roman legions were severely punished by the tactics of the Mongolian cavalry and lost an eagle flag. Crassus, one of the four giants, was dragged away by the Mongolian cavalry, and his withdrawal from the national war was interrupted. Remain cautious. This is the safest tactic to deal with the Mongol Empire at its peak. After Zibi left, Prince Yan and Gong Sunzan returned to Monan Longcheng. Gong Sunzan experienced a disastrous defeat and did not dare to underestimate Prince Yan's warning. What my sworn brother said is true. Next time, without my sworn brother's permission, I will not fight with the Mongolian cavalry again. Prince Yan nodded. Since Gong Sunzan was defeated, it would be useless to accuse him again. Several uninvited guests arrived at Monan Dragon City. Generals such as Huma, Li Mu, Zhao Shi, Xiao Kuo, and Lin Xiongru temporarily lived in Dragon City to strengthen Monan's defense force. The princes of the Han Empire have noticed that the Mongol Empire is ready to move. It is often easier to push from north to south than from south to north. In addition to Huma and his generals, Monan Longcheng also had two generals sent here by Chu Tian, Wei Qing and Gong Sun Ao. When Prince Yan came back, he said to Wei Qing, "My sworn brother lost the battle with the Mongolian cavalry. Of the 3,000 white horse righteous followers, there are only 400 left. Therefore, the troops I can lend to you are short of the white horse righteous followers." Wei Qing didn't take it seriously. "Just lend me 50,000 cavalry." "Can." Prince Yan negotiated with Lu Hu, the real lord of Monan, and Lu Hu lent 50,000 Monan light cavalry. 50,000 light cavalry was already the limit that Lu Hu could produce. Although Prince Yan was not the lord of Wei Qing, as an ally of Chu Tian, he reminded, the Mongol Empire's cavalry is an increasing threat to Monan. If you borrow 50,000 cavalry, Monan's defensive strength will be weakened. Therefore, the 50,000 cavalry must be returned as soon as possible. I will spread false information to make the Mongolian Empire think that these 50,000 cavalry are still in Dragon City. Can. Do you need me to lend you one or two generals? Huma took the initiative to ask Wei Qing to lend him a general. No need. Just me and Gong Sun Ao. Li Mu and Zhao Shi stayed to defend the Mongolian Empire. Wei Qing was very indifferent. Xiao Kuo, a young general who followed Zhao Shi, said, "As long as I am here, the Mongolian Empire will not dare to go south." Zhao Shi's expression changed. Don't speak arrogantly. An arrogant army will be defeated. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth. I have troubled you about the Monan matter. Wei Qing Duo glanced at Zhao Kuo, then got on his horse, and led 50,000 cavalry with Gong Sun Ao out of Monan Longcheng towards Yuzhou. This time, Wei Qing wanted to sneak attack Xiaolong and Liu Bei's Yuzhou from the rear. I haven't returned to Yuzhou for quite some time. If it weren't for the threat of the Mongolian cavalry, I would have wanted to participate in this operation. Prince Yan and Di Qing stayed behind in Longcheng, Monan, as the remnant forces of Huma gathered in Monan Dragon City. Monan Dragon City became the center of Monan and the bridgehead against the Mongol Empire. There must be military commanders to defend here, and there must be many military commanders. Lu Hu said, I hope Chu Zimu will pacify Hebei soon. I have an ominous premonition. Good. Prince Yan saw the haze in the sky in Mobei, and it seemed that a big storm was brewing. Fan Zhongyan's robes rustled with the strong wind. The rain is about to come, and the wind fills the building. In the direction of Liaodong City, Li Chunliang and Jin Wushu were marching towards the Yuzhou administrative office. But the Wuhuan tribe in western Liaoning delayed their journey. A rebellion broke out among the Wuhuan tribe. Li Chungliang ruthlessly used Guanning cavalry to suppress the Wuhuan tribe. Guanning's cavalry wielded three-eyed fire guns and hammered the rebel Wuhuan cavalry, killing thousands of people, which finally made the Wuhuan tribe calm down a little. The rebel Wuhuan leader's eyes were red, and he did not fall until he was killed by Jin Wushu with an axe. This is how the same thing. Li Chungliang summoned a dozen surrendered Wuhuan leaders. Mingwan, the prefect of Liaodong, had been operating in eastern and western Liaoning for several years, and he had already terrorized the Wuhuan tribe. Chang Yuchen and Li Chungliang, a group of fierce generals, were not something that the Wuhuan cavalry could resist. But now, the Wuhuan tribe in western Liaoning dared to betray Mingwan. The surrendered Wuhuan leaders trembled and said, "We don't know what happened. This man and his tribe seem to be crazy. They attacked the nearby tribes. Even us." Li Chungliang's brows furrowed. One of the Wuhuan tribes suddenly went crazy, which was not a good sign. If Li Chungliang and Jin Wushu hadn't happened to pass through this place, the Wuhuan tribe's rebellion might have spread. Rebellions are like plagues. Uninformed people will join the rebellion out of fear. You are sending more hostages to Liaodong City and are not allowed to betray. After Li Chungliang suppressed the rebellion, he did not pay attention to the small-scale rebellion that occurred in the Wuhuan tribe. His goal was to seize Yuo and suppress the Wuhuan tribe on the way. But he just did it casually. "General, this group of rebellious Wuhuan cavalry seems to be much more elite than when we fought against them before." Guanning cavalry reported the irregularities to Li Chungliang. "Maybe it's because they are training their troops, so they have been tempered. We have been delayed for some time in western Liaoning, and we must go to Yuzhou as soon as possible." Li Chungliang still focused on Yuo and marched towards Yuzhou, Jizhou, the pass of the Taihang Mountains, and the North China Plain outside Fukuxing, where 200,000 troops from the Central Plain set up a formation to confront Zhao Long's army coming from Bingzhou. Both sides assembled hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses in a mighty manner. Zhao Long was wearing a war robe and had just experienced the Battle of Jinkong. Before he could rest, he immediately went south to support Yeqing and join Yang Su. Zhu Zimu is really confident. Instead of capturing Yeqing as soon as possible, he uses Yeqing as a bait to gather reinforcements. It's just that he has the ability to mobilize reinforcements. Zhao Long led the generals to set up the formation. The 200,000-strong army in the Central Plains was relatively elite, while Zhao Long's 400,000-strong coalition army had the home field advantage, including the Montenegrin army and the surrendered troops, and was victorious due to its large number of troops. The 200,000-strong army in the Central Plains was on the defensive. Yang Su said, "They must have expected that when we passed through the Taihang Mountains, it would be difficult to turn over food, so they had to take the initiative to attack. So they set up defenses here to delay time." Indeed, Zhao Long is also in trouble. Although the 400,000-strong coalition army was outnumbered, it relied heavily on food and grass. Xiao Liang is waiting for work at Fukuxing. Zhao Long's supply line is extremely long, and he will have to launch an attack on the 200,000 Central Plains army. Sometimes, the roles of the offensive and defensive sides are related to the situation faced by both sides. Reward the army and prepare to attack. Zhao Long took advantage of the strong morale and lack of food and grass, and was eager to attack. So he had no choice but to attack. Opposite, Cao Cao and Zhou Yafu served as deputy commanders, commanding the troops to resist Zhao Long. With sweat on their foreheads, there is no shortage of imperial commanders on Zhao Long's side, as well as a group of fierce generals who charge into battle. This battle is related to the ownership of the North. Cao Cao has never commanded such a large number of troops, and the pressure he bears can be imagined. Xiao Liang deployed the Xinji Battalion. The Xinji Battalion is on standby at any time to deal with Zhao Long's heavy cavalry. The 400,000 coalition troops launched an attack on the 200,000 Central Plains army, with such mighty momentum that there was no end in sight. Only the North China Plain outside Fukuxing can accommodate such a huge force. Generals such as Taisher Ci, Hua Xiong, and the 4 Tigers of the Northern Army were stationed in Zhangshui. They belonged to the Guards Corps. However, Taisher Ci and others could not be opponents of Liu Bei's forces, and could only wait anxiously for Chu Tian's arrival. Mi Fang paced uneasily. Liu Bei's army has gone south. Why hasn't the Lord arrived yet? Chapter 518 Fierce Battle with Fukuxing. 5,000 Wei soldiers held shields and halberds, forming a forest of spears, pointing straight ahead. The enemy troops on the opposite side were densely packed. Endless, black and crushing. Pang Wan, the general of Wei Wuxu, came to the front line in person and climbed up to see. He faced Zhao Long's main infantry, which included Zhang He's Euphorbia soldiers and ordinary heavy infantry. The equipment of the Wei warriors is almost the same as that of the halberd warriors. Both sides are equipped with halberds and shields as weapons. Behind Wei Wuxu, Liang Hongyu's Jianyan crossbowman stepped on the crossbow with his feet, loaded the crossbow arrows, and row after row of crossbowmen were ready. The Central Plains army had no time to equip the divine arm bow, and Zhao Long had no time to equip the divine arm bow. The war was about to break out, and the conditions for both sides were fair. General Liang Hongyu stood on the high platform of the war drum. Liang Hongyu has the ability to inspire the morale of the entire army, and is one of the trump cards in this unprecedented battle. As a high-level light infantry, the Shiliu battalion is further back, and can quickly maneuver to support the left and right wings. On the left, there are the Tiger and Leopard Army, Chief General Cao Cao, Deputy General Cao Chun, and the Speedy Army, 2 generals, Su Rong and Xia Hoyuan. On the right wing, the Invincible Army, Chief General Mu Guiying, temporarily transferred, and the Reconnaissance Army, Chief General Hua Mulan. The Chinese Army, except for Wei Wu soldiers, General Pang Wan, temporarily transferred, and Jianyan crossbowmen, General Liang Hongyu, is basically composed of Zhou Yafu's defensive army, General Zhou Yafu, guarding Zhou. In addition to the Tiger and Leopard Legion, the troops commanded by Cao Cao also had a temporary army made up of ordinary soldiers and horses. The deputy general was transferred from Gaofeng. With Cao Cao's ability, commanding tens of thousands of troops should not be a problem. The Women's Corps, General Li Xiaoning, and the Xinji Battalion, General Xiao Liang, serve as reserve teams. Xiao Liang also brought Cao Gui over. Cao Gui had the effect of making a big push at the beginning of the battle. In addition, there are also guards Dian Wei and counselors Du Ruhui and Su Yu. Can't be nervous. Xiao Liang found that his hand on the hilt of the sword was shaking. Not everyone has the opportunity to command a large-scale battle with a total force of 600,000. If she loses, she, Chu Tian and his son will be displaced. Chu Tian took away many corps generals, but Zhao Long also sent Hu Luguang and King Wanling to Handan. Zhao Long didn't have time to digest the generals of Huma's forces. In fact, Zhao Long would suffer relatively. Zhao Long had already ordered the attack, and the dull sound of war drums echoed over the battlefield. Zhao Long held his breath. This decisive battle is crucial to Zhao Long. If he wins, he will have enough time to digest Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou. Zhao Long seems to have 3 states, but all 3 states are unstable, and even Liu Bei's forces are still entrenched in Jizhou. He needed a victory to solidify his territory, like the one he defeated Huma in the Chanshan Kingdom. Only military prestige can strengthen Zhao Long's dominance in the north. Otherwise, once defeated, the 3 states will immediately fall apart. Zhang He was in the front, and Zhu Yi used a powerful crossbow to shoot him from left to right. Yang Su is the central army, and Zhang Yan is the reserve of the central army. Hirobi, recruited this time, will lead the cavalry on the left wing. Long Life Sure, lead the cavalry on the right wing. Gao Lan, Yan Liang, and Wen Chou, follow my orders before taking action. Sima Dikan, general of the Shaogu army of the Sui dynasty. Your Shaogu army, recharge your batteries and attack the enemy at the critical moment. Zhao Long, unlike Yuan Shao, would not easily send Yan Liang and Wen Chou to die alone. Just Ho and Tian Feng were taken by Zhao Long to act as counselors and respond accordingly. Su Yu is right opposite. It's a choice for different people, and that's understandable. The other party's troops are also elite. Although our army is outnumbered in this battle, it has to march a long distance, while the other party is waiting for work. Both morale and physical strength are better than ours. Although Chu Zimu is difficult to deal with, he has no choice but to do it. If we don't fight as soon as possible, Yeqing will be lost. The 3 states will be shaken, and people's hearts will be turbulent. Zhao Long dared to have a decisive battle with Xiao Liang, who had arranged his formation in advance at Fukushing. In addition to having a little confidence in himself, it had something to do with the situation. If the army from the Central Plains is not defeated as soon as possible, and the siege of Yeqing is lifted by the Central Plains army, Zhao Long's dominance over Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou will be greatly reduced. This is something Zhao Long does not want to see, so I can only choose to give it a try. As for the outcome of the battle, it really depends on people and God. Boom! 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 The sound of war drums continued to echo over the battlefield. And strong men held huge drumsticks to beat the war drums. The cowhide head of the war drum vibrated, making a loud sound. The fighting soldiers of the Hebei Corps urged the soldiers forward and began a continuous tug of war. Jizhou produces strong crossbows, among which the General Jui also has a group of Zion Dinshishi equipped with strong crossbows. The distance between the two sides narrowed, and rows of heavy infantry from the Hebei army formed an iron wall. Following the drumbeats, they pressed towards the opposite military formation step by step. The two elite crossbow troops of Jianyan crossbowmen and Xiandan death soldiers fired 10,000 crossbows at once, and dense arrow rain covered each other's fronts. In addition to the elite crossbow troops, both sides also have low-level crossbow troops. With their large numbers and the considerable bonuses from the generals of both sides, they can also unleash considerable combat power. The Central Plains army was on the defensive and had set up horse barriers and fences in advance, while the Hebei army had to dismantle the horses and barriers before they could engage in hand-to-hand combat. The dense rain of arrows fell like locusts, cleaning the military formations on both sides. The sound of arrows hitting armors could be heard one after another. When a Wei soldier was killed by random arrows, the Wei soldiers in the second row immediately stepped forward to fill the gap, ensuring that the shield formation formed by the Wei soldiers was airtight. On the opposite side, Zhang He's Euphorbia warriors suffered many casualties under the attack of Jianyan crossbowmen and a large number of low-level crossbowmen. Zhang He rode a war horse, deflected the incoming crossbow arrows, and scolded the Euphorbia soldiers under his command, filling the gap like the soldiers of Wei. The Euphorbias did not collapse under the crossbowmen's volley, and they continued to advance. As one of the 5 good generals, Zhang He possesses king-level strength, and his Euphorbia warriors are not easily defeated. Zhang He is also very reliable, at least until the power collapses. Braving the heavy rain of arrows, the Euphorbias accelerated their pace and came to the front of the formation, destroying the anti-horses deployed by the Central Plains Legion in advance. And the charging speed was hindered. Wei Wuzu held an infantry crossbow and fired. The crossbow machine was triggered, and the fierce crossbow arrows shot through the air. The long archers at the rear erupted almost at the same time, and the rain of arrows intertwined into a gorgeous net in the air, covering the Euphorbia soldiers, and even the first dead soldiers behind the Euphorbia soldiers. There may not be many players in the entire Eastern Han dynasty who had the opportunity to witness this gorgeous and deadly arrow rain in their lifetime. A total of nearly 100,000 arrows from both sides rose into the sky, blocking out the sky and the sun, causing the heaven and earth to change color. Then they roared down and harvested each other's soldiers. Each soldier was turned into a hedgehog by the dense rain of arrows. They fell to the ground, their bodies covered with arrows, and their battle flags were tattered by the rain of arrows. Only Wei soldiers and Euphorbia warriors, who were high-level heavy infantrymen, had the ability to maintain the military formation under such a terrible rain of arrows. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. No strong general would dare to remain calm in front of 100,000 arrows. Attack! Xiao Liangjian blocked the opponent's infantry with the fence, which slowed down the opponent's speed. After the opponent destroyed the opponent's horse, he made people beat drums to attack. At the same time, Chao Gui was allowed to exert a one-shot effect, making the most of the favorable factors and forming an advantage. Boom! 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 The sound of war drums echoed on the battlefield. Wei Wuzu and Zili Ying launched a charge, accelerated, and attacked the Euphorbia soldiers whose speed had slowed down in a frontal attack. They used inertia to knock down the first row of Euphorbia soldiers. Finally, the torrent of steel composed of 2 high-level heavy infantry collided fiercely. Iron shields collided with iron shields, and iron halberds fought with iron halberds. The two sides used the horse and fence as their battle lines, and saw each other back and forth. Pang Wan wanted to prove his ability to the Chutian forces, so he took the lead, drew his long sword, and supervised the battle from the front. Anyone who dares to retreat will die. The terrifying arrow rain continued, like a downpour, with countless arrows stuck on the plain. I'm afraid that after a big battle, the number of arrows used by both sides would be counted in the millions, because it was a battle to determine the ownership of Hebei. Both sides who were very eager to occupy the Hebei area did their best, and it could even be said that they were desperate. They just want to destroy each other, leaving no room for anything. The wars between the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty were far more brutal than those in some civilizations. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Each prince wants to destroy the other without turning the other into a vassal. Only one person can survive,
as one of the counselors. So you noticed that Xiao Liang seemed a little excited. His eyes were full of war. And he seemed to be born for war. Once a general succeeds, thousands of bones will be withered. Some people are born with a talent for war, such as Bai Qi and Han Xian. The more they fight, the smoother they become, and the more confident they become.
Zhao Long has a Xiaoguo army and a Baibao Xianbei under his command. These two cavalry are Zhao Long's elites. When they defeated Hu Ma, they used heavy cavalry. Shutuliapa's formation was led by Shi Wan Sui as the vanguard. Yin Liang and Wen Chou opened the way to capture Lian Po alive. So don't be careful.
So you knew some of Zhao Long's trump cards. So he reminded Xiao Liang.
King Lanling's Baibao Xianbei is in the direction of Handan. The only thing that needs attention is the Xiaoguo army. It would be best if Shi Wan Sui,
Yin Liang, and Wen Chou can be lured out.
Xiao Liang wants to attract Zhao Long to use the Xiaoguo army. The Xiaoguo army is Zhao Long's trump card. If he uses the right generals and timing, the Xiaoguo army will be unstoppable.
This is Zhang He's Euphorbia warrior. Zhang He was eventually used by Zhao Long.
So you also pointed out that the high-level heavy infantry fighting against the Wei soldiers was Zhang He's special unit. The Euphorbia soldiers, Zhang He and Pang Wen were fighting. Both sides had the aura of an entire army and were fighting each other. With every breath, high-level heavy infantrymen were killed, no matter which faction they belonged to. High-level heavy infantry is extremely valuable and expensive. However, in order to compete for control of Hebei, both sides fought at any cost. Even if thousands of high-level heavy infantry were killed or injured,
the opponent has prepared a large number of arrows. Our logistics are tight, and we don't have enough arrows. We must break the formation with hand-to-hand combat as soon as possible.
When the two armies fought, Zhao Long found that he was inferior to Chu Tian's forces in terms of logistics supplies. Not long after his 3 states and Bingzhou were pacified, the Hebei Legion returned from Bingzhou to Jizhou. The supply of arrows was not timely. If it continued to be consumed for a long time, Zhao Long would definitely be the first to run out of arrows. At this time, the economic advantages of the territory come into play. The Chu Tian forces had enough money to make millions of arrows and transport them all to Hebei. Xiao Liang used money offensive to force Zhao Long to fight. If Zhao Long doesn't fight hard, his logistics, food, grass and arrows will not be supplied, and he will be defeated. But once you try your best, there will be many flaws. Siege etching. Lure Zhao Long to return to the army to relieve the siege, and then draw the ground as a prison to defend, forcing Zhao Long to attack, allowing Zhao Long to expose his weaknesses. This is a chain plan. Zhao Long had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack head-on. Yecheng fell, and people in Hebei were unstable.
We must break the opponent's formation. When can the two strategists use the Xiaoguo army to break the formation in one fell swoop?
Zhao Long asked Zhu Shou and Tian Feng. At this time, the Imperial commander Yang Su was concentrating on the game with Zhou Yafu and Cao Cao, and was unable to be distracted. Tian Feng replied,
"The time is not yet ripe. When the enemy army is tired, we can use the Xiaoguo army to weaken its position and break it."
Just Ho said,
"After noon, the enemy army will be exhausted. If they face the sun again, it will be dazzling. The Xiaoguo army and a group of low-level heavy cavalry will break the formation."
Zhao Long heard the suggestions from Tian Feng and Zhu Shou, which were basically consistent with his own ideas. A battle involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses will not be able to determine the winner for a while, and may even last for several days, forming a confrontation. However, Zhao Long could not confront him because he had difficulty transporting food and grass, so he could only choose to destroy the enemy as soon as possible. Otherwise he would fail. The Wei soldiers were still fighting with the Euphorbia soldiers, but the cavalry on both wings finally made some movement and attacked each other. The cavalry opposite Muguing is Shi Wan Sui, a member of the 5 Tiger Generals, who needs to withstand great pressure. Shi Wan Sui's cavalry attacked fiercely, attacking the Invincible Army. The Invincible Legion used heavy cavalry as its base, trying to gain a foothold. Shi Wan Sui broke into the Invincible Legion, and his cavalry shooting was amazing. He killed an Invincible Legion cavalry with 1 arrow. Even the armor of low-level heavy cavalry would be shot by Shi Wan Sui. Where? Muguing jumped on his horse with a spear and rushed into the Sui dynasty cavalry. Pear blossom spears flew, and the enemy cavalry fell off their horses one after another. Shi Wan Sui saw that there was a fierce general among the opponents, so he put down his bow and arrow, picked up a spear, and killed Muguing in the chaos. Wherever the spear reached, all the Bingzhou wolf cavalrymen along the way fell to Shi Wansue's spear. Under. The two men clashed with spears. Mu Guiying almost lost his weapon. But Shi Wansue's force was even better. However, Xiao Liang also sent Hua Mulan to Mu Guiying's side. Hua Mulan can provide defense and morale halo, so that the invincible army temporarily commanded by Mu Guiying will not be overwhelmed by Shi Wansui. Hua Mulan drew her Tang sword and killed the approaching Sui cavalry. A Tang sword was flying like wildflowers. Hua Mulan went into battle again. Still fierce, she took the initiative to come over and intercept Shi Wansui with Mu Guiying. On the other wing, Cao Chun led the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, and had already begun to attack the cavalry led by the enemy General Hiruobi. The two cavalry battled, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 519 The Horror of Shinji Camp. Defending Legion. The entire army is pressing forward. Chao Mingde, your legion is as a reserve. Zhou Yafa personally commanded the defensive troops, who were good at defense, and cooperated with Liang Hongyu's crossbows to assume the task of frontal defense. They were unbreakable and remained unmoved despite the attacks of Yangsu, Zhang He and Zhu Yi. Zhou Yafa's defensive legion should be the oldest legion in the Chutian force. His Shiliu camp has the most experience and the highest level in the entire army. Even ordinary soldiers are mostly veterans. The defensive regiment in the Battle of Fukuxing was, in one word, stable. The infantry legion commanded by Cao Cao is a makeshift legion, mainly composed of recruits. When Zhou Yafa's legion is exhausted, Cao Cao's legion will take over the defensive legion. The tug-of-war between the two sides lasted from early morning to noon, and everyone was hungry. Among them, Liang Hongyu activated an incentive effect to boost military morale. Zhao Long himself also had the ability to inspire morale. The two legions had been fighting fiercely for a long time, and all the men and horses were tired, not to mention fighting. Even if you are wearing armor and standing there for several hours, you will be sweating profusely. This is a battle of physical strength and morale. All the soldiers were hungry, and the war still had no end. The physical strength of Zhou Yafa's defensive army had declined to a serious level, so Cao Cao's army began to replace the defensive army. On the opposite side, Zhang Yan's Black Mountain army and the surrendered soldiers left behind by Yang Su took over from Zhang He and Zhu Yi to participate in the battle. Cao Cao's troops were mainly new soldiers, so their combat effectiveness was not strong. He fought back and forth with the Black Mountain army and Yang Su's Bingzhou soldiers, who had low morale. Continuing to fight like this will take a heavy toll on physical strength and morale. In summer, Liang's body is weak, and it is already too much to hold on until noon. The commanders and generals on both sides were highly focused, which also consumed a huge amount of physical and mental energy. The battle lines of the two armies have changed somewhat, but they basically remain where they were when the war began. This shows that the battle situation is quite stalemate. Even if we are defeated, Yuzhou is still ours. Xiao Liang squinted his eyes. Regardless of victory or defeat, the main forces of Zhao Long and Liu Bei were drawn to Yecheng, and Yuzhou would be occupied by Wei Qing. In the worst-case scenario, even if they are defeated and return to the Central Plains, with the strong economy, population, and agriculture of the Central Plains, they will soon regain their strength and then unite with Yozhou's cavalry to go south. In the end, it will be Zhao Long and Liu Bei who fail. We have already won strategically, and the only thing we need to do is to win a major tactical victory. The battle between the two sides continued for another hour, and Cao Cao's army gradually faced the dazzling sunlight. The enemy comes forward with reserve troops to fight fiercely. At this time, physical strength and morale are low. This is a good opportunity to use the Shaogui army to defeat the enemy. Lord, please send troops quickly. The two counselors Tian Feng and Jushu had been waiting and watching for a long time, and their clothes were already wet with sweat. They saw Zhou Yafa's defensive regiment retreat, and Cao Cao's new soldiers continued to fight for more than an hour. Their physical strength was exhausted. If they used heavy cavalry to attack from a corner of the square formation, Sima Dikan, Yan Liang, and Wenchou, the three of you, lead the Shaogui army and cut into the enemy's formation from the southwest corner. Zhao Long made a decisive decision and sent out the Shaogui army to attack Cao Cao. 3 fierce generals, each armed with weapons, led the elite cavalry Shaogui army to attack. In the cold winter, both horses and cavalry came out of the white mist and attacked Cao Cao's infantry square from the southwest corner. The ground was trembling. The Shaogui army was fully equipped and commanded by 3 fierce generals. They attacked the opponent's main formation. Even Hu Ma, Li Mu, Lian Pe, and Zhou Dui were defeated by me, Liu Bei, and Tian Qi. How can a female figure sent by Chu Tian compete with me? When Huma retreated, Zhao Long used his Xiaogu army to break through Lian Pe's camp and capture Lian Pe alive. This time he repeated his old trick, hoping to defeat Hebei in one fell swoop. Tian Feng and Jushu looked at each other and realized that Zhao Long seemed to have begun to expand after he captured Taiyuan County. Many princes were like this. They were cautious when they first started to make a fortune, but after their power became bigger, they started to wander around. Sometimes, even Chu Tian is no exception. But now is not the time for Tian Feng and Jushu to dissuade them. The Xiaogu army has already been dispatched. People plan things, and God makes things happen. As for whether you can win in one fell swoop, it depends on fate. If my prediction is correct, the opponent should send out the Xiaogu army. Hu Ma has already described the detailed process of the fight with Zhao Long. It was the Xiaogu army that attacked the corners of the infantry phalanx, like cutting potatoes, destroying the military formation. Xinji Battalion, support the southwest corner. Xiao Liang analyzed the records of previous battles between Zhao Long and Hu Ma. However, Zhao Long did not collect much record of Xiao Liang's command in battles, or some records were out of date. Because Xiao Liang rested for a long time, he was pulled in by Chu Tian to take command as a last resort. Know thyself, ever victorious. When the Xiaogu army gathered together, more than 1,000 Xinji Battalion soldiers had already arrived at the southwest corner and were hiding behind the new soldiers in the southwest corner. The Yongla Xinji Battalion is equipped with Tanegashima iron cannon, matchlock gun, which has two characteristic bonuses of Xiao Liang. The matchlock gun fire rate plus 25%, and the lethality plus 30%. In addition, there are aura bonuses for Cao Cao and Hua Mulan. Yan Liang, we must kill the enemy general this time. Usually we don't have a chance to show off, but this time we have to kill one of the opponent's generals. Yin Liang and Wen Chou are powerful in Hebei, but they usually don't have much chance to show off. In the home court of the Three Kingdoms, they were the supporting characters who were killed by Guan Yu. However, throughout history, there was no shortage of strong generals at the level of the 5 Tiger Generals, which resulted in Yin Liang and Wen Chou's status being very embarrassing. This time is their chance to make a name for themselves. Under the leadership of 3 fierce generals, the Xiaogu army changed from a trot to a charge. The war horses galloped and thousands of horses galloped. Boom! 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 Liang Hongyu's beating of the cowhide war drum seemed to match the offensive rhythm of the Xiaogu army and activate her ability to inspire the morale of the army. The morale of the entire army has been restored, and Cao Cao's new infantry regiment has cheered up a little and started a fierce battle with the enemy. The Xinji Battalion, whose morale had dropped due to waiting, was fully focused and full of morale. The Xiaogu army braved the dense rain of arrows and charged. But with the speed of the cavalry, they could not give more than 3 arrows into the battle. The condescending Xiaogu army held sharp and terrifying horse spears, pierced the infantry on the opposite side, broke through Cao Cao's phalanx, and drove straight in. The long knife swung in Yin Liang's hand for several times, as if it was a warm-up, and then slashed into the enemy's formation. Invincible. The broadsword rolled and heads fell off one by one. Wen Chou used his equipment to enter the formation, and kept thrusting forward with his spear. One by one, the enemy soldiers fell to Wen Chou's spear. The martial arts of Yin Liang and Wen Chou are definitely not weak. Together, they can even capture the enemy general alive among the rebels. Whoever captures the enemy general alive will be rewarded 3,000 taels of silver. Sima Di can hold a horse spear and, as the commander of the Xiaogu army, charges all the way. Good guy. I'm going to be hunted down again, Cao Cao muttered. But this time, he was confident because he was at the rear and did not rush in front. Xiao Liang's exclusive unit, the Yongla Xinji Battalion, has been deployed behind the second line of defensive horses. 3 rows of matchlock gunners are ready. The popularity of firearms caused the disintegration of the Knight class, and Western full-body armor was thrown into the garbage dump of history. Even the Xiaogu army was no exception. In front of the matchlock gunners of the Xinji Battalion, there was also a group of heavy infantry armed with spears. Like Juma, they were cannon fodder used to cover the Xinji Battalion. In the eyes of the coach, these soldiers are just chips used for victory. There is only one goal to win. The Xiaogu army was unstoppable all the way, just as Xiao Long, Tian Feng, and Zhou had imagined. Cao Cao's new army had lost both physical strength and morale after an hour of fighting, and was unable to stop the Xiaogui army from advancing. Not to mention, there are 3 generals, Sima Dikan, Yan Liang, and Wen Chou. To clear the way, Yin Liang and Wen Chou have already targeted Xiao Liang Shuaiqi. As long as we fight here and kill the enemy general, the 200,000 Central Plains army will immediately fall apart. Sima Dikan was furious because the new recruits along the way were no match for his Xiaogui army. According to the established tactics, the Xiaogui army will attack the southwest corner of Cao Cao's phalanx in a circular manner until Cao Cao's phalanx is destroyed. Unexpectedly, Cao Cao's phalanx will be broken with one blow. Capture the enemy general alive and offer it to the Lord, Sima Dikan shouted. Victory is close at hand. No one can stop the Xiaogui army from advancing. After killing Cao Cao's new soldiers in the southwest corner, suddenly, a group of heavy infantry armed with spears appeared, as well as a second row set up to resist horses. Behind Juma were the soldiers of the Xinji battalion holding matchlock guns. A row of empty matchlock guns were aimed at the incoming Xiaogui army. Because of the obstruction of the spear heavy infantry in Juma, it was impossible for the Xiaogui army to directly go up and harvest the Xinji battalion. But the Xinji battalion could do so unscrupulously, shooting. What kind of weapon is this? There were not many firearm arms in the Eastern Han dynasty. Guanning's cavalry from Mingguan often came out with 3-eyed fire guns to show off. But few people knew about Chu Tian's secret preparations for the Xinji camp. The Xinji battalion is a special unit obtained as a reward from the Third National War. The rewards from the Third National War actually have many benefits, and they are hidden and not very well known. Bang! 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 The first row of soldiers from the Xinji battalion pulled the trigger, and the hot match ignited the black gunpowder, making a noise loud enough to startle the war horses. White smoke filled the air, and the horses were frightened. The soldiers of the Xiaogui army, who rushed to the front, were killed and fell from their horses. Many Xiaogui army cavalrymen, who had never seen firearms, reined in their horses, and were so frightened that they did not dare to move forward. The most terrifying thing is not the gun itself, but the fear it brings. In the face of the armor-breaking ability of the matchlock gun, a hole was shot out of the Xiaogui army's equipment. After the first row of soldiers from the Xinji battalion fired, they retreated, while the second row of soldiers from the Xinji battalion were ready, stepped forward to replace the first row of soldiers from the Xinji battalion, and then fired. Bang! 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 There was another row of gunshots, and the Xiaogui army killed many cavalry. White gunpowder smoke filled the air. It was the smoke produced by the burning of black gunpowder. Sima Dikan, Yan Liang, and Wen Chou were terrified. The lead bullets were hard to guard against and invisible to the naked eye, causing fear to spread. If a player leads the team, then the player's first reaction is to either retreat or rush over, or even fight on foot. They must try their best to fight the Xinji camp in hand-to-hand combat in order to crack the Xinji camp. However, Sima Dikan, Yan Liang, and Wen Chou did not know matchlock guns and black powder at all. Because of fear and hesitation, the Xinji battalion had already fired 3 rows of muskets. As many as 200 to 300 Xiaogui army cavalry died under the muskets. These are high-level heavy cavalry built by Zhao Long at all costs. But they are as weak as paper in front of the Xinji battalion. Of course, if the Xinji battalion is broken through by the Xiaogui army, the Xinji battalion will be as good as paper under the slaughter of sabers. The premise is that the Xiaogui army can break through the obstruction of spear heavy infantry and horse resistance in time, due to the bonus of the 3-stage strike feature. The Xinji battalion's loading and shooting speeds were accelerated, and rows of matchlock guns slaughtered the Xiaogui army. The panicked Xiaogui army was killed by countless shooters. Kill it! Sima Dikan finally realized that it was not an option to continue like this. The opponent was probably a long-range unit, and they could only be defeated by hand-to-hand combat. Sima Dikan's idea is undoubtedly correct. While the Xinji battalion restrains the cavalry, it is also restrained by the cavalry, as long as there is no protection and is attacked from the front. The performance of the Xinji battalion is no different from that of low-level light infantry. No unit is omnipotent. Just like the armored war elephant, the 9th level unit also has its own weaknesses. The Xiaogui army clamped the horse's belly and used riding whips and spurs to make the horse rush forward due to pain and forcefully attack the heavy infantry with spears. 3 rows of spears blocked the Xiaogui army. The Xiaogui army had to withstand the Xinji battalion's matchlock fire and fight hand-to-hand with the spears. Behind the heavy infantry, there is also a row of temporarily set up resistance horses. which can provide a slight buffer. There was the sound of another row of matchlock guns, and white gunpowder smoke emerged from the muzzles of the matchlock guns. Dozens of Xiaowu soldiers, who were fighting with the spears, were killed and fell off their horses one after another. The frightened horses ran to both sides without control. All Xiaowu troops, even the generals Sima Dikan, Yan Liang, and Wen Chou were frightened. Under such a shocking attack from the Xinji battalion, how should they attack? Bang! There was another row of matchlock shots, and Sima Dikan was shot in the right chest, and the musket penetrated his armor from a distance of less than 20 meters. Sima Dikan's armor was of high quality and had strong defensive capabilities, but it was still shot through. However, Sima Dikan was not killed yet, and the general's vitality was even stronger. The next matchlock volley came, and Sima Dikan, the chief general of the Xiaowu army, was finally shot dead by random gunfire from the Xinji battalion. Boom! Sima Dikan, who was wearing armor, suddenly fell to the ground, and he died at the hands of an unknown soldier. Wen Chou was injured in a firearm fire and was rescued by Yan Liang. Due to lack of preparation, the Xiaowu army suffered a disastrous defeat in front of the Xinji battalion. The Xiaowu army didn't know that there was a second line of resistance behind them. Otherwise, they might be able to break up the Xinji battalion if they rushed past. Tian Feng and Zhou couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the enemy's formation filled with white gunpowder smoke and the Xiaowu army's disastrous defeat. They were also a group of people who didn't know about firearms and saw the Xinji camp for the first time. This is a firearm! Zhao Long knew about the existence of firearms. When he heard the sound of the matchlock gun, he secretly said something was wrong. However, how come there are so many matchlock guns in Chutin's army? Chapter 520: The White Robe Army Attacks. As expected of a firearm, its armor-breaking ability is astonishing. Xiao Liang also used the magic machine operation in actual combat for the first time. In order to hide the Xinji battalion, the Xinji battalion usually trains at the school grounds at most. More than 1,000 soldiers from the Xinji battalion participated in the battle for the first time, and they killed the opponent's Xiaowu army by surprise. If the Xiaowu army had known about the existence of the Xinji camp in advance, their performance might have been much better. But there was no such thing as an if. The Xiaowu army only had one chance to attack. But the Xiaowu army was defeated, and its general Sima Dikan was killed in battle. The Xiaowu army lost its leader, which was equivalent to an army losing its soul. The Xiaowu army even disappeared and could not be recruited. This is the tragedy of war, where everyone's life or death is uncertain. Xiao Liang hid the Xinji battalion behind Cao Cao's new army to kill the opponent's heavy cavalry. It was difficult to predict that he would achieve such results. It's a pity that the Xinji battalion has an upper limit on the number of people. Among them, the number of arquebusiers is less than 5,000. Xiao Liang knew that even if there were a lot of matchlock guns in stock, only the Xinji battalion with a few thousand people could be equipped with such firearms. And it was impossible to form a firearms army with tens of thousands of people. Even so, if more than 1,000 Xinji battalion soldiers are used in the right place, it will be extremely terrifying. And some fierce generals may kill Xinji battalion. Order Zhou Yafu's army to replace Cao Cao's army, and Xinji battalion to follow Zhou Yafu's army to put pressure on the enemy. The commander's flag was waved, and after receiving the order, each legion immediately began to take action and mobilize according to the commander's instructions. Cao Cao's new army can block the opponent for an hour, 2 hours, which has bought time for Zhou Yafu's army to recover some of its strength. After using the Xinji camp's trump card, you no longer need to hide it, but boldly use the Xinji camp to attack. The soldiers of Xinji battalion wore hats to protect them from rain or heavy snow, and wooden bottles filled with black powder were hung on their bodies. Under the protection of heavy infantry with spears, they attacked Xiao Long's army. This Fukuxing battle is also an opportunity to sharpen the Xinji battalion. The soldiers of Xinji battalion also have different levels. The higher the level of soldiers, the more combat experience or training experience they have, the faster they can load gunpowder and lead bullets. And they are not afraid of danger. On the contrary, the lower the level, the firearms unit may turn around and run away when faced with the impact of cavalry. Bang! A dense platoon of guns rang out. Smoke filled the air, and a row of heavy infantry fell. Even the armor of the heavy infantry could not withstand the armor-piercing damage of the matchlock gun in a short distance. They would either lose their combat effectiveness or be shot. The minds of the Montenegrin army, who were fighting fiercely, were shaken. The smoke, the harsh noise, and the rows of fallen comrades made the Montenegro army at a loss and felt unprecedented fear. Some of the Montenegrin troops in the front row ignored the general's supervision and turned around and fled backwards. Zhang He and Zhu Yi hurriedly led the resting troops to replace Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Army to deal with the unprecedented Shinji Battalion. The appearance of the Shinji Battalion was frightening. Even the opponent's Imperial commander Yang Su hesitated for a while. After the explanation of the alien general, he realized that the Shinji Battalion was a medium-range and long-range weapon with extremely strong armor-breaking capabilities. Arms. The method to deal with the Shinji Battalion is also very simple. One is to fight hand-to-hand, and the other is to use a crossbow to shoot at the Shinji Battalion. The Zion Denshi soldiers equipped with powerful crossbows fired crossbow arrows at the Shinji camp. The crossbow arrows broke through the air. Many Shinji camp soldiers were hit by arrows, and were killed by the crossbow arrows. The Shinji Battalion fired a volley, and when it suffered losses, it also shot and killed a group of soldiers who died first. Both sides are exchanging losses. The Shinji Battalion retreats. Xiao Liang ordered the expensive Shinji camp to retreat. It is actually not worthwhile to use Shinji camp to exchange with the dead soldiers first. The Shinji Battalion shooting range is almost the same as that of crossbows, or even closer. At this time, the matchlock gun does not have a particularly huge advantage over crossbows. This can also be regarded as a shortcoming of early matchlock guns. Therefore, when matchlocks appeared in the early days, matchlocks and crossbows could be used together. After the Shinji Battalion shocked the opponent's morale, they left more than 100 corpses and hid them in the army. Liang Hongyu's crossbow unit was specially used to deal with Zhu Yi's first dead soldiers. As long as the Shinji Battalion is in the army, Zhao Long's army needs to be wary of this special force from time to time. The fear generated by the Shinji camp shrouded the heads of Zhao Long's army. The main forces of both sides continued to engage in fierce battles. Cao Cao took the opportunity to gather the exhausted recruits and restore their strength and formation. The cavalry on both wings, like the central army, saw back and forth. Both sides were exhausted, and immediately sent out reserves to fight again and again. The Xiaogui army was abolished, and Zhao Long lacked the troops to decide the outcome and was stretched thin. Arquebus. Tian Feng and Jushu realized a terrible type of military force, which might change their future tactics. The heavy cavalry that usually gallops should not only be careful of spear phalanxes, horse resistance, and trenches, but also be careful of firearms that can shoot through equipment. Zhao Long's confidence was frustrated. The remnants of the Xiaogui army had returned. General Sima Dikan was killed, and Yan Liang was injured. The doctor rushed to treat Yan Liang's injuries. The injury is very serious, and will not improve for a while. The doctor looked at Yan Liang's injuries, and felt troublesome for a moment. The damage caused by firearms is different from the damage caused by other weapons. Gao Lan, if the battle situation is unfavorable, come with me to attack the enemy. Zhao Long saw that the situation was critical. If he was defeated, he could only charge into the battle himself. In Fukuxing, an ambush of cavalry appeared. This group of cavalry belonged to the White Robes Legion, but they were not wearing white robes at this time. In order to hide their whereabouts, everything is kept simple. Only now, when they were about to charge, did they take out their white robes and tie them behind their backs. The symbol of the White Robe Legion cannot be lost. Zhao Yun holds a silver gentian spear and wears a white robe. Qin Qingji shook his head, wrapped himself in a white robe, and cheered up. In this beheading operation, out of the need to hide their whereabouts, a total of 3,000 white robe troops were dispatched. There are only 3,000 cavalry. If Zhao Long is attacked from behind, he may die in battle if he is discovered or fails. This is an extremely dangerous mission. Before Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun set off for the expedition, Xiao Liang had already greeted them in advance. And Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun also approved the operation and only allowed victory, not defeat. White-robed army, follow me to kill the enemy. Qin Qingji lifted up his white robe, which made a hunting sound. Famous masters and generals should not keep themselves in prison, and thousands of troops should avoid white robes. The White Robe Army, as the main force of this assault, will complete an almost impossible task under the leadership of Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun. 3,000 White Robe Army will kill the enemy commander among the 400,000 troops. Zhao Yun cheered up, and the silver gentian gun let out a soft cry. It was longing for a hearty fight. Kill! 3,000 white robe troops, led by Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun, tied their horse tails to tree branches to conceal themselves from others, and charged towards the opponent's rear army. Zhao Long is paying attention to the battle on the main battlefield. The brutality of this battle far exceeds his imagination. The two sides fought to the death from early morning to afternoon. In the middle, they only stuffed a mouthful of dry food or drank a sip of water, and then continued fighting. Tens of thousands of soldiers died. 7 generals of Zhang Yan's Black Mountain Army were killed, and a number of generals under Zhao Long were also killed. If this continues, our army may be defeated. Zhao Long found that the situation was somewhat unfavorable to his side. The opponent's Shinji battalion began to support Mu Guiying, Hua Mulan and Shi Wan Sui on the flank battlefield. The matchlock guns of the Shinji battalion were too lethal to the cavalry, and their protection was not high. The light cavalryman was shot by an arquebus and died suddenly. The Shinji battalion is still the nemesis of fierce generals, and the 5 Tiger generals may not dare to be attacked by the Shinji battalion in 3 stages. Tian Feng and Just Ho were still fighting for opportunities for Zhao Long. We can send a reserve team to attack in a roundabout way. Act now! Zhao Long decisively dispatched a reserve force of 50,000 people, bypassed the main battlefield, and flanked Mu Guiying and Hua Mulan's cavalry regiment. His advantage is that he has a large number of troops. Li Xiaoning, your women's army goes to resist the enemy. At the same time, inspire the Invincible Legion, the Reconnaissance Legion, and the Shinji Battalion. Xiao Liang sent Li Xiaoning to deal with Zhao Long's reserve team of 50,000 people. Li Xiaoning's detachment of women also has a special effect, which can boost the morale of neighboring troops and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Take orders! Li Xiaoning stood firm and drew her sword, followed by 10,000 women soldiers. As the territory continues to expand, more and more qualified soldiers can be recruited, and Li Xiaoning's detachment of women is finally full. Among all the generals in Chutian, there are few special arms with full strength. The detachment of women, whose recruitment conditions are mainly limited by the source of soldiers, has achieved the goal of full strength of 10,000 men. The advantage of the detachment of women is that it has sustained high morale and can fight for a long time. Therefore, it is not a problem to send 10,000 people from Li Xiaoning to hold back the 50,000 people sent by Zhao Long. The detachment of women, whose morale continues to be high, fights the enemy. In the end, it will be the enemy's army that collapses prematurely. 10,000 women soldiers, all with heroic looks, holding long spears in their hands, hanging tang knives on their waists, crossbows on their backs, light armor, and quick maneuvers. The women soldiers in the front row were tall, holding shields, and even equipped with heavy armor. The detachment of women is a light infantry, and can also be equipped with heavy infantry equipment, but its combat power will be slightly reduced in order to enhance its defense. Li Xiaoning personally commanded the detachment of women, attacking more with less, never falling behind. The general commanding 50,000 people was Gao Lan, one of the 4 court pillars of Hebei. He found himself under the attack of a commander who was not at the same level as himself. The detachment of women not only defended, but also actively counterattacked under the command of Li Xiaoning. The morale of this group of female soldiers was high. After the rain of arrows was thrown, they actually took the initiative to kill. The abilities of the detachment of women are taking effect. The morale of the Invincible Legion, the Reconnaissance Legion, and the Shinji Battalion near the detachment of women is restored, and their combat power is increased. At the same time, Hua Mulan's defense and morale halo acted on the detachment of women, slowing down the decline in morale of the detachment of women. The detachment of women became a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield, ferociously attacking 50,000 people in Gao Lan until they died in battle. Gao Lan has never seen such a fierce female streamer. The troops on the opposite side are not normal at all. They are either firearms troops or female troops, but each one is more ferocious than the last. If it really doesn't work, I will personally lead the last reserve team and fight with the Montenegrin army to kill the enemy general. Zhao Long saw that Gao Lan's 50,000 men were held back by the opponent's 10,000 men, and knew that those 10,000 men must be special troops. That's why they were so strong. If this continues, he will be defeated. Zhao Long had to take action personally. He had accumulated many characteristics through many activities. The general will be dismissed and may die in battle, facing the increasingly bad war situation. Tian Feng and Jushu knew that Zhao Long was the last hope in this battle. Without Zhao Long, there are not many generals available. Wen Chou, follow me into battle. Zhao Long took Wen Chou with him. Without Wen Chou, he could not guarantee his own safety. Zhao Long left the battlefield in person, while Tian Feng and Zhu Su remained at the top to command. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the rear army. Whether it was Zhao Long, Tian Feng, or Zhu Su, they all subconsciously looked to the rear. I saw sand and dust flying behind me, and shouts of killing were everywhere. The rear army seems to be fighting with the cavalry. Is it possible? There is an ambush in Fukuxing? Zhao Long couldn't help but change his color when he thought of a terrible possibility. If there is really an ambush in Fukuxing, then the purpose of this ambush is very likely to be the same as the Shaohua army's execution of beheadings. At this time, the armies of both sides were fighting hand to hand and were exhausted. A cavalry suddenly came out from the rear. The consequences can be imagined. Tian Feng and Jishu wanted to recruit Zhao Long back, but it was too late. 3,000 white-robed troops came out of the valley of Fukuxing and attacked Zhao Long from behind. This ambush is not only for beheading operations, but also a trump card for destroying the enemy's legions. Zhao Long has Wen Chou beside him, and about 20,000 troops. This is his last reserve. 3,000 white robes burst into the midst of these 20,000 people. Chen Qingji's white-robed army god characteristic came into effect, and the 3,000 white-robed troops were as powerful as a rainbow. If he only commanded the white-robe army, Chen Qingji's explosive combat power would be no less than that of an imperial commander. 3,000 white robes cut into the midst of 20,000 enemy troops. Unstoppable. Zhao Yun doesn't need to be distracted to command the cavalry. His task is to kill the general. Even if you can't kill Zhao Long, if you can kill one, it's one. This is the order of summer coolness. No matter what famous general Zhao Long is under his command, all those who are enemies will be killed in the chaos. It is too difficult to capture prisoners in the melee. Before Zhao Long's power collapses, he must ensure that he will win 10,000%. Therefore, on the battlefield, you must not show any mercy, and do not think about Huaron's moral explanation for Cao Cao's operations. Only after victory can we talk about recruiting and surrendering prisoners. On the battlefield, everyone is the enemy. This is the thought that Zhao Yun has been instilled in. When meeting enemy generals, there is no need to have any scruples. Jinshin's bright silver spear swept across all directions, killing dozens of soldiers along the way. A general came forward to attack, but Zhao Yun stabbed him off his horse. With the unstoppable white-robed army as his backing, Zhao Yun can enter and exit 7 times without worrying about being trapped in the enemy's formation. Zhao Yun did indeed do this. He stabbed 2 generals to death one after another, and set his sights on Zhao Long's handsome flag. Where the handsome flag is, it must be the opponent's big shot. Zhao Yunting's gun advanced rapidly. Chen Qingji understood, and led the white-robed army to follow Zhao Yun's advance. Don't hurt my lord! Wen Chou led a group of soldiers and horses to stand in front of Zhao Long and tried his best to intercept Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun wielded a long spear, which was like a swimming dragon. As soon as they met, he was deliberately slashed by the soldiers to increase his personal combat power. Zhao Yun, who fought bloody battles, gradually reached his full state, and with the bonus of imperial weapons, he attacked Wen Chou fiercely. Chapter 521 Chanshan Zhao Zilong is here. Chu Tian felt like Cao Cao who unified the Central Plains, and Liu Bei was still the Liu Bei who gave Cao Cao a headache. When Cao Cao was rising, Liu Bei would cause trouble for Cao Cao from time to time. For example, he gave way to Shuzhou 3 times and later defected to Yuan Shao. The Battle of Guanda came to Renan and harassed Cao Cao. After Liu Bei was driven away by the generals sent by Cao Cao and Renan, he went to Liu Biao again and continued to hate Cao Cao. The most critical point is that in the Battle of Chibi, Liu Bei ran to join Sun Quan and disgusted Cao Cao again. In the Battle of Xianfan, Cao Cao lost 2 generals, Yu Jin and Pang De, in the Battle of Hanzhong. Cao Cao had no patience to continue fighting with Liu Bei, and abandoned Hanzhong after moving the population. If you stand in the Shuhan camp, Liu Bei is undoubtedly very reliable. If Chu Tian is in the same position as Cao Cao, then the existence of Liu Bei's forces is really annoying. Liu Bei's endurance is far beyond anyone's reach. Chu Tian led Yu Fei, Lo Yi, King Arthur, Li Guang, and Shuai to gallop day and night, and arrived at the Yeqing battlefield in time to block Liu Bei and Wang Ming's offensive. The 2 sides faced off at the Zhang River, and Liu Bei did not dare to cross the river easily. During this period, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei tried to cross the river, but were attacked by Yu Fei's 800 backed Wei army. Yu Fei's Beiwei army lost the aura of his own army in this battle, as well as the auras of Chu Tian and Lo Yi. Therefore, the combat power of Beiwei army was actually very terrifying. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's troops have the aura of the entire army of Wang Ming and Liu Bei, but they still feel inferior. Chu Tian stood on the south bank of Zhanshui and looked at Liu Bei who stood on the north bank of Zhanshui. Liu Bei is really a troublesome guy. Chu Tian sighed. Among the local princes that currently exist, the one who really thrives is the perseverant Liu Bei. If Chu Tian hadn't suppressed him, Liu Bei would have taken off long ago. Of course, Liu Bei's alien strategist Chen Shi is also capable. A few free players are elites, such as Chen Shi and Xiao Liang. They often have various talents. Sun Jian, who relied on Tang Ke, was half as good as Liu Bei after all. Liu Biao and Mrs. Kai were taken away by Yang Zhulang, and the difference was more than a little bit worse. It is said that Liu Bei has prepared an escape route for himself. He stayed in Hebei and probably planned to make another fortune. Is this what Chen Shi taught him? Chu Tian didn't think Liu Bei had such foresight. Although Liu Bei's perseverance is indeed different from ordinary people, Liu Bei lacks a long-term vision. Otherwise, he would not be displaced in the early stage and find it difficult to gain a foothold. Therefore, it is very likely that Chen Shi instigated Liu Bei to do this. But the miscalculation of Liu Bei and Chen Shi is that General Wei Qing has already gone to take Yuzhou. He can no longer get more benefits from Yuzhou, but can only get benefits from Jizhou. Chu Tian was also secretly competing with Liu Bei. Although he confronted Liu Bei at Zhangshui, Chu Tian's mind was not focused on this place at all, but on the battle at Fukuxing. Xiao Liang took away 200,000 people. Her deployment was approved by Chu Tian. But if his wife died in the battle, then Chu Tian would really lose his wife and troops. Chu Tian has a strong foundation, with 200,000 killed in battle, and is still far from collapse. But he only has one eldest wife. Chu Zimu is an insurmountable mountain. When Chu Tian stared at Liu Bei also sighed. He sent Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to test, but they were driven back by Yu Fei, Shuai Gui and Li Guang. Yu Fei's presence made Zhang Shui's defense line even more impregnable. Chen Shi came to Liu Bei. That cavalry should be the Wei army. Did Chu Zimu use points to exchange for high-level troops again? Yu Fei was indeed captured by Chu Zimu. My lord should prepare to leave Jizhou as soon as possible, Liu Bei said. I have ordered gold, silver, weapons, and blueprints to be concentrated in various counties. If we are defeated, we will use the teleportation array to leave Jizhou. Chen Shi nodded. The battle with Chu Tian is becoming more and more dangerous. Chen Shi is not sure of victory, and can only prepare a retreat in advance. Fortunately, Liu Bei will listen to his advice unless Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are killed in battle. That's why Liu Bei stood out from the many local princes. Wang Ming and Su Qin came to Liu Bei and said to Liu Bei, if Zhao Long is defeated this time, he can annex his tribe. On the battlefield of Fukuxing, Zhao Yun fought with Wen Chou, a fierce general from Hebei. Wen Chou was completely enveloped by the bright silver spear of Jinshin. There were gun shadows everywhere, making Wen Chou overwhelmed. Wen Chou's strength is not low, and he is struggling to hold on under Zhao Yun's offensive as fast as the wind. The white-robed troops roared past Zhao Yun, drew their sabers, and hacked down the enemy soldiers. Several military generals followed Zhao Long and were responsible for protecting Zhao Long. There were thousands of guards around Zhao Long, fighting to the death. 3,000 white-robed soldiers were trapped among 20,000 soldiers. A small group of bronze-level, silver-level, and even gold-level generals served as guards, barely able to resist the white-robed army. The sharp gun blade stabbed Wen Chou, cutting Wen Chou's cheek and leaving a scar. Wen Chou's marksmanship has lost its rhythm, and he is constantly stabbed by Zhao Yun. A cold light passed by, and the Jinshin bright silver shot opened Wen Chou's spear and penetrated Wen Chou's chest. Among the thousands of troops, Zhao Yun killed Wen Chou, a fierce general in Hebei. Zhao Yun showed no mercy and pulled out his spear to hunt down Zhao Long. Wen Chou fell off his horse and his eyes lost their sparkle. Zhao Long was extremely panicked. Behind him, a white-robed hunting cavalry was approaching, like a god of death. All the soldiers around Zhao Long fell under the sword of the white-robe army. Chanshan Zhao Zilong is here! A war horse galloped out, and a dark shadow covered Zhao Long. Zhao Long had no time to react, and the Jinshin bright silver spear in Zhao Yun's hand was thrust out. The dragon gun roars. This is a full blow. Zhao Long didn't even have the strength to block, so he was killed by Jinshin's bright silver spear, and his blood spattered on the handsome flag that fell to the ground. These are the few great princes who died in the main world. Chen Qingji commanded the white-robed army and took the opportunity to defeat 20,000 enemy soldiers and attack the main battlefield. The mission of the 3,000 white robes ambushing in Fukuxing is not only to kill the enemy generals, but also to rescue the main battlefield. Tian Feng and Zhou saw Zhao Long defeated and killed from a high place, and they were silent for a while. The situation was beyond their control. How about this? Tian Feng and Zhu Shou rarely encountered a lord who almost completely listened to their suggestions. Zhao Long really didn't say anything to the Hebei aristocratic family, and even rejected the Central Plains aristocratic family that Yuan Shao came to. However, when Zhao Long was on the rise, he was unfortunately defeated and died, leaving Tian Feng and Zhu Shou at a loss. After Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun killed Zhao Long and Wen Shou, they went straight to the main battlefield and attacked Yang Su's army without stopping. Yang Su, the enemy commander on the main battlefield, had realized that there was chaos in the rear and sent 20,000 soldiers back to help, hoping to relieve Zhao Long. 20,000 soldiers met the 3,000 white robes with high morale, and were quickly destroyed by the 3,000 white robes. 3,000 white robes galloped. Zhao Yun charged all the way, killed hundreds of people, and killed another general. Chen Qingji's white-robed army swept through, and the enemy killed 2,000 to 3,000 people. The remaining soldiers collapsed due to the collapse of their morale. Xiao Liang, Du Ruhui, Su Yu and others witnessed the commotion behind Yang Su's army. Su Yu said anxiously, "It's time to attack." Du Ruhui said, "Wait a little longer. Don't worry if it's cold in summer." She was waiting for fear to spread to Yang Su's entire army. The white-robed army was not reluctant to fight, but rushed all the way. After breaking the enemy's formation, they stormed the Chinese army where Yang Su was. Yang Su had to avoid the sharp cavalry to prevent being killed. For a time, Yang Su's generals were confused as they failed to receive orders from their coach. Zhao Yun killed the oncoming cavalry with one shot and shouted, "Your lord is dead. Surrender quickly to avoid death. My lord died in battle." The white robe army is spreading fear, regardless of whether the news is true or false. Yang Su's army has begun to be in chaos. The offensive of Yang Su's army came to a halt. "We can attack across the board." Xiao Liang and Du Ruhui made judgments almost at the same time, invested all their troops, and launched a massive counterattack. Li Xiaoning used her ability to boost morale to quickly bring the morale of the detachment of women to its peak. The morale of the detachment of women was so high that they destroyed the enemy general's 50,000 men and launched a counterattack. The first to be destroyed was the Gaolan Legion that was the last to enter the battlefield. The detachment of women hold swords and guns and chases down the enemy soldiers. What followed was the collapse of the Shirwansi army, whose two wings were threatened by the Shinji battalion and the detachment of women. Shirwansui was an important wing of Yang Su's army. When Shirwansui's army collapsed, it caused the collapse of Yang Su's middle army and the collapse of the other wing. The collapse of several legions was like a chain reaction, one link after another. An army of 400,000 was destroyed in one blow. Kill! Zhao Yun and Chen Qingji broke into the rear of the 400,000 strong army from behind, exacerbating the collapse of the enemy's morale. The enemy's morale had hit rock bottom. Zhao Yun's silver armor was dyed red. He no longer knew how many generals and soldiers he had killed. At least hundreds of people died under his gun. There were also many unknown generals who died under Zhao Yun's gun. The military exploits of the white robes were even more astonishing. With only 3,000 white robes, they may have killed tens of thousands of enemy soldiers. Chen Qingji couldn't count the number of people, so he just had to press forward. After this battle, he would be a general with a mixed number. Chen Qingji was considered a demoted general, starting from a low position. A miscellaneous general was already a big official, and his status was still above that of a partial general. Even with Chen Qingji's strength, he fought hard to kill the enemy. He held a horn bow in his hand and shot an arrow from time to time. As for whether he succeeded, he left it to fate. Under Chen Qingji's random attack, he actually shot and killed 2 soldiers. Princess Ping'an Li Xiaoning's women's army was invincible. After they defeated Gao Lan's 50,000 strong army, they continued to pursue Gao Lan. Gao Lan returned to fight. The women's army swarmed forward. Gao Lan was shot dead by Li Xiaoning in the chaos. At the same time, more than 10 arrows hit Gao Lan. All of them were shot by the fierce detachment of women archers. The war is still going on, but the battle situation has been decided, and the next step is to hunt down and clean up the battlefield. I need to go back and rest. The 2 military advisors will take command on my behalf. Xiao Liang found that he was sweating profusely. Just standing for a day exhausted all his energy. After a devastating defeat, it was impossible for Yang Su to come back, and the result was obvious. So Xiao Liang handed over the military power to Du Ruhui and Su Yu. Back at camp, she fell asleep on the Fukaxing battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses were still fighting, with less than 200,000 troops. It was extremely difficult to capture more than 300,000 people. The dark night of winter soon came. Some enemy soldiers were killed, some surrendered, and some fled, leaving the battlefield in chaos. Zhao Yun fought to the end and was already numb. He stood there, panting, unable to even lift his arms. Imagine a raid starting in the afternoon and killing until night, with no water coming in. Not even an Iron Man can withstand it. Qin Qingji was vomiting at the side. His physique was far inferior to that of Zhao Yun. The jolting and fighting on the horse made Qin Qingji miserable. Qin Qingji's face was pale. He also needed a good rest. It would be best if the Lord could give him a holiday. Li Xiaoning's sword had been cut to the curled edge and was therefore scrapped. All the soldiers had fought to the point of exhaustion. When the battle was over, soldiers who had fallen to the ground were everywhere. A group of cavalry fled north, and Yang Su could not believe that his lord might have been killed. All this was done by a white-robed cavalry group ambushing in Fukaxing. After the war, Du Ruhui and Su Yu, who took over the military power, counted the spoils and prisoners, and there were many clues. Several generals of the Montenegrin army were captured. As for the leader of the Montenegrin army, Zhang Yan, according to the accounts of the captured generals of the Montenegrin army, he saw that the situation was not good and fled back to Montenegro. Just try to recruit him to surrender in the future. Zhang Yan is isolated and helpless, and will surrender sooner or later. After Su Yu learned that Zhang Yan was defeated, he took advantage of the chaos and fled back to Heishan without taking it seriously. In the final analysis, the Black Mountain Army is just a bandit like the Yellow Turban Army. After losing the dependent princes, the Black Mountain Army cannot stand on its own. It only needs to send people to recruit people to surrender. And it will most likely surrender. When Chou and Gao Lan died in battle, Su Yu couldn't help but gasp when he learned that after a great battle, many famous generals from Hebei were killed. These generals were considered to be acquaintances with Su Yu, but they did not expect that they would die immediately. Their lord Zhao Long also died in this battle. After the defeat, anyone may die in battle. The brutality of the Fukaxing battle is unimaginable. Zhao Yun came back to report the White Robe Army's gains to Du Ruhui and Su Yu, who were in charge of the overall situation. After it was confirmed that Zhao Long had been killed, everyone was silent. This news is too shocking. The enemy generals Zhang He and Zhu Yi were captured by us. Because Zhang He and Zhu Yi led infantry and crossbowmen and fought fiercely with Zhou Yafu and Cao Cao in the front. They had difficulty escaping and were captured alive by Cao Cao and Zhou Yafu respectively. Zhang He and Zhu Yi's faces were pale. They seemed to be unable to recover from the fact that they had lost this battle in an unexpected way. Xiao Liang's army did not defeat Zhao Long head-on, but won by sneak attack from behind. If there is a fierce frontal battle, although Zhao Long's army is at a disadvantage, when night comes, the two sides should still be indifferent, and then withdraw their troops and fight again tomorrow. But once Zhao Long dies, this battle cannot be fought no matter what. Tell my lord of this incredible news. In addition, dozens or hundreds of generals such as Zhang He and Zhu Yi were captured, as well as countless soldiers and horses. The rest may have led their cavalry to escape. Du Ruhui made arrangements immediately. Soon, Chu Tian and Liu Bei, who were confronting each other in Zhangshui, received incredible news. Zhao Long, the great hero of the generation, was defeated and killed at Fukaxing. Chapter 522 Yuzhou is obtained. Zhao Long was killed in battle. How could he be killed in battle? Mingguan was sitting in the main seat. When he heard the news that Zhao Long had been killed in battle, he still couldn't believe it. After Zhao Long died, there were only two chief people, Chu Tian and Liu Bei. Jizhou, Yuo, and Bingzhou became ownerless lands, allowing everyone to divide them up. Urge Li Chongliang and Jin Wushu to capture Yuo quickly. Mingguan couldn't wait to go and take command in person. Chu Tian's troops are in Jizhou and have not had time to intervene in Yuzhou. So Yuzhou is a fertile land. The importance of occupying the Yanyan 16 prefectures to the Liaodong forces is self-evident. That's why during the Yuzhou War, Mingguan took the risk to attack Yuo and rob part of Yuzhou's population. This time, he wants complete Yuzhou. Ashina Shir, your Turkic cavalry is faster. Go north immediately. Take Jishan, and take away Jishan's gold, silver and weapons. Liu Bei sent Ashina Shir, the Turkic prince, who was the fastest marching. Zhao Long died in battle. Chu Zimu's army was too fierce. Qin Shi couldn't help but be shocked when he learned that Zhao Long was killed in battle. Zhao Long's death will lead to a series of changes that will change the entire Eastern Han dynasty. Chen Shi no longer wanted to stay in the north to confront Chu Tian. If you go to the south and avoid the powerful princes in the north, you may be able to open up a new situation. The wars between the northern princes were too fierce, with hundreds of thousands of people fighting at every turn. And even the princes themselves could not protect themselves. After sending out a group of cavalry, Liu Bei was frightened for a while. If he was also in Fukuxing, he might also be attacked and die. A cavalry unit quickly moved south. Wei Qing and Gong Sun Ao were unwilling to waste time in attacking the city and focused on recruiting and surrendering the defenders. It is not wise to use cavalry to attack a city. At first, few counties were willing to surrender to Kaicheng. So Wei Qing had to attack the city in order to supply food. When the news of Zhao Long's death reached Yuzhou, the officials and guards of Yuzhou saw that the situation was not good. So they surrendered to Wei Qing one after another. Wei Qing's cavalry entered the pass from Shangdu County, drove straight in, and arrived at Ji County, the seat of Yuzhou. The officials of Ji County opened the city gate directly to welcome Wei Qing's cavalry into the city. The lord has been killed, and they continue to defend Jixian to no avail. The idea of this group of officials is also very simple. No matter which force comes to occupy the city, if they all surrender, no one will be offended. Even if the lord died in battle, they could still serve as officials without suffering any disadvantages. Wei Qing's cavalry numbered 50,000, and he was determined to attack. Jixian was unable to resist. Cavalry. Another cavalry has arrived. The officials in Jixian County exclaimed. Wei Qing and Gong Sun Ao stood on the city wall and found that a cavalry group had arrived. This cavalry is under the banner of Liaodong Army. Wei Qing had seen the Liaodong Army in the Third National War, so he was familiar with the battle flag of the Liaodong Army. My lord is indeed right. The Liaodong Army also wants to capture Yuzhou. After all, we are one step ahead. Although Wei Qing is an honest man, he still feels a little happy when he sees the Liaodong Army being defeated repeatedly. This was not the first time that Mingwan, the governor of Liaodong, wanted to attack Yuzhou. He wanted to capture Yuzhou. But this was the second time that Mingwan failed to capture Yuzhou. Li Chengyang and Jin Wushu's 20,000 cavalry were below Jixian. They looked at the red dragon flag belonging to the Chutian forces in Jixian with a heavy heart. If we had known that we could dispatch a small group of cavalry to suppress the Wuhuan tribe, maybe we could take the lead. Could it be that the rebellion of the Wuhuan tribe was also expected by Chu Zimu? Or was it that Chu Zimu deliberately provoked the rebellion of the Wuhuan tribe and deliberately delaying my progress? He's just horrible. Li Chengyang seriously overestimated Chu Tian's ability, and even blamed Chu Tian for the Wuhuan tribe's anomalies, making Chu Tian take the blame. Jin Wushu pointed his golden bird axe at Jixian. We have 20,000 cavalry. We can capture this city in time while their hearts are still undecided. Li Chengyang hesitated. If we attack the city, then this is undoubtedly the best time. Suddenly, from the south of Jixian County, a cavalry group came galloping. Liu Bei is preparing to use the cavalry to capture Yuzhou, and the leader is the Turkic prince Ashina Shir. The relationship between Liu Bei and Mingwan was quite bad. They once fought over the battle for Yuzhou. When Ashina Shir's Turkic cavalry saw Li Chengyang's Liaodong cavalry, the two sides immediately confronted each other. The two cavalrymen didn't like each other, but they suddenly realized that the three princes were all plotting against Yuzhou. Ji County, which has the largest accumulation of supplies, was robbed, so we could only retreat to the second best and attack Shui County. Ashina Shir was keenly aware that with his limited cavalry, he could not compete with Wei Qing and Li Chengyang for the seat of Yuzhou. So he immediately went to compete for Zhujian. What exactly are Liu Bei's forces doing? Li Chengyang couldn't help but wonder when he saw that Liu Bei was more active than anyone else after Zhao Long was killed in battle. Wei Qing saw the cavalry sent by Liu Bei leaving again. So he opened the city gate and led the mighty cavalry out of the city. Retreat. Only then did Li Chengyang realize that he had stirred up a hornet's nest. In Jixian County, Wei Qing had 50,000 cavalry. The total cavalry of Li Chengyang and Jin Wushu was only 20,000. If there is a head-on confrontation, Li Chengyang will be the one who suffers. No need to chase. After Wei Qing scared Li Chengyang away, he stopped Gong Sun Ao from pursuing him. Wei Qing brought the low-level light cavalry from Monan, while Li Chengyang's cavalry included Guan Ning cavalry and seemed to have 300 iron pagodas. In the absence of strong generals and heavy cavalry, it is very likely that they will be beheaded by surprise. What's more, Wei Qing also wanted to ensure that this important city in Jixian would not be captured by other princes. You divide your troops to occupy Shungu County and Dai County. Wei Qing sent his good brother Gongsun Ao to conquer the surrounding counties and took charge of Ji County himself. Li Chengyang and Jin Wushu suffered a frustrating loss. If Wei Qing pursues him, they can also set up an ambush and use the impact of the heavy cavalry to suddenly rush out and behead the enemy general. However, Wei Qing was very cautious and did not act rashly. He only needed to ensure that he successfully captured Yuzhou. In fact, Yuzhou's territory is very vast. Liaodong, Liaoxi, Yubiping, Yuyang and other counties controlled by Mingguan all belong to Yuzhou. Wei Qing occupied Ji County, and then Shanggu County, Dai County, and Zhua County. The total counties he gained were half of Yuzhou. The territory of Mingguan was determined during the Yuo War. In addition, Mingguan accumulated a large number of troops and horses in these territories. To truly unify Yuzhou, it would be equivalent to starting a war with Mingguan. Wei Qing knew that Chu Tian had just ended the Battle of Hebei, and a large number of elites had been killed and injured. Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou were not stable, and he had no energy to start another war with Mingguan. There was also the threat of the Mongolian Empire in Mobei. So in the direction of Yuzhou, defense was the priority. Host Zhao Long was killed in battle. Chu Tian couldn't believe it when he found out that his eldest wife had successfully set up an ambush in Fuku County and killed Zhao Long. A seemingly powerful enemy collapsed in an instant. The leader was killed, and the entire force lost its core and fell into pieces. Jizhou, Yuzhou, and Bingzhou were occupied and became a smooth road. When he first learned about this result, Chu Tian was still a little unbelievable. After all, the death of the coach is a serious matter, and Zhao Long is surrounded by guards. Perhaps because the battle was too fierce, Zhao Long sent out the main generals, so no one could stop Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun's white-robed army from attacking. The white-robe army is quite terrifying with the addition of the white-robe army god Chen Qingji. Zhao Yun is the kind of fierce general who dares to rush into the enemy's formation, and his injuries will be superimposed, and his own strength will not be reduced due to injuries. It seems that it will be necessary for every coach to have a guard in the future. Otherwise some coaches may be attacked and killed by the enemy's fierce generals. Chu Tian also learned something from Zhao Long's incident. If Zhao Long keeps Shi Wansui, a member of the Five Tigers, by his side, and Shi Wansui leads a group of cavalry to block the angry Zhao Yun, then he has a high probability of escaping. Zhao Long's coach Yang Su has a very keen sense of danger. After realizing that something was wrong, he immediately fled the place. Zhang He and Zhu Yi are both generals, who are relatively easy to recruit and surrender. Chu Tian heard that Zhang He and Zhu Yi were captured and thought that these two people with special arms could be used. And they were not die-hard loyalists. Needless to say, Zhang He is one of the 5 good generals. Chu Tian has already gathered the 5 good generals Eugene, and Zhang Liao. Now Zhang He comes, and only Su Huang is left. So the 5 good generals can be gathered. Zhu Yi was rather arrogant, but he was also a fierce general and historically helped Yuan Shao defeat Gong Sun Zan. It can be said that Zhu Yi is Gong Sun Zan's mortal enemy. Thinking of Gong Sun Zan, Chu Tian couldn't help but care about Monan's situation. The recent developments in the Mongol Empire are disturbing. The lords of Monan are trying to send scouts to infiltrate the Mongol Empire. The Mongol Empire is also sending scouts to Monan. The two sides are fighting overtly and covertly, and undercurrents are surging. Chu Tian has never participated in a war between different civilizations in the main world. The only foreign war was a sneak attack on Jeju Island. Zheng Zhilong's fire attack directly stunned the Korean Navy hero Yi Sun-shin, and captured him before Yi Sun-shin had time to prepare for the battle with all his strength. Among the list of prisoners was Wu Chaowine immortal Chun Yu-cheong. This is a big celebrity. In the Battle of Guandu, Cao Cao said people to sneak attack Wu Chao. Chun Yu-cheong, who was stationed at Wu Chao to guard the food and grass, was drunk and made a mistake novel, which led to Cao Cao's successful sneak attack. It is estimated to be at the level of a gold-level military commander, with negative characteristics. For some heroes, even though Chu Tian was not present in person, his abilities can be basically inferred based on their deeds. As for the heroes of other civilizations, some abilities are special or unknown, so it is more difficult to infer their characteristics. On the opposite side, Liu Bei's army was still confronting Chu Tian the day before. The next day, Liu Bei burned the camp, and his army left the camp as early as night at Wang Ming's suggestion. Even though Chu Tian's army crossed the river the next day, Liu Bei's army had already retreated to Handan. Yeqing became an isolated city with no reinforcements. Guards Gao Jiong, Shen Pei, and Han Qinhu learned that Zhao Long had been killed in battle. At first, Shen Pei thought it was Chu Tian's trick and wanted to deceive the city gate. But Zhang He and Zhu Yi, who were captured, were taken to when they were below Yeqing. They finally confirmed that their lord Zhao Long had been killed. My lord has been friends with me for 6 or 7 years, and he has always used me very much. Even if my lord dies, I will not betray him. As for the two of you, make your own decisions. Shen Pei stood on the city wall where Moss had appeared, preparing to die. The relationship between Zhao Long and him was really deep. Zhao Long's initial territory was near Yeqing, and he had been with Shen Pei for 7 years. Therefore, when Zhao Long and Yuan Shao broke up, Shen Pei could serve Zhao Long out of personal friendship and sympathy for Zhao Long. But he could not serve Chu Tian, who was not familiar with him at all and had killed Zhao Long. Some ancient scholars had mental mysophobia, and Shen Ming was no exception. Gao Jing said, "There is no need to rush to seek death. It is better to take the risk of breaking out and live somewhere else, and then make plans." Shen Pei shook his head. "The world is huge, but there is no place for me." "Shen Pei," Gao Yan said, "otherwise, the world is not Chu Zimu's world, and there are still many places to go." The Lord had long expected that Chu Zimu would attack Yeqing, so he moved all the relatives to Handan so that everyone would have no worries and concentrate on fighting. Originally, Handan was the escape route left for me by my lord. Even if Yeqing is lost, Handan can still hold on for several months. It is a pity that my lord no longer needs this escape route. After listening to Gao Jiong's analysis, Shen Pei seemed to have found a way out of a desperate situation. We will leave tonight. Chapter 523 Liu Bei on the run. At night, the defenders who had been besieged in Yeqing for a long time finally gave up on this isolated city that was running out of food and grass. Gao Jiao divided 6 cavalry groups to attack the siege troops besieging the city from 6 different directions, disrupting the line of sight, and then broke out with Han Qinhu as the main force. Han Qinhu was also a veteran of Zhao Long's force and was very loyal. After Zhao Long was killed in battle, the first thing he thought about was not surrender, but a breakout. If Chu Tian died in battle, most of the generals who followed Chu Tian a few years ago would also make the same choice. Originally, Chu Tian ordered people to dig ditches and surround the defenders of Yeqing. But the cold winter caused the water to freeze, and the defenders' cavalry could directly wade through the ice. Stop them! Countless fire dragons appeared, and the troops besieging Yeqing fought with the defenders who broke out of the city. The two sides fought in the darkness, and the battle was extremely fierce. The siege troops who besieged Yeqing were not vegetarians. They had considered that the defenders would break through tenaciously. After all, Zhao Long handed over Yeqing to these 3 people for defense, which shows that Zhao Long trusted these 3 people. So after Zhao Long was killed in battle, the probability of the 3 of them choosing to break out was even greater. Arrows were flying in the night. Cavalry and infantry were fighting, and there were shouts of killing everywhere. Gao Jiong was calm, and in order to deceive others, he did not let people light torches. Instead, he used the braziers and torches set up by the siege troops to determine the direction. Han Qinhu was like a wolf king in the dark, taking the lead and killing the enemies in front of him. Anyone standing in its way will be stabbed to death. The rapid sound of horse hooves there may be the direction of a breakout. When Chen Qingji returned to Yeqing, he did not judge based on the light of the fire, but based on the sound of horse hooves. He judged the real breakthrough direction of Gao Jun, Shen Pei, Han Qinhu and others. Perhaps even counselors can't do it. Only generals, who often command cavalry, can distinguish the subtle differences in the sound of horse hooves in the noisy battlefield. Obviously, Chen Qingji's judgment was correct. Gao Jiong used a little trick, which was to put out the torches to hide his whereabouts. The other 6 partial divisions held up torches to attract the attention of the siege troops. There are 7 chess pieces. 6 of them are pawns, and only one is the handsome that needs to be saved. Gao Jun's plan almost succeeded, but Chen Qingji led the white robe cavalry to pursue him. Quick! Han Qinhu was also a cavalry general who had experienced hundreds of battles and was very familiar with the sound of horse hooves. He could sense that Chen Qingji's white-robed army was approaching. Han Qinhu himself was also a tiger general. He charged all the way, his spear rolling up and down. All the cavalry who dared to stop him fell under his spear. General Han, wait for me. Shen Pei rode a war horse
and followed closely behind Han Qinhu's cavalry. There were shouts of killing from all directions on the battlefield. And there was a sense of solemn killing. Only when Shenpei got involved in the battlefield did he realize how terrifying the battlefield was. The sword is ruthless, and anyone may die in battle. From time to time, cavalrymen were shot dead by stray arrows. The judge gritted his teeth and used civilian force to break through the encirclement. He also wanted to avenge his lord and friend Xiaolong. Besides death, there were princes in the world who could take refuge and had the opportunity to take revenge. Therefore, Shenpei told himself that he must not die here.
Xiaolong, our friendship has lasted 7 years, and we will never let your death be in vain.
Shenpei gritted his teeth. Suddenly, an arrow hit Shenpei's back, and Shenpei made a muffled sound. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth.
I can't die.
Never. Shen Fu has a revenge mentality. At this time, his desire to survive is extremely strong, and he wants to avenge Xiaolong. Because Han Qinhu was anxious, he charged at the front, getting farther and farther away from Shenpei, with Shenpei's force. Without Han Qinhu's personal protection, it was impossible to break out of the encirclement. Several more arrows hit Shenpei. Shenpei was hit by several arrows, and the horse was still galloping. But Shenpei's eyes had lost their luster. He couldn't take revenge after all.
Kill!
Han Qinhu relied on Gao Qiao's strategy and his own force to kill dozens of people, taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield to break out of the encirclement.
You two. We are safe now.
During the melee, Han Qinhu was hit by 2 arrows. However, when Han Qinhu turned around, he found that Gao Jiao and Shenpei had not followed in time. Except for Han Qinhu, the other 2 civil servants were gone.
Is this life?
When Han Qinhu saw that Gao Jiong and Shenpei, who advocated a breakout, were surrounded by pursuers, he went back to rescue them, which was undoubtedly a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Han Qinhu could only accept his fate and lead his cavalry to leave alone. He was also injured in the melee and was nearly left behind. The battle that broke out near Yeqing came to an end. The next day, the defenders of Yeqing surrendered with white flags after losing their leader. In any case, Yeqing is out of food and grass, and hundreds of thousands of people will starve to death if they don't surrender. Chu Tian marched towards Handan, while Xiao Liang stayed behind and accepted the surrender of Yeqing. He ordered people to help the people of Yeqing and comfort them. Yeqing's popular sentiment is extremely low. Only 12, full value 100. Chu Tian attacked with water, destroying the morale and will of the defenders, and at the same time besieged Yi City with river water, causing the people of Yi City to hate Chu Tian's forces. At 12 o'clock, it may take 2 or 3 years for public sentiment to return to normal levels. Fire and water are ruthless. These 2 tactics are generally not used easily.
During the melee last night, according to the prisoner's account, Guard Han Qinhu led the cavalry to break out. Guard General Shenpei was killed by random arrows in the melee.
After Xiao Liang regained his energy, he coordinated the recovery of Yeqing. After a melee, Shenpei was killed.
If Shenpei is killed in battle, then he will be killed in battle. With his friendship with Zhao Long, he will never surrender to us.
Xiao Liang knows Shenpei's personality and the friendship between Shenpei and Zhao Long. She ordered Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun to kill Zhao Long. Shenpei was caught and would hardly surrender. If Shenpei surrenders in this situation, he will no longer be Shenpei.
Where is Gao Jiong?
Compared to Shenpei, who died in battle, and Han Qinhu, who escaped, Xiao Liang cared more about Gao Jiong. Gao Jiong was the first civil servant in the era of Emperor, one of the Sui dynasty. He presided over the destruction of Chen and unified the country. He was an absolute imperial civil servant. It is a pity that Zhao Long did not have time to consolidate his strength. Otherwise, with Gao Jiong's internal affairs ability, Yang Su's commander-in-chief, and a group of military generals such as Shi Wan Sui, Han Qinhu, Hu Luguang, Lanling King, Yan Liang, and Wen Chou's minions, Zhao Long, if Long gains a foothold in Hebei, the consequences will be disastrous. However, there is no if. Zhao Long has been killed, Li Xiaoning replied.
Gao Jiong tried to break out and was captured alive in the melee. He is now a prisoner. The one who captured Gao Jiong is the White Robe Army. Bring it! Yes! Of the 3 generals, 1 was captured, 1 broke through, and 1 was killed. The melee last night was indeed very chaotic.
Xiao Liang is quite satisfied with the result. Soon Gao Jiong was brought in. Gao Jiong was a middle-aged man. However, at this time,
Gao Qiao's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. It was obvious that he had been severely beaten by the white-robed army during the melee. The plan to break out last night must have been yours? Xiao Liang looked at the first civil servant in the era of Emperor, one of Sui dynasty. At the same time, Gao Jiong was very resourceful, and could also command soldiers. There is no shortage of civil servants in Chutian's power. And civil servants come from various dynasties. Sang Hongnan, a civil servant of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty. Jiang Dongyang, a civil servant of Sun Quan. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, a civil servant of Emperor Taizong Shimin of the Tang dynasty. And so on. Now he has captured Gao Jiong, the prime minister of Emperor one of the Sui dynasty Yang Jian. Historically, Gao Jiong's later years were not very peaceful, because Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty killed this great hero in the era of Emperor one of the Sui dynasty. If a prince gets a high rank, he basically doesn't have to worry about internal affairs. This is almost the same as getting Li Kue and others. Of course, the more civil servants, the better. But there will be a diminishing marginal effect. After Gao Jiong was brought, he had a calm mind, did not give up on himself, and was not afraid. Xiao Liang tried to recruit Gao Jiong to surrender. Gao! Hebei belongs to us. Why not surrender? And unify the world in the future. And for the sake of all people. Gao Jiao's tone was calm. My lord was killed by you. How can we surrender so easily? Xiao Liang said. Winning or losing is a common thing for military officers. Since you choose to compete in the Central Plains, you should have the awareness to wrap your corpse in horse leather. If it is not Zhao Long who dies in Fukuxing, then it will be me. As a minister, you should be loyal to Zhao Long. But you must not foolish loyalty. Gao Jiong said silently. Please give me some time. Can. The coolness of summer makes people take Gao Jiong down. Some people have to give them some steps before things can go smoothly. At present, Chutian's power is really not lacking in civil servants. Yeqing surrendered, and the army was able to enter the city, count the population of Yeqing, and pacify the civilians. Handan, Chutian advanced cautiously to avoid being ambushed. The elite division was taken away by Xiao Liang. Li Yi's offensive army suffered heavy losses due to the storming of Yeqing, so they were replaced with new soldiers. Therefore, we cannot rush to pursue Liu Bei and Wang Ming. Sure enough, Wang Ming ambushed his troops on the way, and was discovered by the Iron Eagle scout, who was searching carefully. The ambushed troops left in a hurry. When Chu Tian arrived at Handan, the defenders of Handan had disappeared. Liu Bei's army left Handan with soldiers, gold, silver, weapons, and horses, because there is a limit to the number of people that can be teleported by the teleportation array at one time. Liu Bei led his most elite soldiers to leave, and the rest of the soldiers went to other large cities and teleported to designated places. The teleportation array also required gold and silver. Liu Bei could not take away all the most important people. The people basically stayed in Handan and various cities. Immediately divide the troops and seize each city to minimize losses. Chu Tian already knew in advance Chen Shi's plan to dedicate it to Liu Bei. He couldn't stop Chen Shi's amazing plan. It was enough to leave the population behind. As for the soldiers, try to intercept them as much as possible. After all, the number of soldiers teleported in a day is limited. As long as there are production factors such as land and population, power can continue to expand. Liu Bei, is he going to Yizhou or Jingzhou? The only thing Chu Tian couldn't determine was Liu Bei's specific whereabouts. According to Chu Tian's judgment, only the chaotic Yizhou has room for Liu Bei to operate. Yang Shilong's Jingzhou had a dominant force, and it was difficult for him to sideline Liu Biao and drive away Sun Jian. But he would not let Liu Bei occupy the magpie's nest. Tongke and Sun Jian's Jiangdong will not allow Liu Bei to intervene. As for Jiaozhou, which is further away, Liu Bei may be interested, but it is more difficult for Jiaozhou to unify the Eastern Han dynasty than Yizhou, Jingzhou, and Yangzhou. In Mianzhu, Yizhou, a historical assassin assassinated the local magistrate. A group of free players under instructions occupied the teleportation array and welcomed Liu Bei into Mianzhu. The Mianzhu garrison wanted to counterattack, but the few hundred people sent by Liu Bei's forces for the first time were Guanyu, Zhang Fei, and a group of Yuzhou assault cavalry. They blocked the alley and killed the garrison, who came to snatch the teleportation array. From the rear, more and more soldiers from Jizhou appeared. Finally, Liu Bei, Wang Ming, Chen Shi, Hu Luguang, King Lanling and others walked out of the teleportation array. Borrowing chickens to lay eggs has always been a characteristic of Liu Bei's power, and Chen Shi played it to perfection. Second brother. Third brother. Let's help Izhou Mu resist the enemies from Jingzhou. Don't go on a killing spree.
Liu Bei attempted to capture Mianzhu in a relatively peaceful manner. Chen Shi said,
My lord, please do not think about the feelings of the same clan at this time. Liu Yan is seriously ill, and his son's qualifications are mediocre. My lord should replace him in order to restore the Han dynasty.
Wang Meng and Chen Shi had already privately discussed the lines to persuade Liu Bei in advance. Chen Shi advised again.
We occupied Mianzhu without Liu Yan's permission, and have become enemies with Liu Yan. Even if Liu Yan reuses the Lord to resist Yang Shilang and Zhang Dao, the Lord must be prepared to replace him.
Liu Bei finally said.
Apply to Izhou Mu and help Izhou Mu. Reject Zhang Dao from the north and block Yang Shilang from the east. I hope Izhou Mu can take him in.
Soon, Liu Bei sent envoys to request Liu Yan, who was seriously ill, to be stationed in Mianzhu to help Liu Yan resist foreign enemies. After Liu Yan became seriously ill, he was tired of presiding over the defense of Izhou. However, Liu Bei had already occupied Mianzhu by force. Liu Yan had no choice but to do so. In addition, Chen Shi and Wang Meng bribed Izhou officials in advance. So he had no choice but to recognize Liu Bei's position in Mianzhu. If he doesn't admit it, Liu Bei will not leave Mianzhu. Mianzhu is far from Chengdu, and Liu Bei may attack Chengdu at any time. Izhou suddenly became the most chaotic state in the entire Eastern Han dynasty. In addition to Liu Yan, who was seriously ill, there was also Luan, a foreign prince, garrisoned in Zitong. When he learned of Liu Bei's arrival, his expression changed. When Liu Bei arrived, his plan was for the entire Izhou. Liu Yan needed Luan to resist Zhang Dao from Hanzhong. But when Liu Bei arrived, Izhou was completely in chaos. Luan planned to raise troops to attack his son Liu Zhang after Liu Yan died of illness, and naturally replaced him. Unexpectedly, Liu Bei seized Mianzhu, which conflicted with Liu Yan's plan.
Perhaps I can join forces with Zhang Dao. I would rather give up Izhou to Zhang Dao than to Liu Bei.
Luan is very unhappy now. Izhou, which originally belonged to him, is likely to be taken away by Liu Bei. After the Battle of Jingkong, Yang Shilang, the governor of Nanjun, personally commanded 200,000 Jingzhou troops to move north quickly along the Yangtze River. A burly warrior in Bajuan forced local officials to revolt and responded to the Jingzhou army. For a time, there was a big earthquake in Izhou, and people were panicked. Izhou is a state that involves all the forces of Liu Yan, Luan, Zhang Dao, Yang Shilang, and Liu Bei. This does not include Muk, who is developing quietly in the Nanzhong area. Although Muk is not very powerful, any princess who occupy Izhou must give her face. Otherwise, if the Nanzhong region rebels, the people who are Izhou shepherds will definitely feel a headache.
Liu Bei, why did he come to Izhou?
Yang Shilang saw that Liu Yan was seriously ill and Izhou was within easy reach. As a result, Liu Bei moved to fight in Izhou at this time. Yang Shilang's mentality collapsed, and he wiped out the topographic map of Western Shu on the desk. After Liu Bei's forces disgusted a group of princes in the north, they went to the south to disgust him. Chapter 524 Zhang Hejuyi. Liu Bei officially withdrew from the struggle for hegemony among the northern princes, and moved to Izhou according to the original plan. The troops from each county will use the teleportation array to go to Izhou, join Liu Bei, and forcibly help Liu Yan. Chu Tian sent his generals to occupy and control the counties of Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou. Zhao Long died in battle. Liu Bei fled. Wei Qing blocked the Liaodong army in Yuzhou, and Jizhou and Bingzhou became truly unclaimed lands. Therefore, after Chu Tian divided his troops, he went south to Yeqing to join forces with Xiao Liang.
What reward do you want?
Chu Tian was recently thinking about how to reward Xiao Liang. In the Battle of Fukuxing, the three states were conquered in one battle. This kind of contribution has exceeded that of any of Chu Tian's men. If Xiao Long had not been killed in battle, Chu Tian would have needed at least 2 or 3 years to pacify Hebei, and at most 4 to 5 years. After the Battle of Guandu, Yuan Shao died of illness, and Cao Cao delayed several years in order to stabilize Hebei. The Hebei area is not so easy to pacify. Xiao Liang directly killed Zhao Long, which greatly shortened the progress of unifying Hebei. Lo Yi, who was good at attacking, remained silent, and Cao Cao, who had once been interested in competing in the Central Plains, shed tears. Such merit is so great that Chu Tian cannot reward him. Chu Tian's title and official position are the highest among the powerful. If he promotes Xiao Liang, she will be equal to him. However,
Xiao Liang didn't seem to be interested in fighting. Instead, he wanted to have a second child and then squeeze Chu Tian. Chu Tian could only use his own body to compensate. Zhang He, one of the 5 good generals, was brought to Chu Tian. At the same time, Zhu Yi, the commander-in-chief who had died first, and Chun Yuqiong, the Wuchao wine fairy, also arrived. Someone, come and untie them. Chu Tian intends to recruit them. Behind Chu Tian, Dian Wei, who was as strong as an ox, glared at the 3 of them, making them dare not make any move. The 3 of them want to kill Chu Tian in front of Dian Wei, but they still have to see if they have the ability. Zhang He, Zhu Yi and Chun Yuqiong, all with bare hands, would be beaten to the ground by Dian Wei. I'm very sorry about what happened to Xiao Long, and I have joined forces several times. But victory or defeat is a common thing for military strategists. Xiao Long was defeated and died, and it was time and fate. 3 of them are famous generals in Hebei, and they are equally popular. How can they settle for mediocrity? Why don't they serve under me? Make great achievements, carry the 3-foot sword, and be granted the title of Marquis of Wanli. Chu Tian extended an olive branch to Zhang He, Zhu Yi, and Chun Yuqiong, trying to recruit them to serve for him. Every historical general has its own role. It depends on whether the monarch dares to use it, and how to use it. Mingguan still used generals with low loyalty such as Dorgan, Obai, Zhu Dasho, etc., because Mingguan had the ability to suppress them. Lao Qin also dared to use Lu Bu to lure him with benefits. Zhang He, Zhu Yi, and Chun Yuqiong were wavering. And after 3 generations of lords including Han Fu, Yuan Shao, and Zhao Long, Chu Tian was already the 4th lord. Therefore, they do not need steps. They will also assess the situation and surrender to Chu Tian. As expected, Zhang He said, if you don't dislike it, I am willing to be driven by Ming Gong. Zhu Yi also said, I am willing to serve General Zhendong and never betray him. Wuchao wine fairy Chun Yuqiong saw that 2 people who were more capable than him had surrendered. He followed the wind and said, Chun Yuqiong is willing to lead the Lord's infantry and cavalry and unify the world. Dot! Chu Tian saw Chun Yuqiong's vow. But why did he have so little confidence in Chun Yuqiong? Chu Tian could already see the attributes of the 3 people. Among them, Zhang He has the strongest ability, followed by Zhu Yi, and finally the god general Chun Yuqiong. Logically speaking, if Zhu Yi can survive until Cao Cao pacifies Hebei, he may be on par with Zhang He, or even better. But Zhu Yi has no chance to perform additionally. There is no if. Among the 5 good generals, Zhang Liao has the highest attributes, followed by Zhang He. Zhang Liao's attributes will appear in the Mongol Empire chapter. Name Zhang He. Talent, King-level commander, infantry/cavalry. Level, 68. Identity, one of the 5 good generals. Loyalty, 77. Commander, 90. Force, 91. Intelligence, 70. Politics, 57. Charm, 70. Character, brave. Favorability, 45. Feature 1, Clever Change, S-level exclusive feature. Adverse impact of terrain on the Legion minus 30%. Unit defense plus 5%. Short-term mobility plus 15%. Characteristic 2, setting up camps and formations, A-level characteristics. Easy to find favorable terrain. Camp and formation speed plus 25%. Special unit, Euphorbia, 7th level heavy infantry. Upper limit 5,000. Zhang He's command value is 90. And he also has the characteristic Smart Change, which allows him to deal with any situation and has the ability to stand alone. The Smart Change feature can reduce the adverse effects of terrain on troops and temporarily increase the Legion's mobility. The Camping and Formation feature makes it easy to find places suitable for camping and setting up formations, and increases the speed of setting up camps and deploying military formations in battle, which is also a relatively practical ability. These 2 features are relatively new. Zhang He has 5,000 Euphorbia soldiers, which are high-level heavy infantry, and can be used to defend or break enemy formations. Both Yuan Shao and Zhao Long valued Zhang He and his Euphorbia warriors. In the Battle of Fukuxing, Zhao Long deployed Zhang He's Euphorbia soldiers in the front to fight with Pang Wan's Wei soldiers without falling behind. Of course, if it were replaced by Wu Qi's Wei Wu soldiers, the result would be, it has not yet been decided which Legion Zhang He should belong to, or whether the Legion should be reorganized. Then, there are the characteristics of Zhu Yi. Name Zhu Yi. Talent, Diamond level commander, bow and crossbow system. Level 70. Identity, General Yuan Shao. Loyalty 70. Commander, 87. Force, 83. Intelligence, 65. Politics, 45. Charm 40. Character pride. Favorability 40. Characteristic 1. The general who lands the crossbow first, S-level characteristic. When the commander lands the dead soldier first, the unit's crossbow damage plus 15%. Melee damage plus 8%. Does not conflict with the leader's characteristics. Characteristic 2. Brave, A-level trait. When boarding first or falling into a formation, personal attack power plus 20%. Special unit, first up dead soldiers, 8th level crossbowman. Upper limit 800. Zhu Yi is a specialized crossbow hero. Like Liang Hongyu, he has a high bonus to crossbow units, and does not conflict with the general's characteristics. The special unit is the 801st Death Soldier, set to have the ability to fight in hand-to-hand combat. Crossbowman. Zhu Yi was the leader of the dead soldiers. Shot the white horse Yi Tsung with a powerful crossbow, and stepped forward to fight in hand-to-hand combat, defeating Gong Sun Zan in the Battle of Jechu. However, Zhu Yi was also defeated by Gong Sun Zan later. All in all, Zhu Yi is also a relatively powerful second-line general. After all, throughout history, there are many generals whose military exploits surpass Zhu Yi's. The first to die turned out to be an 8th level crossbow soldier. Chu Tian was a little surprised, but he was immediately relieved when he thought that there were only 800 people who died first. Liang Hongyu's Jianyan crossbowmen numbered 10,000. Zhu Yi, like Li Jin, are both first to get there. Generals suitable for attacking cities or trapping battles. During battles, they often act as vanguards, with the characteristics of first to get there and brave. In addition to Li Jin, Chu Tian got another general who would ascend first. If Zhu Yi is placed in Lu Yi and Li Jin's offensive corps, then the offensive corps will be even more terrifying. Zhu Yi's shortcoming is that he is arrogant, which is somewhat similar to Su Yu. People with this kind of personality often end up not very good. Zhu Yi was killed by Yuan Shao, and Su Yu was killed by Su Chu. Zhang He and Zhu Yi have better characteristics and special arms, so they can find their own position in Chu Tian's camp. Chu Tian is quite satisfied with their attributes. Finally, Chu Tian looked at Chun Yuqiong's panel again. Name, Chun Yuqiong. Talent, Platinum level commander. Level, 69. Identity, Wuchao Jiuxian. Loyalty, 68. Commander, 77. Force, 66. Intelligence, 55. Politics, 44. Charm, 33. Character, Reckless. Favorability, 39. Characteristic 1. Food transportation, B-level characteristic. When escorting grain trucks, the defense power of grain transportation troops plus 15%. Characteristic 2. Alcoholism, negative trait. Likes to drink. Easy to make mistakes. Commander-in-Chief minus 15 when drunk. Special arms, none. Special equipment, none. Chu Tian regretted a little. Chun Yuqiong is not at the same level as Zhang He and Zhu Yi. If we look at Chun Yuqiong's attributes first, and then look at the attributes of Zhang He and Zhu Yi, Chu Tian will undoubtedly be more satisfied with this harvest. If we look at Zhang He and Zhu Yi first, and then Chun Yuqiong's attributes, we will naturally feel worse. From now on, you will be under Mi Fang's management. Chu Tian handed the General Chun Yuqiong to Mi Fang from the 5th School of the Northern Army. Mi Fang is best at winning over these god generals and brainwashing them. After placing 3 noteworthy historical generals, Chu Tian asked people to inquire about the whereabouts of Guitu, Sun Chen, Xian Pai and other counselors. In order to gain the support of the Hebei aristocratic families, Zhao Long vigorously suppressed the counselors who followed Yuan Shao. These people and Yuan Shao are all under house arrest in Handan. Chu Tian soon learned the whereabouts of the counselors, and even the whereabouts of Yuan Shao from the surrendered Yiqing defenders. Yuan Shao's reputation was great, and the scholars in Yingchuan and Runan were more influential in the late Han dynasty. Even if Zhao Long chose to put them under house arrest, he would not dare to kill them easily. After all, Zhao Long is not Dong Zhuo. Even Dong Zhuo has to win over a group of aristocratic families. Yuan Shao. This troublesome guy fell into Chu Tian's hands. Chu Tian had no good impression of Yuan Shao. But like Zhao Long, killing Yuan Shao would chill a group of scholars. Yuan Shao, who lost his territory and team, did not pose much of a threat. Release him and move the Yuan family to Xiaoqing to monitor him. Chu Tian chose to control Cao Cao, and moved all the families of Cao Cao and Yuan Shao to Xia City under his nose. Perhaps for Yuan Shao Doing nothing in the second half of his life was already a gift from Chu Tian. Otherwise, according to history, not only did Yuan Shao die of illness, but his children also met a tragic end. Both Yuan Shao and Su Yu enjoyed better endings than in history. When Xiao Long died, the whole of Hebei was in chaos, and there were thousands of things going wrong. Chu Tian still needed some time to completely end this chaos and investigate the whereabouts of various talents, including Yuan Shao's generals, Liu Bei's generals stationed in Pingyuan, Bohai, Qinghe State, and Zhujiuan all fled to the north. Some of Xiao Long's remnants were dissatisfied with Chu Tian and even wanted to avenge Xiao Long. This was also a thorny issue. Zhang Yin fled back to Montenegro and led the Montenegro army to wait and see the situation. He was frightened during the Battle of Fukuxing, and at the same time, he was afraid that Chu Tian would capture him and behead him. So he hid in the mountains and forests and did not dare to move. Ordered General Cao Cao and Yechen Commander Su Yu to go to Handan and escort Yuan Shao and many Central Plains scholars to Yechen. Chu Tian thought for a while and decided to ask Cao Cao and Su Yu, Yuan Shao's old acquaintances, to go to Handan. He was not worried that Su Yu would return to Yuan Shao's account, because Chu Tian could give Su Yu more, and Yuan Shao had already withdrawn from the list of competing in the Central Plains. Chapter 525 Southern Huns. In Handan, Cao Cao, on Chu Tian's order, came to release Yuan Shao and others who were under house arrest, and went to visit Chu Tian together. When Cao Cao saw Yuan Shao again, he could hardly recognize the haggard Yuan Shao. At this time, Yuan Shao looked haggard and looked tired. Obviously, Yuan Shao was not feeling well during this period. The fourth and third princes of Yuan Shao had a higher starting point than countless lords and were high-spirited. However, they were plotted by Xiao Long and their reputation was ruined. They lost their territory and status and became prisoners of their subordinates. Not many people can experience this huge sense of gap. Cao Cao could barely understand Yuan Shao's mood at this time. Cao Cao once had the ambition to conquer the Central Plains. He became the governor of Yanzhou. After being defeated by Chu Tian, he was also a prisoner of his subordinates. However, Cao Cao was much luckier than Yuan Shao. Chu Tian dared to use Cao Cao, just like Ming Guan dared to use Dorgan, and Lao Qin dared to use Lu Bu. Of course, Cao Cao is still much better than Dorgan and Lu Bu. Original. Dot. Although Cao Cao was called by his nickname again by Yuan Shao, he still hugged Yuan Shao and cried. Both Cao Cao and Yuan Shao were losers in the competition in the Central Plains. At this time, they cherished each other and smiled away their grudges. They were once friends and stole other people's brides together. It's a pity that they turned against each other later because of the struggle for hegemony. After losing their status as princes, the two people remembered their past friendship and felt sad. Ben Chu was killed by a traitor. This time General Zhendong defeated Xiao Long and released Ben Chu. I will definitely hold a banquet for you to wash away the dust. Cao Cao patted Yuan Shao hard. Yuan Shao thought that he had escaped from Xiao Long's clutches and fell into Chu Tian's control again. He couldn't help but worry. Oh, I was captured by Chu Zimu. I don't know if Chu Zimu can tolerate me. I had a grudge against him in the past. I'm afraid that my head will be missing. Su Yu said. Why worry about Ben Chu? There was a gap between me and Yin Zhou Mu in the past. But Yin Zhou Mu was still able to tolerate me, let alone Ben Chu. Cao Cao also said. Brother Ben Chu can survive for 3 reasons. Yuan Shao, who had begun to be indecisive, was originally afraid of being poisoned by Chu Tian. But Cao Cao repeatedly assured that Chu Tian would not harm him, and asked in confusion. Why did Amen say that? First, Brother Ben Chu, the 4th and 3rd Duke, is valued by scholars all over the world. Therefore, Yin Zhou Mu will not easily kill Ben Chu. Otherwise he will offend the family and make some family members panic. Xiao Long did not harm Brother Ben Chu. The reason is most likely. Secondly, Yin Zhou Muzhai is kind-hearted and does not kill easily. Ziyuan and I both have complaints against him, but we don't blame him. Thirdly, as long as Brother Ben Chu lives in seclusion from now on and has less contact with the aristocratic family, his life can be saved. Yuan Shao was convinced by Cao Cao's 3 reasons, and Yuan Shao felt relieved. As long as you follow what Cao Cao said, there will be no danger. It's just that Yuan Shao may have to live a life like a wandering crane like Lu Ji and Kai Yong, a group of big shots who live in seclusion in Xia City from now on. It wasn't until one day that Chu Tian didn't care about Yuan Shao's influence that Yuan Shao could become active in front of the world again.
There is a fourth reason, which Cao Cao did not explain clearly. Suyu also knew it well, but also did not reveal it. Because if it was revealed, it would hurt the feelings of the three old acquaintances. The fourth reason is that Yuan Shao is no match for Chu Tian. Let alone Yuan Shao, who has lost his territory and team. There are 100 Yuan Shao like this who are no match for Chu Zimu. Elephants don't care about ants. Yuan Shao's family was also placed under house arrest by Zhao Long. They were released and reunited with Yuan Shao. And they couldn't help but burst into tears. These are my sons! Yuan Tan, Yuan Shi, and Yuan Shang. I originally hoped that one day they would become famous among men. But after this catastrophe, as long as they can survive, Yuan Shao had high hopes for his three sons. Poor parents in the world. Yuan Shao also hopes that each of his three sons will be the reincarnation of Han Wu. Cao Cao and Suyu were silent. They were unwilling to irritate Yuan Shao with words. But Yuan Tan, Yuan Shi, and Yuan Shang. Except for Yuan Tan. They could see through it. The other two seemed not very smart. They are far from the generation of Yuan Shao and Cao Cao. In the eyes of Cao Cao and Suyu, Yuan Shao's three sons were still little brats. Yuan Shao said he was released. But in fact, he was under house arrest by Chu Tian. He went south to Yeqing with Wu, Feng Ji and others to meet Chu Tian. Chu Tian was wary of the aristocratic families in Yingchuan, Nanyang, and Runan. But he also needed a group of local aristocratic families to balance the aristocratic families in other states. So Chu Tian was not as extreme as Zhao Long and tried his best to suppress an area. The aristocratic family supports the aristocratic family in another region. Isn't this Yuan Benchu? Chu Tian couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the haggard Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao was dressed in rags. And he didn't look like the majestic leader he had when he was attacking Dongzhuo. He looked more like a beggar. Yuan Shaocheng was so frightened that he took the initiative to plead guilty to Chu Tian. In the past, I had a conflict with the general and offended the general. Fortunately, he was saved by the general and was saved from prison. Benchu and his family are willing to move to Xiaoqing and no longer have contact with the old ministry. I hope that general gives permission. Seeing that Yuan Shao's attitude was unexpected, Chu Tian did not immediately agree to Yuan Shao's request. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Cao Cao and Suyu, who had arrived with Yuan Shao. Cao Cao and Suyu seemed to have discovered something, and their hearts trembled. Benchu, why do you suddenly want to move to Xia City? Listen to Mengda's words. Xia Cheng is happy, but I don't think about Yi. I sincerely asked the general for permission. Yuan Shao inadvertently sold Cao Cao. Mengda, do you know your guilt? Chu Tian scolded, and Cao Cao quickly knelt down. The general will finally be convicted. Chu Tian's majesty made Cao Cao tremble. And now the Dongchuan incident happened. The last general should not talk too much, and make suggestions for the original. Now even Suyu knelt down and said, this subordinate is guilty of the same crime as Mengda. If you two make any arrogant opinions, you will be executed. Yes. Cao Cao and Suyu knew that they had committed a taboo, and they were sweating profusely. Their original intention was to kill two birds with one stone, not only providing a reason for Chu Tian to reasonably place Yuan Shao under house arrest. Yuan Shao took the initiative to choose to move to Xiaoqing, but also saving Yuan Shao's life. But they did not say hello to Chu Tian in advance. So they violated the taboo of forming a party for personal gain. In most cases, the penalties for forming cliques for personal gain can be large or small. If you plead for someone's favor in the future, just speak up. After Chu Tian frightened Cao Cao and Suyu, his expression softened. He found that his majesty was growing. And even Cao Cao and Suyu were afraid. Yuan Shao also realized that he had unintentionally tricked Cao Cao. Fortunately, Chu Tian had no intention of killing Yuan Shao in the first place. So he did not pursue the matter. Go down. Yuan Tan, Yuan Shi, Yuan Shang and others all moved to Xiaoqing. Chu Tian put these unstable factors under his nose and monitored them so that they would not succeed in the future. In fact, Yuan Tan, Yuan Shi, and Yuan Shang could not be Chu Tian's opponents. The three of them are third-rate generals at best. Among a group of released counselors, Chu Tian surrendered Wu, Feng Ji, Xian Pai, Sun Chen and others, so that they could appease people's hearts and still serve in Jizhou. Too many. Not enough words. Just because the characters are unimportant doesn't mean they're not powerful. They just have limited roles. In order to reduce the conflict between the Hebei family and the Central Plains family, Chu Tian ordered them to reconcile. Zhao Long represented the Hebei family and was defeated. The Hebei family was worried that Chu Tian would vigorously attack the Hebei family, so they chose to compromise. After the Zhongyuan family was suppressed by Zhao Long, their power was greatly damaged, and they learned a lesson and did not dare to jump up and down. So the Zhongyuan family also chose to compromise. The two sides reluctantly reconciled under Chu Tian's insistence that peace was the most important thing. Hundreds of thousands of troops suppressed the border.
Just ho! Tian phone. They also have a very close relationship with Zhao Long. Zhao Long has been operating in Hebei for 7 years. The local aristocratic families in Hebei are inextricably linked to Zhao Long. Now it's a bit troublesome.
Chu Tian could not find Zhu Su and Tian Feng. With their resourcefulness, it was not difficult to take advantage of the chaos and leave Jizhou. However, if you gain something, you must lose something. And Chu Tian can only side like that. Cao Cao was also unable to get Shen Pei, Zhu Su, Gao Shun, Guan Yu, Ma Chao, and others to surrender. Guan Yu was unable to surrender Pang De, and Liu Bei was unable to surrender Zhang Run. Killing Zhao Long offended a group of people, but quickly ended the war in Hebei. There are gains and losses. This is life.
My lord, the lords west of Monan discovered that a Mongolian cavalry entered Monan. To the west of Monan, in the direction of Liangzhou and Bingzhou? Exactly. How come the Mongolian cavalry appears here?
Chu Tian immediately spread out the map and determined the target of the Mongolian cavalry's action as soon as possible. Another group of Mongolian cavalry entered Monan. Chu Tian did not believe that they came for sightseeing. They were probably conducting military operations. During the Genghis Khan Temujin period, the Mongolian Empire had a strong desire to expand. Wherever the Mongolian cavalry went, there were often wars. And this time was no exception. Iron Eagle Scout marked the location of the Mongolian cavalry based on intelligence on the map.
This place is not far from Shuafang County. There are a large number of southern Xiongnu in Shuafang County. The strength of the southern Xiongnu is not strong.
The southern Xiongnu lived in the Han Empire, mainly in Bingzhou. After being suppressed by Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, the Xiongnu's power was weakened, and they fought among themselves. Therefore, their strength was far inferior to that of the Xiongnu at their peak. However, at this time, the southern Xiongnu who merged with the state were weak, which seemed to be detrimental to the Han Empire, because the southern Huns were unable to stop the Mongolian cavalry.
Hatao and Yinshan. They want to occupy this place as a bridgehead to attack the Central Plains?
Chu Tian focused his attention on Bingzhou, and he probably knew the strategic intentions of the Mongolian cavalry. I know the intentions of the Mongolian cavalry, but I can't just save them. Shuafang County and Taiyuan County also belong to Bingzhou, but they are actually far apart and there are many Huns. So the situation is complicated. If it is more intuitive, it would take several months to complete the war preparations and reach Hatao by gathering a large army and setting off from Jizhou.
Let's see if the lords of Monan can resist the Mongolian cavalry. Huma has always had prestige in Bingzhou. However, the southern Huns don't seem to give Huma much face. Huma has not truly unified Bingzhou.
A state has core and non-core areas. Taiyuan County and Shandong County are the core of Bingzhou. Huma's dominance over the two counties is relatively strong, while some Shuafang County and Yunzhong County, where the Huns are active, have relatively weak dominance. It's obvious.
Let Huma give it a try.
Chu Tian has not completely pacified Jizhou and Yuzhou, and the wounded soldiers have not recovered, so they are temporarily unable to expedition. At present, it is mainly up to Huma and the Monan lords to delay the Mongol Empire and let Chu Tian breathe. In Monan, the Mongolian commander-in-chief Mu Huali, one of the four cowards, led 100,000 Mongolian cavalry from the Tian Shan Mountains into Monan in a mighty manner. Subutai, the king of field battles, stayed in Wusun Kingdom and confronted Wutsubing. In the northwest of Bingzhou, the Huns in the south, Yu Fuluachanyu, his brother Hachiquan, and other nobles were hunting. An arrow hit the fleeing wild deer, and it fell down. A young Hun general stepped forward and pulled out the arrow. Hu Chuquan said,
"Our bow skills are very good, and he will definitely achieve great things in the future."
Yu Fuluachanyu said,
"However, all the heroes in the Central Plains have gathered together, and there is no prince that we can provoke. It is said that the Prince Huma, who defeated us, has been defeated and escaped from Yan'an. Has Zhao Long already occupied Bingzhou? I heard from strangers that Zhao Long seems to be dead." Zhao Long is actually dead. He promised last time that as long as we respond to him and create chaos in Shuafang County, Yunzhong County, and Yinmen County. He can give us more pastures and power. Once he dies, the old promises will disappear. Who should we ask for? It is difficult for us to intervene in the fights between the princes of the Central Plains. We should stay here peacefully. Yu Fulua also entered Hebei for a time, but was driven back by the Malay princes. He led the southern Xiongnu tribe to occupy Shuafang County, Yunzhong County, and Dingxiang County. The power of the Xiongnu has declined. It is not that Yu Fulua has no ambition for hegemony, but that he cannot defeat the princes of Hebei. Zhao Long lured him to deal with Huma, but Yu Fulua was defeated by Huma and retreated to Shuafang County. Yu Fulua also learned a lot and did not dare to send troops easily except to support Zhao Long. A free player arrives to do business with the southern Huns. Free players are active everywhere. Even the Huns are no exception. The Xiongnu were a nomadic tribe and were not good at doing business. So business was monopolized by free players. When Yiro saw the largest player merchant in the tribe, he looked panicked and couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you so panicked?" The player merchant said, "The Mongolian cavalry has appeared in Monan. They may want to attack here. I need to temporarily transport the goods away to avoid losses." Lu Bao, son of Yu Fulua Shanyu, came over and asked, "Mongolian cavalry? Where do they come from?" "They come from Hebei and are extremely powerful." When the southern Xiongnu nobles heard this, they couldn't help laughing. Among them, Hu Chuquan said, "Although our southern Xiongnu are no match for the princes of Hebei and the Central Plains, we are not bullied by the Mongolian cavalry. This time we must make sure that they never come back." Chapter 526 General Chu Tian. Liangzhou and Wuwei County were filled with sand, dust and flying snow, and the legions from Guanzhong marched towards the remaining city occupied by Su Fengyan. The coach of the Guanzhong army was Jiujiang Laoqin, and Wang Jian only served as deputy commander under him. Lu Bu took the lead, and now General Pingxi. Lu Bu was in high spirits. Jiujiang Laoqin promised him that as long as he devoted himself to serving the Guanzhong army, Lu Bu might become a hussar general. Jia Su, wearing a robe, returned to his hometown of Wuwei County and felt warm to the scene in front of him. However, his mind was not on the scene in Wuwei County, but on a decision made by his lord Jiujiao Laoqin. "Why do you want to make Chu Zimu a general? A general gives an extra bonus to the legion. It's inappropriate. It's really inappropriate. The threat from Hebei is increasing day by day. And this time it is not that simple. Not only Hebei, but barbarians from all over the country are ready to make moves. The general has a bonus to foreign wars. Giving this official position to Chu Zimu will make it easier to resist the attacks from Hebei. The threat. Moreover, I can also serve as a Sikong, a chariot and a cavalry general. And I am on par with the generals. Now that it is over, I will be the Duke of Qin and the King of Qin." Jiujiang Laoqin's eyes burst with energy. Splitting the earth and conferring the title of king is an honor second only to the emperor. A person can be king in his whole life and have no regrets. The ideal of countless people is to be a good general, to be a general, and to find a prince. Throughout history, how many people have been able to start from scratch and then become kings and dominate a country? Jia Su looked at Jiujiao Laoqin and hesitated to speak. He was not someone who paid much attention to the Han dynasty, let alone Jiujiao Laoqin, who wanted to become the Duke and King of Qin. Even if Jiujiao Laoqin wanted to become emperor, Jia Su would not object. The higher the status of Jiujiang Laoqin, the higher the status of Jia Su. Jia Su was worried about another thing. When Jiujiang Laoqin arrived at Guzong in Wuwei County, Su Fengyan led the remaining troops to continue to escape. "That's all. Let's start the army. Build a city of 10,000 ren in Guzong. Accumulate grain. Station many troops. And keep good horses. And focus on defense." Jiujiang Laoqin attaches great importance to the strategic location of Jia Su's hometown, Guzong City. As long as he defends this place, Su Fengyan, who retreated to Jiuquan County and Zhangye County, will not be able to recapture Longxi. Laoqin took the three lords who betrayed Su Fengyan as the governors of the three counties in Liangzhou, and placed cronies in other counties to eliminate Su Fengyan's remnants in Liangzhou, and tightly held most of Liangzhou in his hands. The three rebellious lords were afraid of Su Fengyan's revenge, so after gaining wealth and status, they would definitely do their best to obey the command of the Liangzhou governor and resist Su Fengyan. Wang Jian originally planned to attack Zhangye County and Jiuquan County and wipe out Su Fengyan in one fell swoop. However, after hearing that Jiujiao Laoqin announced the squadron, He immediately came to request orders with many generals, and asked to continue attacking Su Fengyan. A group of generals could not understand why Lao Qin did not take advantage of the victory to pursue him. This was really inconsistent with the art of war. Su Fengyan only has 2 counties. Dunhuang County outside Yumen Pass is actually owned by Huan, the governor of the western regions. Zhangye County and Jiuquan County have insufficient populations, so it is not a concern. If he is pushed too hard, he will lead his generals to seek refuge with Chu Zimu. We lose more than we gain. It is better to leave a little hope for Su Fengyan. Because he hates me, he will definitely fight to the death with me in Wuwei County, and is unwilling to leave Liangzhou. Zhoujiang Lao Qin's words relieved Wang Jian and others. Sometimes, it is beneficial to retreat in order to advance. Zhoujiang Lao Qin looked to the north. Besides, I have to use Su Fengyan to guard the border for me. If I am the only one defending Liangzhou, then the pressure on me will be too great. Now even Jiasu showed admiration. Zhoujiao Lao Qin was over 50 years old, older than the current Jiasu, and rich in experience. He could even take advantage of his enemies. With this method, it is indeed not difficult to dominate Guanlong. Wang Jian saw that Zhoujiao and his old Qin were obviously capable, but were so afraid of the threat from the north. He was puzzled. Although there are many cavalrymen in Mubei, we are vast in China, with dangerous mountains and rivers, and a million-strong army. Why should we be afraid? Otherwise, the danger to a country lies in its people's hearts, not its mountains and rivers. Zhoujiang Lao Qin's internal affairs capabilities were far superior to Wang Jian's. When the battle came, Wang Jian replaced Lao Qin and specifically commanded the legion operations. But Wang Jian's overall layout was not as good as that of Zhoujiao Lao Qin. Zhoujiang Lao Qin had already noticed the Chang people in Liangzhou, the Mongolian cavalry in Monan, and the mountain barbarian tribes in Nanman, and he was ready to make a move. It's not easy in the east, and it's not easy in the west either. The Goths, Huns, and Vikings who originally disappeared from history frequently appeared. Mongolian cavalry also appeared in Central Asia, West Asia, and Eastern Europe. The indigenous civilizations of the Americas are increasingly disgusted with aliens. When a snowstorm arrives, a group of princes from the Eastern Han dynasty need to join forces to stay warm. Who can guard Wuwei County? Zhoujiang Lao Qin's eyes swept across everyone, and finally landed on a general who was wandering in Shiliang. Thank you, AI. I will leave Wuwei County to you. Jizhou. Yecheng. General? Why did old Qin Jiujiao give up the position of general to me? Zhu Tian found it somewhat unbelievable when he learned that Zhoujiang Lao Qin had made him a general. Not only that, Zhoujiang Lao Qin also named Xiao Liang the general of Zhendong and Hua Mulan as the general of Yinwu. Which is more like, make friends with Chu Tian. Zhoujiang Lao Qin is a strong enemy recognized by Chu Tian. He has 8,000 miles of Qinchuan, and now occupies the horse-producing land in Longxi. He is the next strong enemy that Chu Tian needs to eliminate. As a result, Zhoujiang Lao Qin actually killed the general. The official position was handed over to Chu Tian, and Chu Tian also approved Chu Tian's promotion of his subordinates. In Lords, formal official positions have bonuses to legion and internal affairs attributes. Although this addition is not obvious, mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. Zhoujiang Lao Qin granted these official positions to the Chu Tian forces, which was undoubtedly helping the Chu Tian forces increase their strength. Zhoujiang Lao Qin hijacked the emperor. As long as he did not agree, Chu Tian would not be able to obtain a formal official position. At most, he could only proclaim himself an official position. Self-appointment has no effect. Therefore, Zhoujiang Lao Qin's behavior seemed quite strange to Chu Tian. So strange that it was difficult to explain. Name, General, the only one in the Han Empire. Description, when the Han dynasty was prosperous, a general was established, and he became the prime minister. Effect, the morale recovery speed of the legion is plus 3% when fighting. The morale of the legion is plus 3% when fighting with civilizations other than the Han Empire. The attack power of the legion is plus 5%, and the defense power is plus 3%. The loyalty of general heroes is not easy to fall. Compared with attributes, the attribute bonuses of official positions are relatively low, because real power is more important than false positions. The bonus of a general is already very high among all official positions. Moreover, the general has the special effect of reducing the probability of betrayal by generals and heroes. Chu Tian's original military position, General Zhendong, was given to Xiao Liang. What is Zhoujiang Lao Qin thinking? He has no reason to please me.
Chu Tian was in Yecheng at this time, commanding various troops to occupy counties and counties, destroy the order of Yuan Shao, Xiao Long, Hu Ma, Liu Bei, and Tian Qi, and establish a new ruling system. The order in Jizhou is very chaotic. After all, Yuan Shao, Xiao Long, Liu Bei, Tian Qi and other princes have ruled here for several years, and they appoint and select officials in different ways.
The Jin family of Zhongshan State, the Wang family of Taiyuan County, and the Lu family of Fanyang.
Chu Tian counted the lists of aristocratic families in Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou, and some of them were famous. For example, Zhongshan Jin family. The representative is Luo Shinjin Ji, Taiyuan Wang family. The representative Wang Yuan, Fanyang Lu family. Lu Ji. Some aristocratic families declined after the Battle of Hebei due to their deep relationship with Zhao Long, such as Shenpei's family. Thousand-year-old families do exist, but not all families can last for thousands of years. As long as speculation is wrong, they may fall apart at any time. Because Chu Tian released some people from aristocratic families who were under house arrest by Zhao Long, such as Guotu, Feng Ji, Xian Pai and others. These people were grateful to Chu Tian.
I led troops in Yecheng, but my husband enjoyed it so much. I heard that he even brought back an imperial concubine from the Battle of Jingkong.
Xiao Liang's fingers were gesticulating on Chu Tian's body, which made Chu Tian distraught as he was dealing with internal affairs.
This is purely a reward from Emperor Qinzong of the Song dynasty, and it comes with bonuses, so don't give it up in vain.
Chu Tian shamelessly admitted this.
Fortunately, Song Qinzong didn't give you the 3 palaces and 6 courtyard. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to live in the Lord's mansion. He dares to give it away, but I don't dare to ask for it. I still want to live longer.
Chu Tian found that even if there were 3,000 beauties in the harem, they couldn't handle it. One person a day would take almost 10 years. Moreover, the king who conquers the world cannot focus his main energy on this aspect.
Then what do you think about seeing Joan of Arc?
Xiao Liang brought up another thing with bad intentions.
Chu
Tian didn't expect that Joan of Arc would snitch on Xiao Liang, and now he had to admit it. Chu Tian was secretly shocked that even Joan of Arc had joined Xiao Liang's camp.
In my opinion, Joan of Arc completely regards herself as Mulan. As long as you say a word, she will probably lie down on the bed by herself.
Xiao Liang keeps tempting Chu Tian. Chu Tian himself was aware of it, but his strong desire to survive kept him from saying anything.
Ding! The SS level achievement 3 points of the world is activated. Control the 4 states within 20 years,
and your attributes will be improved.
While Chu Tian was talking with Xiao Liang, an achievement mission was completed. After completing this achievement mission, Chu Tian's attributes finally officially entered the ranks of king level. Chu Tian checked his attribute panel. Name, Chu Tian, I just want to farm well. Title, Marquis of Kaiyang County. Official position, Yanzhou Mu.
General.
Level 70. Commander, 92 plus 2, Force, 85, Intelligence, 85, Politics, 89. Gong Method, Huang Tianjue, can improve physical fitness. Wikingxi, can improve physical fitness and prolong life. Characteristics, Tian Khan, SSS level Monarch characteristics. Sanlong White Deer, SSS level Cavalry characteristics. Fo Lang Jushu, SSS level Cavalry characteristics. Hanwu, SSS level Monarch / Whole Army Halo. For San Gong, S level characteristics. Great Master, S level characteristics. Special Arms, the 5th School of the Northern Army, level 6. The Human Army, level 8. Special Equipment, Ganjiang Sword, Emperor level weapon.
Wei Gongzi's Art of War.
Emperor level military book. Chu Tian saw his own board, which showed 4 almighty abilities. The bonus of
Wei Gongzi's Art of War,
and a commanding value of an astonishing 94. Chu Tian thought that even if he could command an army of 100,000, it would not be a problem. If the attributes are further improved, then he will step into the ranks of Emperor-level commanders.
How are you going to deal with the Joan of Arc matter? If you take it away, she will never cry out to return to France.
Xiao Liang forced Chu Tian to go to the palace.
My lord, the Langya Kingdom officials are reporting urgently. Lu Ji, Lord Lu Ji, he is seriously ill.
While Chu Tian was still plotting with Xia Tian Liang to kidnap Joan of Arc, the news from Xia Cheng surprised the two of them. At this time, the great scholar Lu Ji, who was living in seclusion in Xiacheng, was approaching the end of his life.
Let's go back to Xia City.
Chu Tian didn't think much and set off immediately. Chapter 527 Lu Ji. The Hope of People. Lu Ji can be regarded as one of the benefactors of Chu Tian's power. Without Lu Ji, Chu Tian's fortune would never have been so smooth. At the same time, Lu Ji was still an extremely important figure in the late Han Dynasty, with disciples and friends all over the world. And now, Lu Ji's lifespan has come to an end. This is the end. Even the miracle Dr. Hua Tu can't do anything.
Lu Ji once said that at this time, he will give Wu a blessing, and you can take Wu with you.
Chu Tian and Xia Xiaoliang immediately returned to Xiaqing from Yecheng, remembering Lu Ji's previous words. They specially asked Xia Xiaoliang to go back to the Lord's mansion and bring their eldest son, Lu Ji's humble mansion. Some of Lu Ji's old acquaintances, Kai Yong, Zheng Xian, and Lu Ji's son, all came to say goodbye to Lu Ji. They also realized that Lu Ji's lifespan had come to an end. Kai Yong also brought his daughter Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji was not robbed by the southern Huns and was in a good situation, but her expression was slightly sad at this time. There is also a special person arriving. That is Lu Ji's student Gong Sun Zan, who specially teleported from Monan Dragon City to Xia City. When everyone saw Chu Tian coming, they bowed to Chu Tian one after another. Zhoujian Laoqin announced to the world that Chu Tian was the general, and Chu Tian's status was already quite prominent, compared with the general He Jin who relied on nepotism to rise to power. Chu Tian's general was fought through battles one after another, so everyone respected him, which is not the same as He Jin. Chu Tian entered the mansion, and Lu Ji was lying on the bed, no longer in his previous mental state. Lu Ji used to be able to do both studying and commanding troops with ease. Seeing Chu Tian's arrival, Lu Ji regained his energy a little.
Mr. Lu.
In the presence of great scholars in the late Han Dynasty, Chu Tian still respected Lu Ji as Mr. because Lu Ji's influence was too great, and even Chu Tian admired Lu Ji very much. Lu Ji could hardly find any black spots in his life.
It's a pity that I was born 20 or 30 years early, and will never see the day when the world is peaceful. It's such a pity. Cough, cough.
Lu Ji coughed twice, knowing that his life was about to end, and he couldn't help but sigh.
Sir, there is no need to worry. Sooner or later, the world will be unified by dividing and reuniting. Chu Zima promised. Sir, that in this lifetime, he will at least unify the Han Dynasty, conquer Mabe in the north, conquer Annan in the south, and restore peace.
Seeing that Lu Ji was still worried about the chaos in the world, Chu Tian made a promise to Lu Ji in order to appease him.
Okay. I can be worry-free.
Chu Tian saw that Lu Ji's expression quickly dimmed after he returned to the light, so he hurriedly asked,
Sir, do you have any other instructions? I wonder if the prince is here.
Before Lu Ji died, he wanted to pass on his characteristics. Chu Tian probably knew what Lu Ji was thinking.
Lord,
only relatively special characters have such abilities, and they must have considerable friendship and opportunities with the Lord, and meet certain conditions before the inheritance can be started. Xiao Liang carried his son over according to Chu Tian's instructions. Chu Tian's eldest son was lying in Xiao Liang's arms, seemingly sleeping soundly.
This son is talented and intelligent, and he will definitely be the best among men in the future. I will pass on all my abilities and weapons to him, and he will gradually understand that this is the last little thing I can do. For everything from now on, please leave it to Chu Zimao as a son. With the power of 2 generations, perhaps we can restore peace to the world.
Lu Ji took the initiative to agree to the inheritance and transferred all his characteristics to Chu Tian's eldest son. These characteristics will gradually be understood as Chu Tian's eldest son grows up. Chu Tian's eldest son has the S-level trait.
I am born with talents that will be useful.
He originally had the opportunity to learn precious traits when he was growing up. Now with Lu Ji's trait, it is very likely that he can have 6 traits when he becomes an adult. In this way, Chu Tian's eldest son was born with a higher starting point than 99.9999999% of people. Xiao Liang knew what this meant, so he said to Lu Ji,
Sir, you are open-minded and generous, and do not ask for anything in return. This is what people hope for. Tian Liang, on behalf of Wu, thanks you.
Lu Ji waved his hand with difficulty, indicating that he didn't care, and closed his eyes. Chu Tian and Xiao Liang looked at each other and then left. Lu Ji's eldest son went in to listen to Lu Ji's funeral arrangements. In order to avoid suspicion, Chu Tian waited outside the house. After a while, Lu Ji's son came out with a sad expression and bowed to everyone. My father has passed away. And all of you have taken the trouble to come and say goodbye. I believe that my father is alive in heaven. And I will be lucky enough to get to know all of you. I will have no regrets in this life. Chu Tian asked, Sir, do you have any other last words? Lu Ji's son replied, My father has said that the general should not be buried in a heavy burial. A few of our unworthy descendants dug earthen pits and buried them lightly. No coffin was used, and only the clothes next to the body were left. When Chu Tian, Kai Yong, Gong Sun Zan and others heard this, they couldn't help but be silent. Before his death, a great scholar of a generation gave his advice to future generations. But it turned out to be just that simple. Death, to Lu Ji, was like a trivial matter. Wind and frost distinguish the nature of grass and trees. Danger and chaos reveal the integrity of virtue. Chu Tian lamented that he had nothing to repay Lu Ji, and Lu Ji did not covet anything. A person who can be a good person or a general, but he doesn't care about fame and looks relaxed. Compared with Lu Ji, who was almost perfect, most of the heroes of the late Han Dynasty would be overshadowed by him. Among the 3 heroes of the late Han Dynasty, Lu Ji had greater influence relatively speaking. Chu Tian sighed inwardly when he saw Lu Ji's youngest son wearing sackcloth and mourning. Lu Ji helped Chu Tian during the Yellow Turban Uprising. Later, in the Battle of Shuzhou, Lu Ji personally fought and attracted a group of late Han Confucian talents to Chu Tian. This time, Lu Ji passed on his abilities to his eldest son. Chu Tian owed Lu Ji a lot. Chu Tian could not repay Lu Ji, so he could only try his best to take care of his descendants. Are you Lu Yu? Returned the general. Exactly. You should observe filial piety for your majesty. After observing filial piety, go to Imperial College to study. Among all Lu Ji's sons, his youngest son Lu Yu was the most talented and was a candidate for civil service. Lu Ji once told Chu Tian personally that the other sons had mediocre qualifications, but Lu Yu had some talent. If Chu Tian wanted to appoint him, then he should be appointed based on his talents. Out of Chu Tian's debt to Lu Ji, even if Lu Ji's son had no talent at all, Chu Tian would give him an official position. What's more, Lu Yu is indeed a talent. So Chu Tian directly arranged for him to be a reserve official in Taishua, which specializes in training officials. Zheng Xian, Kai Yong, Gong Sun Zan and others did not think there was anything wrong, because with Lu Ji's contribution, even if Lu Yu became a prefect, it would not be an exaggeration. From now on you must be an upright person like Lu Ji, and you must not be like your father, messing around with women. Xiao Lian also admired Lu Ji very much, and at the same time made some complaints about Chu Tian. Chu Tian smiled bitterly. Compared to other princes, he was quite restrained. At least Chu Tian is different from Cao Cao. Cao Cao doesn't even let other people's wives go. The news of Lu Ji's death caused quite a reaction in the Han Empire. Mianzhu, Liu Bei, who was also a student of Lu Ji, paid homage to the north again and again. Teacher, Xuande will do his best to restore the Han dynasty. In Guanzhong, Huang Fusong and Zhu Jun, who were also the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty, who put down the Yellow Turban Rebellion, were recruited to Chang'an City by Jiuzhou Laoqin in the name of the emperor of the Han dynasty. When they learned that Lu Ji had passed away, they sighed heavily. Lu Ji was one of the 3 heroes in the late Han dynasty who put down the Yellow Turban Rebellion, suppressing the 3 brothers Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang. At that time, Lu Ji was the general of the Han army in Jizhou, and Chu Tian was just a small lord. But now, Chu Tian has become a general. Lu Ji passed away. Chu Tian became the general, and an era ended. Chapter 528 Mongolia versus the Huns. In Monan, the snow is melting, the wind is strong, and the grass is strong. A group of Huns cavalry gallops, and the horseshoes trample the wild grass. The Xiongnu Chanyu Yudlua led 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry to garrison along the Great Wall to prevent the cavalry of other nomadic tribes from going south. In a sense, the southern Xiongnu were subjects of the Han Empire, and Fulua Chanyu was a minister. The Eastern Han dynasty established the Xiongnu Zhongwang to oversee the southern Xiongnu. Yu Fulua was an inconspicuous figure in the late Eastern Han dynasty, but his grandson Lu Yuan was a big figure. He established the Han kingdom during the Western Jin dynasty and called himself Emperor Han. Not only that, his great-great-grandson also destroyed the Western Jin dynasty. No one could have imagined that the southern Huns, who lacked a sense of presence at this time, would destroy the Western Jin dynasty. Of course, this is what happened in history, And in the world of lords, the southern Huns are just like the south Huns. And there is no possibility of their rise. Because there are too many powerful forces in the main world. Any big prince can hang up the southern Huns and beat them. Someone has already reminded Eufuluo to beware of the Mongolian cavalry. And the three of them became tigers. Eufuluo was also afraid of the cavalry entering Monan. Although Eufuluo has the blood of the greatest Hun king, Mao Dunshanyu. The Huns are no longer the ones who besieged Liu Bang on Baishan Mountain and shocked the western regions. But Mongolia is the pinnacle of Mongolia. There are many southern Huns living in Hatao. In order to protect his own people, Eufuluo believed that it was necessary to patrol the Great Wall area to prevent the Mongolian cavalry from going south. According to strangers, the Mongolian cavalry came from Mobei, which was once the territory of the northern Huns. Hu Chuquan carried a hornbow on his back and a scimitar on his waist, and followed Eufuluo. The foreigners have said that the Mongolian cavalry is too powerful. I wonder if the Mongol Empire is as terrible as the legend says. Or are those foreigners unfounded and alarmist? Eufuluo Chanyu did not believe much in the power of the Mongolian cavalry, and believed that the Huns were the kings of the grasslands. The princes of Hebei were fighting in chaos, resulting in a lack of garrison troops on the Great Wall in Shuafang County, Yunzhong County and other places, and moss spread on many city bricks. The Han Empire has been in chaos for a long time. It has been in chaos since the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Therefore, not many princes care about the Xianbei tribe, and not many princes pay attention to the southern Xiongnu. The defense of the Great Wall is extremely empty. Sir Shanyu. A group of unknown cavalry entered the Hatao from the section of the Great Wall in the northwest corner of Shuafang County. A group of cavalry galloped over and quickly reported the terrible news to Eufuluo and Huchuquan. Is the Mongolian cavalry really coming? Both Eufuluo and Huchuquan look solemn. Free players are everywhere, all over the world. Whenever there is any trouble, free players can usually get the news. They have already warned the southern Huns in advance that a Mongolian cavalry may attack the Hatao. Go forward to meet the enemy. Let the Mongolian cavalry see the power of our Huns cavalry. 30,000 Huns cavalry roared past, led by Shan Yu, galloping all the way. The blizzards that frightened the nomadic tribes ended. The fertile wild grass grew. The horses no longer had to worry about feed. And the nomadic cavalry could carry out long-distance raids. The Hun cavalry, who had grown up on horses since childhood, was extremely excited because the cold winter had passed. Although they were attached to the Han Empire, they still had a sense of pride in their hearts. Once upon a time, the Huns were also an extremely large civilization, spanning thousands of miles from east to west. Hush! The Mongolian commander Mawali, one of the four cowards, tightened the reins of his horse, and the Mongolian cavalry behind him stopped. He was wearing a wolfskin, with a golden-crusted sword at his waist, and he greedily looked at the endless plains in front of him. The Yellow River flows north along the Helan Mountains here, and then flows southward along the Luoyang Mountains due to the blocking of the Yin Mountains to the east, where the soil is fertile. The Hatao Plain is more suitable for farming, but in the eyes of the Mongolian cavalry, the Hatao Plain is a huge pasture. This place will be ours. Mawali was eager to declare his occupation of the Hatao Plain. A war eagle flew down and landed on the shoulder of Tanma Red Cavalry General Jingchar. Jingchar said to Muhuali, "There is a cavalry force approaching quickly from the southeast. It should be the southern Xiongnu currently living in the Hatao area as mentioned in the intelligence. They are just wild dogs who have taken refuge in the Han Empire. Even the princes of the Han Empire are unwilling to deal with the southern Xiongnu." Muhuali sneered at the Xiongnu, who was no longer at his peak. Behind Muhuali, there were a full 40,000 Mongolian cavalry, as the vanguard to occupy the Hatao Plain. Muhuali's army also had Tan Maki, whose reconnaissance ability was comparable to that of the Iron Eagle Scout. Tan Machi was the second reconnaissance cavalry that Chu Tian encountered besides the Iron Eagle Scouts that had both specialized investigative skills and combat capabilities. Tan Machi also has a War Eagle for reconnaissance. Because of Tan Machi's existence, it is extremely difficult to ambush the Mongolian cavalry. Not only that, based on their intelligence superiority, the Mongolian cavalry often use methods to lure the enemy in depth and conduct ambushes, which was always detrimental. During the Third National War, Chu Tian knew that Genghis Khan's General Mawali had Tan Machi under his command, and Tan Machi had 5 tiger generals, each of whom had some brute strength. According to Char, you lead 2,000 detectives to lure the enemy. Promise defeat but not victory to lure them here. Mawali said Giantur, one of the 5 tiger generals of Tan Machi. Ingcha waved the spear in his hand, and there was a faint sound of piercing the air. And he and 2,000 Tonmachi faced the 30,000 Hun's cavalry. Mu Huali once again used the tactic of luring the enemy deep, which may seem old-fashioned, but it often works. Xiao Naitai, Kuokuo Buhua, lead your headquarters and ambush on the left, Balyo, Buley and Batter, ambush on the right. Mu Huali assigned the marshal of the 5 forts of Tonmachi to personally lead a Mongolian cavalry of 10,000 households to attack the southern Xiongnu. Jingqi's 2,000 Tonmachi quickly approached Yufuluo's Hun cavalry. This is a contest between two nomadic cavalry, with war eagles circling in the sky. Chu Tian was very familiar with war eagles. If he saw the war eagles of the Mongolian cavalry, he would definitely be on guard against them. However, Yufuluo and Hu Chuquan, the Hun's brothers, had limited knowledge of the Mongolian cavalry. Mongolian cavalry. They seem to be in a loose formation, and they seem to be inferior to the Han cavalry. Yufuluo was once defeated by Li Mu's Zhao Bianchi. Comparing Zhao Bianchi and Tanmachi, he believed that Tanmachi was far inferior to Zhao Bianchi. Based on Tanmachi's movements, Hachiquan inferred Tanmachi's number. Our cavalry is more than 10 times the opponent's, and we can definitely defeat them. Humphrey was not so impulsive. How can 2,000 or 3,000 people capture the entire Hatao? This should only be their vanguard cavalry. Although Yevluo could see that this was the vanguard of the Mongolian cavalry, he was still eager to try, hoping to defeat the Mongol Empire's troops and make the main force retreat in the face of difficulties. Kill! 30,000 Hun's cavalry armed with bows and swords fought against Tanmachi. Tanmachi suddenly encountered the Hun's cavalry and fled, turning around from time to time to shoot arrows. Tanmachi was located in the upwind direction, and the arrows had a longer range. The flowing arrows took away dozens of Hun cavalry who were in hot pursuit. The Hun's cavalry became even more angry and continued to pursue. Jianchar is approaching. It's only 5 miles away. Mu Huali relied on his war eagle to control the progress of the Hun's cavalry. Yevluo pursued Tanmachi for more than 30 miles. The men and horses were tired. Not only could they not catch up, but the Mongolian cavalry turned around and shot many Hun's cavalry. No! This cavalry is even faster than us. It's not difficult for them to escape. Maybe they stopped just to lure us over. Humphrey became more and more uneasy as he chased, and a premonition of danger came to his mind. The stranger's warning came to Yur's mind. According to Yurin's repeated emphasis, Mongolian cavalry often use this tactic. Retreat! Humphrey thought of this and made an immediate decision. He must ensure that his people are safe and sound, and then protect the Hatao area. The Tanma Red cavalry threw loud arrows into the air, and the sharp arrows made a sharp sound, notifying the cavalry ambushing nearby. There is indeed an ambush. Don't panic. We are outnumbered, and we may not be afraid of them. Hachiquan was about to appease Yevluo, but when he saw the Mongolian cavalry appearing on the left and right wings with his own eyes, he found that the number of Mongolian cavalry was only much greater than the number of Hun's cavalry they brought. The number of Tanmachi is not only 2,000, but also among the Mongolian cavalry. There are heavy cavalry equipped with iron armor. Mu Huali only brought 40,000 cavalry, but hundreds of thousands of horses. So the heavy cavalry could also travel long distances. The Mongolian cavalry is not just light cavalry, nor just mounted archery. They have a large number of heavy cavalry, especially after annexing some civilizations, with the ability to produce horse armor and armor. The impression of the Mongolian cavalry's mounted shooting is so deeply rooted in people's minds that it makes people think that the Mongolian cavalry relies entirely on mounted shooting to win. In fact, the proportion of Mongolian heavy cavalry is not low, and using heavy cavalry to destroy enemy formations is a common tactic. Can't fight with it! Yevluo's face turned pale when he saw that there were many heavy cavalry among the Mongolian cavalry, as well as the amazingly fast Tanmachi. The momentum displayed by Mu Huali's Mongolian cavalry could not be matched by the 30,000 Hun's cavalry he brought. 30,000 Hun's cavalry saw that the situation was not good and immediately escaped. Hufro's intuition saved his life, and they had not completely fallen into Mu Huali's encirclement. The Mongolian cavalry was attacking from 3 sides, surrounding thousands of Hun's cavalry who had no time to escape. Mu Huali personally led a group of Mongolian heavy cavalry to attack the surrounded Hun's light cavalry, and marched forward indomitably with their iron hoofs clanking. The Hun light cavalry hurriedly fired arrows, but they were blocked by the armor, and the damage to the heavy cavalry was limited. Mu Huali personally held the gun and penetrated the oncoming Hun's cavalry. The Mongolian heavy cavalry swept past, and thousands of Hun's cavalry fell on their backs. Many of the cavalry brought by Muhuali had experienced the Third National War, and the war with the Western Region Protectorate, and their grades were not low. The commanders of the two cavalry, Muhuali and Hufro, are not heroes of the same level. Tan Machi launched a pincer attack on this group of cavalry, and the 5 Tiger generals each showed their power, and killed dozens of Hun's cavalry. Groups of Tan Ma Red cavalry strangled the besieged Hun's cavalry. Soon, of the thousands of Huns, half died in battle, and half surrendered. How is it possible? The Mongolian cavalry is so terrifying. Yudlu originally wanted to turn back and rescue the tribesmen. But when he saw that the Mongolian cavalry quickly overwhelmed thousands of Hun's cavalry, he was timid and did not dare to save them. Lord Chanyu, the Mongolian cavalry is chasing us again! Just as Yufulu was hesitating, Muhuali ordered Yingcher and Kwokubua, one of the 5 Tanmachi Tiger generals, to attack Yufulu. 2 Mongolian generals, and a total of 5,000 Tanmachi galloped, divided into 2 cavalry groups on the left and right, and carried out a roundabout attack on the Hun's cavalry of Fuluo and Hachuquan. At this time, both Yudluo and Hachuquan found that they had provoked an invincible enemy. Our 30,000 people are no match for this cavalry. They are like hungry wolves on the grassland. Only by gathering all the people of our tribe can we compete with them. While Yudluo was running for his life, he talked loudly with his brother Hachuquan. Veins popped up on Huchuchuan's forehead. The stranger didn't deceive us. The Mongolian cavalry and the Hun's cavalry were chasing each other on the plains. Tanmachi had the same mobility as the Iron Eagle Scout, and his marching speed was faster than the ordinary Hun cavalry, catching up with the Hun cavalry at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the surviving Hun's cavalry were as panicked as bereaved dogs, because they didn't need to look back. They could already see the Tanma Red cavalry coming from the left and right flanks. The cavalry on both sides chased and shot. From time to time, some cavalry were hit by arrows and rolled off their galloping horses, disappearing into the mighty cavalry formation. Tanmachi was getting closer and closer, attacking from both sides. Tanmachi's 5 Tiger generals swung their maces and smashed a Hun's captain to death. The southern Huns are vulnerable. Kwekwebuhua had a wolf's skin around his waist. A mace rushed into the Hun cavalry and swept through several of them with one blow. On the other side, Jiancher, who is also one of the 5 Tanmachi Tiger generals, holds a spear, stabs, picks, chops, and sweeps. The Hun's cavalry can hardly defeat the enemy. The Muhuali Corps was north of the Tian Shan Mountains, and together with the Subutai Corps, they dealt with the Western Region Protectorate, confronting Huatsubing, Shintang, Li Sai and others. People like Huatsubing and Shintang could defeat even the powerful northern Xiongnu, but they could not defeat Muhuali and Subutai. However, Yufulu's southern Xiongnu could not compete with Huatsubing and Shintang, nor could they defeat Muhuali. Compared to Subutai, Subutai also used field battles to contain the Western Region Protectorate in the north of the Tian Shan Mountains. He only sent Muhuali and Tanmachi, the 5 Tiger generals, to easily deal with the southern Xiongnu. Yufulu and Huchuquan now have a narrow escape from death. If they are delayed by Tanmachi, they will most likely be killed. Huchuquan held a horn bow and shot an arrow at Kwekwebuhua, but Kwekwebuhua knocked him away with a mace. Huchuquan was horrified. It was obvious that Kwekwebuhua's force was not low. Kwekwebuhua was accompanied by the brave and skilled Tanmachi cavalry. They drew their sabers or used bones to hammer down the Hun cavalry along the way. Hundreds of Hun cavalry died under Tanmachi's offensive. Hufro had a small elite Shanyu guard beside him. And among the Hun's cavalry there were also eagle shooters, who were good at archery. In the Battle of Mabe, Chutian had fought against Ijishia's Xiongnu army, and he knew that the Xiongnu civilization had special units, such as Shanyu guards and eagle shooters. However, Yufulu Chanyu obviously does not have the momentum of Yazixi Chanyu. The number of elite Shanyu guards, 7th level, and Xiongnu vulture shooters, 5th level, is far worse than that of Yazixi Chanyu. And their levels are also lower. Dropped, the Xiongnu eagle shooters could barely compete with Tanmachi in their archery skills, causing some casualties to Tanmachi, while the Chanyu guards tried their best to protect Yufulu Chanyu and his younger brother Hachuquan. Kwekwebuhua had already been killed in front of Yufulu. He struck Yufulu with a heavy mace, but was blocked by more than a dozen Shanyu guards. The Shanyu's bodyguards were 7th level light cavalry. They had strong melee combat capabilities on horseback, and they slashed at Kwekwebuhua with their bright scimitars. The broad mace was thrown out, knocking the scimitar away.
The mace hit the head of a Shanyu guard, and the iron nails were buried in his body. He died tragically.
This cavalry is quite brave.
Kwekwebuhua fought against Yuvi Luo's elite troops, and couldn't help but admire that there was such an elite cavalry among the cowardly southern Huns. Shanyu guards are elite troops that can only be recruited by the Xiongnu Shanyu. As a high-level soldier of the Xiongnu civilization, and as a bodyguard around the Xiongnu Shanyu, his rank is naturally not low. Humphrey was in no mood to hear Kwekwebuhua's praise of his escort. Now Humphrey just wants to escape as soon as possible. In the melee, only about 10,000 of the 30,000 Huns were left. The remaining Huns cavalry were either killed in battle or became prisoners of the Mongolian cavalry. Just when Yuvluo and Hachikwan were in danger, a group of cavalry appeared on the horizon, overwhelming the sky. Seeing that their Shanyu was surrounded, this group of cavalry immediately took off their horn bows, clamped their horses' bellies, and went to rescue their Shanyu. The righteous king of the southern Xiongnu Tsubei, who was the uncle of Yufuluo and Hachikwan, personally led all the young men of the southern Xiongnu to the battle. Although the southern Huns were timid, if they came with all their strength and relied on more than 100,000 men to control the strings, they could still frighten the Huns cavalry entering the Hatao plain. It was difficult for Huma to completely unify and merge the states. A large part of the reason was because of the existence of the southern Huns and the Montenegrin army. Because the area of the Lord World expanded, the population of the southern Xiongnu was larger than in history, with a population of 1 million. When more than 100,000 southern Huns cavalry came out in full force, and all the adult men of the tribe arrived, the Mongolian cavalry also had to pay attention.
Kebalai,
Yufuluo and Huchukwan rode their horses to join the cavalry going to Bay. The southern Huns have already used all their strength. Tan Ma Chi and the 5 tigers will see more than 100,000 Huns cavalry appear. The darkness is so dense that there is no end in sight. Because of hesitation, Yufuluo and Huchukwan escape. Tan Maki was not afraid of the Huns cavalry, but he didn't know whether there were elite Han cavalry behind the Huns cavalry. 40,000 Mongolian cavalry faced off against more than 100,000 Huns cavalry.
Our biggest enemy is not the southern Xiongnu, but the Han cavalry.
Mu Huali arrived from behind, his armor covered with blood. Tan Ma Chi and the 5 tigers came to ask for instructions.
Please give the order, Generalissimo.
Mu Huali's eyes swept across the Han cavalry opposite, and he made a bold decision.
Destroy them, and the people of their tribe will be your spoils of war. Kill!
40,000 Mongolian cavalry took the initiative to launch an assault on more than 100,000 Huns cavalry. Mu Huali's 40,000 people are good warriors, and most of the more than 100,000 Huns cavalry in the south are herdsmen. So Mu Huali is confident in destroying more than 100,000 Huns cavalry.
How dare they take the initiative to attack?
When the southern Huns nobles saw the Mongolian cavalry taking the initiative to attack, they were surprised and immediately fought. The sky was covered by a rain of arrows. Mu Huali used his heavy cavalry to clear the way, braving the rain of arrows. He attacked the southern Huns cavalry again. Hundreds of Mongolian heavy cavalry were killed by random arrows, and the rest of the Mongolian heavy cavalry crashed heavily into the Hun cavalry. The Hun cavalry, almost all light cavalry, suffered heavy casualties. Tan Ma Chi attacked again from the left and right sides, shooting arrows at the Huns cavalry. A big battle broke out between the two sides in the Hatao plain. The Mongolian cavalry had the upper hand. In less than half a day, they killed and injured 20,000 southern Huns cavalry. The southern Huns cavalry began to rout, and many Huns cavalry became prisoners of the Mongolian cavalry. As Mu Huali led the guards to fight in person, more than 100,000 Huns cavalry composed of herdsmen and warrior masters collapsed, and they were defeated like a mountain.
You too. Retreat quickly. I will stop them.
King Yuxian went to Bay and led 10,000 cavalry to cut off the rear for his 2 descendants, Yufuluo and Hachikwan.
Uncle, let's go together.
Yufuluo and Huchukwan never thought that Muhuali's army was so ferocious, let alone that the southern Huns had already come out in full force, only to be defeated by the opponent's 40,000 cavalry.
The Huns still need you to continue their incense. Leave quickly.
Tsubei took the initiative to attack the Mongolian cavalry and delayed the Mongolian cavalry as much as possible. Yufuluo and Huchukwan had never experienced such a tragic battle and left in tears. Tsubei was overwhelmed by the Mongolian cavalry. Ingchar's spear stabbed Tsubei, but Tsubei blocked it with a machete. Suddenly, a mace hit Tsubei's back. Tsubei felt like he had been severely injured and vomited blood. Kwekwebuhua's mace hit Tsubei again, killing him directly.
If you don't spend a lot of money, You've taken away my credit.
Xiao Naitai, one of Tanmachi's 5 tiger generals, came holding a golden melon hammer. When he saw that Tsubei was dead, he shouted that it was a pity.
Xiao Naitai, he is too weak. This group of Hun's cavalry can be used as a servant army.
Mu Huali gathered some of the surrendered Hun's cavalry. The Hun's cavalry are still good at fighting, but they lack a strong Chanyu to lead the Huns and cheer up again. Mu Huali's sharp eyes swept over the dozens of captured Hun nobles, making these Hun nobles tremble.
From now on, my great Khan will be your new Chanyu.
Mu Huali incorporated the prisoners into the Mongol Empire's army. The Mongol Empire was able to conduct expeditions precisely by continuously absorbing troops from other civilizations. Yu Fulu and Hu Chuquan were chased by Tan Ma-Chi. After Mu Huali killed the southern Xiongnu Yuxian king Tsubei, he did not let go of the Xiongnu Chanyu. He sent out the faster Tan Ma-Chi to pursue Fulu again and again. Yu Fulu and Hu Chuquan and their clansmen were exhausted and wanted to flee to the sphere of influence of the princes of the Han Empire to seek refuge. But they were overtaken by Tan Ma-Chi in Dingxiang County.
My life is at stake.
Yuvluo was extremely afraid of the Mongolian cavalry. Tan Ma-Chi is like a ghost that lingers.
Zhao Bianchi.
When the remnants of the southern Huns were in dire straits, an elite cavalry group went south from the direction of Yan'an County and joined the remnants of the southern Huns. Among this group of cavalry was Zhao Bianchi, who was very familiar to the southern Xiongnu.
Li Mu, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Kuo are ordered to come to support.
The first general was also an old acquaintance of the southern Huns. Li Mu, one of the 4 generals of the Warring States period. Chapter 529 Black Mountain Army Zhang Yan. Chutian asked people to count the population of Jizhou, Bingzhou, Yuzhou, Qizhou, Pingyuan County, and other places. Yuan Shao, Xiaolong, Liu Bei, Tianqi and other princes usually counted the population and set up account books. So it was convenient for Chu Tian. Chu Tian saw a rough estimate of the population. Across all his territories, there was an estimated population of 100 million. 100 million? Chu Tian couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the astonishing population. The most important thing in troubled times is population and food. Now he has the largest population in the entire Donghan district. Even in the entire Lord world, there are only a few civilizations with a population of hundreds of millions. Among the hundreds of millions of people, a considerable portion are newborns. After troubled times, there is often a wave of births. For example, Chu Tian has a son and a daughter. Officials in Shuzhou, Qingzhou, Yuzhou, Yanzhou and other places encourage childbirth and release tenant farmers who join powerful families, resulting in rapid population growth. With the current productivity of Donghan district, it is not a problem to feed a population of several hundred million.
Su Yu, if you go to persuade the Black Mountain bandit Zhang Yan to surrender, it would be best if you can be used by me. Zhao Yun will serve as your bodyguard.
Chu Tian sent Su Yu to lobby Zhang Yan. The Montenegrin army has a large population, most of which are civilians. If the Montenegrin army can be incorporated, the population will increase by 1 million. Su Yu immediately went to lobby the Black Mountain army. Chu Tian has given him the position of Yeqing commandery, and keeping the Black Mountain army is a threat to Yeqing and not conducive to the governance of Yeqing. Zhang Yan can command the Black Mountain army and is also a fierce general himself. He can be regarded as one of the good leaders of the rebel army. Therefore, Chu Tian mainly focused on recruiting surrender. Has 9 counties in Jizhou, 1 county in Qingzhou, 4 counties in Yuzhou, and 2 counties in Bingzhou were merged into Chu Tian's territory. Chu Tian's territory expanded a lot. Shandong County and Taiyuan County, the core areas with the largest population in Bingzhou, are in the hands of Chu Tian. As for the other counties in Bingzhou, either the population is too small, or they are the territory of the southern Huns. An effective control cannot be achieved for the time being. Several counties including Yan'an County, Yunzhong County, and Dingxiang County were loyal to Chu Tian and Huma. The Guanzhong army of Zhejiang Laoqin, led by military general Zhou Bo, annexed Shangjuan and Shihe County in Bingzhou after Huma was defeated. The territory of Bingzhou is huge and can be roughly divided into 3 areas: west of the Yellow River, east of the Yellow River, and north of the Yellow River. The Shihe area of Bingzhou is close to Guanzhong. As long as Bingzhou is in chaos, the Guanzhong army can easily occupy Shangjuan and Shihe County. On the contrary, if Chu Tian wanted to control the Shihe area, the army would first set off from Yeqing, pass through the Taihang Mountains, and enter the Taiyuan Basin. Then, they would face the Luoyang Mountains. After crossing the Luoyang Mountains, the Yellow River would block the road. The supply lines were extremely long. As long as the Guangzhou army goes north along the Luo River and the Yellow River, it can occupy the Shihe area without any effort. In short, west of the Yellow River is the territory of Zhejiang Laoqin. East of the Yellow River is the territory of Chutian. And north of the Yellow River is the territory of the southern Xiongnu. Among the three places, Taiyuan County and Shandong County have the largest population. Chutian is still the biggest beneficiary. But the Shihe area and the Hetao Plain are temporarily out of reach. This is limited by terrain and distance. Chutian's power has another border with Zhejiang and Laoqin. In Bingzhou, the Yellow River is used as the boundary. And the conflict is increasingly intensifying. Urgent report. The Mongolian cavalry has broken through the barrier, and the Great Wall is undefended. The southern Huns may have fought with the Mongolian cavalry. The southern Xiongnu mobilized all tribesmen and prepared to fight the Mongolian cavalry. After Chutian sent Suyu, some scouts came to inform them of the information in the northern part of Bingzhou. He paid close attention to the actions of the Mongol Empire, while raising troops and pacifying the three states. The Mongolian cavalry has broken into the south of the Great Wall. The opponent's general is Mu Huali, one of the four cowards of the Mongolian Empire. If Suyu can recruit the Black Mountain Army and select a group of elites from the Black Mountain Army, then there will be enough troops to attack the Mongolian cavalry entering the pass. Chu Tian had high hopes for Suyu, who went to lobby the Black Mountain Army. In Heishan, Jizhou, Zhang Yan fled back to the valley and gathered his remaining troops. There were still hundreds of thousands of young men in Heishan. After he returned to Montenegro, he had trouble sleeping and eating. Zhang Yan participated in the Battle of Fukuxing as a general under Zhao Long. During the battle, she was killed by the Shinji Battalion and the White Robe Army to the point of being terrified. She was worried about Chu Tian's settlement in the fall, and was in panic all day long. Suyu and Zhao Yun led 30 White Horse Righteous Cavalry to Heishan. When the Black Shan army saw the White Horse Righteous Cavalry, they mistakenly thought they were White Robe troops, and were all frightened. Qin Qingzi's White Robed army had already displayed such a mighty force in the Battle of Fukuxing that the 100,000 Black Mountain army trembled when they saw the White Robed army. Leader, General Chu Zimu sent people to surrender. Who is here? Suyu. There is also a white-robed young man who calls himself Chanshan Zhao Zilong. He will serve as Suyu's guard this time. White-robed young general. Zhang Yan seemed to be thinking of Zhao Yun who attacked Zhao Long's army not long ago, and couldn't help but be afraid. Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun defeated Zhao Long's army from the rear, and even Zhao Long was killed. When Suyu and Zhao Yun were brought, Zhang Yan gritted his teeth. He was no stranger to Suyu, but it was Zhao Yun who was afraid of him. You two are here, but are you here to raise an army to question the charges? I'm here to save the general. If the general is willing to lead his troops to surrender to the general and go to live in Xiaqing, the general can forget about it and resettle everyone in Jizhou and Bingzhou. Otherwise, if the general personally conquers the general and the generals will be defeated. The head will fall to the ground, and the family members will all become slaves. Suyu's tone was aggressive. If the Black Mountain army is angered, Suyu, Zhao Yun and 30 White Horse followers will be chopped into pieces by the 100,000 Black Mountain army. No matter how powerful Zhao Yun is, he can't break through the 100,000 Black Mountain army. After all, this place is not a long slope, but a valley. As long as the entrance of the valley is blocked, the Black Mountain army all over the mountains and plains will consume Zhao Yun to death. But of the 100,000 Montenegrin troops, no one dared to move. The Montenegrin army was already afraid of being killed at Fukuxing and did not dare to resist. What's more, Chu Tian is now the only general in the Han Empire. And as a general, he recruits them. Zhang Yan held her breath. The Battle of Fukuxing was directed by the general himself? Suyu pretended to be profound. No, the Battle of Fukuxing was only commanded by the general's wife. If the general came in person, only 3,000 cavalry could defeat Heishan. There was a sound of inhalation on the scene, and the generals of the Montenegrin army were greatly shocked. But they were convinced. Just because the general's wife temporarily replaced the command, she defeated Zhao Long's 400,000 strong army. If it were replaced by a general, it would be easy to destroy the 100,000 Montenegrin army. Zhang Yan, a native of Chanshan Jinding, is willing to surrender. We are willing to serve the general. Zhang Yan led a group of Montenegro generals and directly surrendered to Chu Tian, who occupied Jizhou. The Battle of Fukuxing really destroyed the confidence of the Montenegro army.
We are actually from the same hometown?
After Zhang Yan surrendered, Zhao Yun regarded Zhang Yan as one of his own. He was surprised to hear that Zhang Yan was from Chanshan Jinding. Zhang Yan was stunned when she heard what Zhao Yun said.
The general is also from Chanshan Jinding? Exactly. A flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple now. General Zhao will need to take more care of it in the future.
The unique regional culture of the Eastern Han Dynasty made Zhao Yun and Zhang Yan feel close to each other. Zhang Yan surrendered to Chu Tian, and was very happy to get to know Zhao Yun in order to get along with Chu Tian's forces.
The Montenegrin army has a population of 1 million, scattered throughout the valleys of Montenegro. It will take a lot of time to settle them down smoothly.
So you immediately counted the population of the Black Mountain Army and moved all the Black Mountain Army to various counties in Jizhou and Bingzhou to fill the population vacancies caused by the war. As for Zhang Yan and dozens of important Montenegrin army generals, they went to Xiaqing to pay homage to Chu Tian.
My lord, Zhang Yan of the Black Mountain Army has surrendered, and his main leaders have arrived in Xia City. Let them come to the school grounds.
Zhang Yan brought many generals of the Montenegrin army, and Chu Tian turned the meeting place into a school ground. Zhang Yan and his party arrived at the school grounds. Xuerengui, Li Guang, Yu Fei, and other powerful generals were training high-level troops, and occasionally enjoyed competing in archery. There are also things to pay attention to when recruiting soldiers. Recruitment conditions for low-level units are simple, and it is best to recruit in frontline counties. For example, if Chu Tian wanted to conquer the Mongolian Empire, it would recruit a large number of low-level soldiers in Bingzhou and Yuzhou, so there would be no need to transport troops thousands of miles away. 200,000 low-level troops use the teleportation array, which consumes at least 1 million silver the farther the distance. The higher the teleportation cost. The recruitment conditions for high-level military units are complicated and require high-level military camps and sophisticated equipment. Currently, the cities with the ability to recruit high-level troops mainly include Xiaqing, Yeqing, Puyang, Jinan, Taiyuan County, Jixian, and other important cities. Among them, only Xiacheng has a 10th-level cavalry battalion and an 8th-level infantry battalion. High-level troops can be recruited in Xia City and then transported to the required front lines in a timely manner using the teleportation array. There are not many high-level troops. To teleport 800 Wei troops, it only requires a few thousand taels to tens of thousands taels of silver. Zhang Yan, Yu Du, Guadaxian, Li Damu, Yu Daijin, and other Montenegrin generals could not help but be horrified when they witnessed the superb archery skills of Xuerengui, Li Guang, Yu Fei, and others.
These people are as good as Sherwan's Wei. I don't know where Sherwan's Wei is.
Zhang Yan saw Xuerengui, Li Guang, Yu Fei, and others shooting arrows at the school field, and thought of Sherwan's Wei, the most powerful general under Zhao Long. During the Battle of Fukuxing, Sherwansui's whereabouts were unknown. With Sherwansui's force, when he was about to leave, few people could stop Sherwansui among hundreds of thousands of troops. Chu Tian arrived with Dian Wei and Yu Qigong. In addition to Dian Wei, Yu Qigong also served as a guard. Yu Qigong's 400 black armor cavalry made meritorious service in the Battle of Yuzhou, the Battle of Hebei, and the Battle of Jingkong, but they were almost exhausted. Next, black armor cavalry can only be recruited in the main world. Currently, the 10th level barracks in Xia City are qualified to recruit the Black Armor Army, the Huban Army, and the White Robe Army, but they are not qualified to recruit the Knights of the Round Table. Chu Tian is trying to supplement the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table must be soldiers from the English civilization. The average British soldier is not qualified to become a Knight of the Round Table. Not only that, Chu Tian is also trying to lure a group of knights back from the west to replenish the Knight Army. Zhang Yan and his party felt awestruck when they saw Dian Wei and blackface Wei Qigong on Chu Tian's left and right, who were as strong as an ox. These two people seemed to be as powerful as Sherwansui.
Zhang Yan, Chan Shan, has met the general. In the past, he was an enemy of the general, and Zhang Yan is guilty. From now on, Zhang Yan is willing to work hard for the general, whether on the mountain of swords or in the frying pan. No matter what.
Zhang Yan took the initiative to plead guilty to Chu Tian.
Ding! Diamond-level General Zhang Yan pledges his allegiance to you.
Chu Tian could now see the panel attributes of this legendary leader of the Black Mountain Army. Name: Zhang Yan. Talent: Diamond-level General, Infantry type. Level 80.
Identity, leader of the Montenegrin army. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 81. Force, 86. Intelligence, 54. Politics, 48. Charm, 62. Phasiality, brave. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, Fian, A-level trait. Personal speed plus 20%. During mountain combat. Legion marching speed plus 15%. Characteristic 2, Mountain combat, A-level trait. During mountain combat. All attributes of the Legion plus 10%. Special arms, Black Mountain Army, level 1 to level 3. Unlimited number. Similar to Yellow Turban Army and Yellow Turban. Zhang Yan's skills are not weak. And he is also a very rare mountain-type military commander. Zhang Yan's speed in mountainous terrain is extremely fast, which is equivalent to Xia Hoyuan in the mountains. Maybe Zhang Yan can come in handy when attacking Izhou, the western regions, Korea, Japan and other places in the future. 100,000 young Black Mountain troops will be trained into regular troops in the barracks in counties in Bingzhou and Jizhou. Chu Tian cancelled the establishment of the Black Mountain Army. Although Chu Tian's forces can recruit special units such as Taishan bandits, Black Mountain Army, and Yellow Turban Army, Chu Tian has no interest in these fancy peasant army units. Perhaps a mountain regiment can be established to be used exclusively for mountain operations in the future in preparation for entering Sichuan. Chu Tian suddenly had a whim when he saw Zhang Yan's attributes. The expansion of Chu Tian's power, and the recruitment of a new group of generals and soldiers required the redeployment of the entire force. Chu Tian originally set up a guard corps, a Fubo corps, 10 main force corps, and several local defense corps. Now it seems that it is no longer applicable. There are also prisoners such as Feng Yi and Cheng Yaojin. Chu Tian has not yet surrendered. But Chu Tian has brainwashed them and made them shaken. All the elites have changed jobs? Zhang Yan and the generals of the Montenegrin army looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian planned to recruit 100,000 Montenegrin troops in one fell swoop and transfer all of them to Jizhou Army or Bingzhou Army. The only explanation is that Chu Tian will make another big move soon. You guys, from now on, serve me and fight in Monan and Mobe. Chu Tian looked through the attributes of a group of Montenegro generals except Zhang Yan. Among the generals of the Montenegrin army, except for Zhang Yan's better-looking panel, the rest of the generals of the Montenegrin army are generally between 50 to 70 in command, and between 60 to 80 in force. Their intelligence and internal affairs are generally worrying, and they don't look very smart. This group of Montenegrin army generals can fill the vacancies for third and fourth line generals. Hua Mulan was holding her daughter in her arms and watching the soldiers training at the school ground, with a doting look on her face. After her daughter was born, Hua Mulan, who usually fought and killed, became a good wife and mother, and became much gentler. Joan of Arc followed Hua Mulan and saw Chu Tian summoning Zhang Yan and other Montenegrin generals at the school grounds. She couldn't help feeling melancholy and worrying about gains and losses. Hua Mulan noticed Joan of Arc's hesitation. Don't worry, Sister Xia said. Just take a bath tonight and come to the Lord's mansion. Chapter 530 Monk Wan Yenshin. That cavalry is quite elite. Stop the advance. Mu Huali stretched out his hand to stop the Mongolian cavalry and confronted Li Mu, who returned to Bingzhou. There are two coaches, one from Mingyuan and one from the Warring States period. Two elite cavalry, Tan Ma-chi and Zhao Bianchi, are located on the east and west sides respectively. All cavalry are elite divisions and have experienced hundreds of battles. Mu Huali recalled the 5 tiger generals from Tan Ma-chi and squinted his eyes to look at Zhao Bianchi, who appeared. The southern Xiongnu were just an appetizer for him. The real ones that were difficult to deal with were the princes of the Han Empire. The 5 vanguard generals of Tan Ma-chi were holding various weapons and were located on the left and right of Mu Huali. They twisted their necks and waited for the order of the commander Mu Huali. Quokuo Buhua, one of Tan Ma-chi's 5 tiger generals, said, It should be Zhao Bianchi from the Han Empire, a cavalry affiliated with Li Mu. Jingchair said. According to what some stranger said, Li Mu's cavalry was severely damaged by Zhao Long, a prince of the Han Empire, in the Battle of Chanshan Kingdom. Now it seems that there are still 10,000 cavalry? Probably the cavalry they recruited later. Mu Huali and Tan Ma-chi pioneers are not afraid of Li Mu either. Li Mu brought 10,000 Zhao Bianchi, which was the last main force of the prince's horses. As for the Mongolian cavalry, the number of just Tan Ma-chi exceeded 10,000. Tan Ma-chi is no less than Zhao Bianchi. In addition to Tan Ma-chi, Muwali also brought 3 Mongolian households with strong military strength in Li Mu's camp. In addition to Zhao Bianchi, there were 10,000 Monan light cavalry and a large number of Southern Hun's cavalry. The Southern Hun's cavalry had their morale destroyed by the Mongolian cavalry and basically lost their combat effectiveness. Therefore, there was nothing to fear. What really made Muwali wary was Li Mu's 10,000 Zhao Bianchi. As an imperial commander, Li Mu also had high-level cavalry, and his combat power far exceeded that of the Southern Huns. If he were not careful, the Mongolian cavalry would be pierced by Zhao Bianchi. 40,000 Mongolian cavalry fought with Li Mu, and from time to time, they tended to attack Li Mu. The Mongolian cavalry is like a pack of wolves on the grassland, hunting a bison, and the bison may fight back. This group of cavalry is very vicious, so be careful. Yafuluo and Achikwan, the Shanyas of the Southern Huns, saw Li Mu, their enemy who had defeated them, but they hugged Li Mu's thigh tightly. Otherwise, they would be killed by Tanmachi just like their uncle Yuxian Wang Xubei. The Southern Xiongnu have been forced into a desperate situation, and only the princes of the Han Empire have the ability to save them. Li Mu looked at the Southern Huns cavalry. The basic panel of the Southern Huns cavalry is actually okay, but the leaders who rule the Southern Huns cavalry are only second and third-rate generals, who are not good at training soldiers and horses. And the morale of the Southern Huns cavalry is low. Guard Dingxiang County, and wait for the princes to prepare for war. Li Mu's arrival was to establish a foothold in the northern part of Bingzhou, and buy time for the major princes to prepare for war. The northern part of Bingzhou is sparsely populated, with the population size of Shuafang County, Yunzhong County, and Dingxiang County. It is difficult to resist the Mongolian cavalry. To really conquer Hebei, we need to use troops from Hebei, Yuzhou, Guangzhou, Taiyuan, Central Plains, Liaodong and other places. Fortunately, Shutian already has Hebei, Yuzhou, Taiyuan and other places. Zhejiang Laoqin was actually preparing for war, integrating the forces in Guangzhou, Shiliang, and Shihe. Whether it is Chutian or Zhejiang Laoqin, they default to solving the threat from the north first, and then dealing with their respective conflicts. The two cavalrymen faced off for a long time, and they did not retreat until darkness enveloped the Hetao area. Li Mu united with the Southern Xiongnu and retreated to the Dingxiang County headquarters to discuss setting up defenses. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Between civilizations, there are only eternal interests, but no permanent friends. Li Mu and the Southern Xiongnu could be enemies, but facing the new enemy, the two forces chose to join forces. Hearing that King Yuxian of the Southern Xiongnu was killed in battle, Li Mu judged the combat capability of the Mongolian cavalry based on the casualties of the Southern Xiongnu. The combat effectiveness of the Mongolian cavalry seems to have improved compared with that during the National War. Li Mu discovered an uncomfortable fact. He is the same as Li Chongyang, the general of Mingwan. Li Chongyang had a keen sense of smell and discovered subtle changes in the Wuhuan tribe's combat power when suppressing the Wuhuan tribe. I want to avenge King Yuxian. Otherwise, I will be ashamed of my people. As a Chanyu of the Xiongnu, King Yuxian was killed by the Mongolian cavalry, which was a big blow to his majesty. Select all the young men in your tribe and wait for the opportunity. Soon, a war sweeping the entire grassland will begin. Li Mu seemed to smell the atmosphere of an approaching war. Perhaps this war will be unprecedentedly tragic, and many famous generals will lose their lives. Li Mu couldn't explain why he had such a premonition. If it were just a Mongol empire, it wouldn't put so much pressure on Li Mu. The Mongol Empire was certainly a powerful civilization, but the princes of the Han Empire, with a population of tens or hundreds of millions, could dispatch hundreds of thousands or millions of troops to conquer Hebei. Things are not that simple. When Yafulu of the Southern Huns heard what Li Mu said, he seemed to have thought of something, and poured a cowhide wine bag filled with strong liquor into his mouth. To be honest, I have had some uneasy premonitions recently. It seems that there is a group of familiar people. People are showing up, Achikwan said. If our former group of great Chanyas were still alive, they would have defeated the Mongolian cavalry. But we will not be as good as our predecessors after all. Humphrey nodded in agreement. At its peak, the Huns ruled the steppes no less than the Mongol Empire. But the technology of the Huns lagged far behind the Mongol Empire, which had annexed other civilizations. By the way, their cavalry has strange war eagles that can provide intelligence to their cavalry. If you fight with them in the future, you must be careful about their war eagles. Achikwan wanted to use the cavalry of Li Mu and others to avenge King Yuxian. So he specially reminded Li Mu to be careful about the War Eagle spying on Ma Qi. Li Mu was not too worried about the War Eagle, because he had already seen the War Eagle of the Iron Eagle Scout. If Iron Eagle Scout intervenes in the war with the Mongol Empire, then the advantages of Tanmachi and Iron Eagle Scout will be offset, and each will win based on their own ability. In the Mongolian cavalry's military tent, Mewali assigned Tanmachi to patrol and guard 3,000 captains, 5 Tanmachi vanguard generals, and dozens of thousand captains gathered around the bonfire to discuss the gains of the attack on the southern Xiongnu. There are more than 30,000 captured and surrendered Xiongnu cavalry in total. Including our cavalry, there are more than 70,000. Unless the Han Empire dispatches 100,000 cavalry, we will graze in the Yin Mountains and never leave. The Great Khan will send 1 million subjects to Atao to graze and recuperate. And that guy will also come. The guy who almost killed the Great Khan? His cavalry were simply terrifying. That person is only suitable for leading a small group of troops to attack. A large army still depends on the commander. A group of Mongol Empire generals inadvertently praised Mewali in order to gain Mewali's promotion. Mewali was the emperor-level commander of the Mongol Empire, in charge of an army. So Genghis Khan Temujin allowed Mewali to lead his troops into Atao alone. Mukwan Yenchen. He is an amazing general. What he lacks is a suitable battlefield for him. And our Mongolian Empire can provide him with such a battlefield. He will become one of the most troublesome enemies of the Han Empire. Mewali threw a piece of firewood into the bonfire, causing sparks to fly and crackle. In the Mongol Empire, the capital of the country, Harakorin, countless cavalrymen gathered, as well as blonde and blue-eyed Western soldiers. They were Temujin's servants. The regular Roman legion composed of Roman citizens should be reduced to the servant army of the barbarians. Alas! Crassus, one of the Roman giants, presided over the economy for Temujin. Temujin used the captured Roman eagle flags and Roman soldiers captured in the national war to form a Roman legion of about 5,000 people as a great conquest, one of the planned servant legions. The majestic Roman legion was the most effective Roman legion formed by Roman citizens. But its status was the servant army of the Mongol Empire. Jing Luo was furious. Crassus was monitored by Mongol generals behind him, and could not escape from the Mongol Empire. Even though he escaped back to Rome, Rome had changed. Crassus's wealth in Rome was divided among Caesar, Pompey, and Constantine. If Crassus returned to Rome, he would probably be executed as a spy for the Mongol Empire. Crassus could only work for Genghis Khan. Crassus had an astonishing business acumen and fairly good military capabilities. The famous Spartacus uprising was suppressed by the Roman legions led by Crassus. The Great Khan requested the integration of money, goods, war horses, cattle, sheep, and iron tools from all regions. Roman legion, heading to Monon. Crassus received Temujin's order, and Temujin began mobilizing for war. Crassus swallowed. The scale of this war was quite terrifying. His fingers were trembling, and soon he would be on the battlefield again. In the Mabe ranch, 7,000 elite cavalry were training. A Jurchen general was tall and sharp, with sharp eyes like an unsheathed blade. Only a few people from this group of Helihijuan, the reserve team of the Zhongxia army, can join the Zhongxia army. Monk Wan Yenchen glanced at the Heli army that Temujin had recruited for him. The selection method of the Zhongxia army is different from that of ordinary arms. First, recruit the Heli allied army, and then select those who are good at riding and archery from the Heli allied army. The upper limit is more than 7,000. And then transfer them to the Jin Kingdom Zhongxia army. The upper limit is more than 1,000. The Zhongxia army of the Jin Kingdom is an army with a belief in death. Temujin and a group of Mongolian generals encountered the Zhongxia army with enhanced systems, and they were almost killed suddenly by the Zhongxia army. Refer to the battle between the feudal lords of the Han Empire and the strengthened Iron Buddha II. The recruitment of the Zhongxia army is somewhat similar to that of the Yellow Turban Chief, who is also selected from the Yellow Turban soldiers. It's just that the Zhongxia army is many times more powerful than the Yellow Turbans. Even without system bonuses, it can defeat the Mongolian cavalry 10 times its size. Compared to the Tiafu II, the Zhongxia army's record was even more terrifying because they were a group of high-level heavy cavalry who were not afraid of death. An equally burly figure arrived and patted Monk Wan Yenchen on the shoulder. "Are my loyal and filial soldiers ready for action?" Monk Wan Yenchen replied. "The Great Khan, the Zhongxia army, and the Heli army can go south at any time." "Very good. Mewali has arrived at Hatao, and Boru will lead 1 million subjects with you to Hatao. Within half a year, I will have more than 100,000 cavalry there. Zibi and Subutai have already been dispatched. And the other generals are still training in Mobei. Soon, the great conquest will begin.
Temujin handed over monk Wan Yinchen to Boru, one of the 4 cowards. He valued monk Wan Yinchen very much and believed that monk Wan Yinchen was qualified to stand alongside Si Yong Shui and Si Mastiff to help him achieve great things. Monk Wan Yinchen said,
I obey. Khan. If nothing goes wrong, the princes of the Han Empire in Monan may lead their cavalry to block the grasslands from Monan to Hatao. If they dare to block it, then you dispatch the Zhongxia army to crush them and make the Zhongxia army famous all over the world. Yes.
Monk Wan Yinchen's voice is like thunder, and his will is like iron. Temujin admired this Jurchen warrior more and more. Monk Wan Yinchen's Zhongxia army was fully qualified to compete with the Qixu army. But the number of real Zhongxia army was smaller. Monks Bohu and Wan Yanchen began to raise 1 million people to go south. As the Mongol Empire expanded and integrated into its surroundings, one thing it had to do was to leave Mabei in batches, which could not accommodate too many people, and then conduct an expedition. Temujin's Prime Minister Yelu Chukai, a Chinese Khitan hero, said to Temujin,
according to some information sold by strangers, in the north of the Han Empire, there are 3 major princes: the General Chu Tian, the Hussar General Mingwan, the Chariot and Cavalry General Lao Qin. Together they were responsible for the northern border defense of the Han Empire, with Lu Hu, Gong Sun Zan, Hu Ma, Su Fengyan, Prince Yin, and other minor princes among them.
Temujin's eyes gradually became sharp.
Jin, what do you want to say?
Yelu Chukai was not afraid of Temujin, and tried to use Confucianism to transform the Mongolian Empire.
We alone cannot destroy the Han Empire. If these princes join forces, we will most likely be defeated. It's not just us. It's not just us.
Temujin didn't pay much attention to Yelu Chutsai's warning, because an opportunity was coming. Yelu Chutsai's eyes also changed.
What does the Khan mean? You'll find out soon enough.
In Mobei, hundreds of generals were ready to attack. These generals were either heroes who Temujin unified many tribes in Mobei and forced them to surrender, or were heroes recruited by Mongol lords, or they were heroes obtained by Temujin participating in epic battles and national wars. The heroes of the Mongol Empire overlap with those of the Han Empire. For example, Temujin can recruit heroes of the Jin Kingdom, and so can the Han Empire. Civilizations that also have intersections include Xixia and Xiliao.
Touray! Father Khan is about to embark on an expedition. Do you plan to participate in the expedition?
Temujin's eldest son Joki asked his 4th brother. The young Tulei nodded.
I want to follow my father Khan and conquer 100,000 miles of land, all of which will be used as pasture.
Asterisk Monk Wan Yinchen, a famous general in the late Jin dynasty, defeated the 8,000 Mongolian army with 400 cavalry, and defeated the famous Mongolian general Subutai with 1,000 loyal and filial troops in Huihui Valley. He was famous all over the world. However, the country's power declined, and there was no way to recover. The city was destroyed and people died. And Lord Temujin was recruited after the 4th epic battle of the Mongol Empire,
the Battle of Sanfeng Mountain.
Chapter 531: The Loyal and Filial Army.
According to the accurate information provided by the scouts we sent to Mabei, Temujin dispatched 1 million people south, intending to cross the Great Wall and station in the Hatao Plain.
In Monan Dragon City, hundreds of Monan lords, big and small, gathered together, worried. The Monan Prairie is too vast and scattered, and lacks large cities with teleportation arrays. It is difficult to establish centralized rule like the Central Plains, so each lord has his own tribe. These tribes are also scattered throughout the Monan Prairie, with a population ranging from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands. These Monan lords are equivalent to the nobles of Monan. Prince Yin, who represented the power of Chutian, sat in one of the main seats and looked around at the Monan lords present.
Temujin has sent 2 million people to Tian Shan and 2 million to Monan, and now he has sent another 100 to Hatao. 10,000. Mobei has a population of more than 10 million, which means that the Mongol Empire distributed about 1/3 of its population.
One of the Monan lords said,
We in Monan also have a population of tens of millions, but many of them are from the Xianbei tribe. In addition, we lack famous generals and high-level cavalry, so we are so afraid of the Mongolian Empire. If we are given a lineup like the Mongolian Empire, we in Monan are not timid at all.
The Monan lords present all agreed with his statement. The population of Monan was larger than that of Mabei at the beginning. Later, Temujin gained tens of millions of people from the Third National War, and then overtook Monin. The number of famous generals among the Monin lords was too small, and the famous generals of the Han Empire were mainly concentrated in the pass.
The princes in the pass will help us deal with the Mongol Empire, so there is no need to worry. The question we have to consider now is whether to send troops to intercept this Mongolian tribe going south. The opponent has a population of 1 million, and there will definitely be tens of thousands of cavalry, or even it was guarded by 100,000 cavalry.
Prince Yan tried to dominate the alliance of Monin lords. A group of Monin lords looked at each other and saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes.
We can intercept. Then we divide our troops into two groups. One to contain the GB army stationed in Monin, and the other to jointly attack the millions of Mongolian tribes heading south. How about that? To intercept the Mongolian cavalry going south. It may take 200,000 Monin cavalry to succeed. In this battle, a total of 100 Monin lords were used, and each Monin lord dispatched an average of 2,000 cavalry.
In order to block the Mongolian cavalry going south, Prince Yan mobilized a large number of Monin cavalry to intercept this Mongolian cavalry. Soon, the entire Monin grassland was alarmed, and the Monin lords urgently mobilized their troops and organized a massive military operation. There are millions of people from the Mabe grassland entering Monin, passing through Monin, preparing to enter the Hatao. Temujin's generals, Bora and Wanyanshan, led the Mongolian cavalry and Jurchen cavalry to protect this huge tribe going south.
There is a dangerous smell on the grassland.
Bor suddenly took off the horn bow from his saddle and ordered the tribes going south to stop marching. At the southern end of the grassland, countless cavalrymen lined up all over the mountains and plains, with flags covering the sky in darkness.
There are also cavalry on the left and right sides.
The Mongolian cavalry discovered that the Monin cavalry appeared on the left and right wings and began to encircle the Mongolian cavalry. The Monin Lords' alliance is not doing nothing, but waiting for opportunities. Bohu's expression changed slightly. The Lords of Monin have prepared 200,000 cavalry. Please enter the urn.
If Muhuali's Tan Ma Chi is here, he will be able to detect the movement of this group of cavalry in advance.
Bo suddenly felt the pain of missing Tan Ma Chi. Otherwise, with the reconnaissance capabilities of Tan Ma Chi's War Eagle, the Monin Lords would definitely be able to detect it in advance if they dispatched 200,000 cavalry to intercept the Mongolian cavalry here. Boru's abilities were far inferior to those of commanders such as Subutai, Zibi, and Mawali.
This battle must be won.
Gon Sun Zan recruited another group of White Horse followers, intending to take revenge. Horse hooves roared, and 200,000 Monin cavalry began to roll, attacking the Boru army from 3 directions. The Boru army temporarily responded to the challenge, and ordered all the young herdsmen to go into battle armed with horned bows and spears. The dense rain of arrows rises, like a heavy downpour covering the sky, and falls fiercely. The light cavalry who lacked armor defense were killed by arrows, and the fertile grassland was dyed red with blood. Together, the Lords of Monin can assemble a group of military generals to command 200,000 cavalry, and challenge the Mongolian cavalry head-on. Although the Monin Lords were unwilling to break out a war with the Mongol Empire in advance, they could not sit back and watch 1 million of the Mongol Empire's population enter the Hatao. Otherwise the Hatao would be in chaos. As a result, the first encounter between 2 closely related civilizations, the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire, broke out in Monin. Gon Sun Zan held a spear and led a group of White Horse Knights to break into the Mongolian cavalry. It had a special suppressive effect on the nomadic tribes. The White Horse Knights shot and hit the oncoming Mongolian cavalry in the face, killing them. Gon Sun Zan was more ferocious in foreign wars than in civil wars. He was defeated by Mongolia's #1 Gong Zibi last time. Gon Sun Zan's accumulated anger finally exploded. He killed dozens of Mongolian cavalry by himself. There is no righteous war in the spring and autumn period. Only life and death.
White Horse General Gon Sun Zan is here. Who dares to fight?
The cavalry around Gon Sun Zan are all mounted on white horses. Majestic, 200,000 Monin cavalry and 100,000 Mongolian cavalry fought fiercely. The entire battlefield was covered with mighty cavalry. Arrows rained down, and sabers and spears fought. The princes of the Central Plains rarely have the opportunity to see such a huge cavalry battle. But for a nomadic civilization that can directly recruit herdsmen to become light cavalry, it is easy to assemble more than 100,000 cavalry. Prince Yan personally held a spear and fought bravely to kill the enemy. Lu Hu, the city lord of Monin Dragon City, was a fierce man and a military general type player, holding a big sword in both hands. He slashed with all his strength and actually split a Mongolian cavalry into 2 pieces.
Kill!
The blood boiled in Lu Hu's chest. This time, he completely offended the Mongol Empire at its peak. But Lu Hu was not afraid. Not only Lu Hu, but also the other Monin lords are not afraid of trouble. Because they know that after offending the Mongolian Empire, the other princes of the Han Empire will not sit idly by and ignore it, and will definitely send troops to Monin to drive Temujin's power away. Yinshan expelled? Even. The Han Empire will regain Mabe and incorporate Mabe into the Empire's territory. The lords of Monin can definitely give it a try. Gong Sun Zan attacked the left wing, while Di Qing led the cavalry to attack the right wing. The ferocious bronze masks made the Mongolian cavalry frightened. Di Qing's broadsword was more ferocious than Lu Hu's. He could basically kill a Mongolian cavalryman with one blow. Occasionally, he would also use the dragging sword tactic to kill Mongolian centurions and 1,000-man captains. Since the expansion of the Mongolian cavalry, except for the stubborn counterattack by the Western Region Protectorate in the Tian Shan Mountains, this was the second setback. The Monin lords gathered most of the historical military generals and ordinary military generals. When Boru entered Monin, they launched an attack, intending to annihilate the Boru army sent by Temujin and capture millions of people. Bolhu held a spear and fought with the Monin cavalry. The spear directly knocked off a Monin cavalry, trampled by the horse's hooves, and heard the sound of bone crushing. Both cavalry are extremely tenacious. Monin's cavalry has also been battle-hardened for a long time, and is no less impressive than Boru's cavalry. There are about 70,000 to 80,000 people in the Boru army, and more than 100,000 Mongolian Empire herdsmen are temporarily sent to fight. The two sides have about the same strength on paper, but the actual fighting strength is also at a stalemate.
How could it be like this if Shuai Jun was here?
Boru stabbed to death a subordinate of the Monin lord. An arrow hit his breastplate, which was dented and almost penetrated. He couldn't help but feel angry. As one of the 4 major Chishua troops, Boru's Chishua army was concentrated under the command of Genghis Khan Temujin, and did not go south with them. I am afraid that even Temujin cannot believe that the lords of Monin would gather 200,000 cavalry to launch a large-scale interception against Boru heading south. The Monin lords are not very afraid of the Mongol Empire. The war continued. Di Qing's cavalry in front of the northern Song dynasty, and Gong Sun Zan's white horse each Song tried to open a breakthrough, and fought bloody battles. The number of Mongolian cavalry who fell under their legion's offensive reached as many as 2,000 to 3,000. Among the Mongolian cavalry, a group of heavy cavalry unhurriedly changed into Jin national uniforms. The Jin kingdom is famous for its iron pagoda, and the iron pagoda is famous for its costumes. In the last years of the Jin dynasty, a loyal and filial army formed to fight against the Mongolian Empire restored its uniforms. Monk Wanyanshan held a horse spear and mounted his horse with Qinyu, a sergeant of the Zhongxia army who had changed his uniform. His eyes were set on the flags of the Monin lords, who were commanding the battle. Monk Wanyanshan raised his horse high and said,
Heli and the army will provide cover. Zhongxia army, follow me and fight to the death. I am willing to fight to the death with the general.
The Zhongxia army was as powerful as a rainbow, and a fierce military momentum formed throughout the battlefield. Soaring into the sky, the combined forces of Heli fired fierce arrows to clear the way for more than 1,000 loyal and filial soldiers. The Zhongxia army took the initiative to launch a heavy cavalry charge against the numerous Monin cavalry. Monk Wanyanshan rampaged all the way. The Zhongxia army was divided into several batches and took turns attacking the Monin cavalry. This armored cavalry all fought to the death until the opponent's military formation was overrun, being shot by the Heli army and fiercely charged by the Zhongxia army. The Monin cavalry collapsed. Monk Wanyanshan's horse chariot killed hundreds of Monin cavalry in a row. The horse almost charged on the corpses of the Monin cavalry, thrusting left and right, and fell down at the sound. The Zhongxia army followed closely behind, like a sharp blade, easily cutting through the densely packed Monin light cavalry. The lords of Monin couldn't help but feel horrified when they saw a Zhongxia army in uniform, with only one pair of eyes exposed, killing everyone. They thought of Jin Wushu's Iron Buddha Butu. But this heavy cavalry is more terrifying than the Iron Buddha. They are willing to fight to the death.
Could that cavalry be a cowardly Shuai army? Impossible. According to the spies hidden in the Mongol Empire, Temujin did not order the Chishua army to go south. Otherwise, we would not have intercepted here.
The Monin lords were in chaos. Monk Wanyanshan's Zhongxia army was obviously heading straight for them, wanting to use beheading tactics to end the war quickly. Facing the overwhelming Zhongxia army, The Monin lords' only choice was to avoid fighting. The Monin lords do not have a heavy cavalry that can compete with the Zhongxia army, who will fight to the death. The Zhongxia army broke through far faster than the Monin lords imagined. The low-level light cavalry was attacked head-on by the Zhongxia army, and was completely defeated. They quickly ducked to both sides. Otherwise, they would be crushed head-on by the powerful impact of the Zhongxia army. Monk Wan Yinchen's eyes were fixed on the fleeing Monin lords. He chased them forward, and the horse in his hand shot out of the air. A Monin lord was as fragile as a piece of paper, easily penetrated by Ma Shan, and died in battle. The other Monin lords turned around and saw a Jurchen warrior who looked like an iron tower and kept killing the guards. And they got goosebumps all over their bodies. This Jurchen warrior is like a loyal killing machine. The commander's armored cavalry defeated the Monin cavalry army. Lu Hu saw that his allies were being slaughtered by the Zhongxia army, so he led a group of Monin heavy cavalry to come to the rescue. Lu Hu personally held the broadsword and led the heavy cavalry to attack the Zhongxia army from the side. The two steel torrents collided, and at the next moment Lu Hu discovered that he was attacking no ordinary heavy cavalry. Two Zhongxia army cavalry blocked Lu Hu's sword, and Lu Hu saw the enthusiasm in their eyes. The Zhongxia army went into battle with the determination to die.
Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Why didn't the intelligence mention it?
Lu Hu slashed with his sword, but was unable to kill a Zhongxia army cavalry. Lu Hu quickly realized that this was not an ordinary heavy cavalry, but probably a high-level heavy cavalry. Moreover, it is not an ordinary high-level heavy cavalry.
Avoid this army.
Lu Hu fought fiercely with Zhongxia's army, when hundreds of heavy cavalry under his command were killed by Zhongxia's army. Lu Hu wanted to retreat. If he continues to fight like this, his heavy cavalry may be wiped out. In addition to the Zhongxia army, the Helihe army, which is the reserve force of the Zhongxia army, is also a high-level unit. They followed Monk Wan Yanqin to defeat the central army of Lord Imonan. Di Qing and Gong Sun Zan, who were attacking the left and right wings, saw that the Chinese army was defeated and immediately came to support. Bora took advantage of the situation and advanced, and there was another melee between the two sides. The battle between the two armies lasted until night, and tens of thousands of people were killed on each side. The Mongol Empire suffered unimaginable losses, and the losses of the Monin lords may have been even more disastrous. The sudden appearance of Monk Wan Yanchen, the Zhongxia army, and the Heli army caused the Monin army to be almost destroyed. About a dozen Monin lords were killed in this battle. During the battle with the Zhongxia army, Lu Hu was stabbed in the cheek by Ma Shu, leaving a horrific scratch and a hideous appearance.
What kind of cavalry is that cavalry? We will suffer under its iron hoof, but we cannot let other princes suffer.
Prince Yen comforted everyone, and at the same time ordered the Mongolian cavalry captured in the melee to be brought for torture. But ordinary Mongolian cavalry, and even Mongolian commanders, did not know the accurate information about Monk Wan Yanchen and the Zhongxia army. Temujin just gave Monk Wan Yanchen's regiment a random number. What is certain is that the armored cavalry that defeated the Monin lords was not Temujin's cowardly Shui army.
It seems that Temujin recruited a group of generals from other civilizations through various channels. Some of his generals are common to our Han Empire, so you must be careful. In addition, according to my speculation, the equipment of this cavalry is similar to the Tiefu in the Jin Kingdom, and it may be the Zhongxia army in the late Jin dynasty, and its commander was Monk Wan Yanchen.
Prince Yin still judged the identity of this cavalry, but he was not completely sure.
Monin Dragon City urgently reported that the ZB army took advantage of the situation and entered with the intention of attacking Monin Dragon City.
After the defeat of the Monin lords, Dragon City was in crisis. A group of Monin lords were worried.
Li Mu has gone to Hatao. Who can defend Dragon City? There are not many famous generals under Huma's command.
Prince Yin stopped the noisy crowd, and next to her is her only son in the cradle. She encountered a difficult problem when the Mongolian cavalry began to expand in the Volga and Caucasus areas. Some residents and Cossack cavalry living there sought refuge from her. Adjutant Sophia brought terrible news.
We sacrificed more than a dozen scouts, and finally found out the forces of the Mongolian cavalry in the Volga River area. They come from the Golden Horde, one of the 4 great khanates of Mongolia, and the king is Genghis Khan, Muzhin's grandson, Batu.
Yekaterina's delicate body trembled.
How could it be the Golden Horde?
And the Lord.
There is no such force at all. Temujin is still young at this time, and his grandson Batu is impossible to appear. Your Majesty, heroes who are more than 1,000 years apart may appear, so it is not surprising. We, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, may face an unprecedented crisis. After all, historically, the Grand Duchy of Moscow once paid tribute to the Golden Horde. If the Mongolian cavalry that suddenly appeared on the Volga River really belonged to the Golden Horde, then the problem would be serious. Ekaterina's clear eyes gradually became serious. The Mongol Empire not only included the Yuan dynasty, which ruled the Central Plains, but also the four great Khanates. Historically, the two founders of the Golden Horde, Temujin's eldest son Shuchi and eldest grandson Batu, founded the Golden Horde Cheongchua army in accordance with the military system of the Mongolian Empire, and established 10,000 households, 1,000 households, and 100 households, ruled the vast area from Eastern Europe to West Asia, changed the historical process of Eastern Europe and West Asia, and was extremely powerful. The emergence of the Golden Horde may be related to the Fourth National War. Order all the marquis, counts, viscounts, and knights to go to Moscow, hold a meeting, and eliminate the Golden Horde. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is not a weak Grand Duchy in history. Catherine was extremely aggressive. When she heard that the Golden Horde appeared on the Volga River and planned to restore the glory of the Golden Horde, she immediately mobilized all the national power of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and prepared to destroy the Golden Horde. Suddenly, Ekaterina received a prompt from the system. Ding! In 316 AD, the barbarians entered the Central Plains and the Western Jin dynasty was destroyed. In 452 AD, Attila, the leader of the Huns Empire and the Whip of God, captured the capital of the Western Roman Empire. In 751 AD, the Arab Empire and the Tang Empire competed for control of Central Asia. A war broke out. In 1016 AD, the Nordic Viking Canute the Great became the king of all Britain. In 1219 AD, the Mongol Empire began its western expedition, sweeping across Europe and Asia. In 1533 AD, Francisco Pizarro captured the Inca with less than 200 men, the capital of the empire. The disappeared civilization reappeared, and the conflicts between the barbarian civilization and the main civilization continued, bringing destruction, conflict, and integration. Ding! The Fourth National War rise of the barbarians is about to begin, and the battlefield of the national war is the main world. Ding! The disappeared barbarian civilization has reappeared. The main civilizations in the east and west are facing barbarian invasion. If not treated with caution, it will lead to the decline of civilization and the rule of barbarians. Ding! Barbarian civilizations will reappear in 3 years, including the Xiongnu, Turks, Rurin, Xixia, Khitan, Jurchen, Xianbei, Goths, Huns, and Vikings. Ding! During the Fourth National War, the barbarian civilizations in America and Africa declared war on the alien civilization due to their weak strength, all attributes plus 100%, and dissatisfaction with the alien forces plus 100%. The European barbarians had all attributes plus 50%. The Asian barbarian civilization is relatively powerful, so all attributes are only plus 25%. Ding! The possibility of existing barbarians rebelling against the empire has increased, such as the Xiongnu, Western Chang, Wuhuan, Southern Xiongnu, and Southern barbarians in the Eastern Han dynasty. Ding! Genghis Khan, the conqueror of the world, meets the conditions for being the leader of the barbarian camp and declares war on the Han Empire, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Persian Empire, the Arab Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Macedonia, the Roman Republic, the Kingdom of Koryo, the Japanese Shogunate, and other civilizations. The Great Conquest is about to begin. Ding! The four great Khanates, the Golden Horde, the Chagatai Khanate, the Ajadai Khanate, and the Isle Khanate, have reappeared and are loyal to Genghis Khan. The Golden Horde. The king is Batu, Temujin's grandson, with the Volga River as the center, and the targets are Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and Central Asia. The Chagatai Khanate, whose king is Chagatai, Temujin's second son, is centered on Central Asia, and its targets are Central Asia, South Asia, and the Western regions. The Ojidai Khanate. The king is Ajadai, the third son of Temujin, with the Western region as the center, and the targets of the attack are Central Asia, the Western regions, and Lianzhou. The Ilkhanate. The king is Hulagu, the grandson of Temujin, with Persia as the center, and the targets of the attack are West Asia, North Africa, and Western Europe. Ding! The armies of the Mongolian Empire and the four great khanates have been strengthened by 25% and declared war on all civilizations. All civilizations are asked to deal with this national war with caution. Ding! Please check the points calculation and reward rules of the Fourth National War. Please pay attention to the lords. Any lord can participate in the war. Ekaterina was stunned. A series of system prompts alarmed the lords and players of all civilizations. The various lords, who originally didn't care much about the Fourth National War, could not come back to their senses for a long time after learning about the content of the Fourth National War. This national war was extremely huge. Dozens of barbarian civilizations reappeared and expanded, and the barbarian abilities increased. Among them, the American and African barbarians are strengthened by 100%. The European barbarians are strengthened by 50%. And the Asian barbarians are strengthened by 25%. The capabilities of the Golden Horde have been enhanced by 25%. And things are not going well now. Ekaterina smiled bitterly. Sophia also received notice of this national war. Yes. Not only that, the Goths and Huns have begun to take action on the Ukrainian prairie. Maybe Attila, the whip of God, will sweep across Europe. Catherine stood up. Her hunch was correct. The Golden Horde, which was active on the Volga River, was related to the Fourth National War. This time, the National War is no longer an independent battlefield, but uses the entire main world as a chessboard. Each civilization must struggle and survive the rise of the barbarians. The Han Empire faced the main force of the Mongol Empire, and the pressure was greater than when we faced the Golden Horde. Yekaterina couldn't help but think of Chu Tian's figure, and her body felt hot. The capabilities of Attila, the leader of the Huns, and the legion of the Goths have increased by 50%? How come his improvement is greater than that of Temujin? Roman civilization. Something bad happened to all players. Attila, the whip of God, and the Goths once captured Rome. The Fourth National War is no longer an independent battlefield, but a direct conquest in the vast main world. And the targets of the conquest are tribal civilizations that were once regarded as barbarians in history. Barbarians are relative. They often did not have their own writing at the beginning. Later, after conquering advanced civilizations by force, they created their own writing and integrated with advanced civilizations. And some of them disappeared completely from history. Not only the Mongol Empire, but also the four great khanates, as well as tribes such as Shishia, Khitan, Turks, and Rurin. Although the barbarians in Asia have only been strengthened by 25%, which is smaller than the barbarians in Europe, America, and Africa. Asia, there are more barbarians. Zhejiang Laoqin returned to Xianying City. He had already had a premonition. So even if he learned about the content of the Fourth National War, he would not be particularly surprised. However, Zhejiang Laoqin never imagined that the Fourth National War would last for 3 years, and that the disappeared tribal civilizations would reappear. Khitan, Turks, Shishia, Xiongnu. These civilizations will all return. The princes of the Han Empire needed to resist these civilizations that were temporarily classified as barbarian camps. Asia, Europe, America, Africa, all civilized areas face the same threat. The most dangerous thing is Genghis Khan, who controls the four great khanates and the main body of the Mongol Empire. Genghis Khan mainly declared war on civilizations in Asia and Europe. Of course, if the various civilizations in Asia and Europe were conquered, then the Americas and Africa would probably not escape either. In Xia City, Chu Tian received information from Prince Monin Yin. Prince Yin deduced that General Temujin had a strong general from the Jin Kingdom, Monk Wanyan Chen, and also had a powerful high-level heavy cavalry, the Xiongxia army. The Xiongxia army is a headache for even the Mongolian cavalry. Chu Tian secretly noted the existence of Monk Wanyan Chen and Xiongxia army. He had an intuition that sooner or later he would face Monk Wanyan Chen and Zongxiujun. Temujin also dared to employ people and took his rival, Monk Wanyan Chen, as his subordinate. Suddenly, Chu Tian received a notification from the system about the Fourth National War. Try! The elegant and easygoing Chu Tian had not lost his temper like this for a long time. But this time, the news was extremely shocking. Not only the Mongol Empire, but also the Khitan, Turks, Shishia, Xiongnu and other civilizations reappeared. Now the entire Mabe, Monin, and western regions were in chaos. These civilizations all have legendary heroes. Of course, there is no need to say more about the Mongol Empire. It can be seen that Temujin became the leader of the barbarian camp. The Xiongnu Mao and Chanyu besieged Liu Bang,
the great ancestor of the Han dynasty. At Baishan Mountain, Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty patrolled the northern fortress and was besieged by the Turkic Shibi Khan. Khitan Yeluaboji opened the Liao kingdom and went south to Yuzhou twice. If these nomadic tribes reappear, the impact on the Han Empire can be imagined. The scale of the Fourth National War may be even greater than that of the Third National War. The Third National War was fought around 5 main cities at most. But in the Fourth National War, the flames of war spread throughout the main world, and no civilization could stay out of it. But Chu Tian quickly calmed down. Although some nomadic civilizations have reappeared and there is an additional 25% bonus, the Central Plains does not seem to be deterred. There are civil servants and generals in the Central Plains who have lived for more than 1,000 years. They are all people who defeated the Xiongnu, Turks, Khitan, Xixia, and Ruren. There are also some heroes from the nomadic civilization. In fact, the Eastern Han dynasty can also recruit them. For example, Liu Bei's forces include the Turkic prince Ashin Ashir, Mingwan has the Jurchen Jin Wushu, Dorgan, Obai, and Murong Ba, Xianbei. Agricultural civilization, nomadic civilization, and fishing and hunting civilization clashed and then merged from time to time, making it difficult to sort out the relationship. In Lord, it is relatively easy to divide. Mainly the conflict between the princes of the Han Empire and Genghis Khan Temujin. The Han Empire wanted to incorporate Mabe into its territory, and Temujin wanted to conquer the Han Empire. Some reappearing civilizations also want to have a foothold in the main world and replace the existing civilizations. The greater the difficulty of the national war, the more generous the rewards. Chu Tian checked the rules for point calculation and rewards. Points calculation rules. 1. By capturing the capital of an enemy civilization, you can assimilate the civilization. Barbarians can also assimilate advanced civilizations. This is the game setting, and gain points based on the strength of the civilization. For example, capturing the capital of the Mongolian Empire will earn more points than capturing the capital of the Golden Horde. 2. Capture the capital of the enemy civilization to obtain additional rewards. Barbarian leaders can also receive rewards. 3. Kill each other's generals and soldiers, and gain points based on the ranks of the generals and soldiers. For example, the points obtained by killing the Qixue army are higher than those of the Mabe Mongolian cavalry. 4. If you kill civilians, you will not get points. The people's moral support will drop significantly, and the assimilation efficiency will drop. 5. The Fourth National War will officially begin in August, and the desire for expansion of the barbarian camp will increase. Before that, you can defeat the barbarian camp, but it will not count towards points. Reward rules. 1. The rankings are settled every other year, for a total of 3 times 3 years. Each time, a large number of recruitment orders and other rewards are issued, and barbarian leaders can also receive rewards. 2. During the National War, you can recruit, kill, and release captured enemy heroes and soldiers. Traits such as Sky Khan, Genghis Khan, and God's Whip are effective. 3. After the National War, the capabilities of the barbarian camp return to normal, and the surviving barbarian forces transform into normal NPC forces, and players can choose to join. The rules are very simple, because it is the main world. The form of war is almost the same as the mutual conquest between the main world forces. What is special is that in the Fourth National War, there are actually 3 reward opportunities, and there are additional rewards for capturing the capital of a hostile civilization. This is the rule of Lord. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. In the Battle of Jinkong, the kingdom of Jin was strengthened by 100%, so the rewards would be quite generous. In this national war, the barbarian camp was strengthened, and the rewards for conquering the barbarian civilized capital were also more generous than those in previous national wars. If we conquer the capital of the Mongol Empire, will we get the tiger talisman of Qixue's army? Chu Tian couldn't help but covet Temujin's cowardly Shuijun. The Shuishue army was not only high-level heavy cavalry, but also a large number of people. It was the Shuishue army that defeated the Roman legions in one fell swoop. Not only the Mongol Empire, but also any center of barbarian civilization can receive additional rewards. In this way, the rewards are indeed generous. The premise is to have the ability to capture barbarian civilization. The barbarian civilization can also capture the capital of the Han Empire and receive rewards. At present, the capital of the Han Empire is Chang'an, where the emperor is located. In other words, Chang'an became Temujin's target. If Chang'an is captured, Then the civilians of the Han Empire will be assimilated by the Mongol Empire, and Temujin will be rewarded for conquering Chang'an, which would be really bad. Despite the conflict with Zhejiang Laoqin, Chu Tian knew that he could not adopt an appeasement strategy against Temujin. Otherwise, once Chang'an was breached, Chu Tian would not be able to resist Temujin, who was rewarded by the Han Empire.
We must join forces with Lao Qin, Ming Wan, Su Fengyan, Wen and others to overcome the difficulties. The civil war between the alien princes can be fought, but the premise is to solve Temujin.
Chu Tian immediately contacted this group of princes. In the Western Region Protectorate, Wen was the most desperate. The Ajadai Khanate, one of the 4 great Mongolian Khanates, appeared in the Tian Shan area and united with the Subutai army. The Chagatai Khanate emerged in Central Asia, bordering Quan's sphere of influence. As long as Temujin changes the focus of his conquest to the Western Region Protectorate, all the territory that the Western Region Protectorate has managed to gain will be lost.
It's better to come to the Western Region Protector's mansion and negotiate in person.
Wen, who never intervened in the struggle for hegemony among the princes within the pass, took the initiative to propose to Chu Tian, Jiuji Laoqin, Ming Guan, Su Fengyan, and others to hold a meeting among the northern princes at the Protectorate of the Western Regions. Wen held a neutral attitude towards the war between the princes in the pass and concentrated on external expansion. Therefore, the meeting place of the northern princes was chosen to be the Western Region Protectorate, which was recognized by all the northern princes. The teleportation array of the Western Region Protectorate flashed with white light. Chu Tian led Yan Wei, Lao Qin led Yang Dian, Su Fengyan led Wang Yanzheng, Ming Guan led Chang Yechen, and Prince Yan led Di Qing. They appeared in the Western Region Protectorate. Chu Tian, Su Fengyan, and Prince Yan are in one camp, while Lao Qin and Ming Guan are in another camp. The two sides are enemies, but in the face of the pressure brought by nomadic civilization, they have to join forces. Lao Qin and Ming Guan were also domineering heroes, and had no fear of Temujin. Wen had a frown on his face, and was accompanied by the southern barbarian Lord Muk. When he saw these trustworthy princes arriving as promised, he finally relaxed a little.
The situation in the Western region is not optimistic.
Wen guarded the Western regions for the Han Empire, although it was also out of his selfish desire to dominate Central Asia. The existence of Huan's power prevented the Western regions from being occupied by other civilizations due to competition among heroes. The existence of Huan's forces is very necessary, and the princes in the pass must protect Wen.
The Subutai army is in the Altai Mountains in the northern part of the Yungar Basin. The Ajadai Khanate is in the western part of the Yungar Basin. The Chagatai Khanate is a civilization that mainly conquers Central Asia and may annex the Dawan kingdom that I conquered.
Hone points out the enemy he faces. The 4 great Mongolian Khanates each shouldered different goals of conquest in the Fourth National War. Among them, the target of the Ajadai Khanate's conquest was the Western regions. Ming Guan proposed,
the Western regions should focus on defense and move the population to the area where the Western region's protectorate can provide protection. We will be the first to defeat Temujin and Mobei and suppress the possible emergence of Xiongnu, Turks, Xixia and other forces.
Ming Guan's strategic plan is to take the lead in solving the threat from Mobei. After all, Temujin is the biggest boss in this national war. To capture the thief, capture the king first. Temujin in the east and Attila in the west, enhanced by 50%, are the most troublesome opponents for Eastern and Western civilizations respectively.
If there were only Subutai and Ajadai Khanates, I could defend the Western regions. But if the Chagatai Khanate that appeared in Central Asia conquered other Central Asian civilizations and attacked the Western regions together, then I would not be able to defend them.
Wen once declared war on the Central Asian countries, believing that he had the ability to block the Central Asian coalition forces. This time, he added the Chagatai Khanate, the Ogodai Khanate, and the Subutai army. Wen also directly confessed that his Western region, the Protectorate, was unable to resist.
Su Fengyan is stationed in the Yumen Pass area to support Huan at any time and cut off the connection between the Mongolian cavalry in the Western region and the Mongolian cavalry entering Monan.
Chu Tian placed his ally Su Fengyan at Yumen Pass as a barrier between the Western regions and the Central Plains to conduct mobile operations.
No problem.
Su Fengyan originally wanted to recapture Liangzhou, but when the Han Empire faced many powerful enemies, he chose to be loyal to the Han Empire and temporarily put aside his grudges with Lao Qin. Jiujiu Lao Qin retained Su Fengyan's remaining forces and achieved his goal.
Xixia may appear in my territory.
The enemies faced by Zhejiang Lao Qin may include Xixia. He annexed part of Bingzhou's land, and Xixia forces may appear in this area.
Khitan and Jurchen may appear in Liaodong.
Mingguan also faces difficulties. Chu Tian is also inevitable. After he captures Yuzhou, the enemies he faces may include mixed nomadic civilizations such as Xianbei, Ruren, Turks, Xiongnu, and Mongolia. These nomadic civilizations will also threaten Lao Qin, Mingguan, Prince Yin, and others to some extent. For the northern princes, this time it was a full-scale war.
According to the system's national war forecast, these civilizations will appear one after another within 3 years, and will not come all at once. So we still have time. It is best if a barbarian civilization appears and eliminates it immediately. Otherwise, if they pile up, there will be big trouble.
Chu Tian pointed out a very important point. The princes of the Han Empire may have to experience the threat from the nomadic tribes in the north, like the rulers of the past dynasties. If they are not careful, it will be the fate of the western Jin, northern Song, and southern Ming.
As for the princes in the south, if they want to get rewards, they can send troops to the north to help in the battle, and our teleportation array is open to them.
The pressure on the Han Empire mainly came from the north, and the barbarian forces in the south were weaker. In order to gather the power of the Han Empire, the teleportation array on the northern frontier was open to the southern princes. There are rewards for national wars, so in order to obtain rewards, the princes in the south should also consider sending legions to support the north. If you want to get rewards, you have to pay the corresponding price. Zhejiang Lao Qin asked.
Prince Yin, you blocked the Boru army from entering Hatao. What was the result?
Prince Yin shook his head.
Monk Wanyan Chen's Zhongxia army repulsed us. They have successfully arrived in Hatao and joined the Muwali army. Monk Wanyan Chen is with Temujin and Jin Wushu. Wanyan Zonwang and others have all been recruited by us. The Jurchen forces have nothing to fear.
A group of princes discovered that the mighty generals of the Jin kingdom had been carved up. So even if the Jin kingdom appeared, it would only be a weakened Jin kingdom. As long as Mobei, Monan, Liaodong, Hatao, Tianshan and other areas are occupied, any civilization that appears can be suppressed immediately until the end of the Fourth National War and the crisis is overcome. This was the plan of the princes of the Han Empire, to suppress it directly with force. You can even capture generals from Mongolian, Khitan, Jurchen, Xixia, Turkic and other civilizations, and let them serve for you. You may also obtain special units, such as the Qingshu Army, the Xiongxia Army, the Iron Kites, the Xiongnu Condor Shooters, and the Shanyu Guards. The Fourth National War is not only lish difficulty, but also a rare opportunity to destroy a civilization, capture its generals, and obtain its army.
It would be best to capture Temujin alive.
Chu Tian proposed an idea. The other princes were all moved. This idea was too crazy. Zhejiang Lao Qin concluded.
We still have almost half a year of preparation time. During this period, we will focus on defense and reconnaissance, and find out the way to attack Mobei. After the national war began, the army went northward and swept away all the civilizations that appeared. Fight to Mobei, set up a teleportation array in Mobei, and incorporate Mobei into the Empire's territory. After conquering Mobei, we will then conduct a western expedition according to the situation. Defeat the Khanate in the western regions, and relieve the siege of the western region's protectorate.
The princes discussed the defense of the northern border fortress and planned the crusade against Mobei. They did not leave the western region protectorate until 3 days later. Huan asked before Chu Tian left.
The teleportation arrays of the western region protectorate and the Grand Duchy of Moscow can be used.
And you can go directly to St. Petersburg. Why don't you take a look at Ekaterina? Why should I go see her?
Chu Tian believed that by going to St. Petersburg, he was undoubtedly cheating. So he was not interested in Huan's suggestion. If Chu Tian knew that he still had a son in St. Petersburg, he probably wouldn't think so. In a flash of white light, Chu Tian and Dian Wei left. Nyuk said to Huan,
Huan, you should be able to defend the western region.
Right? Huan solemnly said.
During this period, you and your children will temporarily return to Nanzhong to take refuge. The war in the western region may be extremely tragic. I am already prepared to die in the battle.
In the Mongol Empire, after the end of the Third National War, Temujin learned that he was about to become the master of the Fourth National War. So he had already been preparing for the war for more than a year.
Yelu Chukai. Send envoys to contact all the tribes and obey my orders. In August, the expedition will begin. Joki. Go to the Golden Horde and control the local legions.
Jagatai. Go to the Chagatai Khanate. Ajadai. Go to Ajadai Khanate. 2 Lay. Heading to the Ilan Empire. Temujin sent his 4 sons to rule the 4 great khanates, while he personally stayed in Mobei to deal with the most powerful Han Empire. The Mongol Empire's military front will sweep across Europe and Asia. In response to Temujin, not only the 4 great khanates, but also the barbarian civilizations scattered among various civilizations, also wanted to become a separate force and break the existing balance. This is the only chance for the Mongolian cavalry to conquer the world. It turns out that the Great Khan was waiting for this opportunity. Even as Temujin's prime minister, Yelu Chukai did not know that Temujin would become the big boss of the 4th National War. Temujin did not mention it to anyone, but made preparations in secret. When the 4th National War begins, he will conquer the world as a hegemon. War Eagle soared over the military tent, and Temujin looked to the south. Anywhere covered with green grass will become my horse-herding land. Chapter 533 4 Legions. During the National War, we will suspend the war for the time being. I will not take advantage of others' danger, and the mountainous terrain here is not easy to suppress. After learning about the situation of the 4th National War, Yangzhou Mutanke stopped fighting with Chu Tian. You can attack Mobei with all your strength. Soon, Yang Shilang and Shua Tang from Jingzhou also took the initiative to cease war with Chu Tian. The northern princes were under tremendous pressure, while the southern princes, in order to allow the northern princes to use all their strength to destroy the Mongol Empire, temporarily put aside their grievances with the northern princes. It is not a fun thing for the capital of the Han Empire to be captured. The rule of any prince in the Han Empire is countless times better than the rule of Temujin. Players' minds are many times more advanced than Temujin's, and they tend to favor enlightened systems when ruling. Nomadic civilizations rule the Central Plains and may regard the Central Plains people as inferior humans. Tong Kai and Yang Shilang in the south said that Tang gave up fighting with the northern princes, and Chu Tian could dispatch some of the generals deployed in the south to Yuzhou, Bingzhou, and Jizhou. Zhang Liao and General Yang from Hefei, Chao Ren from Hulao Pass, Wei Wuji and Gui Jia from Xuchang can all go north. Chu Tian plans to adjust the existing framework, especially the reorganization of the Legion. The original formation of 1 Guards Corps, 1 Fubo Corps and 10 main force regiments may no longer be applicable during the expedition to Mobei. To fight against the Mongol Empire, the most reliable unit was the cavalry. Yuzhou, Bingzhou, and Jizhou are the main military towns. They can each set up a large legion to cooperate with each other to conquer Mobei. Yuzhou Army, led by Wei Qing, has 4 legions under its jurisdiction. The Yulin Legion, led by General Wei Qing and Deputy General Gong Sun Ao, has a full strength of 20,000 Yulin Guards and 30,000 light cavalry. The Tiger and Leopard Corps, led by General Cao Cao and Deputy General Cao Chun, has a full strength of 15,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry, 5,000 Tiger cavalry, and 10,000 Leopard cavalry, and 25,000 heavy cavalry. The Speedy Legion, led by General Su Rong and Deputy General Xia Huyuan, has a full strength of 30,000 light cavalry. The Defensive Legion, led by General Zhou Yafu and Deputy General Li Guang, had a full strength of 10,000 Shiliu Battalion, 10,000 light cavalry, including Li Guang's cavalry, and 60,000 low-level infantry, including heavy infantry, chariots, and crossbows. The total strength is 200,000, mainly cavalry. Yu Fei is the commander-in-chief of the Bingzhou Army and has 4 legions under his jurisdiction. The Beiwei Army, led by General Yu Fei and Deputy General Zhang Xian, has a full strength of 8,000 Beiwei Army. Yuejia Army 12,000 Front Army. Yuejia Army's Wa Army 12,000. A total of 32,000 high-level arms. The Invincible Legion, led by General Yang Yi and Deputy General Yang Yanzhao, has a full strength of 8,000 Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, 10,000 light cavalry, and 20,000 heavy cavalry, totaling 38,000 people. The Majestic Legion, led by General Zhang Liao and Deputy General Hu Sanyang, has a full strength of 8,000 Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry and 22,000 light cavalry, for a total of 30,000 cavalry. The Military Soldier Corps, led by General Wei Wuji and Deputy General Pang Wan, has a full strength of 20,000 Wei soldiers, 5,000 Jingchu warriors, and 55,000 low-level infantry, including heavy infantry, chariots, and crossbows. The total strength is 180,000, including both infantry and cavalry. Jizhou Army, led by Lu Yi, has 5 legions under its jurisdiction. The offensive legion will be led by Lu Yi, with deputy generals Lu Jin and Zhu Yi, and will have a full strength of 10,000 Yinjia, 20,000 cavalry, including heavy cavalry, and 50,000 infantry, including heavy infantry, chariots, crossbows, and dead soldiers. The Thorn Regiment, led by Feng Yi and Deputy General Zhang He, has a full strength of 5,000 Euphorbia soldiers, 5,000 soldiers, 10,000 light cavalry, and 30,000 infantry, including heavy infantry, chariots, and crossbows. The Iron Wall Legion will be led by Chao Ren, and its deputy will be Man Chong, with a full strength of 10,000 cavalry and 40,000 infantry. The Montenegrin army, headed by Zhang Yin and with no deputy generals, has a full strength of 10,000 cavalry and 40,000 infantry, mainly light infantry and crossbows. Also known as the Mountain Army. The Qinzhou Army, with its main general Eugene and no deputy generals, has a full strength of 10,000 cavalry and 40,000 Qinzhou troops. The total strength is 280,000, mainly infantry. Asterisk Niu Gao, Shui Wanche, Xiao Dun, Chao Hong, Li Dian, Zhou Tsang, Zhang Ba, Sun Quan and others are among the 3 major legions, or are used for local defense. Only deputy generals are listed above. Several great advisors have not yet been assigned. The last legion is still an independent guards legion, only obeying the orders of Chu Tian. In the guards corps, Chu Tian is the commander-in-chief and Xiao Liang is the deputy commander-in-chief. Because the legions under the guards corps were relatively small, Chu Tian conducted a series of integrations of the legions within the guards corps and merged them into larger legions. After the territorial scope is expanded, we cannot be as petty as before, but must have the concept of a large army. The 5 schools of the Northern Army still retain their establishment, with Chu Tian personally serving as the chief general, and the 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army serving as the generals who charge into the battle, namely Shuzhou Wushuang General Mi Feng, Beihai Iron Hammer Wuanhua. Yinzhou brothers Lu Kuang and Lu Xiang surrendered after pacifying Hebei. Lingling has tens of thousands of enemies against Xingdurong, as well as the newly joined Wuchao Wine Ferry Chunuqiong. There are 6 members of the 5 tigers of the Northern Army, and there seems to be nothing wrong with them. Then came the Praetorian Guards Heavy Cavalry Corps. The Imperial Guard Heavy Cavalry is composed of several high-level heavy cavalry, including the Huban Army, led by Tai Shirzi, with a full strength of 3,000 men. The Xiliang Iron Cavalry, led by General Hua Xiong, with a full strength of 1,000 men, and the Xuanjia Army Cavalry, with a full strength of 800 men. People, 400 each for Yu Qigong and Cheng Yao Jin. In addition, there are 25,200 low-level heavy cavalry, for a total of 30,000 heavy cavalry. Although the strength of the Guards Heavy Cavalry Corps is not too large, there are only 30,000 heavy cavalry, but the combat power may be extremely powerful. A charge of 30,000 heavy cavalry, with the Huban Army, Xiliang Iron Cavalry, and Xuanjia Army Cavalry as the vanguard, can easily destroy an army of 200,000 people. The 3rd Legion is the Shinji Battalion and the detachment of women, led by General Xiao Liang and Deputy General Li Xiaoning. The full strength is 5,000 Shinji Battalion, 10,000 detachment of women, and 20,000 heavy infantry, for a total of 35,000 people. The Shinji Battalion is a firearms unit. Although the armor-breaking power of firearms can threaten almost any heavy cavalry, its own melee capabilities are weak. If paired with Li Xiaoning's detachment of women and 20,000 heavy infantry, the possibility of surviving on the battlefield will be greatly reduced. Rise significantly. The 4th Legion is the Women's Legion, led by Hua Mulan and Deputy Generals Liang Hongyu and Mu Guiying. Chu Tian thought for a long time and decided to separate Mu Guiying from the Invincible Legion and place her in the Women's Legion. As long as the Women's Legion and the Invincible Legion are on the same battlefield, Mu Guiying can still get the bonus of Yang Family General. If Family Hua, one of the 4 major heroines, is gathered in the future, Mu Guiying can get 2 bonuses at the same time. At full strength, the Women's Legion consists of 10,000 Iron Eagle Scouts, 10,000 Jianyan crossbowmen, 5,000 infantry armored heavy infantry, 10,000 low-level crossbowmen, and 10,000 low-level heavy infantry. It is a mixed army. The overall combat power is amazing. The 5th Legion is the White Robe Legion, with Chen Qingji, Shui Rengui, and Zhao Yun as generals. Its full strength is 7,000 white robes, 5,000 Tang Dynasty archers, and 3,000 white horse righteous followers. In addition, there are 30,000 light cavalry. A total of 45,000 light cavalry. The White Robe Legion was originally the main army. In order to strengthen the combat power of the Guards Legion, Chu Tian incorporated the White Robe Legion into the Guards Legion to strengthen the Guards Legion's combat power, and at the same time check and balance with other main army legions. Chu Tian's principle of setting up legions is also very simple. The Guards Legion has more generals, troops and high-level arms than the main legions. However, the 4 main legions together have a much stronger combat power than the Guards Legion, so they will not strong trunks and weak branches. The 6th Legion is the Servant Legion. The leader of the Servant Legion will be Joan of Arc, and the deputy will be King Arthur Artoria. For no other reason than Joan of Arc has been following Chu Tian for a longer time. The number of servants is not fixed. It mainly depends on how many prisoners of war can be incorporated into the servants. Currently, there are about 100,000 people. Joan of Arc mainly commanded the infantry and crossbowmen of the Servant Legion, while King Arthur mainly commanded the cavalry of the Servant Legion. Chu Tian roughly counted the strength of the Guards Corps. Among them, there are 15,000 from the 5 schools of the Northern Army, 30,000 heavy cavalry of the Imperial Guard, 35,000 from the Summer Legion, 45,000 from the Women's Legion, 45,000 from the White Robe Legion, and 100,000 from the Servant Legion, for a total of 270,000. The Guards Corps is still the regiment with the highest combat power, and has many combat options. The 4 major legions together have millions of troops. This is a regular corps. In addition, there are some local defense corps, Yuzhou, Jizhou, and Bingzhou, which are located at the forefront of the north, have become military towns. Under the large army, there are also tens of thousands of state defense corps. Huainan, Hulao, and other places still station troops ranging from tens of thousands to 100,000 to guard against other princes. Although some princes in the south promised not to take the initiative to invade during the Fourth National War, they must not harm others and must be on guard against others. The State Defense Corps is named according to each state and is filled with second and third line troops. Its main task is to maintain law and order. After reorganizing the army, Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Now he is more comfortable commanding operations. If he wants to conduct a large-scale battle, then he only needs to deploy the 3 legions of Wei Qing, Yu Fei, and Lo Yi. In actual combat, Chu Tian only commanded the 6 legions of the guards. Even at the tactical level, Chu Tian only needed to command the 5th School of the Northern Army and the 2 legions of the guards heavy cavalry, because Chu Tian's commander value could not be provide bonus for 270,000 troops. Sometimes, Chu Tian can also incorporate the White Robe Legion into the troops he personally commands, directly providing bonuses to the White Robe Legion's cavalry. Chu Tian's characteristics are quite terrifying for cavalry, which is why he transferred the White Robe Legion into the Guards Legion. In addition to the 6 legions under the Guards Corps, there are also Dian Wei's 500 Tiger Guards, 8th level heavy stepping troops, as well as a group of escorts composed of bronze, silver, gold, and diamond level generals. In addition to the 4 major legions, Chu Tian set up a separate navy and still retained the Fubo Legion. But the number of the Fubo Legion was expanded to 100,000, with Zheng Jilong and Su Sheng as generals, and Yu Yunwen, who was capable of both literary and martial arts, as the naval supervisor. Chu Tian is not very confident about the navy. If the navy goes out independently, it will be a tricky thing, because Chu Tian only has 1 navy and cannot use Loyal Navy to attack the traitorous navy. Let Yu Yunwen serve as the supervisor, and you can be optimistic about Zheng Jilong, the Pirate King, as a legendary naval hero of the Goryeo Kingdom. Yi Sunshin would not surrender easily before the fall of the Goryeo Kingdom. Therefore, Zheng Jilong could not subdue him, and could only continue to imprison him until the Goryeo Kingdom was destroyed before trying to subdue Yi Sunshin. If Yi Sunshin is willing to surrender, then Chu Tian can split the Fubo army into 2 to 3 armies for checks and balances. Decentralization of powers, checks and balances, are needed in any era. Even if the 1st and 2nd Army commanders remained loyal to Chu Tian could not guarantee that the 3rd and 4th Army commanders would still be loyal to Chu Tian or his successors. Loyalty can only be guaranteed by the system. Lord, eat. It's time to eat. Emperor Rufu became the #1 maid in the Lord's palace, but she was still quite shy. The rules of the Lord's mansion are also very strange. Dining is not called dining, but eating. Chu Tian glanced at Emperor Rufu. whose face was blackened by cooking smoke. She was always quite clumsy when doing trivial tasks. Chu Tian didn't even think about it. Emperor Rufu was a princess of the Song dynasty. She was usually well-dressed and well-fed. So how could she do such heavy work? Chu Tian came to the backyard and found that it was already a bit busy. Even Joan of Arc had moved in. You don't have to do these servant things from now on. Let's sit down and eat together. Xiao Lian always felt that something was wrong with Chu Tian treating Princess Rufu as a maid. So he also attracted Emperor Rufu to his camp. Now the entire harem has become Xiao Liang's supporters. And the position of the main palace is unshakable. In the next 6 months, we will try to keep all major legions at full strength. I estimate that by August, 70% to 80% full strength will be good. Chu Tian still puts the reorganization of the legion first. Each legion rarely reaches full strength. Even if it does, after a large-scale battle, the entire legion will most likely suffer heavy losses and be short of men again. Hua Mulan participated in the Battle of Mabe and knew that Chu Tian and other princes of the Han Empire planned to attack Mabe. If we attack Mabe, we can send troops from Bingzhou and Yuzhou at the same time, just like Wei Qing and with Yubing's Battle of Mabe. Not only that, we can also send troops from Liaodong, Atao, Lianhou, and the western regions at the same time. The troops can be divided into 6 routes to sweep Mabe and incorporate Mabe into the Empire's territory. Mabe should be our territory. Chu Tian was quite confident in pacifying Mabe. This time, all the princes in the north have been mobilized. According to the plan, the troops will be divided into 6 groups to sweep away the nomadic civilization in the north, striving to suppress all the nomadic civilizations that appear, and divide their populations, generals, and troops. Although the rise of the barbarians posed a great threat to the Han Empire, it also meant opportunities. If the Han Empire can digest the nomadic tribes, its strength will greatly increase. This national war is somewhat similar to the great integration of civilizations in history, Xiao Lian said with a smile. My husband is not going to let us go on an expedition again. Is he? Chu Tian shamelessly sat down and said, Of course. Some of you are the commanders of the legion, so you should do your part. More than half of Chu Tian's guards corps are controlled by these few absolutely loyal people in front of him, which is equivalent to having the guards corps firmly in his hands. Naturally, I have to take them with me on this expedition. Then who will take care of the 2 children? Xiao Yuan, why don't you come? Xiao Lian arranged for Emperor Rufu to manage the backyard. Among the women here, only Emperor Rufu can't fight, and she can't even do odd jobs. Emperor Rufu waved her hands repeatedly. Me? I'm just a maid. I can't do these things well. Chu Tian found that Emperor Rufu seemed to be too deeply involved in the drama, and really regarded herself as a maid who could be bullied. A maid can also be turned into a concubine. During this time, you learn to take care of them. Maybe the Lord will give you a special reward when you come back. Xiao Liang seduces Emperor Rufu, who immediately blushes. It turns out that she still has a chance to break away from her status as a maid. Chu Tian's face turned a little pale. If the harem grows more and more, even if Hua Tua teaches him 5 animal opera and Wang Tianju to strengthen his body, it will be too much. A few days ago, Xiao Liang recruited Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc at the same time, almost killing Chu Tian. It seems that in the future, I will go to see the miracle doctor Hua Tuo and ask for more prescriptions for strengthening my body. Chu Tian muttered secretly. Chapter 530 for the arrival of Jurchen Shixia. Ding! The 4th National War, the rise of the barbarians, will start in August. Large cities, or giant cities bordering each civilization, and the barbarian forces will open world teleportation arrays. Some civilizations that do not border the barbarians can teleport their legions to those who resist the barbarians. Be at the front and get points. Legions that use the world teleportation array are not allowed to break out into war with civilizations that activate the world teleportation array. They are regarded as holy alliances. Legions that actively attack their allies will be punished by the system. When some civilizations had headaches because they did not border with barbarians, the system quickly issued follow-up announcements. For example, the Japanese shogunate is surrounded by the sea and has a single civilization. It lacks the threat of barbarians and cannot gain points. Now that the world teleportation array is activated, the Japanese civilization can also send legions to the large cities, or giant cities, where the world teleportation array is activated to brush up points. The premise is that they can defeat Genghis Khan, The cities that opened the World Teleportation Array in the Eastern Han Dynasty include Monan Dragon City, Shanggu County, Dai County, Yinmen County, Dunhuang County, and other border counties. Japanese daimyo can also send legions to reinforce these counties. They were not there to help the Han Empire, but to gain points. In Japan, Chinzhou City, Oda Nobunaga summoned the daimyo who were loyal to him. Oda Nobunaga has a vague tendency to unify the 4 Japanese islands. After all, the 4 Japanese islands only have 20 to 30 million people. After several years of fighting, and the support of a large number of players and ancient military generals, Oda Nobunaga now has the tendency to unify. It's indeed a bit slow. However, Takeda Shinjin and Yasuji Kenshin are still resisting tenaciously. There are at least dozens of daimyo and hundreds of generals under Oda Nobunaga. Chief Military Advisor Takanaka Hanbei said, "Don't act rashly. We will wait until the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire are consumed. Both sides will lose. Then we will participate in the conquest. We can not only gain points, but also consume the elites of the Han Empire. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Exactly. A group of wily retainers agreed with Takanaka Hanbei's proposal. Especially the foreign retainers. They knew very well that Genghis Khan Temujin could defeat Oda Nobunaga on the grassland. Speaking of which, historically, after the Mongol Empire conquered Korea, it organized 2 expeditions against Japan. Both times, the ships were destroyed by hurricanes at sea and returned without success. Many Song troops, who surrendered to the Yuan dynasty, were defeated in these 2 expeditions. Killed in action. People in Japan call hurricanes divine winds to protect Japan. This is the origin of the divine wind in Japanese civilization. This time, however, it was different from the Mongolian expedition to Japan. The place where Temujin appeared was the prairie. On the prairie, the Japanese cavalry will be crushed by the Mongolian cavalry. The only legion that Japan can use is the Iron Artillery team. But if the Iron Artillery team is thrown onto the grassland and faced with the Mongolian cavalry, which can easily number hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands, the whole army will definitely be annihilated. There is no doubt that the whole army will be wiped out. Therefore, when Takanaka Hanbei came up with the military strategy, Yellow Bird, Irin Bonus fully recognized it. The military strategy of Yellow Bird comes from the Eastern Han dynasties. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole follows behind. Takanaka Hanbei added to his plan. There are 3 rewards in total. You can give up the first reward. The conflict between the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire will be extremely tragic in the first year, with both sides suffering casualties and millions of corpses. In the second year, waiting for the opportunity, if the Mongol Empire has declined, we will send troops. Otherwise, we will still cause a bloody blow to the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire. In the third year, both sides must have exhausted their strength, and we can get the reward for the third year. The Japanese players present secretly thought that they were indeed Zhuge Liang of the Japanese warring states period. Although Takanaka Hanbei's strategy is a bit insidious, it is the best choice for the Japanese shogunate, which is not as powerful as the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire. The Han Empire had a large population, at least 2 to 3 billion. After the common people settled down, there was a birth wave every year, with tens of millions more people added. The population of Japan is only 1/10 of that of the Han Empire, with only 1 million new people added every year. It cannot compete with its national power, and can only use the powerful Mongolian Empire and other nomadic civilizations to consume the Han Empire. From Japan's point of view, Takanaka Hanbei's military strategy was beneficial without any harm. Although the population of the Mongol Empire was not that of Japan, the Mongol Empire was not a farming civilization, and its war mobilization rate was much higher than that of Japan, which was a farming civilization. As long as the Mongol Empire is young and strong, they can participate in expeditions. Therefore, with a population of 10 million, they can piece together 1 million cavalry, while the Japanese can piece together a few 100,000 infantry at most. Oda Nobunaga acquiesced to Takanaka Hanbei's suggestion. Trick Takeda and Yasuji into attacking the Mongolian Empire, causing it to be severely damaged. I'll wait for the oriole behind. Oda Nobunaga supplemented the military strategy of military advisor Takanaka Hanbei, and framed Takeda Shinjin and Yasuji Kenshin by the way. After the Oda family's conspiracy ended, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Shimazue Takahisa, Hojo Ujiyasu and other daimyo left Chinzhou City, and still made preparations for the unification of Japan. No one can stop Oda Nobunaga from reunifying. Shimizu Takahisa represents the forces of Kyushu Island. Oda Nobunaga has defeated the Chosogabe Motoken, who was entrenched in Shikoku Island, forcing the Chosogabe Motoken to surrender. At present, the situation in Japan tends to be unified and unstoppable. Honshu Island, the most populous island in Japan. Oda Nobunaga occupied Mino, Gyeonggi, Ki Peninsula and other places with a large population. Tokugawa Ieyasu and Hojo Ujiyasu were allies with him. Among Oda Nobunaga's enemies, Takeda Shinjin seems to be ill. Mori Jin is old. And Yasuji Kenshin is alone. Oda Nobunaga also acquired a group of Jinji generals such as Minamoto Yoshitsune. No daimyo was Oda Nobunaga's opponent. Even though Yasuji Kenshin was called the military god of Japan, he was still suppressed by Oda Nobunaga in the face of the gap in national power and the number of generals. Japan is moving toward unification. And the largest daimyo, Oda Nobunaga, implements the Yellow Bird military strategy. And everything is carried out in secret. In the Goryeo Kingdom. In the plains around Kaijing. Mingguan, the Hussar general of the Han Empire, went south again. And the Liaodong army was like a wolf and a tiger. Mingguan wanted to completely destroy the future troubles of the Goryeo Kingdom before the barbarians rose. Otherwise, Cui Zishan, the lord of the Goryeo Kingdom, might launch a sneak attack from behind. Cui Zishan was also a ruthless man. Under the pressure of Mingguan, he relied on the insurrectionary army to attack Mingguan's grain roads one after another, making Mingguan taste the pain of guerrilla warfare. For this reason, Mingguan razed 2 cities of Goryeo. But Cui Zishan was still resisting with all his strength. Jin Wushu's 300 iron pagodas attacked the Goryeo army's formation head-on. Li Chunggui, the commander of the Goryeo crossbow corps, ordered the army to throw a rain of arrows. The dense rain of arrows fell, making the sound of iron collisions. But the damage to the iron pagoda was very limited. Unless the distance is shortened, it is difficult for ordinary crossbows to penetrate the iron pagoda's armor. Jin Wushu broke into the Goryeo army, slashed and chopped with his golden bird axe. And the Goryeo heavy infantry was killed like a piece of grass. 300 iron pagodas crushed past, and the heavy cavalry wrapped in the iron tower only showed a pair of fierce eyes. The bones in their hands were smashed by the hammer. And the Goryeo heavy infantry often suffered skull fractures and died in horrific circumstances. The Iron Buddha too, which once caused the princes of the Han Empire to suffer, turned into a sharp butcher's knife in Mingguan's hands. Although Iron Buddha 2 lacks the 100% bonus of the system, it still has the aura of the whole army of Mingguan, as well as the bonuses of official positions and military books. The degree of weakening is not as exaggerated as 100%. When the Goryeo army encountered Taifutu and the eager Jin Wushu, it turned into a one-sided massacre. Mingguan first ordered Obai to lead the heavy infantry to fight hand-to-hand, and then used cavalry to attack the enemy's formation, which was often successful. Sometimes, Mingguan relied on his superior force, and even personally led the heavy cavalry to attack the Korean army. And he was invincible, facing Mingguan's simple and crude heavy infantry and heavy cavalry tactics. Cui Zishan was defeated repeatedly, and Mingguan was helpless. When Cui Zishan saw the Korean army lying dead everywhere, he couldn't help but shook his head. Even if we fight in the plains and Mingguan hundreds of times, we are still defeated. Only by leading them to the mountains, luring them to attack the mountain cities, and then cutting off their food routes can we defeat them. It's possible to defeat it. Just possible. Mingguan and Yao Guangxi were observing the entire battlefield and said to Yao Guangxiu, Kaijing, the capital of Goryeo, will be captured by me soon. King Li Chunggui is a good arch-hero. He has caused me a lot of losses. I want to surrender. He is a general, but he doesn't know how to be a military advisor. Can he have a good strategy? Li Chunggui, a general of the Goryeo Kingdom, usurped the throne of Goryeo at the end of the Yuan dynasty and established the Li dynasty of Korea. He was a rare imperial hero of the Goryeo Kingdom. The Goryeo Heroes panel is inflated. The existence of Li Chunggui caused a lot of trouble to Mingguan. Otherwise, Mingguan's conquest of Goryeo might not have been so laborious. Yao Guangxi was dressed in black robes and was one of the top counselors. He answered all questions. As far as I know, Li Chunggui has always been ambitious and unwilling to be subordinate to others. If Cui Zishan was the leader of the Goryeo Kingdom and had hundreds of thousands of troops, then Li Chunggui does not dare to rebel. But now that we have opened the capital, Cui Zishan only has less than 1/3 of the territory. As long as he is lured with favors, Li Chunggui will definitely come to surrender in less than 30 days. Ha! Very good.
Mingguan was in a good mood because of Yao Guangqi's words. There are only a few imperial heroes in the Goryeo kingdom. Li Chunggui can be the founder of the Li family's Joseon, so he naturally has some abilities. And, Lord, Li Chunggui is not an emperor, but a general of Goryeo who can be recruited by others. However, as Yao Guangqi said, Li Chunggui is ambitious.
Urgent report.
Just as Mingguan was about to clean up the battlefield, a messenger from the Heilongjiang Basin came to report urgently.
What's the matter? According to several generals who are attacking the tribes in the Heilongjiang River Basin, they have been guarding the north and have not appeared. There are also lords north of Liaodong. An unknown cavalry appeared in the Heilongjiang River Basin and attacked the city. Unknown cavalry.
Mingguan's expression was solemn. The appearance of this cavalry was probably related to the
rise of the barbarians
in the Fourth National War.
Is it a Jurchen?
Mingguan thought of a lost civilization, Wan Inaguda, which appeared in the Heilongjiang River Basin.
It's really not a worry.
Mingguan exhaled heavily when he saw Cui Zishan's remnants retreating into the mountains. The Jurchen civilization appeared within his sphere of influence, and he almost had to suppress the Jurchen civilization on his own. The location of the Heilongjiang River Basin is also north of Liaodong. The area is cold, especially in the cold winter, making it difficult to use troops.
I'll leave this place to you, sir. If you make Li Chunggui betray Cui Zishan through a plan of alienation, you can make a great contribution.
Mingguan handed over the guarding of Goryeo to Yao Guangqiu and several generals, but did not take the opportunity to destroy Cui Zishan's forces because Yao Guangqiu wanted to use a divorce plan. Yao Guangqiu is also a ruthless person, and he only plans to alienate each other, as long as the opponent's military general is ambitious. The success rate is not low.
Please rest assured, my lord, the country of Goryeo has a population of tens of millions. Within 2 or 3 years, we will have an army of 200,000.
Yao Guangqiu assured Mingguan. Mingguan nodded with satisfaction, and then led his army northward, preparing to attack the nomadic tribes that appeared in the Heilongjiang River Basin. The Fourth National War started in August. After calculating the points, Mingguan expected that it would take some time to reorganize the army and recruit servants from the Goryeo kingdom. Then the time left for him to conquer the Heilongjiang Basin is mainly between August and November. He must destroy the Jurchen tribe before the cold winter arrives. Even for Mingguan, this is a huge challenge.
If the opponent is a Jurchen defeated by Wanyan Agu, then it will be quite difficult. Fortunately, Wanyan Zhongwang, Jin Wushu and others are here in our Han Empire.
Mingguan couldn't help but feel grateful in his heart that the Han Empire had just experienced the Battle of Jinkong. Otherwise, with Jin Emperor Wanyan Aguda, plus Wanyan Zhongwang, Wanyan Zhonghan, Wanyan Yanshuk, Jin Wushu, Wanyan Chen Monk and other top military generals of the Jin Kingdom, it would be very laborious for Mingguan to fight alone. It's not that Mingguan really can't defeat Jin Emperor Wanyan Aguda. It's just that in the end, Liaodong may be destroyed, and the final loss will be the national power of the Han Empire. In addition, everything is possible on the battlefield. Even if Monk Wanyan Chen's Zhongxia army launches a surprise attack from the flanks and kills the commander, which directly leads to the collapse of the Liaodong army. After all, Zhao Long was killed in battle by a white-robed military pig. If the commander is the rock of stability, then the general is the sharp knife that creates miracles. In the Heilongjiang River Basin, a 9-foot-long Jurchen leader with sharp eyes glanced at the dozen generals in front of him, and he inevitably had ambitions.
First conquer the many tribes here, then recruit the tribe's troops. Go south to conquer Liaodong, and establish the great Jin Kingdom.
Fuyu and other tribes and players living here discovered that a terrifying Jurchen army was sweeping away the nearby tribes. These tribes had no ability to resist the Jurchen army. After all, they were still in a relatively backward tribal stage. The lords here surrendered to Mingguan, and their troops were meager and unable to resist the Jurchens. Loose tribal alliances are not scary. What is scary is the civilization that has established a centralized system and maintained the barbaric side of the nomadic tribes. They will be the most efficient war machine. In Beatty County of Liangzhou, on the border with Bingzhou, a cavalry regiment appeared and occupied the nearby county. Many players living here fled and took refuge in the prosperous Guanzhong area. Zhoujiang Laoqin couldn't help but remain silent after receiving the report from the governor of Beatty County.
This is the disappeared Xixia civilization. The person who created the Xixia civilization is Li Yuanhao, a Dongxiang man. I didn't expect that the place where Xixia came was Beatty County in Liangzhou. Zhejiang Laoqin seems to have a lot of experience. According to the armor description of the unknown legion in the report, it is basically certain that the Xixia civilization that appears within his sphere of influence is Xixia civilization. Chapter 535 Wei Qing and Jia Farewell. The Jurchens and Xixia have already appeared, but civilizations such as the Huns, Turks, and Rurans have no traces of these tribes discovered by free players yet. Faced with the threat of the rise of barbarians, several large princes shared intelligence among themselves. Each prince has his own means of obtaining information. When the Han Empire faced threats, it was crucial to share some important intelligence. Chu Tian has learned that the Jurchen civilization appeared in the territory of Mingwan, and the Xixia civilization appeared in the sphere of influence of Zhejiang Laoqin. If that was all, Chu Tian might still be able to take pleasure in his misfortune. But this time Chu Tian really couldn't laugh. The Liaodong army of Mingwan and the Guanlong army of Zhejiang Laoqin are extremely combat effective. With the Liaodong County army and the Guanlong army being restrained, it would be quite uncomfortable for Chu Tian to face the Mongolian Empire head-on. Although the army is being expanded to 4 major legions and an army of 1 million, it still needs time to train. Otherwise, when level 10 recruits go to the battlefield, they will be killed. A level 10 5th level unit may not necessarily perform better than a level 100 2nd level unit. After Chu Tian established the 4 major legions, he ordered the commanders of each legion and the legion commanders of the legions under his jurisdiction to train their troops day and night to improve the average level of the legion and enhance the combat power of the legion. Chu Zimu, maybe you should come to St. Petersburg. During the preparations for the war, a message came from Catherine of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. If you don't go, you won't go even if you kill me. Chu Tian always thought that Yekaterina was a pervert. Once he went to St. Petersburg, he would probably be imprisoned by Mao Mei. Although Yekaterina may not necessarily harm him. Maybe Yekaterina likes this bite. Humph. I won't go looking for you either. Don't regret it in the future. Ekaterina ended the conversation. Regret? Chu Tian didn't feel anything at the moment. And Ekaterina had nothing that could threaten him. Increase the scale of mining of Jiaodong gold mines. I need gold mines. The more the better. Expand the scale of trade with Japan. Japan has a lot of silver mine output. It would be great if we could conduct direct trade with the Maori family that rules Awami Ginzan. Japan's Awami Ginzan should be a 9th level silver mountain. It might even be a level 10 silver mountain. Chu Tian has a huge demand for hard currency such as gold and silver. In addition, he asked Miju, who is operating in Japan, to purchase another batch of Tanegashima iron cannons to strengthen Xiaoliang Shinji camp. There are matchlock guns, but the Yongle Shinji battalion still lacks original bronze cannons. Although the bronze cannon is one of the oldest firearms, its power is pitifully small compared to later artillery. But it was still a powerful weapon in the cold weapon era. There is no known civilization that has the ability to produce bronze cannons. Player-made bronze cannons cannot be used. Only bronze cannons produced by the corresponding building can exert their power. Chu Tian once wanted to exchange the national war points for the production drawings of bronze cannons. But the problem was that there was no bronze cannon in the list of redeemable items. Bronze cannons can only be used by specific firearms units, such as the Yongle Shinji battalion, bronze cannons fixed on wooden carts. If there were bronze cannons, and one cannon could blast Temujin away, things would be much simpler. Of course, Chu Tian just thought about it. Even if there were bronze cannons, with the lethality of early solid bullets and black powder, their main function was to shock and destroy the city wall. The efficiency of killing enemies is not high. Mi Zhu, who has been on a mission to Japan, received information about Japan. There are 2 current changes in Japan. First, the trend of unification is more obvious. Second, in Hokkaido in Japan, the barbarian tribe Ezo has become more warlike. But the targets of Ezo's attacks are several daimyo in the northeast. Chu Tian has been secretly monitoring Japan's movements. Judging from the population of Japan, it does not pose much of a threat to the Han Empire. According to the army expansion plan, various generals went to Yuzhou, Bingzhou, and Jizhou to recruit and train troops and take charge of defense. Wei Qing arrived at Longcheng in Monan, and the Yuzhou army was temporarily handed over to Cao Cao. The Monan Lords Alliance has established its own legion. Under extreme war mobilization, the cavalry strength can reach an astonishing 500,000. The territory of the Monan Lords is actually dominated by nomadic tribes, and the mobilization rate for war is not inferior. But the disadvantage of the Monan Lords Alliance is that they are scattered across the Monan Prairie, and the number of cavalry that can be gathered in one place at a time is only 300,000 to 400,000 at most. Wei Qing temporarily commanded a group of Monan cavalry to help the Monan lord stop Zibi's army from going south. In Monan Dragon City, 100,000 Mabe Mongolian cavalry, led by the first Mongolian Gong Zhibe, approached the city. The princes of the Han Empire liked to build cities, even in grasslands like Monan. The existence of Monan Dragon City became a bridgehead that caused Temujin a headache. If the Mongolian Empire wants to bypass Monan Dragon City, it may be attacked from behind by the Monan army. If the Mongol Empire did not take a detour, it would mean capturing this fortified city. The princes of the Han Empire not only built cities, but also defended them. The Southern Song dynasty held out for many years under the offensive of the Mongol Empire. In addition to the emergence of a group of famous generals, it was all related to the strong fortresses of the Southern Song dynasty. In the late Southern Song dynasty, cold weapons were at their peak, and firearms had just been used in the military. The city defenses of the Southern Song dynasty were considered very strong during the cold weapon era. The princes of the Han Empire inherited this spirit of craftsmanship. As long as a city can be built, it must be built airtight. Monan Dragon City blocked the Zibi army. Wei Qing stood on the city wall and looked at the Mongolian cavalry. He wanted to step forward to provoke Zibi, but unfortunately, his Yulin Legion was still recruiting and training in Yuo, and was temporarily unable to fight. Wei Qing currently controls 100,000 cavalry in Monan, mainly low-level cavalry. Monan's 100,000 cavalry came from different lords in Monan, with different equipment and levels. Wei Qing took over temporarily, but he was actually not very comfortable with it. Otherwise, Wei Qing might go out of the city and directly attack the Zibi army. Zibi defeated White Horse Yisong. Even White Horse General Gongsun Zan is no match for him. You must be careful. Huma stayed behind at Longcheng in Monan to remind Wei Qing. Chu Tian sent Wei Qing to Monan Dragon City to resist the Mongolian cavalry of the Zibi army, which gave the Monan lord some peace of mind. As one of Temujin's 4 mastiffs, Zibi cooperates with Subutai, making people fearful. In Monan Dragon City, only Wei Qing can compete with Zibi. There is another person who can stop Zibi, and that is Li Mu, who has arrived at the Hatao plain to contain Mu Huali, one of the 4 cowardly Shui. At present, the two sides have not completely completed war preparations and are only engaged in small-scale frictions. The 200,000 Monan cavalry of the Monan Lords Alliance fought with the Bohu army, one of the 4 cowardly Shui, to the north of Yinshan Mountain. They suffered a small loss because of monk Wan Yenchen's brave fighting. The Bora army and the Muhuali army met in the Hatao plain. 2 of the 4 Chishui were stationed in the Hatao, which shows that Temujin attached great importance to the Hatao. Temujin also regarded the Han Empire as an equal or even more powerful opponent. He believed that it might be possible to defeat the Han Empire only by uniting with other nomadic, fishing and hunting civilizations. A Mongolian scout reported to Zibi in a low voice. There is a cavalry coming from the direction of Yinshan Mountain. Yinshan? It should be the cavalry of the Han Empire that went to intercept Boru. They couldn't stop Boru, so they planned to return to Longcheng. You continue to surround this city under my banner. I personally led a team of cavalry, and they intercepted on their way back. Zibi learned through scouts that Prince Yin, Lu Hu and other Monan lords had returned to Longcheng, so he personally led 30,000 cavalry to attack the Monan army on the way. Wei Qing saw the mobilization of Mongolian cavalry on the city, and calculated the march progress of Prince Yin and other princes. His expression was serious. Prince Yin and others may be defeated. Wei Qing immediately counted the troops and horses. Huma said, I will go with you. On the Monan prairie, Prince Yin, Lu Hu, Gongsun Zan and other princes were defeated. After resting in Yunzhong County, they returned to Monan Dragon City to increase the strength of Monan Dragon City. If Li Mu and the southern Xiongnu in Yunnan County really can't resist the increased strength of the 2 cowardly Shui, there are also the Bingzhou army established by Chu Tian, which can support them at any time. We lost tens of thousands of cavalry, and Boru also lost a lot. Bora and Muhuali joined forces, and Li Mu faced even greater pressure. What Prince Yin was worried about was not the loss of troops caused by the defeat, but the consequences. The 2 famous Zhao generals, Li Mu and Zhao Shi, need to hold back the 2 timid Shui soldiers Mu Huali and Bohu, as well as the loyal and filial army of monk Wan Yanchen. As for the southern Xiongnu, Prince Yin would be grateful to Tan Machi and the Zhongxia army if they didn't give them lives. Mongolian cavalry found ahead, just as Prince Yin and others were returning to the army. The scout cavalry in front reported urgently, interrupting Prince Yin's thoughts. All the troops, fight! After Prince Yin, Gongsun Zan, Lu Hu and other princes gained experience in fighting the Mongolian cavalry. They immediately set up their formations. Approximately 10,000 Mongolian cavalry appeared on the front, forming a snake formation, forming a mighty attack, interfering with the Monin Lord's judgment on the military strength of the GB army. How many cavalry are there? Don't know yet. Lu Hu's cheek retained the scars left by the Zhongxia army, and he looked a bit ferocious, which made him hate the enemy in front of him even more. Lu Hu is a relatively ruthless prince, and he wants to regain his position at this time. The Monin cavalry and the Mabe Mongolian cavalry fought, throwing a rain of arrows. The two cavalrymen tightened their bowstrings, and arrows rained down. Prepare for physical combat. Prince Yin was also stimulated at this time, and thought he had to fight back. So he held a spear, and planned to fight back against the Mabe Mongolian cavalry. There are still more than 100,000 Monin cavalry, rushing towards the Mongolian cavalry like a tide. The war horses galloped, and Di Qing and Gongsun Zan, as the second generals of Monin, took the lead. Even in the Mongolian Empire, the two of them were relatively famous, because they had been opposing Zibi and others for a long time. Temujin, Zibi and others also knew the names of Di Qing and Gongsun Zan. Di Qing wore heavy armor, braved the dense rain of arrows, held a broadsword in both hands, and beheaded a centurion. The centurion on the opposite side was killed before he could react. Gongsun Zan directly broke into the enemy formation with a spear, and the sharp spear penetrated the chests of two Mongolian light cavalry who lacked armor. The Mongolian cavalry attacking the Monin army were quickly defeated and retreated to the rear after a slight contact. Prince Yin had accumulated anger in his heart and had nowhere to vent it. He was about to fight hard, but when he saw that the Mongolian cavalry was easily repelled, he became suspicious. The tactic of luring the enemy is a tactic often used by nomadic civilizations. After all, they have a large number of light cavalry and strong mobility. Don't chase the poor bandits. Prince Yin had a bad premonition, so he immediately asked the scout cavalry to notify the various Monin lords. Suddenly, a cavalry group appeared on the horizon behind the Monin army. This group of cavalry quickly entered a charging state. The iron hooves of the war horses trampled the weeds, and broken grass blades flew from time to time. Zibi led a group of cavalry around to the rear. Thousands of arrows were shot out, and the Monin cavalry fell down in response. The Mongolian cavalry charged into the Monin cavalry and made a quick breakthrough. Sure enough, this is a trap. Prince Yin immediately ordered Di Qing and Gongsun Zan to return to attack Zibi. Zibi led an assault with 20,000 cavalry, cutting in from one corner. Instead of trying to penetrate the thick opposite corner, he chose to cut through the flanks and break through quickly. A Monin cavalryman raised a spear and stabbed the Mongolian cavalry. An arrow shot through his throat, leaving traces of blood. Zibi's war horse was passing by like a strong wind, and the arrow just now was shot by him. Soon, 20,000 Monin cavalry penetrated the flanks of the Monin cavalry and killed 3,000 Monin cavalry, resulting in the rout of the 40,000 Monin cavalry. Zibi adjusted his formation, preparing to penetrate the formation of Monin cavalry again. Prince Yin recalled Di Qing and Gongsun Zan and promptly adjusted their formation to deal with Zhibei's attack. Something happened again. Another cavalry team arrived. This cavalry was also extremely fast. When they entered the battlefield, the target of their attack was Zibi's cavalry. Wei Qing personally bit his bow and shot an arrow, killing a Mongolian cavalry, and led 20,000 Monin light cavalry to come to support. After 1 or 2 rounds of mounted shooting, Wei Qing's cavalry took out their spears, or Huansho swords, and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the GB army. Kill! Lu Hu roared, grabbed a long knife, and killed him. Seeing this, the other Monin princes led their cavalry to go up and kill him. The anger they had accumulated after suffering a small loss in front of monk Wan Yin-chen's loyal and filial army finally exploded. Faced with a flanking attack by 2 groups of cavalry, Zibi was immediately defeated and fled with more than 10,000 remaining troops. Zibi found that he was playing too big. His actions were noticed by Wei Qing, but the result was his failure. If Wei Qing's cavalry had not arrived in time to support him, or if Wei Qing's cavalry had arrived later, perhaps he could have achieved greater results. It is worthy of being one of the double walls of the Han Empire. It makes people feel inexplicably reliable. Seeing that Zibi was defeated by 2 groups of cavalry, Prince Yin chose to retreat. This time he was finally proud. Wei Qing looked at the direction in which Zibi was escaping, and knew that this was a formidable enemy, much more difficult to deal with than the Huns. Let's return to Monan Dragon City.
Prince Yen and others swept the battlefield and obtained a batch of war horses. But the princes of Monan did not lack Mongolian horses. There are actually a large number of Mongolian horses in Monan. The advantage of Mongolian horses is not their explosive power and endurance, but their ease of maintenance and low cost of raising horses. A Mongolian cavalryman may own several war horses at the same time. Chapter 536 Golden Horde. In the Grand Duchy of Moscow, in the Volga River Basin, there was a teleportation array in a large city. A female lord wearing a bicorn hat led a group of guards to the city. The noble lords of the Volga River Basin and the Cossack leaders have been waiting here for a long time. They were restless until the arrival of the Grand Duke, who felt a little relieved. The Grand Duke is still as unattainable as ever, but his words and deeds appear to be extremely capable. Countless European lords and nobles tried to acquire the territory of the Grand Duchy of Moscow through marriage, but all ended in failure.
Grand Duke Catherine of St. Petersburg. The Mongolian cavalry appearing in the lower reaches of the Volga River has become more and more rampant recently. Not only has it frequently expanded to the upper reaches, but it has also sent envoys, asking us to pay tribute to them every year and hand over our subjects to become servants. Military. We are loyal to you, the Grand Duke. We pay taxes and war horses to St. Petersburg every year to provide you with soldiers. Please protect us from the slaughter of barbarians.
A group of East Slavic nobles and Cossack nobles from the Grand Duchy of Moscow sought asylum from Catherine. The Golden Horde has appeared in the Volga River Basin, conquering nearby tribes and becoming more and more powerful. As the Lord of St. Petersburg and the new Grand Duke of Moscow, Catherine was obliged to provide military protection to her vassals. If she were defeated, Her Majesty and the Grand Duchy of Moscow would be completely destroyed, and the Cossacks, as well as some nobles of the Grand Duchy, might choose to seek refuge with the Golden Horde to preserve their power and status. The Golden Horde in history had its largest territory, covering an area of 6 million square kilometers. At that time, the predecessor of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the Rus Principalities, paid tribute to the Golden Horde and became a vassal state of the Golden Horde. Later, after the rise of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, it broke away from the control of the Golden Horde and intensified the decline and demise of the Golden Horde. It can be said that the Golden Horde and the Grand Duchy of Moscow were mortal enemies. Based on the relationship between Yekaterina and Shutian, and the current delicate situation, the Mongolian Empire controls the 4 major khanates, and Yekaterina and Shutian have a common opponent.
I have basically figured out the strength of the Golden Horde. Be prepared for the Golden Horde and prepare for war. In August, we will directly destroy the Golden Horde.
Ekaterina's tone was cold. In the minds of this group of nobles, she was the future Empress of Tsarist Russia, and she was also in charge of the fate of tens of millions of people in the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Catherine brought heroes from the Grand Duchy of Moscow, as well as captured heroes from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and heroes captured from the National War to deal with the threat from the Golden Horde.
The Golden Horde has a huge elite cavalry, which is called the Eldest Son Army. The generals are served by the eldest sons of 10,000, 1,000, and 100 households in Mongolia. There is also a pseudo-Chishua army established in imitation of Genghis Khan's Chishua army. The Golden Horde has among the Khanate. The Mongolian cavalry was only a minority, but the Turks and Bulgars were the real majority. Their country is located in the city of Sarai, located on the lower reaches of the Volga River. As long as Sarai city is captured, the Golden Horde can be disintegrated, or even annexed by the Golden Horde, and our Grand Duchy can be strengthened.
Sophia, serving as adjutant, provided accurate information to Catherine. The Golden Horde also had its own capital, which was different from the Mongol Empire. The Golden Horde can be considered part of the Mongol Empire, but later the Golden Horde became independent.
Let's go meet the cavalry of the Golden Horde.
Catherine led a group of heroes, together with Boyar cavalry, Cossack cavalry, and Polish hussars, to explore the reality of the Golden Horde. During the Third National War, she and Shutian faced Temujin's Chishua army head-on, and were almost attacked by Temujin's Chishua army head-on. But Ekaterina remained undaunted, since even Temujin's cavalry has seen it. It is no big deal to face the Golden Horde, one of the 4 major khanates controlled by the Mongol Empire. A group of cavalry went south along the Volga River, and soon saw the Turkic cavalry. The Mongolian cavalry of the Golden Horde was the main force, but most of the servant troops were made up of the Turkic Kipchaks and Turkmens.
Destroy them!
Catherine drew her sword, and the following cavalry roared out, defeating the Turkic cavalry they encountered.
The Polish hussars have high mobility and defensive power, and can break through the Turkic cavalry head-on. The Turkic cavalry faced not the weak Russian principalities, but the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which was tending to unify. Moreover, the Grand Duchy was transforming into the Tsarist Empire, so it was easily defeated by Catherine's cavalry. Two legendary heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The Don hero Dmitry Donskoy defeated the 200,000-strong army of the late Golden Horde, and the glacier hero Alexander Nevsky defeated the Teutonic Knights. Followed Yekaterina continued south. There are also heroes from other civilizations under Catherine's command, whose status is equivalent to that of Chutian's forces such as Joan of Arc, King Arthur Artoria, Gil and other servant generals. The cavalry led by this group of heroes once again defeated a wandering Turkic cavalry and marched straight into Sarai, the capital of the Golden Horde. The Mongolian cavalry haven't appeared yet. They are the real whip of God. I have a bad feeling. Catherine withdrew her sword and ordered the cavalry to retreat. The Mongolian cavalry was too good at using tactics to lure the enemy deep. Yekaterina had a deep understanding of it during the Third National War, so she smelled the danger. This time she personally took the risk to test the situation. But Catherine only brought 30,000 elite cavalry. Khan! They didn't fall into the trap. They are more difficult to deal with than expected. The Changzi army and Chishua army are already ready to attack. Temujin's eldest son Joki, as well as Joki's sons, Orda, Batu, Birj and others, were waiting for Yekaterina to enter the trap. The Turkic servant armies wandering around are just bait set by Joki and Batu. Once Catherine's cavalry goes too deep, the real main force, the eldest son army of the Golden Horde, and the pseudo-coward Shua army will be dispatched to annihilate them. Catherine's cavalry, and even Catherine would become their prisoners. But Ekaterina foresaw the danger in advance, and only scouted for 200 miles before retreating. A group of powerful Mongolian generals such as Joki and Batu appeared with ambush cavalry, and showed off their power to the cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The Changzi army and the cowardly Shua army are formidable legions. After the Golden Horde's ambush failed, they showed force to the Grand Duchy of Moscow and forced the Grand Duchy of Moscow to surrender. Sophia saw the ambush of the Mongolian cavalry appear, and Ekaterina's premonition of danger allowed them to escape. This is the Golden Horde at its peak. Ekaterina rode a war horse and was not afraid in front of 30,000 cavalry and more than 100,000 Mongolian cavalry. This Golden Horde has surpassed its peak, because when the Golden Horde was established, Shuchi was originally he should be no longer alive. The glacier hero Nevsky suggested to Catherine, "It is better to offer your property and exchange peace with the Golden Horde." Nevsky, appeasement cannot bring peace. Only strong force or a balance of power can bring peace. Catherine was very dissatisfied with Nevsky's proposal to compromise with the Golden Horde. Soon, Joki sent an envoy to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, asking the Grand Duchy of Moscow to surrender to the Golden Horde, pay tribute of property every year, and send tribesmen to join the Golden Horde servant army. At the same time, Joki's second son, Batu, the true founder of the Golden Horde, requested a marriage from Catherine, intending to annex the Grand Duchy of Moscow through common European methods. It was obvious that both Joki and Batu realized that conquering the Grand Duchy of Moscow was not as easy as imagined. In Lords, the current Grand Duchy of Moscow has annexed part of the territory of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It has a population of about 30 to 40 million. It is in a state of total war, and it is not a problem to recruit 1 million troops. It was not easy for the Golden Horde to conquer the Grand Duchy of Moscow. If tens of millions of people can be obtained through marriage, the Golden Horde may surpass the Mabe main body of the Mongol Empire. The current main body of the Mongol Empire, not counting the 4 great Khanates, has only a population of over 10 million. The Grand Duchy of Moscow already has a larger population than the Mongol Empire. The Golden Horde wanted to conquer the Grand Duchy of Moscow and obtain hundreds of thousands, or even millions of servants. Roll. Yekaterina's expression remained stern, and she kicked away the envoy sent by the Golden Horde. With her 89 points of force, it was no problem to kick an envoy away. She even had a child, so it was impossible for her to agree to Batu, who she considered a barbarian. Although the child's father is a scumbag and irresponsible at all, Batu of the Golden Horde was rejected by Catherine. He became angry and formally issued an ultimatum to the Grand Duchy of Moscow to destroy the country. After probably testing the strength of the Golden Horde, Catherine began to mobilize troops to the Volga River. Civilizations such as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Sweden, the sworn enemies of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, had their own barbarians that need to be suppressed. so they can free up their legions at the border to prepare for war with the Golden Horde. Yekaterina was also angered by Joki and Batu. In order to preserve her son's status as the future Grand Duke, the Golden Horde must be destroyed. The Khorasan region of the Persian Empire has been completely reduced to the territory of the Ilkhanate. The fourth son of Genghis Khan Temujin came to the Khorasan region in person to join Hulagu. In addition to Hulagu, Tuolay's descendants include Mengu, Kublai Khan, Ali Buku, Bochua and others. Compared with other descendants of Temujin, the lineup of the Tsitsi Tuolay branch is more luxurious. Tolai has the strongest military ability among Temujin's disciples. The descendants of Tuolay are quite powerful in military capabilities. Mengu, the fourth great Khan of the Mongol Empire, was committed to destroying the southern Song dynasty in Dali. Kublai Khan, the fifth great Khan of the Mongol Empire, destroyed the southern Song dynasty, established the Yuan dynasty, beginning of Sinicization, and made expeditions to Japan, Annan, Kampa, Java and other civilizations. Hulagu, the actual founder of the Ilkhanate, conquered Persia and destroyed the Arab Empire. Ali Bu's brother accused Kublai Khan of being Sinicized and failed to compete with Kublai Khan for the throne. The Persian Empire was in dire straits due to the arrival of Talyui and Talyui's descendants. Among the Tuolay disciples, Hulagu may be the one with the strongest military ability. Tolai was also the leader among Temujin's disciples. This branch of Tolai captured the Khorasan region of the Persian Empire and defeated 100,000 Persian troops. One of the cities resisted tenaciously. After being captured by Tolai, the city was massacred. All Persian Empire players and civilians were horrified. The practice of towing mines frightened the Persians, and they fled from the areas occupied by the Ilkhanate. Some cities did not dare to resist anymore and surrendered to the Ilkhanate. The Persian Empire lost its eastern region, and a group of Persian lords came to the first Lord Ardashir in panic. The empire sent a group of Parthian heavy cavalry and a large number of horse archers. But they were defeated by the Mongolian cavalry, which angered Tuolay. Tuolay massacred the city, and 700,000 people were killed. The tow mine is so ferocious and has great military ability. How can we be its opponent? If we lose, we will all be killed. If we choose appeasement, will Tolai and others let us go? Khorasan is our territory. It was taken away by Tolai and others. If we have to surrender to them, we cannot face the Persian subjects. The Mongolian cavalry has been fighting all the way to the Arabian Peninsula and Egypt. How can we resist it with just our Persian Empire? It is better to join forces with the Arab Empire and the Mamluk dynasty to deal with the Ilkhanate. If our Persian Empire is conquered, the Arab Empire and the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt will not be able to escape. The Arab Empire has always had a bad relationship with us, and joining forces in the last national war has become unbearable. When the lords of the Persian Empire were arguing, Ardashir, the first lord of the Persian Empire, came to the cavalry camp. The cavalry battalion is recruiting the most elite charge cavalry in the entire Persian Empire. The corps of the Iron Torrent Holy Meteor Cavalry. The Holy Meteor Cavalry of the Persian Empire is equivalent to the Chishua army of the Mongolian Empire and the Xuanjia army of the Tang Empire. This will be the most powerful weapon against the Ilkhanate. Anyone who invades Persia, no matter how powerful its country is, will eventually have unfortunate consequences. Ardashir's eyes were fanatical, because he also felt the fanaticism in the eyes of the Holy Fallen Cavalry. A group of fanatical yellow turban soldiers and Arab Empire soldiers have caused headaches to countless people. But the Holy Meteor Cavalry is a group of fanatical high-level armored heavy cavalry. This is what he used to deal with Tuolay, Hulagu, Mengu, and Kubi. Lies trump card. Chapter 537 Emperor Ji and Xiangrui. Since March this year, no county has reported locust plagues or floods. It's really strange. In the Langya Kingdom, Jia Sixi, a representative farmer, served as the Prime Minister of Langya and the agricultural school captain. He found that among the memorials submitted to the Langya Kingdom in Shuzhou by counties, there were no disasters related to locust plagues, floods, and droughts. Because the Eastern Han dynasty covers a vast area, various natural disasters should occur endlessly. Each state and county may experience 1, 2, or even 4 or 5 natural and man-made disasters in a year. However, this year is very unusual. All states and counties are prosperous, and there are no major natural disasters. In Yeqing, Su Yu, who served as the magistrate of Yeqing, discovered that after last year's flood, no large-scale plague broke out in Yeqing, and the public anger caused by the flooding of the city with Jianshui River is gradually disappearing. Medical clinics everywhere claim that their revenue has been cut in half this year. Dianong Xiaowei and Tian Chao from various counties believe that there may be a bumper harvest this year. Huzhou reported that the birth rate has increased by 20 to 30% compared to before. A large number of people who fled to the mountains and forests in Yuo and Bingzhou returned to their former homes, adding millions of people to the population. Chu Tian sat in the pavilion and listened to Zhang Hongyang reporting the news gathered by officials from various places. There is good news in most places, with the economy, agriculture, and population all thriving. Order the supervision department to inspect various places to see if the situation is true. Officials in various places reported good news. But in Chu Tian's opinion, it was not very true. He thought that these local officials reported good news, but not bad news. Bullying can happen at any time, so Chu Tian has to guard against it. Here, Zhang Hongyang agreed and followed Chu Tian's instructions to send special inspection teams to various counties to spot-check the situation in various places to prevent fraud. Emperor Rufa came up with a plate of hot tea. In order to please Chu Tian as much as possible, she was also learning to do things. From a princess to a qualified maid, it took a lot of effort. Emperor Rufa asked timidly, "Master, do you want to rub your shoulders?" Chu Tian nodded, and Emperor Rufa came behind him cautiously. Her craftsmanship is obviously a bit rusty, but she still works hard to make enough food and clothing for herself. Ding! Auspiciousness descends from the sky. The wind and rain are smooth. The crops grow double ears. Sweet springs emerge from the earth, and strange birds and animals appear. Ding! When your territory's blessing value reaches a certain level, the trigger effect is a bumper harvest. From March to October this year, the probability of natural disasters in each county is minus 80%, and grain production increases by 10% to 80%. Ding! Your territory's blessing value reaches a certain level, triggering the effect of population prosperity. From March to October this year, the probability of civilians getting sick is minus 50%. The natural birth rate increases by 25%, and the popularity of the people in each county increases by 1 to 30 points. Wait! The security of each county will increase by 1 to 20 points. Ding! When your territory's blessing value reaches a certain level, the trigger effect is 6 livestock prosperous. From March to October this year, the probability of livestock getting sick is minus 50%, and the slaughter weight increases by 10%. Ding! Your territory's blessing value reaches a certain level, triggering the effect that the people want. From March to October this year, each county's attractiveness to refugees will be plus 50%, and the crime probability will be minus 50%. Ding! When your territorial blessing value reaches a certain level, the martial arts effect will be triggered. From March to October this year, the efficiency of training soldiers and horses will be plus 25%, and the recruitment time will be minus 25%. Ding! When your territory's blessing value reaches a certain level, the trigger effect will be abundant. From March to October this year, the probability of discovering special resources, such as gold mountains, silver mountains, copper mountains, iron mines, hot springs, pastures will increase. A series of prompts caught Chu Tian off guard. He never thought that after the blessing value reached a certain level, there would be a chance that the output of the territory would be greatly increased within a few months. From March to October, both grain production, livestock production, and population size will increase, and there is a probability of discovering special resources. No wonder counties basically reported good news, but not bad news after entering March. The larger the territory, the higher the probability of natural disasters. If no reports of natural and man-made disasters are received every month, Chu Tian thought that the officials below were lying about the disaster. But now it seems that it is probably because of the hidden attribute blessing value. To the effect, during the preparation for the all-out war with the Mongol Empire, the territory was operating at a high speed for several months, and there was a bumper harvest. So there was enough food for the expedition against Mobei. Furthermore, during the auspicious period, the efficiency of training soldiers and horses can be increased by 25%. During the crusade against Mobei, the average level of the legion may be level 40, but it may be able to reach level 50. Such a comprehensive bonus is exaggerated. Emperor Rufu is trying hard to rub Chu Tian's shoulders. If she wants to change from maid to concubine, she must work hard. Suddenly, Chu Tian grabbed her delicate hand, making her subconsciously want to struggle. But her struggle was useless in front of Chu Tian, whose strength had reached 85. When Chu Tian looked at Emperor Rufu again, his eyes were different.
He had always thought that Rufidiji was a vase that couldn't do anything well. But the 5 blessing points she brought to the entire territory had an effect, and the quantitative change finally turned into a qualitative change. Although the effect only lasts for a few months, the effect covers the entire force. Just the increase in grain production is equivalent to an increase in income of several million taels.
My lord, don't be here. There are other maids here.
Emperor Rufa thought that Chu Tian had suddenly become interested in her, so she blushed and struggled feebly.
You don't have to do these chores in the future and let other maids take care of you. If you have time,
just take care of the 2 children.
The more Chu Tian looked at Rufu Emperor, the more he liked her. The first year she came to the Lord's mansion, the whole force showed auspiciousness. Moreover, Emperor Rufu's appearance is not bad at all. But she is also clumsy, weak and easy to bully. Keep it in the Lord's mansion, and spend up to a few hundred taels a year. It doesn't have to trigger the auspiciousness every year. Even if it is triggered once every 10 or 8 years, it will be a bloody profit. Chu Tian's forces have many special buildings that increase the blessing value. And with an Emperor Ji present, the probability of auspiciousness is still high. Relatively speaking, it does not mean that it will definitely appear every year. From what Rufidiji heard, she thought Chu Tian planned to promote her to a concubine. So she hugged Chu Tian from behind.
Ahem.
The arrival of Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan frightened Emperor Rufu into leaving quickly, as if there was a relationship between the maid and the master and they were caught.
I heard from Shuiyu that the Grand Duchy of Moscow has already broken out into conflict with the Golden Horde. That Yeka almost broke out into a war with Joki and Batu of the Golden Horde.
Xiao Liang presented a piece of information.
The Golden Horde was a powerful civilization, and they caused the Principality of Rus to suffer a lot.
Chu Tian knew something about the Golden Horde. Joki was Temujin's eldest son, and Badu was Temujin's grandson. In history, the Mongolian Empire's second western expedition, the Chonsun army, was led by Batu. Batu defeated Hungary and was about to attack Germany when conflicts arose within the Mongol Empire, and he retreated. Otherwise, the main Mongolian force may attack Western Europe. Ekaterina faced a powerful enemy.
There are also the Ilkhanate who appeared in the Khorasan region of Persia, including Tolai, Manga, Kublai Khan, and Hulagu. These people severely damaged the Persian expeditionary army. The Persian Empire may be conquered by the Ilkhanate. Attila, leader of the Huns and king of the Visigoths, is entering the Rhine.
It's not quiet everywhere. Not only is the Han Empire facing threats, other civilizations also have their own troubles.
There is also a very special piece of information.
There seemed to be something wrong with the way Xiao Liang looked at Chu Tian.
Ekaterina of St. Petersburg. Some people suspect that she has given birth to a child. Although Ekaterina claims to be an adopted child, it can't be such a coincidence.
When Chu Tian heard the news, he thought that Ekaterina had taken the initiative to contact him not long ago. It was 9 out of 10.
Humph. You handle this matter yourself. Mulan.
Let's go. Xiao Liang seemed a little angry and left with Hua Mulan angrily. But Chu Tian had a headache, and things were getting serious now. Ekaterina did force Chu Tian during the Third National War. Based on the probability, this son might be hers. Chu Tian asked Ekaterina tentatively.
I'm not your son. Absolutely. Absolutely not.
Ekaterina quickly replied. This year, many civilians claim to have seen auspicious signs such as white deer and auspicious clouds in Suzhou, Yuzhou, Xinzhou, Jizhou, and other places. All counties were prosperous, and grain production increased. 3 more gold mines were discovered in Jiadong. Iron ore was discovered in Yuzhou and Jizhou. Coal mines were discovered in Taiyuan County, Bingzhou, and so on. If it weren't for the war still going on at the frontiers, civilians everywhere might think they were living in peace and prosperity. During this period, various states and counties began to prepare for the imperial examination and recruit talents. This imperial examination focused on recruiting commanders or generals who would lead troops in war. Noble families and common people in all prefectures and counties knew that the Han Empire was preparing to attack Temujin, the separatist force in Mobei, and planned to reintegrate Mobei into the Empire's territory. The scale of the army to conquer Mobei was extremely exaggerated, requiring thousands of military generals, especially the fierce generals who charged on the front lines. A commander may be able to command 10,000 people, but for every 1,000 or 100 people, there must be a general who dares to lead soldiers into battle, which is equivalent to the role of a commander of thousands
or a centurion in the Mongolian Empire. Therefore, this time the imperial examination is mainly based on military examinations. It is planned to recruit thousands of ordinary generals with a strength of more than 50, disperse them into various legions, and serve as low-level officers of each legion. During battles, they will follow the troops to launch attacks without fear of returning home. Perhaps martial arts exercises can also attract some reclusive commanders and generals. Not all commanders and generals are willing to serve the Lord. First of all, they have to see if they are compatible with the Lord. Secondly, for some commanders and generals, their future is not just in the army. For example, the young master Wei Wuji, who relied on his retainers to do business, could still live in Xiaoqing without any worries about food and clothing. There are also some commanders and generals who are not interested in taking up new lordships because the lords they were loyal to before were killed. For various reasons, not all heroes will become officials. Not only Chutian forces, but also Zhejiang Laoqin, Mingwan, Liu Bei, Ta Ke, Yang Sherlang and others will use the imperial examination held once a year to recruit talents on a large scale and eliminate all talents within their sphere of influence.
Zhang Ren is unwilling to surrender to us.
The alien strategist Chen, she returned to Mianju and shook his head. Lu Yan was seriously ill, but Lu Yan's general Zhang Ren planned to support Lu Zheng, which would frustrate Liu Bei's power. Although Zhang Ren has certain military talents, his foolish loyalty is difficult to conquer. Chen Shi could win over a group of Ezhou aristocratic families and accept Liu Bei from outside, but he could not convince Zhang Ren because Zhang Ren was too stubborn.
We have a distinguished guest coming to visit.
Wang Meng attracted Yang Su. Chen Shi's eyes lit up when he saw Yang Su. Yang Su was no longer as high-spirited as before. Zhao Long trusted Yang Su and allowed Yang Su to take over military and political power. In the Battle of Fukuxing, Yang Su was defeated and failed Zhao Long's expectations. Zhao Long was defeated and died. Chen Shi hurriedly said,
General Yang's talents are enough to command 200,000 troops. If we can get General Yang's help, we can help the Han dynasty just around the corner. My master is Bull, and I am a 1,000-mile horse, both of which are indispensable. Today, I cannot be loyal to General Zhua and Lu Xuanda, the shepherd of Yuzhou.
Yang Su rejected Chen Shi's kindness. It was impossible for him to surrender to Liu Bei.
Then why did General Yang come to Mianju? Without him, he gathered his old troops to avenge his old master. That's all.
Yang Su was full of resentment towards Xiao Liang, who commanded the Central Plains army and killed Zhao Long in the Battle of Fukuxing. Although Zhao Long was relatively insidious towards other princes, he was indeed very considerate towards several of his subordinates. Otherwise Shen Pei would not have fought tooth and nail for them. Chen Shi and Wang Meng looked at each other. When Yang Su arrives, the problem becomes more complicated. Originally, when Zhao Long died, Hu Luwang and King Lanling, who were sent by Zhao Long to help Liu Bei, had to rely on Liu Bei. As a result, Yang Su used the teleportation array to escape to Mianju, and wanted to summon his old troops to avenge Zhao Long. Then Hu Luwang and King Lanling would most likely return to Yang Su's tent to obey orders. Yang Su will become a prince like Liu Bei. There are two princes in one power, and the relationship between the two parties is difficult to handle.
Please rest assured, both of you, as long as General Zhua stays with me and avenges me, I can station troops in one place and will never interfere in internal affairs. If necessary, I can be driven by General Zhua.
Yang Su also knew that he had just arrived, and his relationship with Liu Bei was just like the relationship between Zhao Long and Liu Bei, except that the status of the two parties had been reversed. Things are changing. Liu Bei asked the two military advisors.
2 military advisors? What do you think?
Chen Shi said in a low voice.
This is what we have to do for now.
Chen Shi also had to compromise with Yang Su. Yang Su brought a group of remnants, and Hu Luguang and King Lanling returned to Yang Su's power. The quality of their talents was no less than that of Liu Bei. However, Yang Su was both civil and military, and such a talent did not surrender, but chose to become a prince. For Liu Bei, it was difficult to control. And after all, it was a big hidden danger.
If used well, it may be a sharp blade to capture Ezhou and Hanzhong.
Wang Meng was thoughtful.
This time, my lord can open General Zhua's mansion in Mianju to recruit talents.
The general, the hussar general, and the chariot general were taken away by Chu Tian, Mingwan, and Lao Qin respectively. Liu Bei is now only the general of the left. He can only recruit talents in the name of opening the general of the left.
Chapter 538 Sun Bin comes to surrender. Guangzhou. Chang'an City Barracks. A military general was wandering around the city after completing the task of training soldiers and horses. A wandering doctor who practiced medicine in the city stopped him. You? You are? General. Don't you remember? Oh, it's you. Tianji looked at the wandering doctor carefully for a while before he recognized him. Last time I asked the general, chicken head or phoenix tail? The general said, I would rather have phoenix tail. This time, I will take the general to join the general. Can we really escape? All the princes work together to resist the nomadic tribes. Even if the general leaves Guangzhou at this time, the cavalry generals in Guangzhou will not say much. Is there any way to leave Chang'an City? Easy. There are also Gongsun Jie, Tian Kaijiang, and Gaizi. Are you going to take them away? They lack strategy. Taking them away will easily expose their whereabouts. Chutian's forces are preparing for the imperial examination and recruiting talents. Many talented people from Shuzhou, Yanzhou, Yuzhou, Qingzhou, Jizhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou responded and planned to become generals and prime ministers and squeeze into the upper echelons of Chutian forces. There are as many as 1 million applicants for this imperial examination. Among them, there are hundreds of thousands of applicants for the martial arts examination. Only those who have a certain amount of force would dare to take the initiative to sign up for martial arts. Among the applicants, many are free players. This group of free players knew that the northern princes were organizing troops to attack Mabe and suppress the emerging nomadic civilizations. So they responded positively and planned to take advantage of this rare opportunity to become a general. Free players have fully adapted to life in the world of lords, and they see military service as a way to move up the ranks. One general success and 10,000 bones withered. Some players also dream that one day they can be a wolf and live in glory. Many players chose to join the army, and some became generals. Players who did not have enough strength were transferred to high-level arms. For example, a considerable number of soldiers in the Xuanjia army and the Huban army are players. They are proud to join the Legion of High-Level Arms, become part of the Xuanjia army and the Huban army, and possess the characteristics of high-level arms. Some players who cannot survive may become low-level soldiers. Some players who have the opportunity and have a force of more than 60 can become mid to low-level officers. Among them, players with higher command or force values may even become high-ranking generals. I wonder if we will recruit historical figures this time. Chutian attached great importance to the purpose of this imperial examination. In addition to recruiting talents for the territory as before, he also wanted to recruit a group of generals to conquer the Mongolian Empire. The scale of the Fourth National War may be quite tragic, and military officers may even be killed. In the later stages, the scale of the war becomes larger, and the results are often more tragic. In the Battle of Fukuxing, generals such as Xiaolong, Wen Chou, and Gao Long were killed, and Chutian had no chance to complete the achievement of the Burcourt Pillars of Hebei. In the Battle of Yecheng, Shapei was killed. The war will only become more and more brutal. The Golden Horde has 2 elite cavalry, the Changzi army and the Qixu army. I suspect that there is the possibility of mutual reinforcements between the Mongol Empire and the 4 major khanates in Mabe. So we must be careful. Although last time Chutian took the initiative to ask, Ekaterina did not admit that the child was Chutian's. But she has recently resumed contact with Chutian and shared information from time to time. Yekaterina is worried that the current rulers of the 4 great khanates of the Mongol Empire are Temujin's 4 sons. In other words, the Mongol Empire and the 4 great khanates may support each other. The existence of the teleportation array makes this idea possible. Teleportation arrays are rarely used to teleport large legions because of the high cost. But the Mongol Empire and the 4 great khanates can pay for the use of teleportation arrays by plundering the wealth of other civilizations. The cost of the teleportation array is actually one of the ways the system recovers gold and silver, and it will be re-excavated in the form of gold and silver mines to maintain balance. It is really possible for the Mongol Empire and the 4 great khanates to directly use the teleportation array to mobilize the forces of the Empire and the Khanate. Chutian secretly noted this. If Temujin and the 4 major khanates use the teleportation array, the threat will be even greater. Of course, correspondingly, the princes of the Han Empire could also use the teleportation array to support each other, as long as they could afford the high price. My lord, there are 2 people asking to see you. They claim to be Sun Bin and Tianji. Chu Tian was waiting for the results of the imperial examination. But he learned that two people came to his door. Chu Tian couldn't help but be moved when he heard the name of this pair. Sun Bin and Tian Ji. This pair easily crushed the then Wei Gongzi and Pangwan. Qi's martial arts during Tian Ji's period was the peak period of Qi's martial arts.
Tell them to come to see me. No, I will go out to meet them myself.
When Chu Tian learned that Sun Bin and Tian Ji had recommended themselves, he didn't care much, but came out to greet them in person. Even though Chu Tian has many talents, the opponent is Sun Bin. After Tian Ji was killed in battle, Sun Bin and Tian Ji were divided between Ming Guan and Lao Qin. Unexpectedly, they ended up in their own territory. Good birds choose trees to roost, and some talents also wait for opportunities. In order to take revenge, Yang Su would rather flee to the south, while smart people like Sun Bin were also looking for a lord. This time, he also brought along his good friend Tian Ji. Chu Tian came outside the mansion, where Sun Bin and Tian Ji were waiting.
I never thought that the two of you would come to seek refuge. With the help of these two, it would be so easy to conquer the world.
As usual, Chu Tian highly praised every talent. Sun Bin and Tian Ji suddenly felt good about each other. Chu Tian invited the two people into the mansion and asked them in detail about their experiences. He was amazed when he heard that Sun Bin not only escaped from the city of Mingguan, but also rescued Tian Ji from Chang'an City. Sun Bin's ability is indeed terrifying.
Ding! Imperial Advisor Sun Bin pledges his allegiance to you. Ding! Diamond level Commander Tian Ji pledges his allegiance to you.
Sun Bin and Tian Ji took the initiative to come to Xia City. Before arriving, they were already ready to be loyal. As long as Chu Tian's performance did not dissatisfy them, they would soon become loyal to Chu Tian. Chu Tian can also view the panel of the legendary fortune teller Sun Bin. Name Sun Bin. Talent Imperial Advisor. Identity Guguzi's apprentice. Loyalty 76. Commander 96. Said Sun Bin as an auxiliary military advisor. Unable to lead troops alone. Depends on characteristics. Force 15. Intelligence 99. Politics 74. Charm 70. Phaseality calm. Favorability 50. Feature 1 Divine Calculation SSS level feature. All strategies are strengthened, such as detection, counterattack, fire attack, water attack, etc. Special effects. Observing the sky at night can roughly predict danger, as well as the life and death of characters. Characteristic 2 Strategist Giga Art of War SS level strategist trait. Apprenticed under Guguzi, assisting the general. When the general's command value is lower than that of Sun Bin's commander, the army will apply Sun Bin's command value, and the army's attack power plus 10%, defense strength plus 10%, morale recovery plus 10%. Does not conflict with the characteristics of the leader. Characteristic 3 Strategist in Formations SS level strategist trait. When the legion is deployed, the legion will be additionally strengthened according to different formations. It does not conflict with the characteristics of the commander and the trait of the strategist, but does not conflict with characteristics 2 and 4. For example, in the square formation, all attributes of the legion will be increased by 5%. In the circular formation, the defense power of the legion will be additionally plus 10%. In the conical formation, the attack power of the legion will be additionally plus 10%. Characteristic 4 Strategist Ambush SS level strategist trait. When the ambush is successful, the legion damage will be increased by an additional 15%, and does not conflict with the general trait. Characteristic 5 Shackles of Fate Negative characteristic. Unable to lead troops alone. No bonus to the legion when leading troops alone. His. Although there is only one SSS level trait, the 3 SS level strategist traits are all auxiliary general traits and are extremely practical. Moreover, if the general's command is not high enough, you can directly use Sun Bin's 96 points of command. Chu Tian discovered that Sun Bin was simply the strongest support he had ever seen. No wonder Tian Ji used Sun Bin as his military advisor and was able to manipulate Pangwan and a group of Wei generals. Even though Sun Bin has the characteristic that he cannot lead troops alone, the assistance of his 3 SS level characteristics, coupled with the SSS level attribute of Divine Calculation, has a practical value no less than that of an Emperor level commander. If Fang Xianling, Guijia, Sun Yu and others are complete counselors, then Sun Bin is a combination of counselor and commander, somewhat similar to Wang Ming. There are still differences between Wang Ming and Sun Bin. Wang Ming can lead troops alone and is not considered an auxiliary. If Sun Bin is sent to any legion,
The combat power of any legion will be increased by at least 15% to 30%. This does not include the bonus of strategy, because strategy cannot be estimated.
I wonder if there is a military manual.
Chu Tian remembered that Sun Bin seemed to have compiled a book called
Sun Bin's Art of War.
If you can obtain
Sun Bin's Art of War,
you can strengthen a commander and the legions he commands. Sun Bin shook his head.
My subordinates have not yet summarized the Art of War. I see. Sir, please don't worry. Live in Xia City with peace of mind. And follow me for the time being.
Chu Tian worships Sun Bin as one of the masterminds, so he can use Sun Bin's command value of 96. As for
Sun Bin's Art of War,
I will try to squeeze Sun Bin in the future so that Sun Bin can finish the book as soon as possible. Also in need of oppression was Chao Mingda. Chu Tian urged Cao Cao to complete the
new book of Mingda
as soon as possible, but Cao Cao insisted that he could not write it. Maybe he is not old enough and has insufficient qualifications, so he cannot create a military book. Chu Tian looked at Tianji again. Tianji's attributes were much worse than Sun Bin's, so Sun Bin almost stole the limelight. Name Tianji. Talent, Diamond level commander, infantry/crossbow type. Level, 69. Identity, during the Warring States period. A famous general of Qi State. Commander 87. Force, 79. Intelligence, 73. Politics, 49. Charm 87. Character chivalrous. Favorability 50. Characteristic 1, Commander of the Qi Kingdom, S-level exclusive feature. When serving as the commander of Qi's martial arts attack. All attributes of the Legion plus 10%. Characteristic 2, Strategist Sun Bin, A-level exclusive trait. When Sun Bin serves as strategist, all attributes of the Legion will be increased by an additional 10%. Special arms, Qi martial arts, 6th level infantry/crossbowman/cavalry. Good at individual combat. Upper limit of 10,000. Tianji, like Pang Wan, was lackluster in front of Sun Bin. However, one thing to say is that Tianji's attributes are quite satisfactory, and he is still a qualified general. He is also a charming person, and is valued by Sun Bin. No wonder the combination of Sun Bin and Tianji made Eugene suffer when Chu Tian attacked Jinan. Although Tianji's ability was quite satisfactory, due to Dui's bond with Sun Bin and Sun Bin's super assistance. The Tianji army that Eugene faced at that time was equivalent to an army of emperor-level commanders. It is not unfair to lose in Ban.
Your regiment will serve as the reserve of the Guards Corps for the time being.
Chu Tian had just reorganized his army, and now there was an extra Tianji. So he put Tianji into the reserve team, and would see how to arrange it then. Chapter 539, The Chao Family's 1,000 Miles Horse.
Back off!
A general brandished his spear, and pressed forward step by step, forcing his competitor to retreat and step down. This general's military strength is obviously superior to that of most people participating in martial arts, and he is superior to other general candidates. At the later stage of Chu Tian's martial arts competition, about a few hundred candidates for military generals were gathered in Xiaoqing, waiting for Chu Tian to select the outstanding ones to serve as mid-level and senior generals. In Chu Tian's power, in addition to the level of military position, what is more important is the actual power. The coach is already the general second only to Chu Tian, followed by the Legion commander, and below that there are a group of mid-level and senior generals, each commanding tens of thousands or thousands of people. Below the mid-level and high-level generals, there are low-level generals who command hundreds or 10 people. Not only Chu Tian, but also a group of Legion commanders came to watch the selection and find suitable generals for their legions. Except for Wei Qing, who was in Monan at this time. Cao Cao, Yu Fei, Lu Yi and others came back specially from their respective stations. Yang Yi of the Invincible Legion, Su Rong of the Speedy Legion, Feng Yi of the Thorn-Severing Legion, and other Legion commanders also watched the battle. All candidates participating in the martial arts competition strive to demonstrate their military strength. If they can be noticed by these big shots, then they will become the targets of cultivation.
Who is that young general with a gun?
Yu Fei was somewhat interested in the young generals, who were trying their best on the martial arts stage. In his opinion, this young general's military strength is not low, and his temperament is extraordinary. He is worthy of training, and can at least serve as a general.
Our Invincible Legion wants to recruit him.
Master Yang took the initiative to ask for this young general.
Why don't you give us the Mighty Legion? Our legion has not been established for a long time. We have mostly new soldiers and few generals.
Zhang Liao became independent from the Invincible Legion and formed a majestic legion to guard one side and compete with his old boss Yang Yi for talents. The only historical generals of the Wei Feng Legion were Zhang Liao and Hu Sanyang. In Zhang Liao's opinion, Hu Sanyang's military power was too low, so he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to ask for a group of generals to supplement the vacancies in the Wei Feng Legion. Hu Sanyang followed Zhang Liao, pouting, as if she was dissatisfied because Zhang Liao looked down on her.
The newly established legion is indeed at a disadvantage. It can be the first to select talents,
Li said from the side, because Chu Tian reorganized the army and established several new legions. The Wei Feng Legion, the Thorn-Slaying Legion, and the Black Mountain Legion. For these legions to be fully formed, they need to recruit a number of generals. When Cao Cao saw that everyone was arguing about a general participating in the martial arts competition, he smiled slightly, pointed at the young general on the stage and said,
"This is our Chao family's 1,000-mile horse. A member of the Chao family?"
Several legion commanders looked sideways. There are many outstanding members of the Chao family and the Xiaohou family. This young general, who many army commanders think has the potential to be cultivated, turns out to be a member of the Chao family.
"What's his name?" "Chao Xiao."
This was Chao Xiao's first appearance. Cao Cao did not directly recommend Chu Tian, but asked Chao Xiao to participate in the martial arts competition. He believed that with Chao Xiao's ability, he could gain attention even without any connections. As expected, Chao Xiao took action, and many of the legion commanders present were moved. Even though Chao Xiao is not a first-rate general, he can serve as a second-rate general. Second- and third-rate military generals are enough to attract the attention of various legion commanders who are eager for talents. Chao Xiao defeated several more competitors, and his confidence doubled. This martial arts competition is the stage for his performance. Below, Cao Cao, Yu Fei, Lo Yi, Shuai and others are paying attention to his performance.
The Chao family's 1,000-mile horse is truly worthy of its reputation.
Chu Tian showed up with several generals, and he also saw Chao Xiao's performance. Among a group of strong men participating in martial arts, he stood out. Chao Xiao's strength should be 80, but it's still not at 90 level. Chao Xiao and Chao Chun were both Tiger and Leopard cavalry generals. The Tiger and Leopard cavalry is Cao Cao's trump card, and is only controlled by trusted tribesmen. Chao Xiao also lived up to Cao Cao's high expectations, and performed relatively well. When the major coaches and army commanders saw Chu Tian arriving, they all saluted Chu Tian. The people present saw that Yu Fei, Shuai and others were respectful to a man, and knew that this was Chu Tian, the legendary general of the Han Empire. Unlike the past where he often showed up in Xia City, Chu Tian is now busy with everything, and does not appear in front of civilians easily. Therefore, even the civilians in Xia City may not have seen Chu Tian. The people participating in the martial arts competition were fierce generals selected from various states, counties, and they were even more unfamiliar with Chu Tian's appearance.
Chao Xiao pays homage to the general.
As a disciple of the Chao family, Chao Xiao's relatives Cao Cao, Chao Ren, Chao Hong and others all served in Chu Tian's army, so he was full of hopes to join Chu Tian's army. This is equivalent to a family member working in a good company, and he himself wants to work there. Chu Tian is the person with the most say in this unit.
"I hope you can become a 1,000 miles horse of the Tiger and Parrot Corps. You will serve in the Tiger and Parrot Corps for the time being, and we will make arrangements later."
Chu Tian glanced at Chao Xiao's fourth dimension. Name, Chao Xiao. Talent, Diamond Level General, Riding Type. Level 60. Identity, one of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry Generals. Commander, 81, Force, 82, Intelligence, 76, Politics, 65, Charm, 70. Physiality, Brave. Characteristic 1, 1,000-mile horse, A-level trait. When commanding cavalry, cavalry attack power plus 5%. Marching speed plus 10%. Characteristic 2, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry Commander, A-level characteristics. Tiger and Leopard Cavalry impact plus 10%. Attack power plus 10%. Special unit, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, 7th level cavalry. Upper limit of 3,000. The attributes of double 80 are already higher than many generals, and he is indeed worthy of the title of Chao family's 1,000-mile horse. Coupled with Chao Xiao's seniority and status in the Chao family, he held a high official position. Chu Tian asked Chao Xiao to lead the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry with Cao Cao and Chao Chun to bring out the fighting power of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Seeing that Chu Tian recognized him, Chao Xiao was very grateful.
The last general, Cao Xiu is willing to go through fire and water for the Chu family. No need to.
Why did Chu Tian feel that this sentence was so familiar?
I also want to come and challenge.
A general who participated in the martial arts competition saw Cao Xiu being directly assigned to the famous Tiger and Leopard Corps. He was envious and asked Cao Xiu to fight. According to his logic, Cao Xiu was assigned to the Tiger and Parrot Corps and became a candidate for a mid to high level general. So as long as he defeated Cao Xiu, he could be reused, and maybe he could become the commander of the regiment. Cao Xiu had just been appointed in front of Chu Tian and was immediately challenged. In order to defend his image of Qianliju in Chu Tian's mind, he returned to the competition stage to challenge. The person who challenged Cao Xiu was a general who wielded a spear, and his force did not look like that of an ordinary person.
Cao Xiu won't kill the unknown person.
Although Cao Xiu is a descendant of Cao Cao and Cao Hong, he has the demeanor of a general of the Cao family, brandishing his red tassel spear and calling the other party to report his name.
I am Yu Shi, a heroic general under the command of the former Nanyang governor Yuan Shu. I will definitely defeat you within 3 rounds.
Yu Shi drew his spear and stabbed Cao Xiu, killing him very quickly. He couldn't wait to show off his skills in front of Chu Tian so that he could amaze the whole audience. Cao Xiu fought with a spear, and the 2 generals who wielded spears fought fiercely. And for a while, they were even stronger.
It turned out to be Yu Shi.
Chu Tian discovered that Yuan Shu's generals were wandering in his territory. After Yuan Shu's death, his generals were divided into pieces. Some surrendered to the Tang dynasty, some went south to Lujiang, and some wandered around Yuzhou, Yanzhou, and Xuzhou. This martial arts exercise led Yu Shi out. Yu Shi was originally supposed to be killed by Hua Xiong, but the foreign princes changed the Battle of Hulao Pass, so Yu Shi was still alive. Yu Shi's military strength seemed to be inferior to that of Cao Xiu, who was the leader of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, and he was suppressed by Cao Xiu after dozens of rounds. Some players or civilians with only 60 or 70 military strength watched the 2 men fight with envy, knowing that both Cao Xiu and Yu Shi would be put to good use. Chu Tian's principle of recruiting talents is also very simple. He only recruits talents based on their talents, whether they are strangers or NPCs. As long as they are useful to Chu Tian, they can be hired.
No need to fight anymore.
Chu Tian could see that Yu Shi's military force was slightly lower than Cao Xiu's, and Yu Shi's command value should be lower than Cao Xiu's command of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. Overall, Yu Shi was 1 level lower than Cao Xiu. After all, Cao Xiu is a 1,000-mile horse of the Cao family, and Yu Shi is more like an enhanced ordinary general.
You can join the Majestic Legion and serve as a general.
Chu Tian directly threw Yu Shi into the Majestic Army that lacked generals. There are only 2 generals in the Wei Feng Legion, Zhang Liao and Hu Sanyang. As for why Hu Sanyang is in Zhang Liao's army, it is also related to the relationship between the 2 people mentioned by Shui Yu to Chu Tian. Hu Sanyang seemed to be interested in Zhang Liao, her captor, and she was also a rather strange woman.
The Mighty Legion?
It was the first time that Yu Shi heard that the Chu Tian forces also had a majestic army. It seemed that its status was not as good as that of the Tiger and Leopard army, but it was still reused.
Don't look down on our majestic army.
Zhang Liao, commander of the army, saw Yu Shi's unwillingness, so he challenged Yu Shi with a spear.
If the general is willing to teach you, then Yu Shi is willing to accompany you.
As a general under Yuan Shu, Yu Shi had never served under any other general except Ji Ling before. This time, he wants to challenge the army commander Zhang Liao. In less than 10 rounds, Yu Shi was defeated. Yu Shi looked at the spear that fell to the ground with a pale face, his arms numb. Zhang Liao and him were far from the same level. As long as Zhang Liao goes all out, he may be able to defeat Yu Shi in a shorter time. Cao Xiu originally thought that he could make a great career in Chu Tian's army and become a general and prime minister. But when he saw the competition between Zhang Liao and Yu Shi was defeated so quickly, he knew that he had underestimated it. The generals of the Chu Tian forces. Even if Cao Xiu is replaced, his performance is not much better than that of Yu Shi. After Yu Shi's failure, he learned a lesson and no longer dared to think too highly of himself. Zhang Liao is more terrifying than Yuan Shu's General Ji Ling. Anyone who has the ability to become a legion commander must either have a high command or a high level of force. No one is mediocre. Yu Shi's power in Chu Tian was at most a 3rd or 4th-rate general. After understanding his own gap, Yu Shi humbly said to Chu Tian,
"In the past, I was an enemy of the general. It was actually because of General Yuan Gongyao that I had to do my best. I hope the general will forgive me. Ding! Platinum level General Yushi pledges allegiance to you.
Yushi humbly offered his allegiance to Chu Tian. But Chu Tian simply took a look at Yushi's attributes. Name Yushi. Commander, 62, Force, 79, Intelligence, 24, Politics, 23, Charm, 33. Not important person. Not watery. As expected, it has very ordinary attributes. But it also has its role, leading thousands of soldiers and horses to charge into battle. It can be regarded as a general.
Zhang Ba, Sun Guan, and Li Dian join the Wei Legion.
Chu Tian arranged for veteran generals Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, as well as Yanzhou Tycoon Li Dian, to join the Weifeng Legion to strengthen Zhang Liao's strength. Zhang Liao's attributes are enough to stand alone. Name, Zhang Liao. Talent, King-level general, riding type. Level 80. Identity, one of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry generals. Commander, 92, Force, 95, Intelligence, 78, Politics, 58, Charm 80. Phaseality, Brave. Feature 1, Megatron Zyajin, SS level exclusive feature. When attacking the enemy formation. Personal attack power plus 15%. Cavalry impact power plus 15%. Attack power plus 10%. The morale decrease rate of the enemy regiment affected by the impact plus 25%. Characteristic 2, the Brave gets ahead, characteristics of S-level generals. When actively launching an attack. Legion morale plus 25%. Attack power plus 10%. Characteristic 3, take the lead, S-level personal trait. Personal attack power plus 20%. Even if injured in a short period of time. The force will not decrease. Special unit, Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, 6th level light cavalry. Upper limit of 8,000. Officially because of his superior command and strength. Chu Tian made Zhang Liao the commander of the mighty army. In addition, there are Hu Sanyang's attributes. This was the first time Chu Tian saw Hu Sanyang's face. Ever since Hu Sanyang left Song Zhang's forces and surrendered to Chu Tian, she has been silently following Zhang Liao's army. Name, Hu Sanyang. Talent, Platinum level general, cavalry type. Level 80. Identity, Shueibua female general. Commander, 72, Force, 78, Intelligence, 70, Politics, 50, Charm 85. Phaseality, Brave. Characteristic 1, Yizhang Qing, A-level exclusive trait. When equipped with double swords. Personal attack power plus 15%. Blocking ability plus 15%. Characteristic 2, Detective Cavalry Leader, B-level trait. Low-level Scout Cavalry Detection ability plus 25%. After all, Hu Sanyang only belongs to the ranks of water margin generals, and is not as good as the female generals such as the 4 great women, Qin Liangyu and Joan of Arc, so her attributes can be said to be relatively average. However, female generals generally have their own special features, and Hu Sanyang is no exception. Her ability is to enhance the scouting ability of the scout cavalry. With Hu Sanyang's presence, the Weifeng Legion's reconnaissance capabilities are strengthened. Coupled with Zhang Liao's ability to charge into battle and reduce enemy morale, the Weifeng Legion can adopt the tactics of reconnaissance and beheading to achieve unexpected results. Originally Chu Tian had imagined that Hu Sanyang might be able to improve the ability of Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle Scout. However, Hu Sanyang's characteristics are only effective for low-level scout cavalry. Otherwise, they would not be just B-level characteristics. So Chu Tian threw Hu Sanyang to Zhang Liao, which was regarded as the beauty of an adult.
Is there any strong general who can challenge these two?
Chu Tian looked at the remaining general candidates, hoping that some of them could defeat Cao Xiu and Yu Shi. Cao Xiu and Yu Shi's military strength is not strong enough. It would be best if there are strong generals with higher military strength among the remaining people. Chapter 540. The most powerful general of the 3 kingdoms.
Since they can both be reused, if I want to challenge these two, I will definitely defeat them.
Among the people participating in the martial arts competition, a military general stood up. He saw that Cao Xiu and Yu Shi were favored by Chu Tian because of their display of force. So he also wanted to show off his martial prowess in order to gain Chu Tian's favor. Yu Fei, Cao Cao, Lu Yi, Zhang Liao, Xueran Gui, Qin Qingji and others all looked at the military general who took the initiative. Even Chu Tian squinted his eyes and looked at the young general who spoke out. He was only 18 years old. This person participated in martial arts and witnessed the fights between Cao Xiu and Yu Shi and Zhang Liao. But he still recommended himself. which shows that he has a certain degree of confidence in his own force.
Let Ma Jie give him a try.
Yu Shi joined the prestigious army. Although he was no match for Cao Xiu and Zhang Liao, he was not comparable to an unknown person.
You are no match for me. I want to fight him to the death. If I win, can I replace him and become the Legion commander?
The general held a spear in his hand. And the opponent he wanted to challenge was not Cao Xiu or Yu Shi, but Zhang Liao. Now everyone was even more surprised. This person wanted to directly challenge Zhang Liao and replace him. How arrogant.
How?
The man took the initiative to ask Chu Tian. Chu Tian said solemnly,
My army commander is not that easy to be. It is not just about force, but also the ability to command thousands of troops.
If the military force is high enough to serve as commander-in-chief, then the status of Legion commander is too unworthy. For example, Dian Wei, Yu Qigong and others had sufficient military strength, but they were not candidates to serve as commanders. Even if this young general can defeat Zhang Liao, it does not mean that he can replace Zhang Liao as the army commander. No matter how powerful a general is, he can only defeat tens of thousands of enemies, while a commander can command up to hundreds of thousands of troops.
But if you can defeat Zhang Liao, I will at least make you the vanguard general.
Chu Tian was very interested. If this person can defeat Zhang Liao, then he is at least a king-level general, and may even be an emperor-level general. He is qualified to be a cavalry vanguard.
Good.
The man took the initiative to challenge Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao was ordered to come to the competition stage and confront the young general.
Shan Wenyuan, please enlighten me. Wenyang!
The young general shook his spear and took the initiative to attack. The spear was fierce and enveloped Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao saw that the opponent was good at shooting, and his spear skills were fierce and fast. He didn't dare to make a big move, so he used all his strength to resist the opponent's attack. Two people, armed with a spear and a halberd, fought for dozens of rounds, unable to determine the winner.
It's actually Wenyang.
Chu Tian was somewhat surprised when he saw that the young general was fighting Zhang Liao with no distinction between victory and defeat. Wenyang was a military commander in the late Three Kingdoms period, or to be precise, a military commander in the Western Jin dynasty. He lived until the Eight Kings Rebellion in the Western Jin dynasty. In
The Romance of the Three Kingdoms,
Wenyang is regarded as the most powerful general in the later Three Kingdoms. When Wenyang was active, the five tiger generals, Lu Bu, Dian Wei, Su Chu, Gan Ning, Taisher Ci, and other powerful generals withered away. So he stood alone and had no rivals. Because there are no strong generals to compare, it is difficult to determine the amount of Wenyang's force. However, Wenyang actually appeared in advance. At this time, it should be 40 years before Wenyang was born. Asterisk setting. Lord will have a group of characters from the Western Jin dynasty appearing in advance. And as for their fathers, they will have other descendants. The most powerful general in the post-Three Kingdoms era, when he met the god of war Zai Yijin, he couldn't tell the winner within dozens of rounds. After more than 100 rounds, it was still difficult to tell the winner. Hu Sanyang was watching the battle below, secretly sweating for Zhang Liao. This military commander who calls himself Wenyang is young, but has good martial arts skills. Yang Yi, Chun Qingji, Su Rong, Cao Cao and other commanders of the cavalry corps saw Wenyang's superior force, so they wanted to recruit him into their own corps. Having a strong general is very important for a cavalry unit. Generally speaking, cavalry can be used to carry out decapitation tactics. If one or several fierce generals take the lead, the success rate of the decapitation tactic will be greatly increased.
That's it.
Chu Tian asked Zhang Liao and Wenyang to stop. He could probably know Wenyang's military performance in The Lord, even if he only knew Wenyang's name. Chu Tian probably knew his position. Wenyang is more inclined to be a fierce general, and his tactics focus on cavalry assault. When it comes to leading troops in battle, he cannot compete with Zhang Liao. So Zhang Liao, the leader of the five good generals, is still the candidate that Chu Tian values as the commander of the army. Wenyang said to Chu Tian,
How about it? Can you be the commander of the army?
Chu Tian smiled slightly.
I have the courage to be a legion commander, but I am still a little short of it. In this way, you can join the Wei Feng Legion as a vanguard general and follow Zhang Liao to defeat the enemy together.
When Chu Tian saw Wenyang fighting with Zhang Liao, he thought it was an opportunity. So he transferred Wenyang to Zhang Liao's majestic army as a vanguard general. With two fierce men, Wenyang and Zhang Liao, the majestic army may frighten the enemy.
Vanguard general. That's fine. Wen Yang couldn't become the commander of the legion, but it would be good to directly become the vanguard general of a legion. Zhang Liao's legion had tens of thousands of cavalry, not the thousands of cavalry in the past. Ding! King-level General Wen Yang pledges his allegiance to you. Chu Tian briefly glanced at Wen Yang's panel. As expected, Wen Yang's military force was better than that of a commander, and he was suitable for the role of a vanguard general. Name, Wen Ang. Talent, King-level general, writing type. Identity, famous general in the late Wei and early Jin dynasties. Commander, 78, Force, 95, Intelligence, 67, Politics, 25, Charm, 65. Phaseality, Brave. Characteristic 1, bravely championing the three armies, SS level trait. When attacking the enemy formation, own attack power plus 40%. Characteristic 2, Courage, A level trait. When attacking the enemy formation, own attack power plus 5%. Physical strength decline rate minus 25%. Characteristic 3, Prestige, A level trait. Enemy morale decrease rate plus 10%. Probability of chaos increases. Asterisk, it is controversial that Wen Yang's force is difficult to distinguish. He defeated 8,000 cavalry with 1 cavalry and beheaded hundreds of people. This is recorded in Ziji Tongjian. According to this record, the force can reach 99. According to the Three Kingdoms and the Book of Jin, there is no record of one riding as many as 1,000. And there is no separate biography. However, the Book of Jin also has similar descriptions of bravely championing the three armies. In The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a single rider attacked Sima Zhao at night. After exhaustion, he fought dozens of rounds with the elderly Deng Ai. Because there was no reference for a strong general in the later stage, he could be high or low. This book, which is biased towards the records of Jin Shu and romance, is lower than the 5 tiger generals, giving a force of 95, and is positioned as Xiao Zhaoyun. The historical facts of romances vary from person to person, and the specifics vary from person to person. There is no final conclusion, and the author can only choose the middle. This is where it becomes more painful. In this way, the commander of the Weiwei Legion is Zhang Liao, the vanguard general Wen Yang, and the generals Husan Yang, Yu Shi, Zhang Ba, and Sun Quan are definitely not weak, and even a little powerful. A majestic army was formed overnight. Congratulations, Lord, for gaining another tiger general. Fang Xianling congratulated Chu Tian, and at the same time, he also felt a sense of crisis. Chu Tian also recently recruited Sun Bin. Sun Bin's ability has shaken Fang Xuanling's status. Fortunately, Fang Xianling was not only a counselor, but also an interior minister. More importantly, Fang Xianling supported Xiao Liang and Rufu Emperor to ascend to the throne and gain political capital. This is an advantage that Sun Bin, who doesn't care much about politics, cannot gain. Sun Bin focused his energy on leading troops to fight. As a skilled politician, a senior bustard, a trainee groom, and one of the 3 Lengya elders, Fang Xuanling's methods were quite dark. With political capital, it would be difficult for Sun Bin to replace his position. Sun Bin had no interest in squeezing Fang Xianling down. He existed to assist the general in victory. As for the first assistant, Sun Bin really didn't care. In this crusade against Ma Bei, the more good generals and fierce generals, the better. Chu Tian was quite satisfied with the results of the martial arts examination. One is the most powerful general in the later 3 kingdoms. One is a 1,000-mile horse from the Chao family. And there is also Yu Shi, a powerful general who is as powerful as Hua Xiong. The harvest is indeed rich. These are just 3 historical generals with outstanding military power. Among the remaining candidates for the military examination, there are also many historical generals with more than 70 strength, 3rd or 4th rate. Slightly stronger than ordinary generals. Not specialized. Ordinary generals. And free players. Chu Tian asked the commanders of each legion to divide it up and supplement the middle and low-level generals of each legion. Every military exercise is an opportunity to replenish the generals of each legion. In addition to military generals, there are also a group of generals who are commander-in-chief. According to the rules of martial arts, as long as one of the abilities of force and command is passed, it is not necessary to have both skills. Of course, having both high martial arts skills is the best. At present, the Chu Tian forces and the representative generals with high military authority include Yu Fei, Shuarengui, Zhang Liao and others. In fact, There are not many generals with both high martial arts skills. Chu Tian checked their attributes one by one. The commander value is above 90. And if it has some bonus legion characteristics, it has the ability to command a legion. With a commander value of 80 or above, you can serve as deputy general, vanguard general, first in command general, or subordinate general, and have the ability to command thousands to tens of thousands of troops. With a commander value of 70 or above, it is not impossible to command thousands of soldiers and horses. It is not impossible to barely command tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. But you have to bear the corresponding consequences. Suddenly, Chu Tian stopped in front of a person. This person's name is very familiar. Name, Ma Yuan. Talent, King-level commander, all series. Identity, General Fubo of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Commander, 91, Force, 80, Intelligence, 83, Politics, 86, Charm, 90. Phaseality, Brave. Feature 1, General Jin Fubo, S-level exclusive feature. Unit morale recovery speed plus 15%. Attack power plus 10%. All-terrain negative impact minus 15%. Navy's negative impact caused by adverse weather minus 25%. Characteristic 2, Horsehide Shroud, S-level trait. Damage to aliens plus 18%. Characteristic 3, Farming and Frontier Fortress, A-level trait. When farming at the Frontier Fortress, grain output plus 5%. Foreign race satisfaction plus 25%. Characteristic 4, Be strong when you are old, A-level trait. Attributes will not decrease significantly with age. Ma Yuan? Chu Tian saw that the legendary General Fubo, Ma Yuan, turned out to be a general in the whole department. He could command infantry, crossbows, cavalry, and navy. He had additional bonuses against foreign races, and could win over foreign races. Ma Yuan was a military commander of Emperor Guangwu, who pacified Xiqiang, Lingnan and other places. When mentioning General Fubo and Ma Leshi, the first person who comes to mind is Ma Yuan. This time, the martial arts competition can gain horse support, which is already a bloody profit. To gain a general is like to gain an army of thousands. Chu Tian valued Ma Yuan very much. Ma Yuan was already in his 40s at this time, and could only serve Chu Tian for more than 10 years. Ma Yuan himself can also form a legion. How to arrange Ma Yuan is a problem. Chu Tian decided to arrange Ma Yuan and Tianji together as the two reserve corps of the Guards Corps. Ma Yuan Corps, conflict with Fubo Corps, and Martial Arts Corps. Ma Yuan can also serve as a naval general. He can do all four events, and can be said to be an all-rounder. The harvest this time is not small. Chu Tian got Ma Yuan and looked at the remaining commanders. There was no one of Ma Yuan's level. To put it bluntly, there were only 100 or so commanders of Ma Yuan's level in the entire Eastern Han Dynasty. So they couldn't be everywhere. There are quite a few generals whose strength exceeds 90. Generally speaking, the value of commanders of the same level is higher than that of generals of the same level. Through the imperial examination, a group of commanders and generals were replenished, and Sun Bin and Tianji joined them. Chu Tian had more confidence in dealing with the Mongolian Empire. During this period, Zhejiang Laoqin and Mingwan learned that Sun Bin and Tianji had fled, and they protested to Chu Tian. However, Chu Tian believed that Sun Bin and Tianji came to seek refuge on their own initiative and had nothing to do with Chu Tian. Chu Tian never lobbied Sun Bin from beginning to end. When they came over, Chu Tian could only reluctantly accept them. Although Zhejiang Laoqin and Mingwan suffered a heavy loss, facing a powerful enemy, they could only hold their noses and admit that Sun Bin and Tianji had arrived at Chu Tian. After all, Sun Bin and Tianji still had to deal with the Mongolian Empire. Zhejiang Laoqin and Mingwan could only recruit generals from their own spheres of influence to make up for the losses caused by Sun Bin and Tianji's escape. Within the sphere of influence of each prince, there are still a number of undiscovered generals. Just like General Fubo Ma Yuan and Wen Yang, the most powerful general in the later three kingdoms. These princes are making all-out preparations to conquer Mobei. They need food, soldiers, horses, and generals. Xixia, destroy it as soon as possible. Zhejiang Laoqin ordered Wang Jian to recruit more Qin Rui soldiers and set Xixia as the first target to be eliminated. At this time, two big shots living in Chang'an took the initiative to visit Zhejiang Laoqin, Huang Fuzong, and Zhu Jun. The two of them were only loyal to the Han court, not Zhejiang Laoqin, and they did not fight for Zhejiang Laoqin. Zhejiang Laoqin was deeply surprised by their sudden request for a meeting. Please come quickly. Soon Huang Fuzong and Zhu Jun arrived. The nomadic tribes are rising and the empire is in danger. The two of us cannot sit idly by and ignore it. We would like to invite 30,000 elite soldiers to go north together to defeat the barbarians and stabilize the mountains and rivers.
Wang Fusong and Zhu Jun were obviously alarmed by the arrival of Xixia, Jurchen and other civilizations.
I'm recruiting the Northern Army's 5th Colonel and 3 Rivers Cavalry for you.
Zhoujiang Laoqin made a promise to the two of them. Among the 5 schools of the Northern Army, Lu Ji only mastered one of the Tiger Talismans. In Beatty County, Xixia's high-level armored heavy cavalry, Iron Kites, roamed freely and attacked the defenders with fish scale formations. Wherever they went, the defenders were invincible. The northern part of Beatty County was occupied by Xixia cavalry. Kingly Yuanhao of Xixia began to expand to Anding County. A heavy cavalry came to stop the expansion trend of Xixia Iron Kites. Otherwise Liangzhou and Bingzhou Shangjuan would be controlled by Xixia. This cavalry was decorated in an exaggerated way. And Meng Tian personally attacked the Yuanhao.